transmigrated into a soft and cute slime in a small mud pit, and also obtained the strongest simulator system. When you thought you were about to reach the peak, you discovered that you only had 3 days left to live. In this scorching heat, as a water attribute slime, you could hardly move a step. Leaving the mud pit meant death, so you decided to cautiously survive. Surviving against all odds, transmigrated to this world 3 days ago, you found yourself transformed into a palm-sized blob of mud. After the initial panic, you calmed down. Later, you realized you were not mud, but a gelatinous creature, with a blue body and soft form, resembling the slimes in anime games. Slime, a creature only seen in anime games. After 3 days, you understood your abilities, one of which is the ability to dissolve in water, like now, your body completely merging with water. The second being the ability to survive without needing to eat. Regarding this, you were unsure if you could always go without eating, or if slimes consumed little, requiring very little food. Besides these two abilities, you realized you couldn't do anything else. As time passed, you grew weaker, and if this continues, you will be forced to end your time-traveling journey. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice sounded. Simulator system activated. Granting the host simulation points. Can be used for simulations. You were also stunned. Shortly after, you began to understand how to use this cheat. Just as the literal meaning suggests, you can build upon everything you currently have. What happens after evolution? In this way, you won't need to take risks and can still explore where you are. What place is this exactly? At the same time, you noticed the lifespan time on the panel. You didn't expect to have only 3 days left. As the lowest existence in games and anime, these creatures are not even considered cannon fodder. They don't even count. Slimes will be slimes. With cheats, why fear not surviving? Then you began to simulate what would happen next. Day 1. You started swimming towards other areas in the water. You swam in the water for a long time, until a black wall appeared in front of you. The next day, you approached the black wall and found it was mud. You began to climb up the mud, and in a daze, you seemed to see the blue sky. On the 3rd day, your life came to an end, and you died. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. Looking at 2 options, after a brief thought, you quickly understood. Experience refers to what you see, hear, and feel within 3 days, while physical ability refers to the improvement of physical strength within 3 days. If you're almost dead, what's the use of experiencing anything? So you decisively chose love. Immediately after, an invisible energy enters your body, and you feel your body filled with power, feeling like you could punch a cow to death. At this moment, your life value becomes 5 days. Seeing this, you see hope. Then proceed with the simulation decisively. On the 1st day, you start swimming towards other areas in the water. You swim in the water for a long time. As you swim, you encounter a wall of mud ahead. You swim around the mud and realize you might be in a waterhole. On the 2nd day, you start swimming up along the mud, and in a daze, you seem to see the blue sky. You accelerate your speed, wanting to truly see the sky. On the 3rd day, as you swim upstream, you realize the pressure increases. You stop and think for a while, realizing that the closer to the water surface, the higher the temperature. You fall into weakness. On the 4th day, you die from heat. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. You didn't hesitate, and chose 2. Now your lifespan has reached 8 days, which means the longer you survive, the more time you gain. Later, in the 3rd simulation, you heard other voices nearby. In order to figure out if you are still on the blue star, you continued with the simulation. Time quickly reached the 6th day. Just as you were about to make a move, a large cart rolled over you. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 6 days of experiences, 6 days of physical strength, shattered cartwheel. Watching this simulation, you fell into contemplation because you didn't know if it was a car or a carriage. So in order to figure it out, you have to rise to the surface. Simulation points have been used up, temporarily unable to simulate. At this moment, your lifespan has reached 17 days, which is like living several lifetimes compared to the initial 3 days. In order to survive, you continue to carry out simulations. And you also figured out that cartwheel. Unexpectedly, it was a carriage, and very luxurious, adorned with gems everywhere. This time you clearly saw where you were. Just a small puddle. Surrounded by many red trees, the grass on the ground is also red. Everywhere is filled with fiery red hues. You feel the scorching heat, and you become weak. You swim hard to the edge of the pit and start climbing ashore. You've reached the shore. You find yourself feeling like a fish out of water. But soon after, you die. Yet you don't give up, because you believe. that with the simulator, you can surely find a way out. After these few days of simulation, your lifespan reaches 33 days. Within the simulator, everything can only be imagined through the subtitles on the simulator. It's impossible to know firsthand what your simulated self sees. Now you see with your own eyes the fiery red trees, their crowns ablaze, like clusters of burning flames. The ground is covered with red grass and exposed, slightly red earth. Your first sensation is heat. This place is definitely not Earth. You dare not linger and quickly hide your body beneath the water's surface to escape the heat. After familiarizing yourself with the external environment in the simulation, you must find a way to solve the issue of being unable to survive on land. As you open your eyes, a new day marks a fresh start. You now have a month of life left, so there's no rush regarding your lifespan for now. Yet the hunger grows stronger, despite your efforts to reduce consumption. Your body still experiences hunger and weakness. You must quickly find a way to survive on land. Starting the simulation, on the first day a carriage appears, you peek out to observe it. It passes by 1 meter away from the waterhole. You hear sounds coming from inside the carriage, but you don't understand what is being said. The next day, another carriage appears. This time you see something truly strange. The carriage wheels roll directly over the waterhole. The size of the wheels and the waterhole are not much different. You find it very surprising. You want to explore further. Then you see on the 4 corners of the carriage roof, crystals that look delicious are shining. You eagerly want to obtain it. After eating it, the carriage moves away, and the water becomes murky. On the 3rd day, the murky water affects you, but its impact on you is not significant anymore. The purple water can easily spit out half a meter long, expelling the mud from your body. On the 4th day, you search for ways to move on land without success. On the 5th day, you continue to search for ways to move on land. Without any success, you see this. You furrow your brow. After 7 days, you still haven't found a way to move on the ground. Moreover, starting on the 7th day, you begin to experience a decline due to hunger. The water in the waterhole has evaporated, which is a despairing fact. You should have realized earlier that the waterhole is stagnant water, unable to generate water. The water currently present might have accumulated from a previous rain. There will be a dry day sooner or later. It's urgent to find a way to move on land. On the 8th day, your body will float on the water surface. Looking at the surroundings, there is a sense of despair in the heart. Suddenly, a dark shadow falls rapidly. With your extremely fast reflexes, you quickly bring yourself to the water surface. A bird with a fiery red body, similar in shape to a pigeon, lands at the edge of the waterhole and dips into the water to drink. The water temperature rises instantly, and you feel the threat of death. You know that the rise in water temperature is caused by this red bird. It must be driven away. You waited for a while, but the red bird showed no intention of leaving, and the water level kept dropping. The red bird drank water that was completely mismatched to its body size. You can't wait any longer. Activate the purple water skill. The red bird is startled by the sudden water pillar, then hurriedly dodges. A fist-sized fireball appears. You died. Fire resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 8 days of experience. 2. 8 days of physical fitness. Su-chen stared at the subtitles, stunned. He gasped, a fireball? This red bird actually knows magic? In the simulation before last, he was killed by flames, and it seems it was also the doing of this red bird. How can he continue playing like this? Su-chen was at a loss. Previously, there were threats of hunger, threats of decreasing water levels, threats of dying on dangerous ground. Now, another threat from a red bird has been added. Fine, this is a game where he's destined to die. Having more lice on his body doesn't make one more afraid of another. Su-chen reluctantly chose reward 2. A surge of power flowed into his body. Perhaps due to his physique reaching a certain level, the feeling of increased strength was not as intense as before. Character panel, Su-chen, race, slime, blue, lifespan, 39 days, skill, muddy water resistance, fire resistance, 3, achievement, slime in the mud. Looking at the fire resistance in the panel, Su-chen fell into contemplation. In the previous simulation, the closer he got to the water's surface, the higher the temperature rose, constantly warning of the threat of water temperature. In the current simulation, there was no indication of rising water temperature posing a threat to him. Obviously, just by getting close to the water's surface and experiencing the rising temperature, he could mostly avoid it. But, I wonder if this fire resistance is only for water temperature or has a broader range. If it's the latter, does it mean that as long as my fire resistance is high enough, I can avoid that red bird's fireball magic? And the current method to increase fire resistance seems to be by touching flames or being in a high temperature environment. After some thought, Su-chen had a bold plan in mind. which he needed to test in the simulation tomorrow. Personal experimentation was impossible, there were countless simulations, and he only had one life. Closing his eyes, Su-chen drifted into sleep. Although slimes had poor combat abilities, their sleep quality was impeccable. Whenever they wanted to sleep, they could doze off instantly, quickly restoring their energy. This might be directly related to their combat power because poor combat abilities meant difficulty in hunting and eating. If consumption was high and recovery slow, such a race could easily become extinct. One day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 10. Su-chen opened his eyes. Today, a carriage would pass by the waterhole. In the simulation, there were only dry subtitles, no visuals, no sensations. Floating to the surface, Su-chen quickly reached the water's edge. The surroundings were no different from before, but upon closer inspection, the water level had indeed dropped again. Clatter, clatter. Sounds emerged. Su-chen looked into the distance and saw a red horse with flames burning on its tail in the field of view. Its powerful limbs swiftly moved, hooves striking the ground, creating a rhythmic clatter sound. The reins on the horse connected to an elegant carriage behind, speeding along smoothly. Despite the high speed, the carriage remained stable without any jerks. There was no crystal that enticed him on this carriage. Soon, the carriage passed by the waterhole, and voices could be heard from inside. However, it was a language completely unfamiliar to Su-chen. He watched the direction in which the carriage disappeared. That fiery horse is not someone to mess with. Being carried by such a carriage, the one inside must not be a simple existence. Submerging under the water, Su-chen accessed the system. This world was clearly not ordinary or safe. He needed to quickly increase his lifespan and strength. Let's continue the simulation. Consuming simulation points x10, remaining simulation points 0, simulation begins. On the first day, a carriage appeared. You watched as its wheels rolled over a puddle without sinking. The corners of the carriage's roof emitted a radiant glow from crystal stones, intensifying your instinctual hunger. You even considered leaping out of the water, hesitating for a moment. As the carriage moved away, the water turned murky. On the second day, the murky water had little effect on you. Your water skill easily spouted a 0.7-meter water pillar, cleansing the mud from your body with a single motion. On the third day, you searched for a way to walk on land and awaited the arrival of a red bird. On the fourth day, you repeated yesterday's actions, but today you had a sudden idea and tasted a bit of mud. The mud did not harm you, so you decided to use your water skill. Instantly, a pillar of water mixed with mud spewed out, seeming more powerful with the mud's inclusion. On the fifth day, you tried swallowing more mud to enhance the power of your water skill. The power indeed increased as you consumed more mud. Excited, you named it Enhanced Mud Water Skill. On the sixth day, you continued training the Enhanced Mud Water Skill. It could now reach a distance of 1 meter and create a small dent in the ground. Your body was weak, urgently needing food. On the seventh day, you dissolved your form into the water, waiting silently. Soon, a fiery red bird descended, and as it landed, the surrounding temperature abruptly rose. You swiftly submerged, ingesting a large amount of mud, then positioned yourself 10 centimeters below where the red bird drank. The red bird seemed to sense something, pausing its drinking. You remained still, and after observing for a moment, the red bird resumed drinking. Enhanced Mud Water Skill, activate. Direct hit on the red bird's beak, partially covering it with mud, causing the bird to fall over. You watched as the red bird quickly flapped its wings to fly up. If you could move on the ground, the red bird wouldn't have stood a chance. The red bird flew into the air, shaking off the mud and angrily spewing a fireball into the waterhole. Prepared, you had already submerged into the mud at the bottom of the hole. The fireball dried up the water, the temperature around skyrocketed, and you could feel the moisture in the mud you hid in evaporating, death looming over you. You struggled to endure as the red bird, finding no enemy, shot another fireball into the waterhole, sending dirt flying. Luckily, your position was not hit directly by the fireball. However, the mud around you had dried up, the extreme heat causing you to shrivel rapidly. The red bird screeched and flew away. Watching the red bird depart, you cursed a few times, closing your eyes and adapting to the high temperature and dryness. On the 8th day, you were not dead but close to it. The high temperature subsided. Surprisingly, you found that you could withstand a period of dehydration. On the 9th day, you couldn't move, but you were still alive. On the 10th day, you were still alive. On the 11th day, you were still alive. On the 18th day, you had shriveled to the size of a fingernail. You died. Fire resistance +5, achievement unlocked true drought survivor. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 18 days of experience. 2. 18 days of physical endurance. Staring at the two options, Suchen hesitated. Choosing option 1 would grant him the full inheritance of the enhanced version of his water skill from the simulation, along with brief contact information with the red bird. Option 2, able to gain a large amount of lifespan and power, as well as the amplification brought to the body by persisting for such a long time. Surviving for 18 days has already broken the record. After a moment of contemplation, Suchen's gaze fell on the newly acquired achievement. True Dry Child, able to adapt to survival in dry environments, including walking on land, but for a short period. Note 1, as a water slime, under normal circumstances, you cannot leave aquatic life. Note 2, this achievement can be upgraded. Seeing this achievement, Suchen was excited. This achievement truly solved the urgent need. Although he could only be active on land for a short time, it was much better than dying immediately upon leaving the water as before. Previously, he hesitated about which option to choose as a reward, but now with this achievement, there was no need to consider it at all. After all, in the simulation, he had persisted in a dry environment for several days, so it was highly likely that option 2 could be inherited, but with this achievement, option 2 was not as important anymore. Option 1. This was the first time he chose the first option. A surge of power filled his body, and Suchen felt a significant improvement in himself. A large amount of memories rushed in, and Suchen hurriedly closed his eyes to digest them. After a moment, he opened his eyes and found himself at the edge of a water hole, swallowing a large amount of mud. Mud water skill. Splurt. A large amount of mud mixed with water sprayed 1 meter away, like a water gun, fast and powerful. It punched a fist-sized hole in the wall of the water hole. Suchen was extremely excited. The current mud water skill was truly considered a skill. Opening the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, attribute, water lifespan, 38 days skill, mud water, enhanced mud, resistance, fire resistance, 8, achievements, slime in the mud. True Dry Child evaluation, a peculiar water slime, surprisingly possessing the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. The panel showed some changes. Suchen approached the edge of the water hole, tentatively placing a small part of his body on the ground. Instantly, a burning sensation came, but other than that, there was no other feeling. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief and placed his whole body on the ground. Feeling the sensation of standing on the ground, Suchen was so excited that he almost cried. Unfortunately, slimes had no tear ducts, so tears couldn't flow. It was now evening, and the air still carried a dry heat. In the sky, numerous tiny stars surrounded a bright moon. The moon was shining, casting a silver glow over the earth, creating a silver-white scene. If this were in the previous world, capturing this scene and posting it online would surely attract attention and become a popular check-in spot. After walking a few laps around the water hole, Suchen felt a bit weak, and his body was starting to shrink. He quickly entered the water hole to replenish his moisture. I lasted about 10 minutes. Although not long, Suchen was already satisfied. On the dry ground, if it was slightly damp, he could endure for a longer time. After spending a moment in the water and restoring his body, Suchen felt waves of hunger coming over him. Once again on the shore, he walked towards a slightly distant area and soon arrived at a red grass. On the grass were some thumb-sized red fruits. After glancing at them, Suchen resisted the urge to eat and instead searched around, quickly finding a lot of grass with these red fruits growing on them. The water kept flowing out of Suchen's mouth due to his craving, but he remained unmoved. I've managed to survive until now. If I eat a fruit and get sick, it would be a waste. I'll test if they are poisonous in the simulation tomorrow before eating them. Persisting in endurance as his guiding principle. Feeling hungry and weak, Suchen quickly returned to the water hole. Hungry. Sleep. If I fall asleep, I won't be hungry anymore. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 10. Hearing the system's sound, Suchen opened his eyes and appeared on the water's surface. Soon, a carriage came rushing by. This carriage was much more imposing than the one seen yesterday. There were 3 fiery-tailed steeds from yesterday charging straight towards the water hole. On the 4 corners of the carriage's roof, there were shining crystals. Suchen gazed longingly at the crystals, had a sudden inspiration, and dove directly into the water, swiftly swallowing a large amount of mud. Afterwards, he resurfaced. The carriage had already rolled over the water, causing a large amount of muddy water to appear. Suchen seized the opportunity. Mud spurt skill. A large amount of mud spewed out, directly hitting the crystal at the back corner of the carriage. Initially, Suchen had no hope, but a surprise occurred. The crystal actually fell directly from the carriage to the ground. Suchen quickly dissolved his form in the water, not rushing to retrieve it. Instead, he activated the simulation directly. Consuming simulation points x10, remaining simulation points 0, simulation initiated. On the first day, you saw the carriage disappear from view, quickly rushed to the ground, and brought the crystal back into the water. Although this mysterious crystal emitted a very delicious scent, you did not taste it, but instead hid it in the bottom mud of the water hole. Seeing this, Suchin smiled slightly, truly worthy of me. On the second day, you felt that your strength seemed to have subtly increased, but you didn't know the reason. You didn't pay attention to it, but went to the surface, picked many red fruits, and brought them back to the edge of the water hole. You looked at the red fruits, hesitating whether to eat them. On the third day, you still didn't choose to eat the red fruits. At the same time, you felt your strength increase again. You pondered carefully, went to the bottom of the pit, and dug out the crystal. On the crystal, you felt strands of power emanating outward. You understood that the crystal was releasing energy into the water hole, nourishing you and enhancing your strength. You were curious about what this crystal was, and you dared not eat it at all, feeling that it was not something edible at all. On the fourth day, you couldn't bear it anymore. The crystal was emitting a delicious scent all the time. You shifted your gaze to the red fruits and swallowed them directly. The red fruits were very astringent, slightly spicy, not very tasty, but you ate them happily. No poison. Moreover, you knew you still had a sense of taste, which meant you could enjoy food in the future. You ate all the red fruits, relieving your hunger, and the temptation of the crystal to you diminished. You began to explore back and forth between the land and the water hole. On the fifth day, you continued to explore, covering a radius of 200 meters around the water hole. Temporarily, no dangers were found, except for plant life. You collected a large number of red fruits and placed them in a pile of rubble not far from the water hole as food reserves. On the sixth day, you knew that a cursed red bird would descend. You prepared yourself, swallowed a large amount of mud. The red bird appeared, landing on the edge of the water hole. It alertly glanced around, lowered its head to dip its beak into the water. A column of mud shot out directly from the water's surface, instantly hitting the red bird. The red bird was plastered with mud, toppled over on the ground. You quickly swallowed more mud, coming directly to the surface. Enhanced mud spurt skill. The red bird's entire body was covered in mud. You quickly pressed down on it, immobilizing the red bird. You were extremely happy, finally about to take down this accursed bird. Suddenly, a burst of force came from below, lifting your entire body. The mud on the red bird exploded, feathers scattered on the ground, and parts of its body even appeared bald. It quickly flew into the air, glaring angrily at you, weak slime, dare to provoke the mighty Firebird Master. You strange bird, how can you speak, and how can you understand? The phoenix spewed out a fireball directly. You tried to dodge, but you found that your speed simply couldn't match the speed of the fireball. Bang! The fireball hit. You thought you were doomed. But to your surprise, when the fireball landed on you, it didn't cause you much harm. The phoenix was shocked. You're just a slime. How is this possible? The phoenix spewed out another fireball. You didn't dodge, letting the fireball hit you, and apart from shrinking in size, you didn't suffer any fatal damage. You were excited. Water splash. The stunned phoenix was hit, falling from the sky. You prepared to strike, but it dove down and escaped. Suchin stared at the subtitles, completely stunned. He had actually defeated the mysterious creature that could spew fireballs and called itself the phoenix. On the ninth day, the phoenix flew back, this time followed by 2 more phoenixes. You knew trouble was brewing, so when they descended low enough, you took the initiative, activating water splash skill directly, hitting one of the smaller phoenixes. The small phoenix fell from the sky to the ground, and yesterday's bald phoenix screeched. Then, along with the other phoenix, they spewed 2 fireballs. Knowing you couldn't dodge, you swallowed a large amount of mud, and struck the fallen small phoenix with water splash skill. When outnumbered, you have to focus on one to beat them. You were hit by 2 fireballs, receiving damage. The small phoenix was stuck in the mud on the ground, barely alive, while the other 2 phoenixes gave up attacking you, preparing to rescue their companion. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out, biting the small phoenix. The 2 phoenixes about to land quickly stopped, circling and screeching at the shadow. You saw that the shadow was a red mouse with long arms, which bit off most of the small phoenix. The 2 phoenixes were furious, spewing fireballs. The red mouse didn't even look, swiftly dodging and darting away into the distance. The phoenixes followed. On the 10th day, the water hole you were in, after being attacked by the fireballs of the 2 phoenixes yesterday, was almost dry. You had to find a new place with water. Afraid of leaving and having your crystal stolen, you hesitated for a moment, then swallowed the crystal at the bottom of the water hole. Once the crystal entered your mouth, it dissolved directly, like water. You were stunned, then a huge force erupted from within you. You felt like your body was going to explode. Boom! You exploded. You died, fire resistance +1, please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 10 days of experience. 2. 10 days of physical fitness. Suchen was stunned. I exploded? This kind of death, it's the first time. Choosing 2. A huge force surged into his body, and Suchen felt like he was about to burst. Oh my, really? Fortunately, the feeling of bursting only lasted a moment and then stopped. Suchen looked at his body, stunned. He originally had no hands, but now he had 2, although they were short and looked weak. But Suchen cheered and jumped with excitement. Being originally human, he knew very well how difficult life without hands could be. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 1, 0. Source text, 1% 609. 1. Plus 1010. X 1510. 15. Plus 1020. X 155. Translated text, 1% attribute, water lifespan, 60 days skill, muddy water, enhanced version, resistance, flame resistance, 9, achievements, slime in the mud true dry child evaluation, a uniquely styled water-based slime, surprisingly possessing the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. The panel changed again, displaying an additional level. First level? What level is this? After pondering for a while and failing to understand, Suchen stopped thinking about it. He knew that he was now at least twice as strong as before this simulation. The muddy water skill could easily reach a distance of 3 meters, with its power multiplied several times. The lifespan no longer increased by subtracting 1 from the number of days survived, but instead surged significantly. Closing the panel, Suchen returned to the land, swiftly bringing the crystal back to the water pit. Looking at the alluring crystal, Suchen resisted the urge to swallow it. This thing cannot be swallowed. Burying the crystal at the bottom of the water pit, he isolated the temptation with mud. Suchen returned to the land once more, quickly harvesting a large number of red fruits. Just as introduced in the simulation, the red fruits, when eaten, had a bitter and slightly spicy taste, not very delicious, but sufficient to fill the stomach. Having solved the issue of hunger, Suchen continued to explore. He found that he could stay on land for a longer time, about half an hour, a significant increase from the previous 10 minutes. In the first half of the night, Suchen explored a radius of 500 meters, discovering several holes that seemed to house living beings. Adhering to the principle of caution to avoid encountering any potential threats, Suchen refrained from close observation. Returning to the water pit, Suchen closed his eyes to rest in sleep. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 10. Suchen opened his eyes. After yesterday's exploration, he noticed traces of possible living beings within a 500-meter radius. Today's simulation would focus on exploring these areas to see what could be found. Opening the system, he initiated the simulation. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining 10, simulation failed. Seeing this prompt, Suchen was stunned. Did the simulation cost increase? Ding! The consumption of simulation points is determined by the host's strength. The host is currently at the first level, hence each simulation consumes 15 points. Listening to the system's explanation, Suchen felt a bit annoyed, thinking about slimes having eggs. Should he explore with his main body? Suchen immediately shook his head. Not a good idea. There were countless simulations to be done, missing one today was not a big deal, he could always try again tomorrow. However, he only had one life, and if he died, he would lose everything. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Suchen spent the day practicing his muddy water skill in the water pit. The results were remarkable. His muddy water skill could now shoot up to 4 meters, engulfing mud, unleashing the enhanced version with even greater power. Satisfied, Suchen ate dozens of red fruits, then closed his eyes to sleep. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 20. Suchen opened his eyes, a gleam in them. He began to feel that a slime could fall asleep at any time, and the ability to quickly regain energy was a divine skill. Normally, the greater the consumption, the longer the recovery time required. However, the slime's recovery speed was extremely fast. In the simulation, minor injuries were quickly healed, while more severe ones would be better the next day, not affecting its activities at all. Unfortunately, slimes were too weak. If they were strong enough, coupled with this trait, they would be invincible. Other slimes might not make it, but he was an exception. Suchen envisioned the future with excitement and started the simulation. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining 5, simulation initiated. On the first day, you went directly to the nearest hole. Inside, there was nothing, but you caught a hint of a special scent, indicating that the hole had an owner. You arrived at the second cave and spotted a swift passing shadow. You activated the water surge skill, flooding the cave with water, and a shadow darted out from inside. Quickly blocking its path, you discovered a red beetle the size of a fist with faint sparks on its body. Water surge. The sparks on the red beetle's body extinguished, and it collapsed on the ground. Carefully, you cast a few more water surge skills to ensure it was immobilized before cautiously approaching. Preventing it from feigning death, you unleashed another water surge skill to shatter it into pieces before feeling at ease. With a series of water surge skills, you felt somewhat dehydrated. The next day, you found yourself staring at the bodies of 3 beetles by the edge of a puddle. Yesterday, you had explored all 5 caves, finding these beetles in 4 of them, weak creatures easily defeated with a water surge skill. Feeling hungry, you ate some red fruits and paused, contemplating whether beetles were edible. On the 3rd day, you returned to the first cave, seemingly empty despite lingering traces of presence. Suddenly sensing danger, you didn't hesitate and fled towards a distance. Looking back, you saw a familiar figure, the red mouse. Knowing you were no match for it, you desperately ran. Bang! A fireball exploded behind you, sending you flying and causing considerable damage. Terrified, you increased your speed, and the red mouse stopped chasing after a while. Escaping narrowly, you hurried back to the puddle, taking a while to recover but dared not venture out again. Watching the simulated subtitles, Suchen was at a loss for words, realizing how exaggerated it was. But the simulated me is quite daring, going everywhere without fear. Praising the simulated version indirectly praised himself, Suchen didn't hold back in admiring the bravery. That red mouse can bite down a phoenix in one go, much stronger than me. Having such a neighbor, Suchen felt a headache coming on. On the 4th day, as the phoenix descended punctually, you unleashed the prepared water surge skill, mud enhancement version. The phoenix took a heavy blow, falling from the sky, clearly injured. Alert, you quickly followed up with a regular water surge skill. The phoenix shuddered twice and lay still. Approaching the phoenix, you picked up some stones and cautiously threw them, then prodded it with a long stick, but there was no response. After much hesitation, you returned to the puddle, swallowed a large amount of mud, and then approached the phoenix, activating the water surge skill, mud enhancement version. Confirming the phoenix's demise, you jubilantly jumped in place. After the excitement, you prepared to drag the phoenix's body to the edge of the puddle, marking your first victory over such a magical creature. Suddenly, a shadow swiftly approached, prompting you to flee back into the puddle. You then saw the red mouse dragging the phoenix's body away, casting a taunting and disdainful glance at you before leaving. Damn it! This mouse! On the 5th day, pondering how to deal with the troublesome mouse, you decided to abandon the idea, recognizing the importance of being wise and considering yourself a hero. On the 6th day, you explored the direction where the carriage had departed a few days ago. After walking a kilometer without spotting anything suspicious, you encountered magical creatures similar to the phoenix, some of which were friendly, allowing you to communicate effortlessly. From them, you learned about magical beasts in this world, including themselves and the strange-looking monkeys, humans. Humans and Warcraft are not friendly towards each other. Most of the time, Warcraft are just species enslaved by humans. However, there are powerful Warcraft that can beat humans to a pulp. You wanted to learn more, but your body started signaling dehydration, so you quickly returned to the waterhole. On the 7th day, you found the Warcraft from yesterday again, asked many questions, and finally gained some understanding of this world. However, these Warcraft are too low level, never leaving this place, and knowing little about the world. On the 8th day, you didn't go out, you rested in the waterhole. You discovered that while sleeping, you seemed to absorb more energy from the crystal stones at the bottom of the mud. So, you turned sleeping into cultivation, wanting to see how much strength you could gain by sleeping until the end of your life. On the 9th day, you continued cultivating. On the 10th day, you were still cultivating. On the 20th day, you opened your eyes, looking around in confusion. At some point, the water hole you were in had dried up completely, and you woke up in the dryness. Once you understood the situation, degree. On the 21st day, you were still at the bottom of the water hole, with only mysterious crystal stones beside you. The place you were in had only a bit of moisture deeper down. Relying on this bit of moisture, you managed to survive until now. You pondered how to escape this predicament, thinking for a long time, but besides ascending, there seemed to be no way out. Due to dehydration, you had become shriveled. On the 22nd day, you persisted for another day, feeling really awesome, but if a slime were to come, you might have turned into dried slime. You comforted yourself with a spirit of resilience. As long as you live one more second, you're not losing, encouraging yourself to keep going. On the 23rd day, you held on for another day, shriveled to the size of an apple, completely devoid of any moisture. You knew you were close to death, with only half an hour left. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared. You looked over and saw that darn red mouse. Its eyes gleamed with greed as it charged towards the crystal stones in you. You wanted to use your water manipulation skill, but you couldn't, because you were already dried up. At the critical moment, you swallowed a crystal stone, defiantly facing the red mouse, raising a middle finger. Die, you damn mouse, die with me. Boom! You exploded. You died. Fire resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experience of 23 days. 2. Physical fitness of 23 days. Watching the simulation end, Suchin cursed loudly. Damn mouse, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you for sure. As the words fell, a dark shadow appeared at the edge of the water hole, looking down into the water. Squeak, squeak. Seeing this dark shadow, Suchin trembled all over, waited for a while, and seeing that the red mouse showed no intention of leaving, he realized it was not good. Bracing himself, he floated to the surface, the red mouse staring intently at Suchen, then shifting its gaze to the bottom of the water. Suchen knew that the red mouse wasn't after him, it was after the crystal stones. Hurriedly putting on a flattering look, Big Brother Mouse, is there something you need from me? The red mouse looked at Suchen strangely. I am Flame Mouse, what's in the water hole? Suchen shook his head repeatedly. Nothing, nothing at all. Saying that, Suchen approached the edge of the water hole, offering a few red fruits, trying to please. Big Brother Flame Mouse, we are neighbors, let's get along well. A small token of sincerity, please accept. The Flame Mouse gulped down the fruits, gave Suchen a strange look, and ran off. Watching the Flame Mouse's departing figure, Suchen muttered under his breath, raising both middle fingers, damn, keep showing off, sooner or later, I'll be eating mouse meat. The Flame Mouse stopped in its tracks and looked back at Suchen. Suchen's heart skipped a beat and quickly said, Mr. Flame Mouse, take care. The Flame Mouse turned and disappeared. Seeing the Flame Mouse completely gone, a weight lifted off Suchen's heart. Now he had time to choose his reward. Without hesitation, he directly chose option 2. A pure power surged into his body, and Suchen felt like he was being elevated, feeling refreshed. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 1, 38. 88%. Attribute, water lifespan, 77 days skill, mudwater, enhanced version, resistance, flame resistance, 10, achievements, slime in the mud true dry child review, a uniquely styled water slime with the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. His lifespan increased significantly, and his flame resistance increased by 1. The highest increase was in the parentheses after the level. Did that represent experience points? Would leveling up happen when it's full? Suchen was a bit puzzled. Oh well, I'll figure it out eventually. Shaking his head, Suchen pushed the thought aside. He had 5 simulation points left now, with an additional 10 points tomorrow, just enough for 1 simulation. However, as his strength grew, the simulation points needed each time would increase. Did that mean he could only passively wait for the daily automatic increase and save up points? 1 day passed, simulation points +10, remaining simulation points, 15. Suchen opened his eyes, stretched lazily, even though slimes didn't have a waist. It felt good to have hands. In yesterday's simulation, besides learning about the Flame Mouse's danger, he also learned about its strength. With such a neighbor nearby, Suchen had been on edge even while sleeping, fearing the Flame Mouse might come back for revenge. His small body probably couldn't withstand a fireball from it. Besides, there was another crucial piece of information. Starting today, the 19th day, the water in the pond would dry up, and he could only last for 2 more days before dying. Finding a water source quickly was urgent. Opening the system, he began the simulation. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining points 0, simulation starts. On the first day, you went to the nearest cave, finding nothing inside. It seemed the Flame Mouse wasn't home at that time. After using the mud water skill several times, all 4 beetles died. You hesitated for a moment, then swallowed them all. The taste was bitter, sour, and strange, nothing like the red fruits you ate every day, but it was still an improvement in your life. On the second day, you stayed inside because you noticed rat footprints near the pond when you returned yesterday. Obviously, the Flame Mouse had sneaked in while you were away. However, it didn't go into the water. The crystal was still intact at the bottom of the pond. You covered the crystal with mud more securely, but you could feel the crystal's power slowly dissipating. Your perception of energy became very acute after reaching the first tier, as if it were an innate ability. You knew the heavy mud cover couldn't fool the Flame Mouse. You guarded the pond all day, and the Flame Mouse appeared multiple times, always testing the situation. On the third day, a phoenix landed, thirsty for water. It was met with a mud water skill, an enhanced version, a 4-meter-long pillar of water mixed with mud, gushing out at that moment. The phoenix was stunned, then quickly encased and crashed to the ground. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out and swiftly grabbed the phoenix. You watched the Flame Mouse snatch your prey and cursed loudly. Upon seeing this, Suchen cursed along with the subtitles, "Damn mouse, sooner or later you'll be fried, stir-fried, braised, stewed." On the fourth day, the flame mouse came more frequently, seemingly convinced that there was something at the bottom of the water pit. It questioned you, a human, how could it be tricked into leaving by a mouse? On the fifth day, the flame mouse returned, this time seemingly unwilling to leave easily. It tentatively extended its foot into the water pit, then let out a scream and withdrew its foot. You saw a large amount of steam rising from where its foot touched the water. This mouse fears water. You wanted to use a water skill, but you knew that to defeat this flame mouse, relying solely on water skills wouldn't be enough to defeat it in one move. On the sixth day, while the flame mouse hadn't arrived yet, you used a water skill to moisten the ground next to the water pit. Sure enough, after the flame mouse arrived, it didn't dare to approach. On the seventh day, the flame mouse returned, looking at the moist ground next to the water pit with panic and hesitation. On the eighth day, you didn't moisten the ground again because using the water skill would deplete the water, and now there wasn't much water left in the pit after your 2 days of moistening the ground. The flame mouse came to the edge of the water pit, watching the water level drop, a look of joy in its eyes, asking if you could drain all the water. You told it that if it wanted you to do something, it needed to bring a treasure in exchange. The flame mouse left. On the ninth day, the flame mouse returned, bringing a large number of red fruits. It pointed to the red fruits, then to the water surface, treasure. Exchange. Who the hell do you think you are, calling those few fruits treasures and wanting to exchange with me? You cursed. The flame mouse sensed that you didn't want to exchange, and spewed a fireball. You couldn't dodge in time, and most of your body was burned. The water in the pit decreased by half. The flame mouse looked somewhat worriedly at the bottom of the pit, seemingly afraid of damaging whatever was down there with its attacks. It wanted you to bring up what was down there for it, and you were furious. Hit me and still want me to do things for you? The flame mouse didn't understand your words and kept asking you to bring things up for it. After some thought, you told it to go find more red fruits, only then would you trade with it. The flame mouse left, and you quickly dug out the crystal, reached the land, and fled into the distance. Running 100 meters, you saw a familiar figure ahead. The flame mouse spotted you and charged towards you. Damn, why so unlucky? Choosing a direction at random, it happened to be the direction the flame mouse had left. You used the water skill, but the agile flame mouse easily dodged it, brewing a large fireball in its mouth. Determined, you swallowed the crystal directly. Boom! You exploded. You died. Flame resistance +2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 9 days of experience. 2. 9 days of physical fitness. Damn mouse. Su Chen was filled with anger. This mouse was like a thorn in his side, making him feel helpless and unable to do anything. Looking at the two options, Su Chen hesitated for a moment and chose one. A wave of memories rushed in, and Su Chen gained insights into what he had seen and felt during these 9 simulated days. Character panel, Su Chen race, slime, blue, level, first tier, first level, 40%. Attribute, water lifespan, 76 days. Skill, muddy water, enhanced version, resistance, flame resistance, 12. Achievements, slime in the mud. True dry child evaluation, a uniquely styled water-based slime, surprisingly possessing the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. Without choosing 2, the value in parentheses after the level still increased slightly. Su Chen pondered for a moment and looked towards the bottom of the water pit. Considering the flame mouse's persistence towards the crystal, the expected 2% increase should be due to the crystal's enhancement. With this in mind, Su Chen went to the bottom of the pit, dug out the crystal, held it close, and felt a surge of power flowing into his body. After waiting for a moment, he opened the panel again. Character panel, Su Chen race, slime, blue, level, first tier, first level, 41%. Practice brings true knowledge. Indeed, it is the crystal's enhancement. If it's full, he can level up, then he can understand why the flame mouse is so persistent. If he can embed such a treasure on the roof of a carriage, what kind of existence would be inside the carriage? The night scenery is beautiful. Su Chen took advantage of the night to come to the land. With memories from the simulator, Su Chen easily found his way to the flame mouse's habitat. Sensing the lingering scent of the flame mouse in the air, it was clear that the flame mouse was currently in its burrow. I'll let you off this time, but next time you're in trouble, he muttered quietly, then moved to the other burrows. Activate muddy water skill. A red beetle rushed out of the burrow, barely alive. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen opened his mouth and swallowed it. Eating red fruits every day, he was almost turning into one. This time, he came out to change his taste and to check on the flame mouse's situation. Being passive all the time was not good. Just like in the simulator, it was astringent, sour, bitter, and a bit gritty. Even though slimes don't have teeth, the gritty feeling was evident. Suchin spat out something that felt gritty. It was a small stone-like object with a faint energy circulating inside. What is this thing? Ding! Detected the presence of a non-grade magic crystal. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? The conversion rate of magic crystal to simulation points is affected by the host's level. This magic crystal is a non-grade crystal, lower than the host's level, so the conversion rate is reduced. Suchen was stunned. Magic crystal? Non-grade? Simulation points? Conversion rate? Convert! Suchen shouted. Converted 1 non-grade magic crystal, obtained 0.5 simulation points. 0.5? Suchen checked the panel. Remaining simulation points, 0.5. Suddenly, he felt like shouting out loud in joy. Suchen felt like he could go up and kiss the flame mouse right now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a dark shadow darted behind him. Suchen quickly turned around, alertly looking at the flame mouse. Could it have heard his thoughts and come out to ask for a kiss? Startled by Suchen, the flame mouse looked at him in confusion, then glanced at the beetle burrow filled with water beside him. Are you hunting? Suchen nodded repeatedly, thinking about how to get away. He couldn't just discover a way to earn simulation points and then get killed by this old mouse. Stay away, this is my territory. Suchen nodded quickly and indicated he was leaving immediately. Puzzled, the flame mouse watched Suchen leave and went back into its burrow. Once out of the flame mouse's territory, Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. The monsters in this world seemed as cunning as humans. Any monster could respond intelligently, showing no signs of low intelligence. Back in the water pit, Suchen slowly sorted through the system prompts. Magic crystals can be converted into simulation points, which is good news, but as one's level increases, the conversion rate of crystals of the same level will decrease, which is considered bad news. This means that in order to obtain enough simulation points, one must personally hunt and kill magical beasts that are not lower in level than oneself. Thinking of that fire mouse, Suchen gritted his teeth and said, "Sooner or later, I will turn you into simulation points." After restoring his state in the puddle, Suchen headed in a direction to explore. The dead rat dared not enter the puddle, which saved Suchen some worry. At least for a short time he didn't have to worry about it stealing the crystals. Soon, Suchen left the puddle and walked about a kilometer before several mosquito-like magical beasts appeared in front of him. One mosquito-like magical beast was the first to spot Suchen, its compound eyes gleaming. "Brothers, is that a slime over there? Want to suck it? What's so good to suck about a slime?" "The fire-type slime's here. One suck and my mouth got burned last time and still hasn't healed." "That seems to be a water-type slime." All the mosquito magical beasts instantly looked at Suchen in unison. Suchen's ice-blue body instantly became incredibly delicious in their eyes. "Kind fire mosquito emperor, have you generously sent this water-type slime to us? After 8 days of dry mouth, I can finally have a drink." Suchen listened to the conversation of these fire mosquito magical beasts, feeling speechless. If it weren't for their appearance, it would be really hard to associate these conversations with magical beasts. One fire mosquito couldn't bear it and charged towards Suchen at a very fast speed. Its sharp mouthparts gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Suchen opened his mouth, water jet skill. Sizzle! The fire mosquito was instantly hit, flew backwards, and fell to the ground, motionless. Suchen nodded in satisfaction. Killing a fire mosquito in one strike was quite efficient. Looking at the remaining fire mosquitoes, Suchen didn't miss a single opportunity. "I cowered in fear against the fire mouse. But against you little trash, I'll hit you hard. Water jet! Water jet! Water jet! Water jet!" Suchen spat out 4 jets of water in a row, then leaned on the ground, supporting his body with one hand. His body had shrunk by a circle compared to before. "Damn, I spat too much saliva," feeling exhausted. 4 fire mosquitoes fell to the ground, all dead. Suchen proudly walked up to one of them, hesitated for a moment. It was his first time trying to eat a mosquito. He closed his eyes and swallowed it in one gulp. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. With one gulp, the ancients did not deceive me. Tears of emotion streamed down Suchen's face. After so many days of crossing over, he finally ate meat. A cracking sensation came, Suchen spat it out, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed a small stone like the one in the beetle's body before. However, the crystal of the fire mosquito was slightly larger than the beetle's, containing much more energy. Ding! Detected the presence of a non-entry-level magic crystal. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? Convert. Converted 1 non-entry-level magic crystal. Obtained simulation points x0.91. Indeed, the magic crystal of the fire mosquito was much more valuable than the beetle's, nearly twice as much. Suchen looked at the remaining 4 fire mosquitoes. After several rounds of swallowing and spitting, 4 crystals were filtered out. Convert. Converted 1 non-entry level magic crystal, obtains simulation points x0. 91. Converted 1 non-entry level magic crystal, obtains simulation points x0. 91. Converted 1 non-entry level magic crystal, obtains simulation points x0. 91. Converted 1 non-entry level magic crystal, obtains simulation points x0. 91. Suchen excitedly looked at the panel. Remaining simulation points, 5. 05. A wave of exhaustion hit him. Suchen suppressed his excitement and hurried back to the puddle. It had been half an hour since he came out, and the moisture in his body had been depleted after using the water jet skill several times. If he didn't go back now, he might not be able to make it back. Tomorrow morning, as the sun rises, after basking in the sun all day, you can obtain a freshly baked piece of slime jerky. Returning to the water pit, replenishing your water, Suchen leisurely goes to the bottom of the water, digs out a crystal stone to hold in his arms, and enters a dreamland. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 15. 05. Suchen opens his eyes, with yesterday's harvest in hand. Today's focus is on exploration, finding more habitats of weak monsters. After confirming safety, his true self will come to harvest, and the simulation points will be easily obtained. Feeling great. Let's start simulating. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining simulation points 0. 05. Simulation begins. On the first day, before dawn, you went out to search for the habitats of weak monsters. After a day of searching, exhausted, you only found 3 places with monsters and 3 places with traces of possible monster activity. You even discovered 1 trace with strong residual energy, knowing it was a presence you shouldn't provoke. Cautiously, you deeply remember this place and decide never to return. On the second day, while still lazing in the water pit, a phoenix landed, startling you with its heat, and you sprayed a mouthful of water skill. The phoenix died, and a black shadow appeared instantly. It was a flame mouse. It ate the phoenix, eyed you, seeming unsatisfied. Amidst your calls of Mr. Mouse, the flame mouse left. On the third day, as you were about to leave the water pit, you noticed a large number of rat footprints nearby. You knew that a cursed flame mouse was lurking nearby. After hesitating, you decided to leave the water pit. The flame mouse didn't show up as you left. When you returned after going far away, you saw the flame mouse tentatively trying to enter the water pit. Watching nervously, fearing it might get the crystal stone, although you knew it feared water. In the end, the flame mouse couldn't overcome its fear of water and left disappointed. You breathed a sigh of relief, replenished your water, and went out to continue exploring. On the fourth day, having found nothing from yesterday's exploration, you decided to change direction today. After walking a few hundred meters, you saw a strange patch of green grass, behind which was a hole. After hesitating for a moment, you slowly approached, and a fireball burst out from inside, startling you, making you dodge quickly. A rabbit appeared from the hole, nibbling on a carrot, the one who had emitted the fireball just now. You observed that the energy fluctuation on the rabbit was not high, so you cautiously launched a water skill. The rabbit dodged skillfully, you managed to provoke it, and the battle began. The rabbit struck first, you narrowly avoided it. The rabbit spat out a fireball, you couldn't dodge, took a hit, but found yourself unharmed. The rabbit was surprised, you launched an attack, making the rabbit panic. Seizing the opportunity, you successfully hit with a water skill. The rabbit writhed in pain on the ground, you followed up with 3 more water skills, and the rabbit stopped moving. To prevent the rabbit from feigning death, you waited a while and then added 2 more water skills. You swallowed the rabbit, inside which you found a magic crystal, larger than a firefly's and more rounded, not like a stone. Thinking for a moment, you carried the crystal and continued exploring. On the 5th day, the flame mouse no longer concealed its form, brazenly lurking beside the water pit, as if it wanted to kill you as soon as you came ashore. Despite calling Mr. Mouse several times, it was of no use, it refused to leave. After much hesitation, you offered some red fruits, and the flame mouse reluctantly let you leave. On the 6th day, you didn't go out because the flame mouse demanded that you hand over what was at the bottom of the water hole and threatened that it wouldn't leave unless you complied, even going as far as to dry you and the water hole together if you didn't. Seeing this, Suchen was itching with hatred, wishing to go and battle the darn mouse right now. However, it was just a thought. The darn mouse was of a higher level than oneself, and the exact difference was unknown, making victory impossible. On the 7th day, strangely, the flame mouse didn't show up. You cautiously explored the surroundings but found no trace of it. Could it have been eliminated? You thought so, although you knew it was unlikely. You continued to explore the surrounding areas and made some discoveries. On the 8th day, you spent the whole day exploring the area. On the 9th day, you didn't rest at all, exploring within a radius of 600 meters. On the 15th day, the water level in the waterhole had dropped to an extremely low level, and you knew it would completely dry up in 3 days. However, during these days of exploration, you hadn't found any water source. On the 16th day, you had explored the area within a 900-meter radius centered around the waterhole, marking several dangerous spots. However, you hadn't found many habitats of weak monsters. Most of what you found were entities with energy fluctuations stronger than your own. On the 17th day, you encountered a group of mice. They weren't strong, but they were fast. Seizing the opportunity, you used your water skill to kill 2 of them. You ate well, even considering sprinkling some cumin. The magic crystals inside the mice were relatively small, similar in size to those of the flame mosquito. You speculated that the rabbit you had previously killed was a true monster, one with a level and the ability to use skills. However, these mice, the flame mosquito from before, and the beetle you initially ate didn't release any skills, and their energy fluctuations were weak. Thinking this, you suddenly realized that you were quite strong. On the 18th day, the water in the waterhole had completely dried up, and you felt the power of the crystals emanating outward. At the same time, your own strength was gradually diminishing over time, and you couldn't stay away from water for long. The flame mouse appeared, greedily eyeing the crystals at the bottom of the hole and rushed towards them. You knew you were no match. Looking at the magic crystal of the rabbit you had hunted before, you hesitated for a moment, then directly consumed it. Since magic crystals were the energy source of monsters, would consuming them make you stronger too? You had no other choice, you had to take a chance. Obviously, you failed. Your body convulsed, the power in the magic crystal that didn't belong to you rampaging inside you. You knew this feeling, it was the prelude to an explosion. You dug out a crystal and swallowed it directly, flipping off the flame mouse. Come at me. Boom! You exploded. You died, flame resistance +2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experiences of 18 days. 2. The physical fitness of 18 days. Su-Chen watched the simulation end, his hatred towards the flame mouse escalating. This guy just wouldn't die, making it hard to let go of the grudge. At the same time, a question arose. What level of existence was that flame mouse? Regardless of its level, Su-Chen knew he had to quickly increase his strength. The flame mouse had already set its sights on the crystals. If he didn't kill it, he would have to give up the crystals, and there was no guarantee that after giving the crystals to the flame mouse, it wouldn't turn around and devour him. Looking at the 2 options, Su-Chen hesitated. Choosing option 2 would provide a boost in strength and increase experience points, but based on the previous experience, it was unlikely to instantly max out the experience points for an upgrade. Without leveling up, his strength wouldn't see a significant increase. Option 1, you can obtain all the memories of this exploration, the locations of those weak monster beasts, as well as the positions of that rabbit monster beast and other monster beasts. Once you kill them and convert the magic crystals, you can gain more simulation points. Right now, the most urgent need is to enhance strength, and enhancing strength requires simulation, which in turn requires simulation points. So, enhancing strength equals simulation points. Understanding this relationship, Su-Chen no longer hesitated. Choose option 1. With a large influx of memories, Su-Chen's eyes lit up. After replenishing his water, he came to the surface, carefully observed the surroundings, and headed towards one of the locations. Soon, a thicket appeared in Su-Chen's field of vision. Behind the thicket was a hidden hole. Just like in his memory, looking carefully beside it, there were 2 other quite similar holes. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. It was daytime, and this rabbit monster beast was resting in its burrow. Su-Chen's arrival didn't escape its notice at all. Whoosh! A fireball suddenly spewed out of the hole. Su-Chen was hit, fell to the side, motionless. The rabbit monster beast came out of the hole, circled around Su-Chen, and then approached. Suddenly, a water column spouted from Su-Chen's fallen body, hitting the rabbit monster beast at close range. The rabbit monster beast writhed in pain on the ground. Pretending to be dead, Su-Chen consecutively cast 2 water skills, and the rabbit monster beast stopped moving. You little thing! You still want to ambush me? Feeling proud, Su-Chen swallowed half of the rabbit, spat out a magic crystal. Just as in the simulation, the magic crystal was round, with a strong energy fluctuation, clearly not ordinary. Ding! Detection of a first-order first-level magic crystal. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? The conversion rate of magic crystals to simulation points is influenced by the host's level. This magic crystal is a first-order first-level magic crystal. With an average host level, the conversion rate is normal. A first-order first-level magic crystal? Does this mean that the rabbit monster beast he ate was at the same level as him? Just this? With this comparison, Su Chen instantly gained confidence. Sooner or later, the dead old mouse would also become his simulation points. Convert 1 first order first level magic crystal, obtain 10 simulation points. A full 10 simulation points. Before leveling up, this was equivalent to 1 simulation opportunity. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze resting on the thicket in front of the rabbit hole. They say rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, and these clumps of grass were quite lush, with sharp edges on the leaves. But what caught Su Chen's attention was not that, but the color of the grass. They were all green. For some reason, most of the plants in this area were predominantly red in color in the simulation, with very few plants being entirely green like this. This was why Su Chen could spot this hidden rabbit hole at a glance. If the grass were red, it would be extremely difficult to detect, but turning green, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Whether this rabbit had a screw loose or had a sense of style and pursuit, not wanting to go with the flow, wanting to stand out. Approaching the thicket, Su Chen broke off a blade of grass and held it in his palm, juice oozing out, soaking his hand. Su Chen felt a slight numbing sensation. Can this grass cause paralysis? Su Chen realized that the edges of these grasses were sharp, even a monster beast could accidentally cut itself, allowing the juice to seep in, paralyzing the body, and then the rabbit monster beast could come out to harvest. What a cunning rabbit, but too bad it met me. Feeling proud, Su Chen broke off a dozen or so blades. Although the paralysis effect wasn't very strong, it was better than nothing. He would take them back for research. After doing all this, Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. Seeing no danger, he happily left, heading to the next destination. Besides this rabbit monster beast, those rats were also a big deal. Although a single transformation is definitely not as good as the rabbit demon, the quantity is not small. In the simulation, there are at least 20 or 30 of them, which can contribute quite a few simulation points. After carefully approaching the gathering place of the mice, Su Chen felt a bit hesitant. The mice were found, right before his eyes. There were more than 30 of them. If he could catch them all, it would be considered a great harvest. How should I do this? After thinking for a while, Su Chen looked at the half-rabbit and the paralyzing grass he was holding. A plan emerged. First, he returned to the water hole to replenish his own water, then crushed the paralyzing grass and mixed it with the half-rabbit, releasing a fragrant smell. This smells quite nice. I can't bear to feed that group of mice. Su Chen resisted the urge to take a bite and entered the water to rest. For the best effect, it might take a couple of hours of marinating. In a daze, Su Chen heard a squeaking sound. He quickly came to the surface of the water and saw the figure of a flame mouse limping away in a panic. Looking at the paralyzing rabbit meat on the ground, one of the rabbit's legs was missing. Su Chen could easily understand. The flame mouse, hiding nearby, couldn't resist the scent and ate the specially prepared paralyzing rabbit meat. Unfortunately, the paralyzing grass effect was still a bit weak. If it could completely paralyze the flame mouse, it could directly eliminate a threat. Anyway, this target is not you this time, so let you live a few more days. However, even effective against the flame mouse, this thing is quite powerful. I can try the whole assembly line. Rabbit meat is gone, but paralyzing beetles and paralyzing mouse meat are still good. Picking up the marinated paralyzing rabbit meat, Su Chen walked towards the group of mice. The group of mice was only over 600 meters away from the water hole. At Su Chen's current speed, he could reach it in a few minutes. As soon as he arrived, the group of mice that smelled the fragrance rushed over eagerly. Su Chen, who was prepared, threw down the rabbit and then ran to hide on the side. When the group of mice approached, they were very alert, twitching their noses to sniff. Unfortunately, besides smelling the fragrance of the paralyzing rabbit meat, they couldn't detect Su Chen's scent at all. This was a point that Su Chen discovered in this simulation. It seemed that water element slimes were tasteless. He wondered how they tasted, but when he looked down at his body, Su Chen quickly abandoned that bold idea. After the group of mice found no other suspicious smells or dangers, they eagerly started eating one by one. Perhaps marinated for too long, the after effect was too strong. A few mice just took a couple of bites and fell stiffly to the ground. The other mice, still eating, upon seeing this, quickly abandoned the delicious food in their mouths and prepared to flee. Unfortunately, at their level of not even reaching the first tier, after eating this specially marinated paralyzing rabbit meat, they could only take a few steps before stumbling and limping. Only a few weaker ones who had been at the back of the group, unable to push through the panicking mice in front, narrowly escaped. At this moment, they realized something was wrong and quickly fled in all directions. Su Chen wouldn't give them this chance. Activating his water skill, one after another, all were captured. The revenge of the flame mouse will start with sacrificing you all. Not a single mouse managed to escape. Looking at the ground full of mice, Su Chen felt troubled. Half a rabbit was already his limit. He really couldn't eat these mice. But if he didn't, and without tools at hand to dissect them and find the crystals, after thinking for a while, Su-chen found a sharp-edged stone and worked hard to dissect them. This scene was extremely discordant. The cute and harmless slime was dissecting one mouse after another with a sharp stone, transforming into a first-level magic crystal, receiving simulation points x0. 98 transforming one low-grade magic crystal, obtaining 0. 98 simulation points. Transforming one low-grade magic crystal, obtaining 0. 98 simulation points. With each system prompt sound appearing, Su-chen's remaining simulation point value rapidly increased. As the final prompt sound ended, the remaining simulation point value stopped at 42. 34 foot. The ground was littered with mouse corpses. Halfway through dissecting them, Su-chen swallowed two, not tasting great, a bit sour, much inferior to rabbit beast meat. How should I deal with these meats? Su-chen felt a bit troubled. Excluding the 2 mice Su-chen had eaten, there were still a total of 31 mouse corpses left. Although not tasty, it was still food. Wasting was shameful, and slimes were not picky eaters. Gathering some vines, Su-chen weaved them into a long rope, threading through all the mouse corpses, forming a string. Dragging it on the ground, heading towards the water pit. Today is a good day, a joy of harvest. Walking, Su-chen hummed a tune he composed. Soon, the water pit came into view. Su-chen stopped, turned back to look at the string of mice behind him, carefully surveying the surroundings. Those dead mice were hidden around. With him blatantly killing so many of their kind, wouldn't they retaliate and try to kill him? Thinking of this possibility, Su-chen threw down the string of mice. As good as mouse meat was, nothing was more important than one's life. Abandoning the string of mice, Su-chen returned to the water pit, watching from afar. After a moment, the flame mouse indeed appeared, heading straight for the string of mice. It circled around twice, then turned its gaze towards Su-chen peeking from the water pit. Oh my, is this dead mouse so clever? Su-chen could tell, the flame mouse had already figured out that he killed those mice. However, the flame mouse made no move, even kicked a few times in disgust, then disappeared without a trace. Su-chen was puzzled for a moment, then emerged from the water pit. Could it be that the flame mouse and these mice are not from the same group? Nevertheless, the flame mouse had no fondness for these mice, which relieved him of a worry. Leaving the string of mice by the water pit, Su-chen opened the system, now having 42 simulation points, enough for 2 simulations, and began. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining 27. 34 points, simulation initiated. On the first day, a phoenix landed. You did not release any skills, quietly sneaked under it as it drank water, then suddenly attacked, pulling it into the water. The phoenix struggled for a bit, but under your swift punches, it ceased to breathe. On the second day, the flame mouse demanded something from the bottom of the water. You gave it a few red fruits and sent it away. Knowing that enhancing strength was the top priority now, you did not go out to explore. Instead, you quietly stayed at the bottom of the water pit practicing with the crystal. On the third day, while still practicing with the crystal, in a daze, you heard squeaking sounds. Knowing it was the flame mouse getting impatient, you ignored it and continued practicing. On the fourth day, the flame mouse ran out of patience. While you were practicing, a fireball suddenly fell. Boom! A loud noise, half of the water in the pit disappeared, and you were startled awake. You surfaced, seeing the flame mouse glaring at you, demanding you immediately hand over what was at the bottom of the water, or it would dry up the pit. You confronted the flame mouse, agreeing to retrieve the item for it in 10 days. The flame mouse proposed 8 days, and you agreed. On the 5th day, you continued practicing. On the 8th day, while practicing, you suddenly smelled an extremely foul odor, surfacing to see the string of mice. The temperature here was high, and it was a miracle that these mouse strings could be preserved for so long. Helpless, you naturally wouldn't eat such food again, so you dragged the string of mice a dozen meters away and disposed of it. On the 9th day, you continued to practice, and you could clearly feel that you were absorbing more and more energy from the crystal. On the 12th day, the fire mouse appeared on time, demanding the crystal from the bottom of the water. How could you be willing? The fire mouse was furious. The battle began. You took shelter in the water as the fire mouse spewed a fireball, and you swiftly dove to the bottom of the water. The fireball evaporated most of the water in the pit, and you burst out of the water, unleashing the mud water skill enhanced version. The fire mouse couldn't dodge in time, got hit, and staggered back a few steps. You felt a sense of joy, swallowed another mouthful of mud, loaded up, aimed, and fired. Mud water skill enhanced version. The fire mouse was hit again, squeaked a few times, shook violently, and the mud on its body dispersed, leaving it unharmed. You felt a chill in your heart as 2 skill shots surprisingly did not harm the fire mouse. The fire mouse was completely enraged, opened its mouth to release a fireball, followed by another fireball. A fireball landed on you, instantly disintegrating half of your body, completely evaporating the water in the pit. Your body fell to the bottom of the pit, clutching the crystal tightly. The fire mouse charged towards you, eyes full of greed. You swallowed the crystal, shouted, "Let's die together." Boom! You exploded. You died, achieving the fire mouse's favorite achievement. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 12 days of experience. 2. 12 days of physical fitness. As the simulation ended, Suchen's body trembled. That darn mouse was unexpectedly powerful. Despite having a flame resistance of 14, he could only withstand one hit. Looking at the newly acquired achievement, Suchen's mouth twitched. Fire Mouse's favorite. Increases flame resistance by 50% when battling Fire Mouse. Was this a weapon the system couldn't bear to watch him without? How dare it look down on him like this? The system was really praising him? With this achievement, the mere Fire Mouse was nothing but a defeated foe. As long as he took action, victory was assured, easy as pie, guaranteed success, a battle to fame. After reading the achievement, Suchen looked at the two options. Without hesitation, he chose the second one directly. A surge of ethereal energy flowed into his body, and Suchen could clearly feel his body expanding by a circle. Currently, his body size was that of an adult's head. Compared to the fist size at the beginning, it had grown significantly. In terms of strength, he had also made great progress. Mud-water skill. Instantly, a nearly 5-meter-long column of water gushed out, not only increasing in distance but also slightly enhancing its power. This skill seemed perfect in every aspect, except for the fact that continuous use would dehydrate him. Feeling the changes in himself, Suchen opened the panel to see how much experience he needed to level up. Panel opened. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, first level, 66. 89%. Attribute, water lifespan, 89 days. Skill, mud water, enhanced mud, resistance, flame resistance, 14. Achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, Fire Mouse's favorite. Evaluation, a uniquely styled water-based slime with the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. With significant progress in experience and lifespan, Suchen happily closed the panel. Following this trend, after simulating 2 more times, I'll be able to level up. Floating to the water's surface, he stared at the string of mice. These mice would spoil in 8 days, emitting a foul smell, which was quite good considering they usually spoiled in 3 days. 3 days' time, and he couldn't finish eating them all. I need to figure out a way. After thinking for a moment, Suchen's gaze fell on the remaining numb grass that was picked last time. These grass had been picked for almost half a day, but showed no signs of withering. Could this grass still have a preserving effect? Suchen felt like he had discovered a new continent as he came to the surface. After scanning around, he didn't waste any time and started marinating the rat skewers directly. In the previous simulated memory, besides this group of rats, there was also a group of monsters. However, the monsters in that group were quite powerful, classified as dangerous by the simulated self, and he would definitely not go there in the future. After marinating all these rats, he could try to lure a few out from that group. Of course, this would be done during the simulation. The real body would never take such a risk, absolutely not. After half an hour, he finally succeeded in marinating all the rats. A fragrant smell wafted out, instantly elevating the taste and aroma by several notches. After completing all this, Suchen dived back into the water. The simulation continues, consuming 15 simulation points, remaining 12. 34 points, simulation begins. On the first day, a phoenix descended, attracted by the nearby numb rat skewers. Before it could peck, a water column appeared, instantly sending it away. You came to the surface, swallowed it in one gulp, burped satisfactorily, and said, "Bird meat is still delicious." On the second day, a flame rat demanded something from the underwater, and you gave it a few red fruits to dismiss it. You stayed at the bottom of the water pit practicing with crystal stones. On the third day, the flame rat came, but you ignored it and continued practicing. On the fourth day, the flame rat lost patience and a fireball suddenly fell. Boom! A loud noise, half of the water in the pit disappeared, waking you up. You confronted the flame rat, although you were tempted to see if the new achievement could withstand the flame rat's fireball after the addition. But you knew that if you couldn't handle it, the only result would be swallowing the crystal stone and self-destructing. So, you agreed to meet it 8 days later to give it what it wanted from the underwater. On the 5th day, you were practicing. On the 12th day, the flame rat appeared on time, demanding the crystal stone from the underwater. You knew that this battle was inevitable. So, you taunted it first, enraging the flame rat. The battle immediately commenced. The flame rat spat out a fireball, hitting you accurately, or rather, you had no choice but to take the hit. The fireball caused you some damage, but it was not severe, just a small part of your body charred. Feeling proud, you rushed towards the flame rat and unleashed the water skill. After several water skills, the flame rat was a bit dazed, although it didn't cause any harm. The flame rat regained its senses and spat out several fireballs in a row, and you only dodged one of them. Your body was covered in large black marks, but you knew these were just superficial injuries and couldn't harm you internally. The flame rat hesitated, and you proposed to bring the crystal stone the next day. After a moment of hesitation, the flame rat left. Seeing this, Suchen exclaimed in excitement, his eyes filled with hope, "Dead rat, your end is near." With an additional 50% flame resistance achievement, his flame resistance could reach a terrifying 21 when facing the flame rat. Finally, with 21 points of flame resistance, he could withstand the flame rat's fireball. This guy's attack was unbelievably strong. The simulation continued. On the 13th day, the flame rat did not show up, and you enjoyed the peace, practicing with the crystal stone. That night, in your dreams, you heard rustling sounds. Suddenly, you were awakened. Quietly, you came to the surface and saw a slightly weak but large cat-like black cat, blissfully eating the numb rat skewers you had marinated. You squinted quietly, and suddenly, the black cat's gaze turned towards you, its yellow pupils flashing with a strange light in the night. A wave of fear washed over you, and you hurriedly fled to the bottom of the water hole. After half an hour, you dared to peek out, but the black cat was nowhere to be seen, and only half of the pickled mouse skewer remained on the ground. On the 14th day, the flame mouse still hadn't appeared, and you began to suspect that it had been eaten by that black cat. After all, the aura emanating from that black cat was incredibly powerful, unlike anything you had ever encountered. After much hesitation, you decided to take a look at the flame mouse's cave, knowing that it couldn't harm you now. Upon reaching the flame mouse's cave, you found it fast asleep. When it saw you, it showed a fierce expression. A battle ensued, and you sustained significant injuries before fleeing in disarray. However, you also understood the reason. When the flame mouse approached the water hole, it caught a whiff of the lingering scent of the black cat and was scared away, refusing to come out again. Goodness, this darn mouse is just a bully who's afraid of tough opponents. Suchen fumed, feeling like he had been taken advantage of. On the 15th day, you noticed that the paralyzing mouse skewer on the ground had diminished once again, with no footprints nearby. Obviously, it was the doing of that black cat. You devised a plan, carrying the remaining mouse skewer to the flame mouse's cave and tossing it all inside. The flame mouse rushed out, engaging in a battle with you before you fled once more. On the 16th day, you arrived at the flame mouse's cave to find it empty. Puzzled, you peered inside, only to be met by a dark shadow descending upon you. Before you could react, sharp claws latched onto your body. You died. Sharp weapon defense +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experiences of 16 days. 2. Physical fitness of 16 days. As Suchen watched the simulation end, he was stunned. It was because of the paralyzing mouse skewer that had attracted the black cat. The black cat could have killed him instantly, and the flame mouse was no longer in its cave, indicating that it had likely been devoured. The flame mouse was terrifying enough, and now there was another even more twisted creature. Suchen felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, his figure appeared on the water's surface, his gaze fixed on the paralyzing mouse skewer, a cunning, sinister smile forming on his face. Since that black cat enjoys eating mice, I might as well cater to its taste. He. Choosing option 2, avoid force flowed into his body, and Suchen felt his strength increase significantly. He checked the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 1, 95. 99%. Attribute, water lifespan, 103 days skill, muddy water, enhanced version, resistance, fire resistance, 14, defense, sharp weapon defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud true dry child flame mouse's favorite. Review, a uniquely styled water-based slime with the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. The experience points behind the level were close to reaching 100%, one more simulation could potentially max it out, and Suchen wondered if he would level up after that. A new attribute appeared on the panel, defense. Suchen was puzzled by this sharp weapon defense. Was it because the black cat had killed him with its claws? This speculation needed confirmation, but for now, he didn't dwell on it too much. Observing the sky, Suchen realized it was late, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Floating on the water's surface, he quietly surveyed his surroundings, finding no suspicious dangers. He then dove to the bottom of the water hole, embracing the crystal to cultivate. While called cultivation, it was essentially sleeping. Who would strive for improvement when sleeping could enhance strength? Besides, Suchen had no idea how else to increase his experience points. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 22. 34. A beautiful day began with the appearance of the system prompt sound. Suchen stretched lazily, blew 2 bubbles, and emerged from the water. The water level in the puddle had dropped another notch compared to yesterday, and he still hadn't found a new source of water. The situation was not very optimistic. Before he could finish his thoughts, a dark shadow fell from above. Suchen looked up and saw a flamingo fluttering its wings as it landed beside the puddle. The scent of paralyzing rat skewers successfully lured it over. Watching the flamingo pick up a skewer and eat it, Suchen was stunned. Although in the simulation, the flamingo also showed desire for the rat skewer, he had not let it succeed in the simulation. The flamingo, the size of a pigeon, could swallow a skewer in one gulp, which was something Suchen had not expected. Alright, you've eaten your fill, it's time to send you on your way. Suchen leaped out of the puddle, startling the flamingo, which frantically flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. You ate mine, and now you want to run? The flamingo had just flown a yard high when its wings stiffened instantly, and it fell straight down. Suchen approached, throwing punches wildly, and in a few moments, the flamingo stopped moving. Swallowing it whole, Suchen's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "So tender." Looking at the rat skewer beside it, it was no different from trash. Extracting a magic crystal, Suchen examined it, similar in size to the magic crystal from the rabbit monster. Ding! Detected the presence of a first-order magic crystal. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? This flamingo is also a first-order magic beast? It's too weak. Weaker than that rabbit, Suchen boasted. Conversion. Converted 1 first-order magic crystal, obtained 10 simulation points. The remaining simulation points instantly soared to 32. 34. Enough for 2 simulations. Rubbing his hands together, Suchen dove to the bottom of the puddle and began to simulate, consuming 15 simulation points, remaining simulation points 17. 34. Simulation initiated. On the first day, the fire mouse arrived, and before it could leave, you gave it a few red fruits and it left in a daze. After some thought, you went to observe another colony 900 meters away on the water's surface. There, you saw a lone ant the size of a fist with fiery red antennae. Yes, it was an ant nest. These ants were all non-graded beings, individually not a threat, but their numbers were too many. Just a glance revealed hundreds crawling on the ground. You dropped a rat skewer and left directly. On the second day, you arrived near the ant nest before the fire mouse came. You noticed a few shiny white bones near the ant nest, remnants of the rat skewer from yesterday. You dropped another skewer, this time closer to the ant nest than yesterday. Soon, a large ant found it and began moving the skewer towards the nest. You were surprised. This wasn't how your script was supposed to go. In your script, shouldn't it have been unable to move it and gone to call for help? You intervened, using your water skill to instantly kill the large ant, then cleaned up the scene. Next, you tied a stone to the skewer to increase its weight and changed its direction. This time, you succeeded. After the first ant's failed attempt to move it, it went to call for companions. Dozens of large ants arrived, dragged the skewer away, and disappeared into the ant nest. You stood still, waiting quietly, noticing no further movement. You knew the plan needed adjustment. On the third day, while still in the puddle, pondering how to lure the group of large ants, a fireball suddenly fell. Bang! With a loud bang, the water level dropped by half, waking you up. You arrived at the water's surface and without a word, unleashed your water skills towards the flame mouse. The flame mouse was momentarily stunned, curious how you, who had always been timid before, now displayed such power. It felt the need to show you its strength. The battle began. The flame mouse couldn't defeat you, but the fight caused a significant amount of water in the puddle to evaporate again. You tried to drag the flame mouse away from the water, but it refused to leave the puddle. You knew you couldn't continue the fight. So, you made a pact. In 8 days, you would give it something from the bottom of the water. On the 4th day, you arrived at the ant hole. This time, you threw in 10 paralyzed rat skewers. It attracted hundreds of large ants, dragging the paralyzed rat skewers into the cave. Soon, several large ants limped out, stumbling and falling after a few steps. Just as you guessed. Only after their queen had eaten her fill could they eat, so if you wanted to catch them all, you had to invest a large number of paralyzed rat skewers. However, you knew even if you used all the skewers, you couldn't knock them all down. There were just too many. You returned to the puddle, practicing with the crystal stone while contemplating your next move. Suchen looked at the subtitles, his eyes almost turning into dollar signs. There were already hundreds crawling on the ground. How many more were in that hole? If he could catch them all, how many simulation points could he get? Just thinking about that scene made Suchen tremble with excitement. On the 11th day, the flame mouse appeared. telling you that the 8 days were up and demanding the crystal stone from the bottom of the water. You noticed the flame mouse was much more polite than before, a result of your strength. You despised its cowardly behavior, and the flame mouse grew furious. The battle began instantly. As the water in the puddle began to evaporate, the fight quickly ended. The flame mouse couldn't defeat you, but you couldn't defeat it either. Instead, as the battle raged on, the water in the puddle was about to run dry. You proposed to return the next day and promised to hand over the crystal stone. The flame mouse hesitated, but after you offered it some red fruits and kind words, it finally left. On the 12th day, the flame mouse didn't show up, and you knew it was because of the appearance of the black cat in the area. That night, you heard rustling sounds. You knew it was the black cat eating the paralyzed rat skewers. Quietly, you approached the water's surface and indeed saw the black cat. This time, you were extremely cautious, hiding yourself, and the black cat didn't notice you. It ate 10 skewers, licked its lips in satisfaction, and finally, with some reluctance, looked at the remaining skewers before limping away. You were stunned to see that one of the black cat's hind legs was broken in the middle. On the 13th day, the flame mouse still hadn't appeared, and you knew it was afraid of the black cat's presence. All day, you practiced with the crystal stone in your arms. That night, you heard movement again and quietly approached the water's surface. Sure enough, the black cat appeared once more, eating with some reluctance. This time, it ate very little, only 6 skewers, leaving a few on the ground, hesitating. In the end, as if making a decision, it walked straight towards the distance. You could tell it wasn't satisfied. Bursting out of the water, you called out to it. The black cat stopped, turned to stare at you, its yellow eyes sending shivers down your spine. Suppressing your fear, you told it the rat skewers were yours, and it could eat as it pleased. The black cat hesitated for a moment, then turned back to finish the remaining paralyzed rat skewers, staring at you with deep eyes. Why did you invite me to eat? You didn't answer its question, but instead told it that you could make such delicious food, but there were no more mice at hand, and you knew where the mice were. You pointed out to the black cat the whereabouts of the fire mouse, and the black cat stared at you for a while before leaving. On the 14th day, you didn't know if the fire mouse had been executed by the black cat, but the black cat didn't show up either. On the 16th day, neither of them appeared, and you couldn't wait any longer, so you went to the fire mouse's cave yourself. Inside, you found nothing. You were puzzled, and a dark shadow suddenly descended. You were shocked, but your claws didn't appear. When you turned around, you noticed that the black cat had injuries, although minor, you sensed it. The black cat calmly said, "The fire mouse has escaped." After speaking, it glanced at you and limped away. You were surprised that the fire mouse could escape from the black cat's clutches this time, feeling both helpless and vengeful as the fire mouse had escaped, leaving you with no way to seek revenge. You returned to the water hole to find it dried up. You knew you had to find a new place. On the 17th day, you didn't find a source of water, and your body became extremely shriveled. On the 18th day, you knew you couldn't continue moving, or you would die today. You struggled back to the water hole. On the 19th day, you had shrunk to the size of a fist, death looming over you. You looked at the crystal beside you, hesitating whether to swallow it. On the 20th day, you couldn't hold on any longer. You looked at the crystal beside you, preparing to swallow it to gain some experience. Just as you struggled to open your mouth to swallow the crystal, a large amount of water fell from above, filling the hole and drenching you. Like a sponge, you quickly expanded, and after a moment, your body size and vitality were fully restored. You looked at the remaining water at the bottom of the hole and emerged to the surface. You saw the black cat lying nearby. Beside it was the barely alive fire mouse in a long bamboo tube. Water was dripping from the end of the bamboo tube. The black cat had saved you. To thank the black cat, you used the unrivaled fist technique to turn the fire mouse into minced meat, finally relieving your pent-up resentment, feeling extremely relieved. Faced with the black cat's confusion, you justified it by saying you wanted the meat to be more tender and delicious. The black cat believed your words and even wanted to claw at it to make the meat finer. On the 23rd day, the black cat brought another bamboo tube of water, filling the water hole halfway. Upon your inquiry, you learned that about 5 kilometers to the north, there was a spring that floated night and dried up during the day. You couldn't imagine how the black cat managed to limp 5 kilometers away to bring back water for itself. You were grateful and added more paralyzing grass juice to the fire mouse's meat. On the 24th day, the black cat brought more water, almost filling the water hole. You noticed the presence of injuries on the black cat. Had it encountered a strong enemy on the way? After the black cat finished eating the marinated paralyzing fire mouse meat, it refused your offer to stay and left gracefully. Before leaving, it warned you never to reveal the crystal at the bottom of the water to other monsters. Your heart skipped a beat as you watched the black cat's limping figure disappear from view. On the 25th day, you spent the whole day practicing with the crystal. On the 26th day, you decided to head north for a distance. After eating and drinking your fill, you set out on the journey. By now, you could endure for almost half a day without water while active. If you could rest in the shade for a while, lasting a day wouldn't be a problem. It took you half a day to reach 1,500 meters north of the waterhole, where many powerful monsters resided, emitting a similar aura to the fire mouse. You felt hostility from them. Scared, you hurried back the way you came. On the 27th day, you trained in the puddle. On the 54th day, you spent this time practicing with the crystal in the puddle, feeling that your strength had reached a bottleneck. You knew you had reached the peak of Tier 1. However, subconsciously, you clearly sensed that you seemed unable to level up, or rather, your potential was only at Tier 1, and this was your maximum level, with no possibility of advancement. You felt extremely lonely, unwilling to believe this reality, unwilling to forever be just a Tier 1 slime. On the 56th day, after a day of training, the feeling of being stuck and unable to level up intensified. On the 57th day, same as yesterday. On the 58th day, no change. On the 59th day, feeling somewhat helpless, you stopped training. You truly were just an ordinary slime, unable to change your innate aptitude even with a system. You fell into deep doubt. On the 60th day, you deeply realized that you couldn't level up just by your own strength. You weren't discouraged. Your gaze fell on the crystal. Without hesitation, you swallowed it directly. Tremendous power surged through your body. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experience of 60 days. 2. Physical fitness of 60 days. Without any hesitation, Suchin immediately chose 2. A void power instantly rushed into his body. In a moment, Suchin felt like his body was about to burst. The terrifying power seemed out of control, pulling and stretching his body in all directions. His form was like a piece of clay, being pulled in all directions. Pain surged. Suchin uncontrollably rolled in the puddle, splashing water everywhere. Half an hour later, Suchin was exhausted, his body shrinking by half, lying quietly at the bottom of the puddle, blowing bubbles from his mouth. A silly smile appeared on his face. Hey! Hee hee! Hee hee hee! Character panel, Suchin, race, slime, blue, level, Tier 1 level 2, 0. 0%. Attribute, water lifespan, 177 days skill, muddy water, enhanced version, resistance, fire resistance, 14, explosion resistance, 1, defense, blade defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud true dry child flame mouse's favorite. Evaluation, a uniquely styled water slime with the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. Leveled up. I leveled up. A heavy burden lifted from his heart. Suchin couldn't stop the silly smile on his face. At this moment, if there were other monsters here, they would surely be curious how a slime could show such a lewd smile. The upgrade brought a huge boost, and the most noticeable change for Suchin was the increase in his strength. Now, he could clearly feel that he had the strength of a normal adult, in terms of physical strength. Muddy water skill. A water column shot up from the surface, reaching the sky. 8 meters. The distance wasn't much, but the power had at least doubled. Now, facing the flame mouse again, Suchin was confident he could harm it. Lifespan, compared to before, had also doubled. Among the resistances, an explosion resistance was added, possibly related to being damaged by explosions. Such a significant improvement made Suchin ecstatic beyond control. Suchin leaned over to the crystal beside him and kissed it several times. Without this crystal, he might have remained at Tier 1 level 1. However, it's already so difficult just to level up once. Will it be even harder in the future? Thinking about this issue, Suchin's joy diminished by half. If it gets harder as you go up, how will I manage? Why worry so much? Things will work out in the end. If you can level up once, why worry about not being able to level up twice? Suchin calmed his mind and pondered the next simulation. After leveling up, both his survivability and combat abilities had significantly improved. That ant nest could be the focus of the next simulation. If he could take it down completely, the simulation points he could obtain would definitely be a substantial number. Just as Suchin was contemplating starting the simulation, a dark shadow peeked out at the edge of the waterhole. It was the flame mouse. Sensing a powerful force erupting, it came to inspect the situation. Suchin surfaced, and after leveling up, the flame mouse didn't seem as formidable as before. The flame mouse scrutinized Suchin, a look of astonishment in its eyes. You leveled up? Suchin was taken aback. This old mouse could actually tell he had leveled up with just one glance. Upon closer inspection, he still couldn't see through the flame mouse. Could this old mouse be a level 3 of the first tier? The flame mouse peered into the water hole as if trying to see the bottom, then stared at Suchin. Is there something at the bottom of the water hole? Suchin hesitated for a moment. After so many simulations, he easily brushed off the flame mouse's question. The flame mouse left with the red fruit Suchen gave it. Suchen knew this was just temporary. However, even when he was at the first tier level 1, the flame mouse couldn't do anything to him. Not to mention now that he had leveled up, it was almost impossible for it to harm him. Opening the system, he prepared for the simulation. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining 2. 34 points, simulation begins. On the first day, the flame mouse found you and demanded what was at the bottom of the water hole. You glanced at it, activated the water whip skill, hitting the flame mouse, causing it to retreat several meters. It looked at you in astonishment before leaving. On the second day, the flame mouse didn't show up. You went alone near the ant nest, eyeing the numerous ants, feeling a strong desire. Suddenly, you came up with a plan. Holding the paralysis grass juice in your mouth, you swiftly approached the ant nest. The ants noticed you and swarmed towards you. Faced with numerous fist-sized ants, you quickly sprayed the mixed juice into the nest using the water whip skill. The ants surrounded you in layers. You shouted boldly, "Just a bunch of ants, come as many as you like, I'll kill them all." You were bitten by a large number of ants, feeling itchy and painful. Enraged, you punched rapidly, using the water whip skill, sending many ants flying and disintegrating. 10 minutes later, the ant corpses piled up to your height. Seeing a large number of ants rushing towards you, possibly over 1,000, you felt intimidated. You raised a middle finger at the ant swarm, saying, "Remember, I'm not afraid, it's you who lack integrity, ganging up when you can't win. I'll settle the score with you another day." Then, you turned and fled. On the third day, you looked at your body, swollen by the ant bites. It wasn't that you had become stronger, but the ants had caused your body to swell. These darn ants even poisoned you. Feeling insulted by your once heroic figure, after much consideration, you decided to let the ants off the hook for today. On the fourth day, most of your body had recovered, but some areas were still swollen. You touched it with your hand. Ouch! Never mind, I'll let those damn ants off the hook today. Ah, I'm just too kind. On the fifth day, fully recovered, you trembled at the thought of hundreds and thousands of ants rushing towards you. Or maybe, I should let them off the hook today too? Let's focus on training for today. Suchen stared at the subtitles, stunned. Do I really have such a soft spot? On the sixth day, fully prepared, you set out to confront the ant colony. A dark shadow appeared, a flame mouse. You looked down on it, approaching it directly. "Little mouse, what do you have up your sleeve this time?" Before you could finish, you stared in shock at the dozen or so mice behind the flame mouse that bore a striking resemblance to it. A barrage of fireballs rained down on you in an instant, despite your high fire resistance. The sheer number of fireballs caused immense damage even with your resistance. Explosions thundered, dust and debris flew, leaving a deep pit several meters wide centered around you. The water in the pit evaporated in the explosion, revealing crystal stones at the bottom. The dozen flame mice rushed towards the crystals in unison. You tried to stop them but couldn't. Watching the flame mice seize the crystals, you quickly retreated, knowing it was best to let go of the crystals. As the saying goes, if the mountain stays green, the crystal will return. You didn't run far, hiding among the rubble, silently observing. The first flame mouse to reach the crystal swallowed it whole. You were stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. A 5-meter-wide mushroom cloud rose from the flame mouse that swallowed the crystal. The shockwave pushed you back several meters. When everything settled, you approached and found no trace of the flame mice. Well, turns out they came in a group seeking transcendence. On the seventh day, with the water pit gone, you had no shelter but needed water. Forced to change plans, you headed north. You kept your form hidden in the shadows to minimize water loss. By midday, you reached a place 1,500 meters north, where you encountered powerful magical beasts. 2 flame-covered dogs blocked your path. "Little slime, are you here to bring me water?" The fire dog's companion chimed in. "It's been days since we had water. The sturdy slime must have plenty to spare." The 2 fire dogs charged at you. You focused on the weaker energy of the dog on the left. Water jet skill. An 8-meter long-range attack caught the fire dog off guard, sending it flying backward with a loud thud. Dodging the attack of the dog in front of you, you rushed towards the fallen dog and unleashed 2 consecutive water jet skills within range. Both water jets hit their mark. The fire dog whimpered and lay still. Seeing this, the other fire dog mourned its companion, cast a fearful glance at you, and fled with its tail between its legs. On the 8th day, you huddled under a large tree with half a wild dog's meat. In this place teeming with powerful magical beasts, fire dogs like yourself, first-tier second-level beings, were merely at the bottom of the hierarchy. Otherwise, they wouldn't stoop to bullying a slime like you. You also noticed a peculiar thing: most fire elemental magical beasts in this area also needed to replenish their water supply. Just because they were fire elemental creatures didn't mean they didn't need water. You were curious about where they got their water supply from. On the 9th day, you stayed for another day, having finished the fire dog. Last night, you noticed something strange. At night, many magical beasts seemed to be heading further north, only returning when daylight came. Not all the beasts that left would come back, only a few. Those that did return had some injuries. This discovery puzzled you. Tonight, you decided to head north because the water you extracted from the fire dog's body wouldn't last long. Sure enough, at night, a large number of magical beasts set off northward, and you followed. Along the way, you saw other magical beasts, some with energy fluctuations so strong they made your scalp tingle. Everything was peaceful until a powerful lion-like magical beast joined the group. The energy emanating from this lion-like creature was unlike anything you had ever seen, causing the other beasts to pause in their tracks. Suddenly, a fierce battle erupted, and before you could even take a step, a terrifying energy wave struck. You died. Flame resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 9 days of experience. 2. 9 days of physical fitness. Looking at the two options, Su-Chen hesitated for a moment and chose 1. In this simulation, without consuming crystal stones, the experience gained was minimal, and survival time was short, adding only a few days to life. Choosing 1 would allow him to understand the group of accomplices brought by the fire mouse and learn about the dangers to the north. As a large amount of memories flooded his mind, Su-Chen's face showed a hint of helplessness. The group of minions brought by the fire mouse in his memory was not to be trifled with over a dozen fireballs falling, a spectacular sight. It seemed unwise to provoke it, or things wouldn't end well. Damn, leveled up, and still have to fear this damn mouse. Su-Chen felt frustrated, but not overly concerned. The fire mouse was easy to deceive, and he could stall for time until the black cat appeared, making things interesting. What worried him was the danger to the north. At 1,500 meters away, the magical beasts that began to appear were mostly second-tier entities, with strong energy fluctuations indicating high levels. The lion-like magical beast was particularly formidable, exuding flames and a commanding presence, inciting the final battle. 5 kilometers to the north, there was a water source. How powerful must the black cat be to traverse such a dangerous area? With this in mind, Su-Chen had a sudden realization. Combining the information about the water source to the north that the black cat mentioned in the previous simulation, a guess formed in his mind. Could it be that these magical beasts are heading north collectively at night because of the water source and returning by day? If that were true, how difficult would it be to obtain water? Su-Chen couldn't fathom it. Just encountering magical beasts along the way, including the lion-like creature that instilled fear in the others, what kind of powerful beings would exist in other directions? The path to water is long. Su-Chen looked at the water hole where he resided, feeling a sense of contentment. If his speculation was correct, he was truly living in a paradise, wasn't he? However, that damn mouse has never shown any thirst for water. Does it not need water? Or does it have another way to obtain it? Su-Chen's gaze shifted to the red fruits. These fruits, initially used to fill his stomach, also contained some water. As the fire mouse appeared, standing beside the water hole, it gazed at the bottom. Sensing its presence, Su-Chen emerged from the bottom of the water hole to the surface. Slime, hand over what's at the bottom of the water. The fire mouse got straight to the point. Su-Chen's eyes twinkled as he handed a pile of red fruits to the flame mouse with a smile on his face, saying, "Big brother flame mouse, there's nothing in the water except mud." The flame mouse looked puzzled at the bottom of the water pit, sensing something there. After swallowing the red fruit given by Su-Chen, it glanced at him and left without looking back. Through their interactions, it could sense that this slime was up to no good, and there must be something in the water pit. This slime had advanced to Tier 2, lower in level but unafraid of its fireballs, which was quite eerie. It was time to call for some companions. Watching the flame mouse leave again, Su-Chen proudly swam around the water pit. This silly old mouse is really good at deceiving. Watching the flame mouse disappear from view, Su-Chen looked at the remaining 34 simulation points and fell into contemplation. Night was approaching, the temperature dropping, and he could go hunting outside. After advancing to Tier 2, his true self had not ventured out yet. Within a kilometer radius, there were several places previously marked as dangerous that he could explore. Sinking into the water, Su-Chen patiently waited for nightfall. A black shadow swiftly darted through the forest, petite in size, moving like an arrow, dashing forward. This black shadow was Su-Chen. Advancing to Tier 2 had greatly increased his speed. When a sturdy fire tree appeared in his sight, Su-Chen slowed down. The fire tree was the name he gave to the trees in this area. Resembling flames burning on the tree crowns, they deserved the name fire tree. Squinting at the robust fire tree, Suchin quickly scanned it. In a previous simulation, a black bird had perched on this tree. To the Suchen of that time, a single glance could sense the powerful aura emanating from the black bird, marking it as a threat. After observing for a moment and finding no target, Suchen hesitated before moving on to the next target point. Suddenly, a swooshing sound was heard, and hidden in a clump of grass, Suchen saw a figure descending in the darkness, almost imperceptible. The black shadow had wings spanning half a meter, creating a gust of wind wherever it passed. With lightning speed, it landed on the fire tree. Here it comes. Sensing the aura of the black bird, Suchen felt it was similar to his own. Shall we give it a try? This thought emerged and couldn't be contained. According to Suchen's past experiences, if simulation points were sufficient, he would experiment in the simulation to ensure he could defeat the opponent before engaging in real combat. However, simulation points were running low. Fortunately, this upgrade did not increase the consumption of simulation points, or else he wouldn't be able to afford it. Even with the same 15 points, multiple simulations were unrealistic as simulation points were too scarce. The distance is too far, I need to get closer. Suchen moved slowly. Being a water-based slime, he had no scent and made no sound while moving. Soon, he reached beneath the fire tree, and the black bird above remained unaware. This distance is just outside the range of the muddy water skill. Should he climb the tree? Suchen looked up at the fire tree, feeling hesitant. His round, chubby body didn't seem like it could climb trees. If he made a noise, he would lose the advantage of surprise, so how could he launch a sneak attack? What should I do? Suchen concealed himself, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, a branch on the upper left side of the black bird's tree moved. Suchen was momentarily stunned, focusing his gaze. The level up had brought an all-around improvement, including enhanced vision. He clearly saw that the moving thing was not a branch, but a snake monster with a color somewhat similar to the branches. Wasn't this another target listed as a dangerous place? How did it appear here? Carefully sensing, the energy fluctuations on this snake monster were not much different from his own. It should also be first level too. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief, stopped the thought of running away in his heart, and quietly watched. Soon, the snake monster's fangs were about to touch the blackbird, and the blackbird finally noticed something, flapping its wings fiercely trying to escape. But it was too late. The snake monster sprang forward, its mouth opening several times in an instant, swallowing the blackbird's head. The blackbird struggled desperately, its strength immense. The snake monster was somewhat unable to control it, but still did not let go. After a struggle between the two, they both fell from the tree. The landing spot was right where Suchen was. Suchen was watching the show, watching the two dark shadows getting bigger and bigger, then suddenly jumped 5 meters away. The snake monster noticed Suchen, but didn't care. Just a slime. Feeling ignored, Suchen was also happy about it, standing aside watching the excitement. The snake monster kept swallowing. Bit by bit, the body of the black bird was being swallowed. Suchen watched as the snake monster's small body expanded 6 or 7 times. Impressive. Soon, the black bird was completely swallowed by the snake monster. It seemed that the weight of the black bird in its stomach was too heavy. The snake monster rested directly in place, its slender needle-like pupils staring at Suchen. Suchen widened his eyes, staring back at it. Then, Suchen maliciously circled around the snake monster twice, finding it difficult for the snake monster to turn its head. You dare to stare at me? Water ripple skill. The snake monster was instantly hit, flying a meter away, writhing in pain on the ground. Seeing his attack was effective, Suchen's eyes lit up. You swallowed my prey, now you have to pay for it. Several water ripple skills in a row were shot out, leaving the snake monster lying on the ground, as if it was about to die. So weak? Suchen shook his head. This snake was definitely playing dead. After a moment of hesitation, Suchen continuously launched several water ripple skills, and the snake monster no longer moved. After a pause, Suchen stopped for a moment, then shot out a few more water ripple skills. Finally, he could relax. Looking at his shrunken body, Suchen chuckled and approached the snake monster. Suddenly, the snake monster's tail swung violently, tightly coiling around Suchen's body, its colorless snake pupils staring at Suchen. Damn it! Are you really playing dead? Suchen felt himself being squeezed tighter and tighter, the threat of death looming. What to do? What to do? Suchen panicked, just leveled up and came out to play, almost getting killed. Who could bear this? In the midst of the crisis, Suchen thought of his ability to dissolve in water, and quickly manifested the feeling of dissolving in water. In an instant, his whole body liquefied and dropped to the ground. Then he solidified, coming to the snake monster 7 inches away, and struck fiercely. The snake monster rolled over. Suchen immediately liquefied, clinging to its body. No matter how the snake monster rolled, heavy punches mixed with water ripple skills could land steadily on its 7 inches. Half an hour later, the snake monster completely split in half from the 7-inch mark. Suchen turned into a puddle of liquid on the ground. Damn, I almost died here. Can't take risks in the future. After resting for a while, Suchen condensed his form. But this ability is really useful. Instant liquefaction and solidification, just a thought, could reveal many uses. In the recent tight attack by the snake monster, if he didn't have this ability, he would have been done for. With this ability, some narrow and difficult to pass areas can be easily traversed, and facing enemies who do not understand themselves can have unexpected effects. Time to see the harvest. His gaze shifted to the snake demon beast on the ground. Split in half by Suchen, there was a slight tremor in its abdomen. This blackbird demon beast has quite a strong vitality. Finding a sharp stone, Suchen cut the snake demon beast in half, revealing what was inside its stomach. The blackbird demon beast had been mostly corroded, with only half of its body still moving, gradually losing its breath under Suchen's gaze. Pulling out the black bird's corpse, Suchen directly cut it open with the stone. Most of the demon crystals inside the beast were located in its head, and this blackbird was no exception. The head had been mostly corroded, making it easy to extract the magic crystal. Ding! Detected the presence of a first-grade second-level magic crystal. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? Indeed, a first-grade second-level crystal. Convert. Converted one first-grade second-level magic crystal, obtained simulation points x15. The remaining simulation points soared directly to 1734. One crystal brought him one simulation opportunity, making Suchen's eyes light up. Quickly splitting open the head of the snake demon beast, he retrieved the crystal. Ding! Detected the presence of a first-grade second-level magic crystal. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? Another first-grade second-level demon beast. Convert. Converted one first-grade second-level magic crystal, obtained simulation points x15. Remaining simulation points, 32. 34. Suchen's eyes narrowed with a smile. Gaining 2 extra simulation opportunities directly was a big win. I wonder how snake tastes. Suchen looked satisfied at the snake demon beast's body. The black bird had been mostly corroded, leaving almost no edible parts, so he gave up on it. His gaze wandered over the snake demon beast's body, and suddenly, Suchen's eyes stopped at its lower abdomen. There were several thick scales in that area, which Suchen tore off, discovering a faint energy fluctuation on them, sparking his curiosity. Currently, the energy on dead demon beasts would dissipate, but these scales still held energy fluctuations. I'll keep these for now. Taking the scales, Suchen stared at where they grew, noticing a slight bulge as if something was there. After hesitating for a moment, Suchen used the stone to cut it open directly. Clatter! After the sound, over a dozen magic crystals fell out and landed on the ground. Suchen was stunned. Then, a series of system prompts appeared one after another. Ding! Detected the presence of a first-grade second-level magic crystal, 35% damaged. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? Ding! Detected the presence of a first-grade second-level magic crystal, 67% damaged. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? Ding! Detected the presence of a first-grade first-level magic crystal, 99% damaged. Would you like to convert it into simulation points? A dozen system prompts appeared, leaving Suchen quite shaken. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his round face. Convert. Convert. Converted one first-grade second-level magic crystal, 35% damaged, obtained simulation points x8. 25. Converted one first-grade second-level magic crystal, 67% damaged, obtained simulation points x3. 45. Converted one first-grade first-level magic crystal, 99% damaged, obtained simulation points x0. 1. As the system prompts ended, Suchen stared blankly at his remaining simulation points. 96. 13. A terrifying number. A number he had never seen before. Suchen was so excited that he even felt like giving the snake demon beast a kiss. To thank you, I've decided to take you back and eat you. Suchen grabbed the tail of the snake demon beast and walked back. Water pit. Suchen looked at the system interface, rubbing his hands excitedly. With such a large number of simulation points, not using them would be a waste. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining simulation points 81. 13. Simulation begins. On the first day, the flame mouse appeared, followed by a dozen flame mice, leaving you stunned. Shouldn't this scene happen a few days later? The flame mouse demands something from the bottom of the water. You hesitate, knowing the consequences of not complying, as you've simulated before, the mice exploding along with the crystals. Before you can decide, a dozen fireballs descend, leaving you gasping for breath as you collapse to the ground, surrounded by exploded crystals. The horde of flame mice charges towards you, and you know the outcome is inevitable. You open your mouth and swallow the crystal. Boom! You explode. You died. Explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. A day's experience. 2. A day's physical fitness simulation ends. Su Chen was dumbfounded. How could the flame mouse summon so many companions so quickly? According to the previous simulation, it should have taken 6 days to gather them. Could it be because of the improvement in my level and strength that made the flame mouse wary, thus altering the simulated outcome? If that's the case, I'll have to be more cautious in the future, or reality will deviate greatly, and I'll be in trouble. Faced with 2 options, without hesitation, I directly choose 2. A pure force flows into my body, and Su Chen feels a significant improvement. With the increase in level, the power boost from the crystals seems to have become greater. Is it because I can withstand more crystal power? Open the character panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier second level, 28. 74%. Attribute, water lifespan, 203 days skill, muddy water, enhanced, resistance, flame resistance, 15, explosion resistance, 2, defense, blade defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud true dry child flame mouse's favorite. Evaluation, a uniquely styled water slime with the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. Both lifespan and experience points have increased significantly. Tomorrow, that dead mouse will bring its companions, so I need to simulate a solution quickly. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining simulation points 66. 13. Simulation begins. On the first day, the flame mouse arrived with a dozen flame mice. Seeing the numerous flame mice, you understand the principle of a hero doesn't fight a group of villains. With a bold face, you approach them. Brothers, let's talk things out. The leading flame mouse, looking down at you from a high vantage point, surrounded by its numerous brothers, demands, slime, hand over what's in the water pit. After a moment of thought, you speak, brothers, there's really nothing in the water, you can check for yourselves. After your words, the mice behind the flame mouse hesitated. You thought to yourself, just as expected. These flame mice are all afraid of water. Cunning slime, hand over what's in the water, or I'll make you suffer. Wow, they're starting to threaten. No matter what you say, the flame mouse is convinced there's something in the water. Knowing you can't fool them, you suggest checking the water bottom and ask them to come back tomorrow to see the results. The flame mice huddle together, squeaking for a while, and agree. As you watch the flame mouse group leave and dive into the water, you contemplate your strategy. Late at night, as you surface, ready to leave under the cover of darkness, you sense many presences lurking nearby. You know it's the flame mouse group, monitoring you. On the second day, the flame mouse group returns, with even more numbers than yesterday, now at least 20 flame mice in the massive group, leaving you in contemplation. Where did this horde of dead mice come from? Within a radius of 1,000 meters, every corner was explored, yet there were no signs of so many flame mice. You could sense that, apart from your neighbor flame mouse, the other flame mice were all first tier second level, the same level as yourself. Could it be that your neighbor is a mouse king? Clearing your mind of cluttered thoughts, you began to negotiate with the flame mouse. No matter what you said, the flame mouse insisted that you must hand over what was in the water. The negotiation ended in failure, with a large number of fireballs coming at you. You quickly dove into the water, swallowing the crystal. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 2 days of experience. 2. 2 days of physical fitness. Watching the simulation end, Su Chen chose 2. A surge of power entered his body. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier second level, 57. 47%. Experience gained a significant boost. Continue the simulation. Tonight, the method to break the deadlock must be simulated, or else tomorrow you will be in big trouble. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining simulation points 51. 13. Simulation begins. Day 1, the flame mouse came with a dozen flame mice. You used your trickery, saying that it was difficult to get things out from the bottom of the water pit, and you needed time. The flame mouse agreed and brought the mouse group to guard by the water pit. Day 2, the flame mouse group was still active nearby, urging you to be faster. Day 3, as usual. Day 4, same as before. Day 11, night. The paralyzed mouse skewer you placed on the edge of the water pit attracted a black cat, scattering the flame mouse group in fear. The few paralyzed mouse skewers were not enough for the black cat to eat. You emerged from the water pit with a happy face, indicating to the black cat that with enough mice, you could make many paralyzed mouse skewers. The black cat did not respond, limping away. Wanting to take advantage of the flame mouse group being scared off by the black cat, you left with the crystal. As soon as you left the water, several shadows darted out. Helplessly, you dove back into the water. Day 12, the black cat did not appear. The flame mouse group continued to guard, daily urging. Day 13, as usual. Day 14, the water in the pit was running low, almost reaching the bottom. The flame mouse group saw through your tricks, surrounding the edge of the water pit, waiting for the water to evaporate. Day 15, the water in the pit completely disappeared, and the flame mouse group rushed towards the bottom of the water pit. You used a water skill, injuring a first-tier second-level flame mouse. Watching as the remaining flame mice got closer to you, you took out the crystal, ready to swallow it. Suddenly, several sharp glints flashed, and the flame mice in front of you turned into pieces. It was the black cat, its yellow eyes encompassing all the mice, a swipe of its paw taking away several flame mice. Your neighbor, the higher-level flame mouse, realized a formidable enemy had arrived, swiftly fleeing at high speed. You had long been displeased with it. How could you let it escape? Swallowing a mouthful of mud, the water skill mud was enhanced, hitting hard. The flame mouse was stuck in mud, staggering and falling to the ground. The black cat pounced and took it away. With your joint attack with the black cat, the remaining first-tier second-level flame mice were all taken out in a few seconds. Repeatedly using the water skill, your body had shriveled up, entering a dehydrated state. You collapsed at the bottom of the water pit, trying to absorb the water from the mud as much as possible. The black cat glanced at you and left. Day 16, you were shriveled down to the size of a fist. Day 17, feeling like you were about to die, you decided to swallow the crystal before dying, increasing your experience points. On the 18th day, your body was only the size of a walnut. You looked at the crystal, unsure if you could swallow it, and after a few attempts, you found it difficult. On the 19th day, at night, your body reached its limit, feeling like you were about to smoke. You looked at the crystal beside you and took a bite. Gushing water fell, and your body rapidly expanded like a sponge. You looked up and saw a bamboo tube in the black cat's mouth, almost moved to tears. On the 20th day, you spent the whole day making a special paralyzing flame rat skewer and paralyzing snake meat. The black cat lay nearby, quietly watching you. By the time you finished everything, it was already evening. The rosy light fell on the black cat, giving it a faint glow. The black cat curled up, licking its fur. In a moment of impulse, your hand touched its head. The black cat froze, and so did you. A cold light flashed, and you were thrown several meters away. As you got up and saw the claw marks on your body, panic set in. The black cat showed a hint of surprise in its pupils, then got up and walked away without responding to your calls, disappearing. On the 21st day, the black cat did not appear. You regretted deeply, realizing you had missed such a big opportunity with the black cat. On the 22nd day, the black cat appeared, carrying a bamboo tube in its mouth, filling the water pit halfway. After finishing, it left, ignoring your calls. On the 23rd day, at night, the black cat appeared again, filling the water pit and then quietly eating the paralyzing flame rat meat. You sat beside it, quietly watching. In a moment of impulse, you asked, "Are you male or female?" A cold light appeared. You died. Sharp defense +1. Achievement unlocked. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experiences of the 23rd day. 2. The physical fitness of the 23rd day. Suchen was filled with doubt. This black cat has quite the temper. Considering it helped me through the flame rat, I won't hold it against you, Suchen said with a smile, looking at the newly acquired achievement. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked increases physical defense by 0.1%. 0.1%, even a mosquito's leg is meat, every little bit counts. With two options, not swallowing the crystal would result in minimal growth, so choosing option 1 had the best value. Memories flooded Suchen's mind as he opened his eyes. With this memory, dealing with the flame rats tomorrow would be easier. However, being guarded by the flame rat group for over 10 days meant he couldn't do anything. This Suchen found it hard to accept. Facing this mysterious world while still in the early stages, every day was crucial. Wasting over 10 days for nothing might lead to unexpected changes. What if I try to simulate another solution? Thinking about it, he still had 51.13 left, enough for a few more simulations. Let's continue simulating. Consuming 15 simulation points, remaining 36.13 points, simulation begins. On the first day, as the flame rat group approached, you proposed handing over the crystal but with both parties holding it together. The flame rat group agreed. You took out the crystal. The flame rat group pounced on it instantly, and cursing under your breath, you swallowed the crystal. You died. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 1 day's experience. 2. 1 day's physical fitness. As the simulation ended, Suchen cursed loudly, "These damn rats, no sense of honor. Deceiving my emotions." He chose option 2. Strength infused into his body. Level, first tier. Second level, 90. 87%. Watching the experience bar almost full, Suchen's eyes lit up. After leveling up, maybe there will be another way to break through. Simulation. Consumption of simulation points x 15. Remaining simulation points 21. 13. Simulation initiated. On the first day, a group of flame mice arrived. You claimed there was nothing in the waterhole but hinted at a place with good things. The flame mice curiously inquired, and you teased them, piquing their interest, and then mentioned the ant hole. After much deliberation, the flame mice decided to first have you hand over what was at the bottom of the waterhole before going to the ant hole. When you refused, a large number of fireballs rained down. At the brink of life and death, you quickly dove to the bottom of the waterhole and swallowed the crystal. Boom! You exploded. You have died. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. A day's experience. 2. A day's physical fitness. Damn it, how could these damn mice do this? Suchen was dumbfounded. Where did the flame mice that were so easily fooled a few days ago go? Were they swapped out? Choose 2. A surge of power infused. Suchen felt himself on the verge of exploding again. A large amount of energy surged through his body, causing a transformation. His body grew larger, maintaining its round shape. The entire transformation lasted for a few minutes. Suchen looked at his enlarged body, lost in thought. He was now almost half the size of a person. At this rate, if he continued to level up, he would eventually become a mountain. Isn't that just a sitting duck? Activate the mud water skill. A 10-meter-long water column shot out instantly, with tremendous power. Suchen's eyes lit up. Now this power can easily take down a first-tier second-level flame mouse. Open the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier. Third level, 0. 0%. Attribute, water. Lifespan, 241 days. Amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skill, mud water, enhanced mud, resistance, fire resistance, 15, explosion resistance, 3, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, achievements, slime in the mud. True dry child flame mouse's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Evaluation, a water-based slime with a unique style and a bit of self-defense capability, surprisingly capable of land activities, although still a weak fighter. With the level reaching the first tier. Third level and an increase in lifespan, the evaluation showed a slight change. In conclusion, satisfied, Suchen grinned, now feeling more confident facing the flame mice group. Let's continue simulating. Consumption of simulation points x 30, remaining simulation points 21. 13, simulation failed. Looking at this prompt, Suchen was stunned. As he leveled up to the first tier. Third level, the simulation points required for simulation also began to increase. Why didn't it increase when he leveled up to the first tier. Second level? Ding! The first tier first level and first tier second level are transitional stages, hence no increase in required simulation points. Oh, this system even provides hints. Then why did the required simulation points increase when leveling up to the first tier first level? The system remains silent. Suchen shook his head, contemplating his next plan. Currently, he had a way to control the flame mice group, and with his own level increase, he could also pose a bit of a threat to them. These damn mice. Let's stabilize them first, then slowly take them out one by one, making a paralyzed flame mouse skewer. He. Suchen sank to the bottom of the water hole, holding the crystal, and fell asleep. After multiple simulations tonight, feeling mentally exhausted, he could finally rest. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 31. 13-inch. With the appearance of the system prompt, Suchen opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and blew out 2 bubbles. Slime, come out! A squeaky sound echoed. Suchen knew the flame mice group had arrived. Its figure slowly emerged from the water. Upon seeing Suchen, the leading flame mouse was stunned. Despite being neighbors with Suchen for a long time, it had never realized the immense potential this slime possessed. In just a few days, it had advanced from being level less to now a tier 1, level 3, on par with itself. There must be something good in that puddle. Slime, hand over what's in the water. Suchen stared at the flame mouse, chuckling. It finally understood the rank of this dead mouse. It turned out to be a tier 1, level 3, just like itself. No wonder it had been constantly beaten down before. The level gap was too significant. However, even with the upgrade, facing numerous tier 1, level 2 flame mice and this tier 1, level 3 dead mouse, Suchen wasn't very confident. Moreover, this was its true form. it couldn't afford to make mistakes. Gotta be cautious. Su-chen thought, revealing a flattering smile. Big brother Flame Mouse, there's nothing in the water puddle, but I know a place where there's treasure, a huge treasure. Su-chen planned to first try to lure the Flame Mouse group to the ant hole. If they didn't budge, it would detain them according to the simulation method. It would be a bit tough to wait for a dozen days. The Flame Mouse stared at Su-chen, hesitating for a moment. Although this slime wasn't very strong, it could withstand its fireballs even at Tier 1, Level 2, now at Tier 1, Level 3, it probably could withstand more. Alright, please lead us to find the treasure. Su-chen was taken aback. What a bully who fears the strong. In the simulation, when it was Tier 1, Level 2, it immediately launched fireballs, now at Tier 1, Level 3, it became more polite. Disgusting. I despise you in my soul. I'll turn you into a mouse skewer sooner or later. The Flame Mouse looked at Su-chen in confusion. Su-chen was startled. Did it accidentally speak its mind? It quickly said, Big brother Flame Mouse, you're really handsome. Using the excuse of preparing, Su-chen descended to the bottom of the water puddle. Opening the panel, it prepared to simulate. Although the ants on the ground near the ant hole were non-level entities, hardly worth worrying about, no one knew if there might be something dreadful inside the hole. Even if there wasn't, a simulation wouldn't take much time. Being cautious wouldn't hurt. Surviving is the key to having the last laugh. Consuming 30 simulation points, remaining 1. 13 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you and the Flame Mouse group arrived at the ant hole. Seeing the ant hole, the Flame Mouse group hesitated, and you quickly encouraged them. Suddenly, dozens of fireballs fell, destroying the exposed part of the ant hole on the ground. A large number of ants were blown away. You were stunned, at least hundreds of ants perished in this wave of attacks. Many ants noticed you invaders and rushed madly towards you. The Flame Mouse group was brave, under a round of fireball attacks, killing a large number of ants. Su-chen watched the subtitles, enviously drooling. The fireball skill was powerful. When used by the Flame Mouse, its power was comparable to a bomb, if only it could get its hands on it. On the second day, the ground near the ant hole was in ruins, full of craters. All the ants on the ground were cleared. No ants crawled out of the hole anymore. The Flame Mouse group didn't rush into the hole but rested in place. After a moment, with your encouragement, the Flame Mouse group entered the ant hole. You hesitated for a moment, then followed inside. The ant hole was large, far from being as small as it appeared on the surface. Over 20 flame mice were swiftly moving forward. You trailed behind. Suddenly, there were squeaking cries ahead, followed by the smell of blood. You halted. Boom! A loud noise erupted. You cursed under your breath and swiftly rushed towards the exit. Just as you reached the ground, you saw the land behind sinking nearly a meter. These dead mice were actually using skills underground. You know that the fire mouse encountered danger in the cave, and you dare not go down anymore. On the third day, you and the fire mouse group stood 10 meters away from the ant hole, the atmosphere heavy. Across from you were nearly 100 ants, all bright red. These red ants were relatively weak, all first-level beings. Your and the fire mouse group's gaze was not on these red ants, but on the dozens of larger ants behind them. These larger ants were all second-level beings, causing some hesitation and excitement in the fire mouse group. With powerful forces guarding them, they believed there was treasure in the ant hole. Battle ensued. You quickly found a suitable edge position to observe. The fire mouse group was outnumbered by the larger ants, but with a third-level being among them, a fireball could take out several larger ants. The larger ants could also shoot fireballs, causing casualties in the fire mouse group. In your view, numerous fireballs flew through the air, accompanied by explosions. Envious and cautious not to be accidentally harmed, you stayed further from the battlefield. On the fourth day, the ant colony was completely wiped out, leaving only 8 fire mice, their morale somewhat low. You approached the fire mice, praising them loudly. The fire mouse group regained morale, preparing to enter the ant hole again. After some hesitation, you decided to follow along. On the 5th day, you and the fire mice appeared in a vast space, where you saw a gigantic ant with an extremely bloated body, accompanied by 2 dark red ants with hard, striped bodies. The Ant Queen. The fire mouse group was excited to see the ant queen but lost their excitement upon seeing the 2 dark red ants, both third-level beings. The ant queen ordered the 2 dark red ants to attack, and the fire mouse group engaged in battle. The dark red ants were extremely powerful, their legs sharp as blades easily cutting through the second-level fire mice. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, and after a few minutes, only 1 third-level fire mouse remained, the rest dismembered. Realizing the situation was dire, the fire mouse prepared to flee. Suddenly, the ant queen opened its mandibles, spraying a sticky substance on the ground. When the fire mouse's limbs touched the substance, black smoke rose, causing it to squeal in pain. Knowing there was no way out, the fire mouse, in a desperate move, took out one dark red ant but was impaled by the other. The battle concluded. Suddenly, a jet of water emerged from the darkness, hitting the dark red ant directly. The dark red ant was blasted away as if hit by a cannonball. Subsequently, several more jets of water appeared, all hitting the dark red ant. The dark red ant curled up in agony. The ant queen looked in horror as you emerged from the darkness. After a brief pause, 2 water skills killed the dark red ant. On the 6th day, after a day-long standoff with the ant queen, it surrendered, begging you not to kill it. The ant queen gave you a book as a trade, asking you to leave the ant hole. With the system's help, you learned that it was a skill book for Fireball. Although you wanted to take the ant queen with you, its energy fluctuations indicated it was not as weak as it seemed. On the 7th day, you returned to the water pit, studying the Fireball skill book. After reading it, the system asked if you wanted to learn Fireball. Excited, you chose to learn. A surge of energy made you feel like you were about to explode. Knowing your feeling was right, just before the explosion, you swallowed the crystal at the bottom of the water pit. Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining +1 explosion resistance, and your compatibility with the Fireball skill increased by 50%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 7 days of experience. 2. 7 days of physical fitness. Su-Chen was dumbfounded. How could learning a skill lead to exploding? Ding! Fireball is a fire attribute skill, and the host's attribute is water. The compatibility rate for learning the Fireball skill is 0%, so the learning attempt fails. Damn it! Can't learn it, why bother asking? The system remained silent. Su-Chen's mouth twitched. Fireball compatibility plus 50%? Learning a skill with 0% compatibility? What kind of nonsense is this? Ding! The skill compatibility is based on the host's required skill learning. Mismatched attributes require a compatibility rate above 95% to meet the learning conditions. Note, skill compatibility only determines the success of learning, not related to skill mastery or power. Reading the system's explanation, Su-Chen understood and then became excited. Does this mean that as long as the compatibility rate can be stacked to over 95%, he can learn skills of any attribute? So exciting just to think about it. Choosing option 2, a surge of power flowed into his body, and Su-Chen's panel attributes increased. Emerging from the water, Su-Chen arrived on the ground. The flame rats looked at Su-Chen in confusion. Su-Chen grinned and led the flame rats towards the ant cave. Through this simulation, Su-Chen had a rough idea of the ant cave. Except for the last 2 first-level 3rd-tier dark red ants that needed attention, there was no danger before that. Seeing Su-Chen, who seemed a bit different after going underwater, the flame rats looked puzzled. Was this slime really cunning? Would there be any traps if they followed it with their companions? Su-Chen turned around, looked at the gleam in the eyes of his old neighbor, and went up to hug its neck. Big brother flame rat, are you scared? The flame rat was stunned, glanced at the rats behind it, and saw many flame rats looking at it eagerly. Squeak! Squeak! How could I be scared? Hee hee! Su-Chen released the flame rat's neck satisfactorily. Before dealing with the dark red ants, he still needed to rely on these flame rats, otherwise, he alone couldn't handle that large number of ants. In front of the ant cave, watching the numerous ants, the flame rats, with their brothers behind them, launched a round of fireballs. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions occurred, dust filled the air, and waves of heat rolled out. Unlike the dry text scene in the simulation, being there in person could better understand the power of these fireball group attacks. In the simulation, dying multiple times under such attacks was indeed not unjust. At the same time, Su-Chen became even more envious of the fireball skill. The power varied greatly when used at different levels. The fireball released by a first-level 3rd-tier flame rat was the size of a basin, while that of a first-level 2nd-tier flame rat was just slightly larger than a fist. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su-Chen brought over a few ant corpses, but after dissecting them, he only found small magic crystals. Convert 1 non-grade magic crystal, receive simulation points x0, 01, only 0, 01? Su-Chen was stunned. This was too stingy. Even if he dissected all these ants on the ground, he wouldn't get many simulation points. The battle between the flame rats and the ants continued. The ants kept coming in waves, all perishing in rounds of fireball attacks. The ants at the center of the skill didn't even leave behind corpses. Su-Chen roamed on the edge, collecting magic crystals from one ant to another. Even if ant legs are small, they still count as meat. 1 is 0, 01, 10 is 0, 1, 100 is 1, every bit counts. The flame rats were puzzled by Su-Chen's strange behavior but didn't mind as long as he didn't run away. After a while, the ants finally stopped crawling out of the cave. The flame rats had a chance to catch their breath. The continuous use of skills was also a huge burden on them. Fortunately, the neighbor at level 1 to 3 had some tricks up their sleeve, allowing their team of young companions to take turns resting and unleashing their skills in batches. This darn mouse seems to have become quite cunning, Su-chen leisurely observed, casually extracting a magic crystal from the ant monster beside him. Converting a non-grade magic crystal, gaining X0.01 simulation points. After a brief calm, more ants emerged from the hole, and the group of fire mice once again followed their previous strategy, resting in batches and launching attacks. A day passed amidst the continuous rumbling in the ears. By nightfall, Su-chen yawned, looking at the remaining simulation points on the panel. 520. Quite auspicious. Watching the exhausted fire mice lying on the ground, Su-chen took out some prepared red fruits, a smile on his face. Dear fire mice brothers, come and have some fruits. The fire mice gathered around eagerly, competing to eat the fruits. After finishing, the remaining fire mice dispersed to rest, while the level 1 to 3 fire mouse stared intently at Su-chen. Slime, are you up to some tricks? Su-chen muttered to himself, wondering why it was talking to him like that. If it weren't for still needing it, he would have turned it into a mouse skewer right then and there. Look, what tricks could I possibly have? Listen to me, last time. Next, Su-chen painted a vivid story as if he were there, essentially describing the sight of many things emitting light and energy fluctuations in the ant hole, along with a group of plump mother mice. Upon hearing the former, the fire mice's eyes flickered, and upon hearing the latter, their bodies trembled with excitement, eagerly rallying their companions to discuss the strategy for raiding the ant hole. Well, this darn mouse is quite something, Su-chen remarked, eyeing the group of fire mice. Could all of these be its offspring? As night fell, Su-chen prepared to return to the water hole for a drink, having been outside all day and feeling a bit dehydrated. At the strong insistence of the fire mice, Su-chen was escorted by 4 fire mice back to the water hole. After quenching his thirst at the water hole, Su-chen resisted the urge to eliminate these fire mice and turn them into simulation points, returning once again near the ant hole. Seeing Su-chen return with 4 mice, the fire mice's doubts faded slightly. Su-chen had been observing it all along, and upon witnessing this scene, he clicked his tongue in amazement. This darn mouse is truly cunning. If this mouse wasn't dealt with, there would be trouble in the future. The fire mice felt a chill run down their spines, looking around in confusion, then meeting Su-chen's malicious gaze. What was this cunning slime up to now? A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 15. 20. Su-chen stood up, stretching lazily. The fire mice were already getting active, eager, and ready to launch a new attack on the ant hole. With the beginning of a fireball, a large number of ants emerged from the hole. The same continuous rumbling as yesterday echoed once more. This time, it didn't last long, and half an hour later, after the fire mice group once again wiped out a group of ants, no more ants emerged from the hole. Encouraged by Su-chen, all the fire mice entered the ant hole. Su-chen knew there was danger ahead, so he hung back, ready to run at any moment. As expected, not long after, he heard a rumble ahead, followed by the ant hole collapsing, prompting Su-chen to swiftly return to the surface. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 25. 38. Today marked the 3rd day of raiding the ant hole. Just like in the simulation, there were level 1 to 2 giant ants and some level 1 to 1 ants. After several battles and Su-chen's occasional finishing blows, the ant group was once again completely wiped out. The fire mice group did not suffer as heavily as in the simulation, with only 2 fire mice sustaining minor injuries. Excitedly, Su-chen collected the magic crystals from these leveled monsters. Convert 1 first-level magic crystal, receive simulation points X0. 5. Convert 1 first-level magic crystal, receive simulation points X3. A series of system prompts fell, and Su-chen's remaining simulation points surged. Remaining simulation points, 117. 88. Faced with this number, Su-chen felt delighted. He glanced at the exhausted flame mice lying on the ground and handed them prepared red fruits. Looking at these adorable little workers, Su-chen hesitated to expose them to further danger. If only he could let them continue killing monsters for him while he collected magic crystals and leveled up through simulations. Shaking his head to dispel this unrealistic fantasy, Su-chen found a shady tree. Continuing the simulation, he aimed to acquire the fireball skill first. Consuming 30 simulation points, remaining points 87. 88. Simulation initiated. On the first day, you and the flame mice entered the ant cave and, after some time, arrived at the place where the ant queen resided. 2 dark red first-level 3rd-tier ants immediately charged at you. Battle ensued. Due to most of the flame mice being alive, they had the numerical advantage and quickly killed 1 dark red ant. half of the flame mice remained. The battle continued, and the other dark red ant couldn't hold on for long, meeting its end on the spot. 4 flame mice remained. Suchen stared at the subtitles and the simulation, stunned. By saving the flame mice earlier, he had altered the outcome of the simulation. If the flame mice weren't completely wiped out, wouldn't he lose out on his spoils of war? Did he have to take action and eliminate them? The simulation continued, and the subtitles appeared. Enraged, the Ant Queen spewed out sticky fluid, hitting all the flame mice except the first level 3rd tier one, turning them into pus in the blink of an eye. The first level 3rd tier flame mouse charged at the Ant Queen, demanding the treasure. The Ant Queen squeezed out a ball from underneath her, which burst open, revealing a new first level 3rd tier dark red ant. Subsequently, the Ant Queen replicated the process, producing 2 more dark red ants. Sensing danger, you fled. Faced with 3 first level 3rd tier opponents, the flame mice wisely fled as well. On the second day, you stood alone in front of the ant cave, watching the ants crawling back out, falling into silence. The flame mice had been scared off and were nowhere to be seen. On the 3rd day, unwilling to give up on the skill book, you liquefied your body and entered the ant cave. Confronting the Ant Queen and 3 dark red ants, you employed all your combat skills but still met defeat. You have died. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 3 days of experience. 2. 3 days of physical fitness. Suchen stared in disbelief as the simulation ended. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. The scenes from the ant cave, the Ant Queen, and the dark red ants in battle replayed in his mind. The Ant Queen indeed had a hidden card. A solemn expression appeared on Suchen's round face. In the previous simulation, the dark red ants killed all the flame mice and then turned on me, granting me the opportunity to trade with the Ant Queen. This time, the Ant Queen only produced new dark red ants after the first 2 were quickly killed. If the Ant Queen had immediately summoned dark red ants like before, he might not have escaped, let alone traded with her for the skill book. Did the Ant Queen deliberately conceal her strength? Why did she do that? Several questions flooded Suchen's mind, and without hesitation, he initiated the simulation again. If he didn't understand the Ant Queen's motives, entering the cave recklessly would be like seeking death. Consuming 30 simulation points, remaining points 57. 88, simulation starts. On the first day, you held back the flame mice group, deciding to find a way to reduce their numbers. After thinking for a while, you couldn't come up with a good idea. The flame mice looked at you in confusion. You knew you couldn't delay any longer, or you would be suspected. Suddenly, an idea struck you, a smile forming on your lips. Leading the flame mice group into the ant hole, relying on your memory. Under your guidance, the flame mice group successfully dispersed. In the end, only 1 level 3 flame mouse and 5 level 2 flame mice followed behind you. Amid the flame mice's questioning gaze, you led them to where the Ant Queen was. Battle ensued, and the flame mice group was quickly wiped out, with only 2 dark red ants sustaining minor injuries. After a moment of hesitation, you struck unexpectedly, killing 1 dark red ant. Subsequently, with another dark red ant in pursuit, a chase through the ant hole ensued. Through your kite-fighting tactics, you successfully killed it. Returning to where the Ant Queen was, you found 3 dark red ants on the scene. The battle began. 1 minute later, the battle ended. You died. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. A day's experience. 2. A day's physical fitness. Suchen was puzzled. Could it be that he had miscalculated, and the Ant Queen had only traded with him last time by chance? As Suchen pondered, a flame mouse ran up to him. Slime, when are we going down? Looking at the flame mouse in front of him, Suchen shook his head. Now is not a good time. Dead chicken? What dead chicken? Suchen rolled his eyes, sometimes thinking that this flame mouse was quite clever, but now it seemed like a fool. Now is not the best time to go in. You rest first. Wait for my signal. The flame mouse nodded, lying down next to Suchen. Ignoring it, Suchen opened the panel, then glanced at the flame mouse beside him. The flame mouse couldn't see his panel at all, looking at Suchen with confusion. Suchen looked away, with 57. 88 simulation points remaining, enough for another simulation. If he didn't get a good result from the simulation, Suchen really didn't dare to go down in person. Simulate. Consuming 30 simulation points, remaining 27. 88 points, simulation starts. On the first day, you entered the ant hole with the flame mice group, following your previous strategy to disperse the group. This time, you brought a few extra flame mice behind you. Arriving at the location of the Ant Queen, a battle erupted instantly with 2 dark red ants. Soon, all flame mice except the level 3-1 died, and 1 dark red ant also perished. The flame mice fought the remaining dark red ant, but were defeated and prepared to retreat. The Ant Queen sprayed a sticky substance, blocking the flame mice's escape route. the flame mice attacked frantically. After a moment, they fell under the dark red ants' attacks. Seizing the opportunity, you successively released several waves of water skills, killing the dark red ant. Facing the Ant Queen, you felt nervous inside but boldly declared your intention to kill it. Fearful that the Ant Queen might produce more dark red ants, the Ant Queen looked somewhat fearful as she gazed at you, offering to trade with you. You agreed and received the Fireball skill book. Success! Suchen looked at the simulation subtitles, excitedly exclaiming, startling the flame mouse beside him. On the second day, you flipped through the skill book in the puddle, rejecting the system's prompt to learn. After much thought, you set off on the journey north. Soon, you arrived at a dense forest 1,500 meters north of the puddle, where many monsters lurked. Even as a level 3, you still seemed weak in front of them. 2 fire dogs appeared, threatening to drain you dry. Your eyes lit up, and 2 water skills shot out, taking them all down. Under a distant tree, you gnawed on dog meat, gazing ahead at the dense forest. The rustling monsters lurked within, their energy far surpassing your feebleness. On the third day, at night, the monsters surged out of the dense forest, heading north. You did not follow but rested in place. An hour later, the forest fell silent. You moved, heading towards the dwelling of the powerful monsters you had observed throughout the day yesterday. In one night, you nearly visited all the dens of the monsters in this area of the forest, reaping many valuable items. To avoid detection, you buried everything at the base of a large tree on the edge of the forest. On the fourth day, the horde of monsters returned, discovering their homes had been robbed, leading to a chorus of furious roars. Some weaker monsters suffered unjustly, bearing the brunt of the rage and perishing on the spot. You watched from the shadows, feeling a sense of empathy. Indeed, only the strong could stand tall. You decided to do something to express your emotions, so you turned over a new leaf. On the sixth day, after several days without returning to the watering hole, you felt your body becoming parched and decided to head back. Emerging from your hiding spot, you saw a slender snake with a glistening body. The energy emanating from this snake was similar to yours, and it carried moisture. Sensing this keenly, you quietly followed it. Soon, you saw the snake enter a fist-sized hole and vanish. After a moment of hesitation, you stealthily waited outside the hole. On the seventh day, the slender snake emerged from the hole, slithering towards a distance, its body adorned with droplets of water. You gazed at the narrow opening, liquefying your body and cautiously entering. Inside the hole, you were stunned to find a small space, a square meter in size, with a large puddle at its center, the water quality not ideal. Smaller than the watering hole but dark and damp, shielded from the harsh sunlight, making evaporation difficult. Apart from the faint stench of the snake's body, it served as an excellent temporary refuge. In no time, you claimed this place as your own territory. The slender snake returned and was swiftly met with your continuous attacks. Water manipulation skills, punches. Under a barrage of strikes, the snake failed to react and met its demise. On the eighth day, you luxuriated in the puddle, the water quality inconsequential under the effects of the achievement slime in the mud. Suddenly, you remembered something important and swiftly left the puddle, carrying the snake's body towards the watering hole. That night, at the bottom of the watering hole, you heard sounds from the ground. Quietly surfacing, you saw a black cat devouring the last few paralyzed mice on a string. Leaving one behind, the cat prepared to depart. You called out to it, suggesting that the nearby snake's body could also be turned into such a delicious meal. After a moment of hesitation, the black cat lay down beside the watering hole. You kept talking, annoying the cat, which extended its claws, prompting you to obediently fall silent. On the ninth day, you had nearly cleared the paralysis grass in front of the rabbit monster's den. After the paralysis snake meat was prepared, the black cat devoured most of it, contentedly rubbing its belly before suddenly collapsing stiff on the ground. You stared in disbelief, calling out, "Black cat! Black cat!" After 2 calls went unanswered, you approached and whispered to the cat's ear, "Are you male or female?" The cat remained unresponsive until you touched its head, at which point it reacted. A cold light flashed, and several claw marks appeared on your body. Terrified, you recoiled as the cat stood up, its eyes filled with murderous intent. "You dare to poison me!" You were dumbfounded, barely able to defend against the swift strikes. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." After a round of painful blows, watching your swollen body, the black cat finally relented. To prove your innocence, you tear off a piece of numb snake meat and put it in your mouth. After a moment, you feel your whole body stiffen. On the 10th day, you slowly wake up surrounded by water. You quickly make your way to the surface, but there is no sign of the black cat. You wait a day, but the black cat doesn't show up. The water in the pit is almost running out. You look at the crystal stone, contemplating that it's time to move. However, if the energy fluctuations on the crystal stone cannot be concealed, it cannot be safely taken away. You sit at the bottom of the water pit, hesitating. On the 11th day, the water in the pit completely disappears, and you start to panic. The crystal stone is your tool for leveling up, it must be taken away. Suddenly, a voice appears, use your power to shield its power. You are stunned, look up, and see a pair of yellow pupils staring at you. It's the black cat. With the help of the black cat, you successfully conceal the aura of the crystal stone. Just as you are about to express your gratitude, the black cat disappears. You shout, if you want to find me, go to the dense forest to the north. You arrive at the large water pool in the dense forest and carefully place the crystal stone. On the 12th day, shortly after you leave, when you return to the water pool, you see several monsters gathered at the entrance. You know that your departure caused the power of the crystal stone to dissipate. You are discovered and surrounded by the monsters. You fight your way into the cave and find the fireball skill book to learn. A powerful force rages within you. Holding the crystal stone, you step outside the cave, and the monsters instantly become excited, charging towards the crystal stone. You swallow it in one gulp, a fierce look in your eyes, all of you. Accompany me in death. Boom! You explode. You died, explosion resistance +1, skill fireball compatibility +50%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 12 days of experience. 2. 12 days of physical fitness. Su Chen's tense body relaxes as he stares at the subtitles. He directly chooses 2. A sense of void power flows into his body, and Su Chen feels his strength increase. He opens the panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier third level, 47. 49%. Attribute, water lifespan, 266 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skill, muddy water, enhanced, skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 15, explosion resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, achievements, slime in the mud true dry child favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask evaluation, a water slime with a unique style and a bit of self-defense ability, surprisingly capable of moving on land, although still a weak fighter. Looking at the full compatibility of the fireball skill in the skill compatibility section, Su Chen feels excited. This means that as long as he gets the fireball skill book, he can learn it directly. Looking at the nearby fire mouse, Su Chen waves his hand confidently, Big brother fire mouse, the time is right. Let's go into the cave. The fire mouse looks at Su Chen with confusion, getting up to gather its companions. Su Chen, with a quick thought, stops it, saying, Big brother fire mouse, we're not sure what's below ground right now. If there are ants ambushing on the surface, it wouldn't be good to be attacked from above and below. In my opinion, leave some brothers on the surface, what do you think? The fire mouse finds some sense in this and leaves half of the fire mice on the surface. Then, under Su Chen's lead, they enter the ant cave. Seeing this, a cunning smile appears on Su Chen's face. Su Chen leads the fire mouse and quickly arrives at the location of the ant queen. Seeing the ant queen with his own eyes brings quite a visual impact to Su Chen. A body towering 3 meters high stood out conspicuously in this not-so-spacious area. Moreover, the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from it made Su Chen's scalp tingle, if he had one. The intrusion of the fire mouse group and Su Chen immediately caught the attention of 2 dark red ants beside the ant queen. Both dark red ants exuded first-tier third-level energy fluctuations. Without hesitation, Su Chen swiftly darted into a nearby secluded corner. As a water element slime, Su Chen's own energy fluctuations were not very prominent without deliberate display. Perhaps it was because water could contain all things, embracing all rivers. Water element monsters naturally possessed this characteristic as well. The battle between the fire mouse group and the dark red ants erupted instantly. In this ant nest, whether it was the fireballs released by the fire mice or the dark red ants, the nest remained intact despite the bombardment. The ant queen stood at the rear, observing the battlefield with compound eyes. Soon, 1 dark red ant perished, along with all the fire mice except for the first-tier third-level one. Only the 2 remained on the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, the fire mouse was slightly inferior to the dark red ant. The fire mouse only had a fireball skill, which was quite explosive. The dark red ant also had a fireball skill, although not as powerful as the fire mouse's. However, its legs were extremely sharp, and its melee combat ability was formidable, causing several wounds to appear on the fire mouse quickly. Su Chen shook his head as he watched, realizing that with his current strength, facing either of them would be a challenge, let alone winning easily. But given the choice, he would rather face the fire mouse. With his high 15-point fire resistance and the additional effect of fire mouse's favorite, the fire mouse couldn't even touch him. Moreover, Suchin discovered that his water whip skill seemed to inflict significant damage on these fire element monsters after his level had increased, far more potent than their fireball exchanges. Facing fire element monsters of the same level who only mindlessly used skills, it was simply a one-sided beatdown. Analyzing his own position, Suchin felt secretly pleased. The situation on the field changed. Realizing its defeat, the fire mouse ceased the struggle and chose to flee. However, the ant queen wasn't about to let it escape, spitting out a thick phlegm that blocked its retreat. Enraged, the fire mouse activated its rampage mode, struggling for a few more minutes before meeting its end under the sharp legs of the dark red ant. Suchin knew it was his turn to step in. A water pillar shot out with a whoosh, piercing the darkness, shattering the dawn, and crashing down on the dark red ant with tremendous force. Bang! The dark red ant's body was sent flying like a giant hammer, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, its 6 legs trembled wildly like chaff. Well, it's not every day you get results like this after a decade or two. I didn't think of so many adjectives for nothing. Suchin emerged from the shadows, and another water pillar shot out, finishing off the dark red ant. Then, he turned his gaze to the ant queen. Hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life. The ant queen curiously stared at Suchin. This slime seemed somewhat out of the ordinary. Feeling the ant queen's gaze on him, Suchin felt a bit nervous. How come this doesn't match the simulation? Shouldn't you be begging for mercy and handing over the skill book at this point? The ant queen remained still, and Suchin dared not move, staring back at her with wide eyes. 10 minutes later, Suchin was inwardly screaming, "My eyes are killing me, can you just get it over with?" Just as he was about to give in, the ant queen averted her gaze. Just a stupid slime after all, couldn't even blink for 10 minutes, are your eyes not dry? It then put on a frightened expression, "Slime, please don't kill me." Suchin's mouth twitched. Can you be any more fake with this act? Oh well, at least I can blink now. Encountering someone who loves to perform, one must satisfy oneself, right? Who made oneself unable to beat others? Since you're afraid, hand over the treasure, and I can spare your life. The ant queen hurriedly spoke. I do have a treasure, but you must promise me that after obtaining it, you will not appear in my territory again. Suchin thought to himself, do you think I'm a pushover? Taking the skill book, are you a fool? Alright. I swear by the life of the Slime King that once I have the treasure I desire, I will never return. The ant queen was taken aback. A race like the slime that can't even compare to a weak chicken has a king? And swearing by the life of the Slime King? What kind of nonsense is this? Is this slime not a fool? Well, better hurry and leave to not cloud my mind and fail to complete the task given by the king. The ant queen took out a book from behind her. Suchin eagerly stared at it and snatched it up. Fireball skill book. It's it. It's it. It's finally here. Suchin's heart bloomed with joy. The ant queen, seeing Suchin's excitement, urged him to leave. A skill book that only humans can learn, and he's this happy? Suchin happily left the ant queen's location. The ant queen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the empty space, exerting herself, she produced a meatball, feeling insecure without any guards by her side. Suddenly, Suchin returned. Seeing this scene, the ant queen was petrified, using 10 times the strength to grab the bodies of the flame mouse and 2 dark red ants and ran out. You continue. You continue. I didn't see anything. The ant queen stared blankly as Suchin awkwardly dragged the 3 bodies out, wondering if she should just kill him to end it. Suchin arrived on the ground, glanced back, saw no enemies chasing, casually threw away the 3 bodies, panting heavily. The flame mouse group left on the ground surrounded him. Seeing their big brother dead, each one glared at Suchin with hostility. Suchin looked at this group of only first-tier second-level flame mice, thinking it would be better to just get rid of them. As he prepared to release the skill, a thought came to mind. Immediately, a look of sadness appeared on his face as he leaned over the body of the flame mouse that Suchin had dragged and almost dismembered along the way, wailing, "Big brother flame mouse, you died so tragically. So young, so handsome, so valiant, how could you just leave like that? Those ants, so ruthless, to beat you like this. Big brother flame mouse, your wife and children, I will take care of them for you." The surrounding flame mice looked puzzled. Although they couldn't quite understand what Suchin was saying, the grief didn't seem fake. They all shifted their gaze to the 2 dark red ant corpses nearby. It was them who killed Big Brother Flame Mouse and the other brothers. I fought desperately to kill them, avenging our brothers. The Flame Mouse group immediately angrily beat the 2 dark red ants' corpses, and Suchin, with a face of sorrow, joy, picked out magic crystals from the shattered bodies. System, convert. Convert 1 first-tier 3rd-level magic crystal, receive 22 simulation points. Convert 1 first-tier 3rd-level magic crystal, receive 22 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 71. 88 Su Chen never expected that one first-tier third-level magic crystal could be converted into 22 simulation points. After reaching the first-tier third level, a first-tier second-level magic crystal could only be converted into 3 points. Truly surprising. Looking at the Fireball skill book in his hand, the system timely provided a prompt. Ding! Would you like to learn the Fireball skill? Attribute counter, compatibility 100%, can be learned? Is there even a need to ask? Learn! The Fireball skill book disappeared directly, turning into a stream of light that entered Su Chen's body. Su Chen felt all the related knowledge about the Fireball skill appearing in his mind. Bluntly speaking, it can now proficiently conjure a fireball. Su Chen couldn't contain his joy and burst into laughter. Quack quack quack. The flame rats around, in the midst of whipping a corpse, were puzzled by this infectious laughter. Could this slime have turned into a goose monster? Also, what's so funny about your laughter? Are you happy that my big brother died? Sensing the unfriendly gazes of the flame rats around him once again, Su Chen quickly stifled his laughter. Sorry, laughed too soon. He put on the mask of pain again, dispelling the doubts of the flame rats around him. Su Chen gazed affectionately at the corpse of a tier 3 flame rat. I need to figure out a way to extract its magic crystal. After a moment, under Su Chen's coaxing, the group of flame rats buried the tier 3 flame rat. Standing in front of a small mound, Su Chen solemnly held the magic crystal in his hand. May the radiant light of the flame rat god bless you in the afterlife. Farewell, my flame rat big brother. Then, Su Chen raised the magic crystal in his hand, and in full view of everyone, the flame rat group staring, the crystal disappeared. Converted a tier 3 magic crystal, obtained 22 simulation points. The flame rat group boiled with excitement. This magic crystal disappearance technique truly stunned them. Su Chen turned around, looking at the restless flame rat group, his voice echoing like a hollow valley. Listen, flame rats, I am sent here by the flame rat god to redeem you. Flame rat god? What kind of thing is that? The group of flame rats looked at each other in confusion, seeing the incomprehension in each other's eyes. However, they dared not interrupt Su Chen. He seemed a bit mysterious and profound. Su Chen gazed at the group of rats, some civilized and some not, fell silent for a moment and said, the instructions given to me by the god are for you to obey me. From now on, I am your new big brother. The group of flame rats seemed to understand now. My big brother just died, and you're here to take his place, right? Agitation arose. After a moment, 3 flame rats ran away directly. With the group of flame rats already small, only 5 remained. Looking at the 5 flame rats, Su Chen sighed. 5 is better than none. Just as he was about to speak, the 5 flame rats asked, can we eat these 2 giant ants? Su Chen glanced at the bodies of the dark red ants and nodded. The 5 flame rats immediately rushed to eat. For magical beasts, eating stronger magical beasts than themselves can enhance their own strength. After the 5 flame rats finished eating, they disappeared in a flash. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Damn! How can this be called uncivilized? They're clearly cunning. Damn, they ate everything and ran faster than anyone. With the failure of his plan to recruit followers, Su Chen was not discouraged. Without free labor, he had to do everything himself. There were still several tier 2 flame rat corpses on the ground, and he converted all the crystals into simulation points. Converted a tier 2 magic crystal, obtained 3 simulation points. Converted a tier 2 magic crystal, obtained 3 simulation points. Su Chen's figure appeared in front of the rabbit beast's den. Looking at the nearly bald paralysis grass he had plucked, he pondered silently. In the previous simulation, he used paralysis grass to marinate a tier 3 snake beast, which managed to paralyze a black cat of unknown level. After taking a bite, he fell to the ground and slept for a day. The power was simply terrifying. It hadn't been this strong when used on ordinary magical beasts before. Could it be related to the host? The higher the host's level, the stronger the paralysis effect? If that's the case, this paralysis grass is truly divine. In the future, if he's displeased with any magical beast, he'll offer them marinated food, wait for them to be paralyzed, then rush in for the kill, completing a cross-level slaughter. However, the existence of the unknown level like the black cat woke up immediately with a little external stimulus. It's unknown where the limit of this paralyzing grass lies. Forget it, let's try slowly. Carefully picking a few, Su Chen looked at the remaining paralyzing grass, spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva. Water it, grow quickly. If it weren't for not needing to excrete, Su Chen even thought about applying some artificial fertilizer. After carefully taking care of it, Su Chen left contentedly. Water hole. Su Chen replenished his water and came to the surface. The pile of rubble in the distance became the target. Water burst. A 10-meter-long water column immediately sprayed out, and the pile of rubble was blasted into a gap in an instant. Not bad power. Su Chen took a deep breath, aiming at the pile of rubble. A flame power gathered in his mouth. The scorching energy even made his mouth feel hot. Fireball. A basin-sized fireball directly spewed out from his mouth, extremely fast, with a whooshing sound, hitting the pile of rubble directly. Bang! A loud explosion occurred, shattering the pile of rubble into pieces, dust flying up. When the dust settled, Su Chen looked closely. In the place where the pile of rubble was originally located, there was a dark big pit with sparks scattered inside. Su Chen's eyes lit up suddenly. This power. Amazing! Although the water burst skill had decent power, especially the enhanced version with mud, it still had the effect of restricting the opponent's movements. But in terms of actual power, the fireball skill still had the upper hand. If used well, it could even be used as a group attack skill. Combat capability has increased by more than one level. Open the panel to check. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier third level, 47. 50%, attribute, water lifespan, 266 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, water burst, enhanced mud, fireball skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 15, explosion resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask evaluation, a bit weird slime with a bit of self-defense ability learned fire skills, a water slime capable of land activities, still a cannon fodder. The panel didn't change much. Su Chen looked up at the sky, turned back to the bottom of the pit, hugged the crystal and fell asleep deeply. Hee hee, hee hee hee. A silly laughter accompanied by a system prompt sound appeared. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 115. 88-inch Su Chen woke up from his dream, looked around confusedly. Damn it! I just reached the peak of my life, why did I wake up? Stretching lazily, blowing a few bubbles, Su Chen came to the water surface. The sun was still infinitely good, scorching the ground. Su Chen returned to the bottom of the water hole, fiddling with the crystal. After learning the fireball skill, he had some new methods of using his own energy. Among them, he could release his power from his body. It wasn't very useful, couldn't attack or defend. But, it could still conceal the fluctuations of the crystal. But, Su Chen fell into contemplation. The water in the pit wouldn't last a few days, he had to leave here quickly, go to the dense forest to the north, and the large water hole in the simulation would be a suitable temporary base. However, if he wanted to take the crystal without being discovered, he had to constantly release energy to conceal it. Once he left, the crystal's power would spread out, and in the previous simulation, he died because the crystal's power leaked out, leading to being discovered by a large number of monsters. Su Chen pondered for a moment, unable to figure out a reason. Never mind, let the simulated self think about it. Su Chen opened the panel and started the simulation directly, consuming 30 simulation points, remaining 85. 88 simulation points, simulation initiated. On the first day, you arrived at the dense forest 1500 meters to the north. On the second day, at night, numerous monsters headed north. Instead of following them, you waited for an hour after they left and then looted their nest. On the third day, the lazy sunlight bathed in its own radiance, and daylight arrived. The returning monsters, upon discovering their homes had been robbed, were furious, their roars echoing through the forest. Some weaker monsters suffered unjustly, becoming tools for venting anger. You were deeply moved by this and, filled with anger, surveyed the night's loot in front of you. Among them, you found several special fruits emitting energy fluctuations. After a moment of hesitation, you chose to eat them. A surge of power was released within you, and shortly after, you felt your strength increase. Your eyes gleamed, and you quickly devoured the remaining fruits. You felt that you were not far from leveling up. Su Chen's eyes lit up at this. Wow, no wonder those monsters were so angry, turns out they were hiding good stuff. Hee hee, I've benefited from this. On the fourth day, the monster group was still restless. You cautiously went out to gather information. You learned that the fruit you ate was a rare fruit in this forest, the energy fruit. It could enhance strength, and many high-level monsters collected it for their level breakthroughs. The entire forest of monsters cursed the thief who stole the fruit because of this thief's presence. Weak monsters were wrongly blamed, and many were injured or killed. Filled with righteous indignation, you joined in the cursing and quickly gained the recognition of some weaker monsters. Through their words, you learned more about this forest. On the fifth day, you searched all day for the shadow of that slender snake but found nothing. Without finding the snake, you couldn't locate the large water hole. On the sixth day, you spent the morning searching for the snake's shadow, almost exploring the entire forest. That night, feeling somewhat dehydrated, you sat bored on a tree, pondering whether to return to the waterhole to replenish your fluids. Suddenly, a slender figure swiftly passed by on the ground to your left. Your eyes lit up as you immediately recognized it as the snake you were looking for. It was likely your target. You quickly followed. The snake swiftly killed several prey, swallowed them, and then slowly headed back the way it came. You followed and soon arrived at a hidden entrance. You were excited. Fireball. Water whip. 2 skills were instantly cast, catching the snake off guard as it couldn't dodge due to eating, receiving significant injuries. Without hesitation, you followed up with another fireball skill after the water whip. The dual attack of water and fire left the snake with only enough time to spit out a fireball before succumbing, motionless. Learning from past mistakes, fearing the snake might be feigning death, you patiently spat 3 more fireballs until it turned to charcoal before feeling at ease. Inside the cave, indeed, was the large water hole. You returned to the entrance, carefully noting the surroundings. A tree, a blade of grass, 2 red flowers with tender pistils. On the 7th day, you brought the charred snake back to the waterhole. You plucked paralysis grass and marinated the snake monster. That night, the black cat appeared on time. It approached the marinated snake monster, sniffed it twice, then walked away with a look of disdain. Moving to a paralyzed old mouse nearby, it took a few bites, leaving a string behind. Watching the black cat about to leave, you hurriedly appeared, meeting the yellow-eyed gaze of the black cat. You hesitated for a moment, telling it that you could make many such foods and that it could come to you if needed. You revealed your location in the dense forest to it. The black cat did not respond, its limping figure disappearing from your sight. On the 8th day, you practiced with the crystal stone. On the 9th day, you continued practicing. On the 10th day, the water hole dried up completely. You brought the crystal stone to the shore, pondering where to go next. On the 11th day, instead of heading north, you set off southward. You wanted to see if there was another way out. South was also the direction the carriage had come from initially. On the 12th day, you started running out of water. Besides encountering monsters along the way, nothing else stood out to you. On the 13th day, you continued on your journey without any incidents. On the 43rd day, you felt like you had walked very far, but it seemed like you were going around in circles, seeing the same things over and over again. Trees with fiery crowns, grass red all over, and the blazing sun. During these days, you survived by fighting monsters, consuming their flesh and drinking the water from their blood. You could clearly feel significant progress, possessing a stronger physique and combat ability than before. On the 87th day, you halted your advance and realized that you seemed to be going in circles, witnessing the mark you left on a tree on the 51st day reappear before your eyes. On the 88th day, you pondered an escape under a tree. Suddenly, you felt a chill and a terrifying sense of danger approaching. In an instant, you lowered your head and swallowed the crystal stone in your arms, feeling yourself being swallowed by some creature. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experience of 88 days. 2. Physical fitness of 88 days. 3. Unknown creature's mucus. Staring at the third option that had not appeared for a long time, Sikhen hesitated for a moment and chose 2. A huge force surged into his body, causing Sichen's body to grow larger once again, swelling several points more than before. Open panel. Character panel, Sikhen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 3rd level, 76. 14%. Attribute, water lifespan, 301 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced version, fireball skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, flame resistance, 15, explosion resistance, 6, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the flame mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask appraisal. A somewhat eerie slime with a bit of self-defense ability, mastering fire skills, and possessing the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. Sikhen looked at his panel with satisfaction. Although the changes were not significant, every change on the panel manifested on his body, representing his progress. If heading south is not feasible, Sikhen pondered, deciding not to go south for the time being. With his current strength, it was best not to wander aimlessly without any special circumstances. Well, even with special circumstances, I shouldn't wander. At least not the main body. Designating the south as a restricted area, Sikhen decided not to head south for the time being. Continue north. Sikhen reached the ground and headed directly north. With its current speed, reaching the dense forest 1,500 meters away from the waterhole would not take long at all. A tree, 2 flowers, tender stamens. Upon entering the dense forest, Suchen immediately began searching for the clues he had left behind in the simulation. Since he chose to, he couldn't access his memories in the simulation and could only guess through words. After half a day, Suchen still hadn't found the entrance to the big water hole. Oh my goodness, trees, grass, and flowers everywhere, who knows which place it is? Describing the place, this dense forest had countless areas that fit the description. While searching, Suchen also observed the monsters in the forest. Beings with higher energy fluctuations than himself were everywhere, and Suchen was cautious when passing by them. He was afraid that his magnificent, handsome, and invincible figure would be remembered by them, leading to jealousy and putting his life in danger. By the afternoon, the sun was gradually setting, and Suchen gave up searching, preparing to return to the waterhole. As he walked out of the dense forest, he felt a damp sensation beneath him. With the keen intuition of a water element monster, its gaze suddenly shifted to the nearby bushes. In an instant, a fireball erupted from the bushes. Suchen, who was already alert, had no reason not to dodge. Just as he was about to perform a stylish 360-degree Thomas spin move, the fireball hit him directly in the face. It exploded on his handsome face. Bang! Ding! Fire resistance plus 1 inch. After the explosion, Suchen regained his senses, feeling the pain and hearing the system's attribute increase prompt. His expression turned strangely excited and angry. Raising a middle finger, he exclaimed, "Come at me if you dare." Boom! Another fireball flew out from the bushes, faster than the previous one. Suchen snorted. "I know your location now. Tit for tat. It means that if someone hits you, it's impolite not to hit back hard." Water whip. Fireball. Two skills were swiftly unleashed, shooting towards the spot where the fireball appeared. Suchen didn't even bother to look at the fireball coming towards him, letting it hit his handsome face. If getting hit could increase resistance, he was willing to sacrifice his handsome face. Bang! The sound of two fireballs hitting simultaneously echoed. Suchen was covered in soot, his eyes wide open. The expected system sound didn't appear. What the heck? System, are you stuck? Did I just get played? The bushes had turned to ashes, revealing a charred figure inside. Slender snake. Suchen looked at the creature in the bushes with surprise. It turned out to be the owner of the big water hole he had been searching for. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, his simulated self could directly name this monster Slender Snake, confirming that the charred body was indeed the Slender Snake monster. What luck! It's easy when you least expect it. Suchen knew that the Slender Snake monster wasn't very strong in combat. Even though the fireball on his face hurt quite a bit, it didn't cause much damage. The Slender Snake monster struggled in pain, and Suchen grabbed it by the neck, delivering a heavy punch. "Do you yield?" The Slender Snake monster, caught by the neck, stared directly at Suchen without making a sound. Seeing the fierce nature of the Slender Snake monster, Suchen exclaimed, "Impressive. You've got guts." He continued to throw punches, breaking the Slender Snake monster's spine. "Do you yield?" The Slender Snake monster slumped down, still staring directly at Suchen. Shock appeared in Suchen's eyes. "Such a fierce snake. Admirable. I was going to ask where your home is, but since you're like this, I won't torture you. I'll just send you on your way." The Slender Snake monster was dumbfounded. "You want to ask me where my home is? Just ask directly. What kind of nonsense is this about yielding?" It signaled, voice unheard. A fireball burst directly from Suchen's mouth. Watching the charred Slender Snake monster, Suchen skillfully extracted the magic crystal. "By the way, did it just speak earlier?" Suchen shook his head, probably misheard. This thing had been silent from start to finish, fierce and admirable. Then, he joyfully transmuted the magic crystal. Transmute 1 level 3 magic crystal, gain 22 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 107. 88. Suchen looked at the snake corpse on the ground, pondering if he could roast it for a meal. But he had no tools at hand. Better continue simulating first and leave eating for later. Consuming 30 simulation points, remaining 77. 88 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you entered the dense forest and immediately saw a tree with 2 flowers, vibrant pistils blooming on them. You caught sight of a narrow cave entrance behind you and froze. Suchen saw the subtitles and chuckled. "Hey, little snaky, here I come." On the second day, after seizing the large water hole of the Slender Snake monster, you planned to sneak into the monster's lair at night. As the monster group set off towards the north, being the 6th, you patiently waited, extended your magic hand, and reaped a good harvest. You found energy fruits and consumed them directly. You felt your strength increase, but you could clearly sense that consuming the last energy fruit didn't boost you as much as before. The enhancement from the energy fruit had weakened. Suchen paused. He had only eaten a few? It didn't work anymore? He had thought of simulating a few more times, but it seemed impossible now. Is that it? Treating it like a treasure? Su-chen looked at the crystals nearby. Despite swallowing them many times, he hadn't noticed any decrease in his enhancements. These monsters seemed to have a misunderstanding about the word treasure. No wonder the crystals are so tempting to the monsters. I have to be careful, very careful, Su-chen muttered, reaffirming the feasibility of the endurance path and the necessity of his firm belief. As long as he endured, the vast heavens and the earth would be within his grasp. Thinking of that invincible loneliness, a cute, sly smile appeared on Su-chen's round face. He. On the third day, the monster group returned home to find it robbed, filled with extreme anger. Some weaker monsters suffered unjustly and were brutally killed. For a while, the entire forest echoed with various monster cries. Your monster identity could discern curses in their cries. On the fourth day, fearing the crystals would be discovered, you returned to the waterhole. You released your own power to mask the crystal's fluctuations. After returning to the large waterhole, you carefully hid the crystal. But you knew you couldn't leave the waterhole. Once you did, without your energy covering, the crystal's power would start to dissipate, attracting the attention of other monsters. On the fifth day, you spent the whole day in the waterhole, practicing with the crystal. On the sixth day, after observing for a few days, you discovered that at night, many monsters would head north, leaving few monsters wandering outside. Especially in the area where the waterhole was located, very few monsters passed by. On the seventh day, today was the time for the black cat to go to the waterhole. Concealing the crystal's fluctuations, you brought it back to the waterhole and patiently waited. That night, faint sounds came from the ground near the waterhole, and you knew the black cat had arrived. You surfaced and saw the black cat eating a paralyzed mouse skewer. When there was one skewer left, the black cat stopped, clearly showing an unsatisfied look, greedily glancing at the skewer before leisurely walking away. You call out to the black cat, telling it that you can make a lot of this kind of food. A few days later, you will leave here and head to the dense forest to the north. The black cat doesn't respond to you, its limping figure disappearing from your sight. On the eighth day, you look at the water surface that can no longer cover your own figure, wondering if you will become a living target like a mountain after leveling up. On the ninth day, you practice with the crystal all day. On the 10th day, the waterhole completely dries up, no water in sight, only a hint of moisture in the mud at the bottom of the pit. The black cat still hasn't appeared. You know it's time to leave. On the 11th day, you bring the crystal to the large water pool in the hidden cave of the dense forest, knowing that you will live here from now on. On the 12th day, you observe the habits of the monsters living around you. On the 13th day, you continue observing. On the 14th day, you are still observing. On the 15th day, you stop pretending, no longer wanting to hide your cowardice under the excuse of observing their habits. You decide to go out and explore, determined not to be a coward. You leave the cave entrance and see several powerful monsters fighting, fireballs flying, the ground scorched. A fireball lands beside you, creating a deep pit, your face instantly blackened. You quickly return to the large water pool, mumbling to yourself, "It seems my previous observations were not enough, I need to observe more." On the 16th day, still observing. On the 34th day, at night, you feel you have observed enough and it's time to go out. After checking around and finding no monsters, you quickly leave the large water pool and follow the direction the group of monsters left in. Along the way, you see many monsters. In your eyes, they are just moving simulation points, even though you currently don't have the ability to kill them. But you firmly believe in one thing. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank of the river, do not bully the young and weak. The speed of the monster group is not fast, and you leisurely follow behind, chatting casually with a first-level third-rank pink rabbit monster beside you. When the group reaches a position 1 kilometer north of the dense forest, it is already late at night. Suddenly, your attempt to engage in further communication with the pink rabbit is interrupted by a commotion ahead. In front of the group, there is a pack of wolves engulfed in flames. Each of these wolves exudes a stronger aura than you, and the leader's energy fluctuations are terrifying. Chaos erupts in the monster group. The leading wolf speaks, "Do not take another step forward, violators." It bears sharp teeth glinting under the moonlight. Its meaning is clear. The other wolf monsters immediately assume an attacking posture. The pink rabbit exclaims, "It's a firewolf," and quickly runs away. Most of the monsters in the group also start retreating. The hesitant monsters witness a powerful monster being easily torn apart by the wolves and choose to retreat as well. At this moment, you are at the forefront of the retreating group. On the 35th day, as you return to your secret base, you notice several monsters circling near the small cave entrance. You mutter to yourself, "This is not good," as the monsters spot you. "What are you guys looking at?" You pretend to approach them. A flying bird monster glares at you, spewing a fireball directly. You quickly dodge, cursing, "Hey, have the guts to announce before using a skill." This fireball seems to be a signal for battle, as the remaining monsters focus their attacks on you. With nowhere to hide, you reluctantly take 2 hits, leaving your body charred. Breaking free from the encirclement, you prepare to escape. At this moment, a terrifying fox monster appears, its eyes cunningly fixed on you. Suddenly, 3 balls of fire shoot from its tail towards you. The flames move too fast, you have nowhere to hide. You're dead. Fire resistance +1, please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 35 days of experience. 2. 35 days of physical fitness. Looking at the simulated ending options, Suchen chose the first one. Without swallowing the crystal, there would be no significant improvement, and if he didn't choose one, he wouldn't gain the memories from the simulation. This time, luck was on his side as he discovered the existence of the cave where the water puddle was on the first day. If he didn't choose one, it was uncertain whether he could find it after the death of the snake monster. With memories flooding in, Suchen knew where the cave was located, and at the same time, he was well aware of everything he had seen and heard along with the monster heading north. Suchen dragged the charred body of the snake towards the large water puddle. After finding the location, Suchen was greatly shocked to see the narrow cave, only about 3 fingers wide and high. How could this be found? This snake monster was truly skilled at peeping into caves. Upon liquefying into it, just like in the simulator's memory, except for a slightly fishy smell and a slightly cramped space, everything else could be ignored. With the achievement of slime in the mud, Suchen was naturally immune to this minor issue. There are 88 simulation points left, can simulate 2 more times. Having simulation points and not simulating was no different from being thirsty and having water but not drinking it. Simulate. Consuming X 30 simulation points, remaining 47. 88 simulation points, simulation begins. Day 1, night. The monster group left, and you went straight to their lair, using your chubby hands to search around, reaping a rich harvest. You returned to the large water puddle, picking out energy fruits and consuming them directly. As you consumed the last energy fruit, you felt the enhancement becoming very weak. Day 2, the monster group returned, and the jungle was filled with curses and commotion caused by the irritable monsters. For a while, many slightly weaker monsters in the jungle suffered undeserved disasters. While muttering guilt, you collected their charred bodies. Hiss, ready-made roasted meat, so delicious. Day 3, night. The monster group headed north again. After much hesitation, you chose not to follow. Day 4, you decided to practice diligently, so you hugged the crystal and fell into a deep sleep, absorbing the energy it transmitted to you. Day 5, you were practicing. Day 6, you were practicing. Day 38, you finished your practice and could feel that you were about to level up. You went outside the cave and locked eyes with a pair of yellow pupils. You were stunned, staring at the black cat. The black cat also stared back at you in a daze, its gaze shifting to behind you. Water? You nodded. The black cat's gaze moved north. Your strength is growing rapidly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, you straightened your body proudly, and the black cat looked at you. I will bring food tomorrow, you cook for me. It spoke with a commanding yet pleading tone. You flashed a self-proclaimed charming smile. No problem. You asked for the black cat's name, but it didn't answer, limping away. Taking advantage of the night, you plucked some paralysis grass. Day 39, the black cat appeared on time, holding in its mouth a large rat with a deflated head. You felt a stronger energy fluctuation from this large rat's body than your own, even though it was already dead. Eagerly, you dissected it and found that the magic crystal had shattered, staring in disbelief at the black cat. The black cat seemed nervous. It ran too fast. I couldn't hold back. It won't affect the taste, right? You hesitated for a moment, then shook your head. You immediately made the paralyzed large rat. The black cat looked expectantly, its anticipation growing stronger with the scent spreading. You have no doubt now that if you act contrary to its expectations, it might just give you a swipe, and your fate would be no better than the big rat in its paw. The black cat left with the paralyzed big rat you prepared. As it left, it told you, no name. On the 40th day, the scent of the paralyzed big rat you made last night attracted the attention of other monsters. You hid in the cave, not daring to reveal your own breath. With time, more and more monsters gathered outside the cave. A small monster extended its tail into the cave, sweeping back and forth. You pressed your body tightly against the back wall of the cave, afraid of being swept. Suddenly, the tail lengthened abruptly, touching you. You could clearly feel the tail stiffen in an instant. Then, you felt the ground shake. The cave was bombarded with a multitude of skills, on the verge of collapse. You knew you couldn't stay. Grabbing the tail that touched you, you unleashed a fireball skill. The tail was instantly burned off. Screams came from outside the cave, accompanied by various complex monster cries, all urging you to come out. You swallowed a crystal in one gulp and rushed out of the cave. In a final glance, you saw dozens of monsters surrounding the outside, exuding a terrifying aura. Damn it, bury them all for me. In the distance, a swift black shadow rushed in, claws tearing a monster into pieces in an instant, yellow pupils flashing with eerie red light. You paused for a moment, a smile playing on your lips. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experience of 40 days. 2. The physical fitness of 40 days. As the simulation ended, Suchen looked at the final subtitle, feeling a warmth in his heart. Is it the black cat? Finally, it wasn't in vain defeated. It even knew to come back and save me. This black cat. Not bad. Suchen smiled faintly. Choosing 2. A sense of void entered his body, and Suchen felt a significant increase in his strength. Race, slime, blue, level, first tier third level, 98. 14%. Attribute, water lifespan, 329 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced mud, fireball skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, flame resistance, 17, explosion resistance, 7, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of flame mice. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask evaluation, a bit of self-defense ability, learning fire skills, a water slime capable of land activities, still a cannon fodder. The growth of lifespan has slowed down a lot, no longer increasing by 1 day, not much related to survival days. Suchen fell into contemplation. Now, there was no need to worry about lifespan. Over 300 days of life, enough for him to squander. The improvement in strength was crucial, as there were many monsters in the jungle stronger than him. In the last simulation, the fire wolf pack that appeared a kilometer north of the jungle, and the fox that skillfully killed him at the end, were much stronger than him. Experience points are almost full. Should I level up first? Consuming simulation points x30, remaining simulation points 17. 88. Simulation begins. The first day, at night. Taking advantage of the monsters heading north, you reached their lair and reaped a rich harvest. Among them, you found energy fruits. After consuming them, you found minimal improvement, and after the last energy fruit, you felt no enhancement. The energy fruit had no effect on you. At this moment, you felt power expanding within your body. A new force emerged from within you, flowing through your body, enhancing your physique. Your breath changed, becoming powerful and profound. First level 4. Leveled up. Suchen's eyes sparkled. This was the first time he leveled up in the simulation. As long as he chose the second option after the simulation ended, he could directly inherit the level. As a quasi-first level 4 player, Suchen felt proud. At first level 4, I should be able to compete with most of the monsters in this jungle. The next day, full of confidence, you liquefy your body and leave the cave. Inside are 2 first level 2 fire dogs, old acquaintances. You unleash a water skill. A strong water column gushes out directly, with a distance of 15 meters between you and the fire dogs. The water column hits directly. The hit fire dog howls and falls to the ground motionless. The other fire dog, seeing its big brother being killed instantly, snarls at you. You are greatly shocked by the courage of this fire dog, a first level 2 daring to show aggression towards you. You decide to send it to reunite. Suddenly, you are stunned by the fire dog's actions. The fire dog rushes directly in front of you. Before you release a skill, it crouches in front of you, wagging its tail frantically, showing a fawning posture. You are taken aback and decide to accept this fawning dog. On the third day, while you are sleeping in the cave, the fire dog that expressed loyalty to you yesterday escapes. Just as you realize it, it returns. This time, it brings a large number of monsters, including some first level 4 monsters. They demand the treasures in the cave from you. You know that during your absence from the cave, the fire dog sensed the aura of the crystal. Angered, you look at the fire dog and use your water skill to take it away. Then, under the siege of many monsters, you charge out with the crystal. Boom! You explode. You died. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 3 days of experience. 2. 3 days of physical fitness. Watching the simulation end, Suchen was dazed. What a pretentious fawning dog. Disgusting. Suchen hasn't forgotten that when he first entered the jungle in the simulation, he was threatened by these 2 fire dogs to be drained dry. He never expected these 2 dogs to be so audacious. Damn, don't let me see you again. Suchen cursed silently and chose the second option. As the option was confirmed, a huge force entered his body. Boom! Suchen felt his body changing. The change didn't last long, dissipating after a few minutes. His appearance remained the same. Su-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the possibility of becoming a target is not high. This upgrade brought significant enhancements. Besides the increase in his own strength, both skills were improved to varying degrees. Outside the cave, he used his water skill on a fire tree 15 meters away. A strong water column gushed out directly, instantly breaking the fire tree from the hit position. Bang! A loud noise, the broken tree trunk fell down. Su-chan aimed at another fire tree, preparing slightly. A basin-sized fireball appeared and directly struck the selected target fire tree. Boom! The fire tree exploded, sparks flying. Su-chan's eyes sparkled. This power has increased by more than 3 times. After leveling up, what was the first thing to do? Do I even need to ask? Of course, it's to train the fawning dog. Hee. Su-chan's cute, sly smile appeared on his face. In the simulation before the last one, he chose option 1 as a reward, and the memories he inherited happened to contain information about these 2 fire dogs. He knew their whereabouts very well. How should one deal with 2 first-level second-rank fire dogs? Give them a smile. The 2 fire dogs were puzzled. I'm just a dog, and you want me to smile? Looking at the slime that seemed to have descended from the heavens like a grim reaper in front of them, they racked their brains trying to figure out when they had offended this guy. Seeing the 2 fire dogs not reacting, Su-chan slapped them both, giving each a big slap. The 2 fire dogs quickly grinned, showing their teeth. In just half an hour, they had been forced by this eccentric slime to do various tasks including standing on 1 foot, biting their own tails, and urinating while standing on their heads. Seeing the pitiful smiles on the faces of the 2 fire dogs, Su-chan shuddered, and gave them 2 more big slaps. Why are your damn fangs showing? I told you to smile, not to pretend to be vampire dogs. Both fire dogs were stunned by the slaps. In just half an hour, they had no idea how many slaps they had received. If I am guilty, let the god of fire dogs punish me, not send a slime. Damn it, are you daydreaming? Cry for me. Saying that, he gave them 2 more slaps. An hour later, the 2 fire dogs, with swollen cheeks, had become extremely obedient under Su-chan's harsh training. Sit. The 2 fire dogs instantly sat down, not daring to move. Su-chan nodded in satisfaction. Fire dogs, stand up. The 2 fire dogs were puzzled. What was this about? Su-chan's expression changed suddenly, startling the fire dogs, who quickly stood on 1 foot. Not bad. Let's end the training here for today, continue tomorrow. The 2 fire dogs finally couldn't hold on any longer and were about to relax their bodies. Did I tell you to relax? The fire dogs instantly tensed up again, continuing to perform the fire dog stance skill. A sly smile appeared on Su-chan's lips as he slowly walked away. The 2 fire dogs, seeing Su-chan disappear, relaxed their bodies and slumped to the ground. Brother, how can there be such a strong slime? How would I know? A first-level 4th-rank slime, damn, a rare sight in a dog's life. Brother, what should we do? It said it would continue tomorrow before leaving. The 2 fire dogs trembled. Continuing tomorrow would be the death of them. Don't worry, 2, let me think of a solution. Half an hour later, 2 cautiously nudged Big Dog, who was in a contemplative pose, and spoke softly. Brother, have you figured it out? Big Dog jolted, wiping the drool from his mouth with his paw. Is it mealtime? Where? 2 was taken aback, seriously questioning the necessity of continuing to hang out with Big Dog. Consumed simulation points x50, remaining simulation points 17. 88, simulation failed. Seeing this system prompt, Su-chan was stunned. 50 points. That night, Su-chan's liquid body roamed through the dense forest. Simulation points were depleted and needed replenishing. Without simulation points, there would be no further improvement in strength. Therefore, Su-chan decided to take a risk and venture out. The increase in his own level also gave Su-chan some confidence. Character panel, Su-chan, race, slime, blue, level, 1st level 4th rank, 5. 20%. Attribute, water lifespan, 364 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 17, explosion resistance, 7, defense, blade defense, 2, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse, do not ask what you shouldn't ask. Evaluation, a slime with a bit of self-defense ability, learned fire skills, and the ability to move on land, although still a loser in battles. Actually, the most important thing is not these, but that in Su-chan's memory, he knows the location where most of the first-order 3rd-level magic beasts in this dense forest are located. Every night, the magic beasts head north, and most of the first-order 3rd-level magic beasts have the self-awareness not to go. Suchen's previous observations in the simulation also allowed him to grasp information about these magic beasts. Can't beat the high-level ones, can't beat these small fries either? No danger, simulation points to gain, hee. Suchen's figure quickly appeared in the den of a first-order third-level magic beast. Seeing Suchen, a first-order fourth-level big shot, arrive, the first-order third-level magic beast was stunned, cowering in a corner, innocently looking at Suchen with big eyes. Seeing Suchen unmoved, the little magic beast knelt directly in front of him. Suchen was dumbfounded. How am I supposed to deal with this? Shouldn't you have come at me with a fireball? Then we fight fair and square? Magic beast, a first-order fourth level talking about fairness with me? Do you think I have a long life? Suchen hesitated for a moment, looted a bit, then left. But this is really poor. Apart from a few fruits, there was nothing else. Suchen rushed towards the dwelling of another first-order third-level magic beast in his memory. This magic beast was fierce, seeing Suchen as if it had encountered an enemy. It spat out a fireball directly. That's more like it. Excitement appeared in Suchen's eyes as he directly collided with the fireball with his body. Bang! The fireball exploded on Suchen's body, causing no harm. Suchen became even more excited, quickly charging forward and delivering a heavy blow. The magic beast was stunned by the blow, then started brewing a fireball in its mouth. Suchen grabbed its mouth, and the fireball exploded inside. Instant kill. Watching the dead magic beast, Suchen felt proud, rummaged around and found a magic crystal. Converted a first-order third-level magic crystal, obtained 6 simulation points. 6 points? It's getting so little. 9 magic crystals are barely enough for 1 simulation. After searching around, finding nothing valuable, Suchen headed towards the next target. Throughout the night, Suchen had a fruitful harvest. Besides casually killing a few first-order third-level magic beasts, he also visited the nests of those powerful magic beasts that had left. It must be said that robbery is indeed profitable. Looking at the various shiny things in front of him, Suchen's eyes were dazzled. After picking and choosing, Suchen felt frustrated. He found that only 5 energy fruits were valuable, while the rest were useless trinkets that shone like pearls. Do advanced magic beasts also play sophisticated like humans? Suchen felt that beasts could play too. At the same time, he thought that if he had no survival pressure, he would play even more. He picked up an energy fruit and put it in his mouth. It melted instantly, with an excellent taste, making it seem like he hadn't eaten anything. A very weak energy circulated in Suchen's body and then disappeared. Is that it? Almost no improvement. Suchen looked at the other 4 energy fruits and shook his head. He now had 41.88 simulation points. As night fell, Suchen didn't want to go out anymore, so he lay down in a puddle with the crystals and fell into a deep sleep. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 51.88. With the appearance of the system prompt, Suchen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. A new day began with simulation. Consuming 50 simulation points, remaining 1.88 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, after the return of the Magic Beast group, they found their homes had been robbed, and a large number of magic beasts were furious. Some weak magic beasts were affected, resulting in heavy casualties. You roamed the entire dense forest and got roasted meat. On the second day, at night, the group of monsters headed north again, and you went along, hanging at the back, concealing your form with liquefaction. You realized that your level 4 status could now hold its own against most of the monsters here, which were mostly level 4 as well. After scanning around, you didn't spot any stronger energy fluctuations from the monsters. The group moved slowly, and by the time they reached a position 1 kilometer north of the dense forest, it was deep into the night. The fire demon wolf pack appeared, prompting you all to retreat. You hesitated facing the level 5 elite fire demon wolf leader, and after a few level 4 monsters were easily killed, you chose to leave. You found yourself at the forefront of the retreat. On the third day, at night, the monster group headed north again, and you concealed yourself at the back. You were well aware that these monsters were heading north for water. There was a spring that only appeared at night located 3,500 meters north of the dense forest. At the 1 kilometer mark, the fire demon wolf pack appeared again. The fire demon wolf pack seemed extremely angry and charged out upon seeing the monster group, instantly killing several monsters. The monster group was also provoked and engaged in battle with the fire demon wolf pack. However, the level 5 elite fire demon wolf was a terrifying presence for these level 4 monsters. The flames on its sharp claws could easily kill level 4 monsters. The monster group dared not linger and scattered in all directions. As you marveled at the significant suppression brought by levels, you swiftly fled. You were at the forefront of the monster group's retreat. On the fourth day, at night, the monster group headed north again, and after reaching the location of the fire demon wolf pack, you headed directly west. In your heart, you thought, what fools, they don't even know how to take a detour. When a bear with flames on its paws suddenly lunged at you, you realized that you were the fool. You died, defense +1 from heavy blow. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 4 days of experience. 2. 4 days of physical fitness. Su Chen chose option 1, and a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. He gained some understanding of how to battle the fire demon wolves. That bear must also be a level 5 existence, to be able to send me west with a single slap. Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness, realizing there were 2 level 5 beings. With each level up, Su Chen could clearly feel the increasing gap between different levels, making fighting higher level opponents extremely difficult. At level 4, he was several times stronger than his level 3 self, a qualitative leap. He could easily defeat level 3 opponents, not even worthy of being his adversaries. Thinking about it, I'm quite impressive after all. After indulging in self-admiration for a moment, Su Chen pondered while holding a crystal. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the water in the puddle beneath him was slowly decreasing. After reaching level 4, Su Chen became more sensitive to water. He carefully sensed that while in the puddle, his body was absorbing a small amount of water with each breath. At this rate, this puddle won't last long. Su Chen fell into contemplation. It seems heading north is inevitable. I just don't know if the appearance of the fire demon wolf pack and that violent bear was a coincidence or if they reside there. After pondering for a while, Su Chen felt their appearance was somewhat coincidental. In a previous simulation, he had walked a long way without encountering the bear and fire demon wolf pack. In that simulation, when he went further, many powerful monsters appeared, especially a lion-like monster that wreaked havoc. Su Chen felt a sense of crisis. What he could simulate, he could anticipate, but what he couldn't simulate was unknown to him. The world was never static but ever-changing in the blink of an eye. First, we need to break through the blockade of the wolf pack or that raging bear and continue forward. Su Chen finalized the plan, his gaze fixed on the crystal. The crystal was of utmost importance to him, a weapon for his advancement that he must keep safe. Roar! A furious roar suddenly echoed, and Su Chen recognized it as the voice of a flame baboon monster in the dense forest. Among the energy fruits he casually took last night, 2 were obtained from its nest. Following the flame baboon's roar, the angry roars of other monsters in the forest began to sound one after another. Even at the edge of the dense forest, Su Chen still felt the deafening noise. Is it worth it? Just a few measly fruits. Muttering to himself, Su Chen cautiously stepped out of the cave, quickly moving when he saw no trace of monsters around. The first place he visited was the flame baboon's territory, where many of the monsters within its range had suffered heavy casualties. Such a sin! Such a sin! Su Chen muttered as he swiftly collected magic crystals, converting them into simulation points. Convert 1 level 3 magic crystal, get x6 simulation points. A series of system sounds appeared, rapidly increasing his remaining simulation points. Su Chen underestimated the allure of the energy fruits to these monsters. After losing the energy fruits, the rampaging monsters attacked almost indiscriminately. The riot lasted for hours, and Su Chen's remaining simulation points reached 193. 88. Satisfied, he returned to the water pool. The crystal was safe, with no monsters approaching. Faced with the rampage of a level 4 monster in the forest, lower-level monsters cowered in their dens, too afraid to show themselves. As dusk approached, the dense forest finally quieted down. Stepping out of the cave, Su Chen wondered if he could find more to reach 200 simulation points. Not far from where he stood, he saw 2 limping flame dogs. Startled by Su Chen, the 2 dogs immediately prepared to flee but ended up bumping their heads together and falling backward. Standing before them, Su Chen remarked, 2 foolish dogs. Dog 1 and Dog 2 looked crestfallen. Their territory was precisely the flame baboon's domain, where the flame baboon's dominance usually allowed them, 2 level 2 monsters, to survive peacefully. Unexpectedly, the flame baboon had gone on a rampage, and the residual effects of its skills had severely injured them. Fleeing all the way, they planned to leave the forest and find a safer place. Unexpectedly, they encountered Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen up close, Dog 2 panicked. Big brother, what do we do? Dog 1, with drooping eyelids, glanced at Su Chen and said, play dead. Then, it rolled its eyes, stiffened its body, and collapsed. Dog 2 was greatly shocked and quickly followed suit. Su Chen. Were they conspiring so loudly in front of him? Did they think he was blind or deaf? I happen to be hungry. Tonight, we'll have dog meat. The 2 flame dogs froze upon hearing this. Dog 1 instantly stood up straight, wagging its tail frantically. My meat isn't tasty. Eat Dog 2's, it's young and tender. Dog 2 was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at Dog 1. You're actually selling me out. Suchen smiled faintly, I prefer my meat aged, firm. Dog 1 panicked, hastily asserting, I practice diligently every day. I've been waiting for your inspection. Dog 2 was once again bewildered. These past few nights, Dog 1 had been acting unusually, not sleeping early but finding various excuses to go out. It turned out, it was secretly practicing. Dog 2, feeling indignant, stood up and attempted the same stance. However, due to its lax practice in the past few days, it couldn't hold the position for more than a few seconds before collapsing on the ground. Suchen looked at the two fire dogs and a thought came to mind. If you don't want me to eat you, that's possible. And if you behave well, I can cover for you. The two fire dogs were stunned to hear Suchen's words. Being in this dense forest, they were well aware that a Tier 4 First Order already stood at the top of the food chain in this forest. If a Tier 4 First Order powerhouse was willing to cover for them, their lives could be effectively guaranteed. The two fire dogs immediately expressed their loyalty. Suchen didn't believe a word of their loyalty. What's the value of a fire dog's loyalty anyway? Moreover, these two had deceived him in a previous simulation, with a poor reputation. After some thought, Suchen spoke. Several Tier 4 First Order magical beasts rioted, causing some magical beasts to die. Before tomorrow, each of you dogs give me 10 magic crystals. Then I will accept your loyalty. The two fire dogs, upon hearing this, glanced at each other and nodded quickly. Off you go. Instantly, the two fire dogs felt as if they had been granted amnesty and disappeared into the night. At this moment, within the dense forest, the magical beast group began moving northward again. Suchen squinted his eyes. The water in the puddle wouldn't last much longer. Finding a water source remained a top priority. Heading north had become inevitable. Activate simulation. Consuming 50 simulation points, remaining 143. 88 points, simulation initiated. The first day, at night, you follow the magical beast group northward. After advancing a kilometer, you encounter a pack of fire magic wolves. The magical beast group is angry but helpless. The strength of a Tier 5 First Order fire magic wolf elite is beyond their ability to resist. Some magical beasts have other ideas and start moving in a different direction, preparing to detour. You notice that the fire magic wolf pack is indifferent to the magical beasts choosing to detour. Moreover, you keenly observe the disdain in the eyes of the fire magic wolf elite. You look to the west. Judging by the behavior of the fire magic wolf pack, the rampaging bear must still be there. Then you look to the east, where some magical beasts have gone, and it has been a while since they returned. Is it safe? After a moment of hesitation, you set off towards the east. Upon arrival, you find an open area. 3 flames attack you. Behind the flames is a powerful fox emitting energy. You quickly dodge, but one flame still hits you. Luckily, with fire resistance, you are not instantly killed, but you are severely injured. You swiftly liquefy your body and flee frantically. Following you, several magical beasts head east, including the Tier 4 First Order Flame Baboon. You hear their roars as they enter the area of the fox to the east, which abruptly stops. You shudder. At the same time, you breathe a sigh of relief, feeling safe with them blocking the way. Suddenly, 3 flames appear above you. Looking up, you see a fox with flames burning on its tail, its eyes filled with contempt. The terrifying flames instantly surround you. You have died. Fire resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. A day's experience. 2. A day's physical fitness. Fox. 3 flames? What kind of skill is this? Suchen chooses 1, and the memory enters his mind. The image of the fox appears. With its disdainful gaze and formidable strength, Suchen's pupils slightly contract. Without surprise, this is also a Tier 5 First Order magical beast. 3 Tier 5 First Order magical beasts. Blocking all 3 directions, obstructing the path to the water source. How can I proceed? I need to come up with a plan. Back at the water puddle, Suchen looks at the crystals beside him. There is a way. By using the crystals, simulating more times, and reaching Tier 5 First Order, they will no longer be an obstacle. Remaining simulation points, 143. 88 simulate one more time, focusing on increasing experience this time. Consuming 50 simulation points, remaining 93 points. 88, simulation starts. On the first day, 2 fire dogs came to you with magic crystals. You accepted the crystals, commanded them to continue collecting more. On their way to collect magic crystals, the 2 fire dogs were killed and swallowed by a First Order 4th level flame belly snake hunting for food outside. Angry at the loss of free labor, you confronted the flame belly snake, using the restraint of the water skill to kill it. On the second day, to save the water in the puddle, you returned to the water pit with the crystals. The water in the pit was running low, so you immersed yourself at the bottom of the pit to practice. On the third day, you continued practicing. On the sixth day, today is the time for the black cat to come, and there is no water left in the pit. You realize that staying at the bottom of the pit is meaningless as the black cat can easily find you. You move to the land and wait quietly. Late at night, the black cat's figure still hasn't appeared. You feel a chill. Suddenly, you sense something and say in a high tone, "Since you're here, show yourself." After a while, there was no movement. Just as you doubted your senses, a black cat appeared behind you. Startled, you try to remain calm. Pointing to a dried-up paralytic mouse skewer on the ground, you say to the black cat, "Please have it." The black cat, looking like it hasn't eaten in days, devours the paralytic mouse skewer in one gulp, then looks at you as if considering if you're edible. Internally, you're thinking, "Oh my god," but you maintain composure and tell it. You have a small base in the northern dense forest where you can be found, and with the right materials, you can make plenty of this kind of food. The black cat leaves, its limping figure appearing incredibly powerful in your eyes. You can sense that the black cat is much stronger than the fire demon wolf elite and that fox. On the seventh day, you return to the water pit, practicing with the crystals. On the eighth day, you continue practicing. On the ninth day, you continue practicing. On the 36th day, you stop practicing. You deeply feel the difficulty of leveling up, realizing that you've only made a slight improvement during this time. As soon as you exit the cave, you see a pair of yellow pupils staring at you. "Black cat!" you exclaim in delight. The black cat leaves you several monster corpses and departs. You spend a day preserving them all. On the 37th day, the black cat appears and takes away the preserved monster meat. On the 38th day, the water in the puddle dries up, and you hesitate between following the monster group north or consuming the crystals. On the 40th day, your body starts to shrivel. You've made your decision and are about to swallow the crystals when a disturbance occurs. In the dense forest, a deafening roar echoes. You quickly leave the cave and cautiously head towards it. The flame baboon has leveled up. First order 5th level. On the 41st day, at night, the flame baboon leads the monster group north through the dense forest. The fire demon wolf group, upon seeing the first order 5th level flame baboon, shows seriousness in their eyes. The battle is about to begin. Amidst the monsters, you liquefy your body and sneak northward. As you break through the blockade and feel triumphant, a ghostly figure appears. When you see the fox's silhouette, without a hint of hesitation, you go madly fleeing backward. Flames erupt behind you instantly. You push your speed to the limit, your liquid body blending with the various plants and trees in the dense forest to conceal your movements. You successfully arrive at the location where the fire demon wolf group and the monster group are fighting. The skills clash between the fire demon wolf elite and the flame baboon, causing the ground to scorch. The appearance of the fox makes the two first-order 5th-level monsters pause. The fire demon wolf elite glares angrily at the fox, "Fire fox, daring to trespass my territory, you're seeking death." A surprising scene unfolded before you as the elite fire wolf demon abandoned the flame baboon and charged towards the fire fox. The fire fox quickly retreated from the territory of the fire wolf pack and headed east. Seeing this, the fire wolf elite ceased pursuit and engaged once again with the flame baboon. In the end, both were injured, and the flame baboon retreated in defeat. The other monsters, witnessing the retreat of the flame baboon, also began to withdraw. You were at the forefront of the group. As you returned to the water pool, preparing to enter the cave, a figure appeared, the fire fox. You instantly liquefied and hid inside the cave. Before you could even breathe a sigh of relief, the cave shook, and rocks tumbled down. The fire fox intended to bury you alive. In a swift move, you swallowed a crystal stone and burst out of the cave. The fire fox appeared in front of you, sensing the explosive power emanating from you, fear flickering in its eyes. "Damn it, you like me so much, let's die together." In your roar, an explosion resounded. Boom! You exploded. You died, explosion resistance +1, please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 41 days of experience. 2. 41 days of physical fitness. Choose 2. A sense of void entered your body, and you felt your physique increase slightly. Oh no! Why did my size increase again? It's over, getting closer to becoming an easy target. Fortunately, the increase in size was minimal, which made you breathe a slight sigh of relief. A smaller size makes it easier to survive, whether in ambushing as the sixth man or in escaping. Let's see how much I've improved this time. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 4th level, 38. 89%. Attribute, water lifespan, 380 days enhancement, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, Muddy Water, Enhanced Version, Fireball Skill Compatibility, Fireball, 100%. Resistance, Fire Resistance, 18, Explosion Resistance, 8, Defense, Sharp Weapon Defense, 2, Heavy Blow Defense, 1, Achievements, Slime in the Mud, True Dry Guy, Favorite of the Fire Mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask evaluation, a bit weird slime with some self-defense ability, learned fire skills, a water slime capable of land activities, still a weak fighter. Experience growth is really impressive. Following this trend, I should be able to level up in about 5 or 6 simulations. This simulation brought a lot of information. Both fire dogs actually pledged loyalty to me, but unfortunately, they were eaten. I need to prevent this from happening again. Although their levels were not high, they were still labor. When dealing with labor, exploitation, along with fair distribution of work, is the way to go. The firefox is powerful, but it seems to have a feud with the firewolf. I can use this to my advantage. It might be effective. A plan began to form in Su Chen's mind. The day was already late. Let's stop here for today. In the water pool, Su Chen fell asleep holding the crystal stone. The next day, he. Su Chen's expression was cute, lewd, drool dripping down. One day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 103. 88-inch the system's prompt shattered the dream, and Su Chen wiped the drool from his mouth, stretching lazily. A wonderful day begins, of course, starting with receiving the magic crystal. Su Chen headed out of the cave. The 2 fire dogs were already waiting outside punctually. As Su Chen emerged from the narrow cave, the 2 fire dogs looked puzzled. Su Chen's size was now almost the same as theirs, and he managed to come out of such a narrow and cramped cave. I never heard that slimes could dig holes, right? Ignoring the shock of the 2 fire dogs, Su Chen's gaze lingered on the ground nearby. More than 20 magic crystals, shining under the sunlight. The fire-type magic crystals were all red, ranging from 1st tier to 3rd tier. Seeing Su Chen's gaze on the crystals, Dogde hurriedly spoke, I found all these magic crystals overnight, both in quality and grade, they are superior. Dog Air was stunned for a moment. Dogde, you're taking all the credit for yourself. Dogde patted Dog Air's head, stupid, I'm showcasing my abilities. Think about it, if I get promoted, I can cover for you in the future. With me backing you up, you can go flirt with female dogs every day. Dog Air was touched, looking at Dogde, Dogde, you're so good to me. Dogde shook his head, speaking proudly, let's not get all sentimental. Su Chen twitched his mouth, these 2 dogs were quite something. Not to mention having names, just their intelligence, being able to survive in this dense forest, made Su Chen sweat for them. Perhaps, this is what they mean by dumb luck for dumb dogs. The 2 fire dogs were still chatting. Su Chen directly converted the magic crystals. Converted 1 2nd-tier magic crystal, obtained 1 simulation point. Converted 1 3rd-tier magic crystal, obtained 6 simulation points. Converted 1 1st-tier magic crystal, obtained 1 simulation points. In total, over 20 magic crystals brought Su Chen 5 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 146. 38. Watching the crystals disappear in front of him, the 2 fire dogs were amazed, drooling. Well done, perform well, I'll have your backs in the future. The 2 fire dogs nodded eagerly upon hearing Su Chen's words. Su Chen's magic crystal disappearance technique truly impressed them, earning their trust in his strength. Continue collecting magic crystals. With Su Chen's promise and command, the 2 fire dogs happily trotted off. Su Chen followed closely behind. In the simulation, these 2 silly dogs were eaten by the flame serpent. Having the ability to defeat the flame serpent, Su Chen naturally wouldn't stand idly by. After the 2 silly dogs walked away, looking around, they finally stopped in front of a sturdy fire tree. The canopy of this tree was denser than the others, appearing suspicious. Su Chen's heart tightened as he surveyed the surroundings. After looking around and finding nothing suspicious, he muttered, wasn't it here where they were eaten? Suddenly, the 2 silly dogs lifted their hind legs and started urinating on the fire tree. Su Chen was stunned, then burst out cursing, damn, they even choose a place to pee. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a strong fluctuation. On the sturdy fire tree, a part of the bark, almost merging with the tree, moved unnoticed by Su Chen. With lightning speed, it arrived above the heads of the 2 silly dogs. Dogde was the first to end the urination, preparing to lower his leg in relief, only to lock eyes with the flame serpent, seeing the continuously spitting snake venom. Dogde froze, my dog god, flame belly serpent. Terrified, he fell on his back, legs up in the air, while the little one who just finished urinating involuntarily released yellow liquid. Caught off guard by the yellow urine splashing on its face, the flame serpent was bewildered. Su Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? The flame serpent had never experienced such humiliation. Its snake mouth, soaked in yellow urine, enlarged instantly, completely out of proportion, ready to swallow Dog Da whole. My dog god. At that moment, Dog Air, calming down from the panic, suppressed his fear and shot a fireball. The fireball exploded on the flame serpent's head, causing no harm. Ignoring Dog Air, the flame serpent continued charging towards Dogde. It only had eyes for Dogde now, the weak monster who dared to provoke it. Dogde let out a cry of despair, closing his eyes in hopelessness. His fate was sealed. Sizzle! A thick water column appeared instantly, knocking the flame viper into the air. Then, a fireball exploded directly at the 7-inch position of the flame viper. The flame viper curled up in pain. Another water column appeared, hitting the 7-inch position again, piercing its body directly. The flame viper's body split into 2 pieces but was still wriggling. A fireball appeared, hitting the snake's head directly. The head exploded. A magic crystal burst out. 2 fire dogs stared dumbfounded at the slime peeking out from the nearby bushes. Ergo, I won't believe in the dog god anymore. Then what do you believe in? I believe in the slime. After performing the magic crystal disappearance technique, Su Chen sent the 2 dumbfounded dogs off to find more magic crystals. Convert 1 level 4 magic crystal, receive 30 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 176. 38 looks like a lot, but not very useful. Back at the water pool, Su Chen opened the panel. Simulation. Only through simulation can one become powerful. Consume 50 simulation points, remaining 126. 38 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, you practiced with the crystal in the water pool. You feel that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Every bit of experience accumulation requires you to work hard for it. When did I become so enlightened? Su Chen scratched his head. On the second day, you continued to practice. On the third day, practice. On the 5th day, you returned to the water hole. Today is the time for the black cat to come. At night, the black cat appeared, and you carefully communicated with it, saying you were worried because of the lack of water. You also told it that you could make many delicious foods if it went to your base in the dense forest. The black cat left in silence. On the 6th day, you returned to the water pool, embracing the crystal to continue practicing. On the 25th day, you finished your practice. On the 26th day, at night, you headed north with a group of magical beasts. The fire magic wolf pack once again became an obstacle. Without any conflict, the group of magical beasts returned. It seemed they were just checking if the fire magic wolf pack was still around. On the 27th day, the group of magical beasts set out again. Just like yesterday, after seeing the fire magic wolf pack, they returned directly without any conflict. You were puzzled because compared to the numerous fire magic wolves, the other 2 directions of the violent bears and firefoxes were better breakthrough points. Soon, you got the answer. The violent bears and firefoxes attack indiscriminately. Once they enter the territory, they are attacked directly, not knowing how they died. Only the fire magic wolf pack is a bit more approachable. On the 28th day, you spent a day observing the daily routines of 3 level 5 first-tier magical beasts. On the 29th day, based on yesterday's observations, you continued to observe the 3 level 5 first-tier magical beasts. On the 30th day, you continued to observe, having a basic grasp of the routines of the 3 magical beasts. You found that during the day, the elite fire magic wolf did not stay with the fire magic wolf pack, but not too far away, making it impossible to break through during the day. The violent bear remained within its territory. The fire fox's movements were somewhat elusive, not fixed within the territory. At the same time, the 3 magical beasts were in a hostile state towards each other, not encroaching on each other. On the 31st day, during the day, you decided to implement your plan. You prepared meat marinated with paralyzing grass in advance and arrived at the edge of the fire magic wolf pack's range. The elite fire magic wolf was resting under a big tree in the rear and did not notice you. You patiently waited, and a fire magic wolf seemed to sense the scent, leaving the pack and heading towards you. The elite fire magic wolf looked alertly, and you held your breath. Seeing nothing unusual, the elite fire magic wolf lay back down. Your body slowly moved backward, and the fire magic wolf followed suit. After leaving the territory of the fire demon wolf for 100 meters, the fire demon wolf saw a large piece of meat on the ground emitting a delicious smell. It rushed over instantly, cautiously looking around at first. After finding no danger, it directly tore into the paralyzing meat. After finishing its meal, it walked back satisfied, but suddenly, its body stiffened and it fell to the ground. Seeing this, you quickly rushed over and dragged its stiff body away. On the 32nd day, the fire demon wolf pack was missing 1 fire demon wolf. The elite fire demon wolves were furious and led the pack to search in the dense forest. Your location was not spared either, as the entire forest was searched. All the magical beasts dared to be angry but not speak. When the fire demon wolf pack returned empty-handed, you went to the firefox's territory. Finding the firefox absent, you picked up some soil with firefox feces and brought it back. You went to where the fire demon wolf's body was hidden, sprinkled the soil with firefox scent over the body, shook off the soil on the wolf's body, and then reprocessed it with paralyzing grass. On the 33rd day, you brought the processed fire demon wolf meat to the bear tyrant's territory, dropped the meat, and left. The massive body of the bear tyrant appeared, attracted by the scent of the paralyzing fire demon wolf meat. Ignoring that it was fire demon wolf meat, it directly started eating. You watched from the shadows, a cold smile playing on your lips. You summoned 2 fire dogs and instructed them to inform the fire demon wolf elite that the bear tyrant had eaten the fire demon wolf. The fire dogs obeyed, and due to their common ancestry, the fire demon wolf elite led the pack half believing to the bear tyrant's territory. The bear tyrant was furious and attacked immediately. The fire demon wolf pack saw the fire demon wolf skin on the ground nearby. Enraged, they erupted into battle. The bear tyrant was powerful, killing a fire demon wolf with a single blow. The fire demon wolf elite roared, and the wolf pack fought as a team, causing injuries to the bear tyrant. You watched silently from the shadows as the fire demon wolf pack and the bear tyrant fought briefly, resulting in the deaths of 3 fire demon wolves and the bear tyrant losing an arm. Under your command, the 2 fire dogs appeared in front of the paralyzing fire demon wolf skin. They glanced at each other and whispered, "Why does it smell like firefox here?" The fire demon wolf elite and the bear tyrant heard this, gathered around the skin, and upon confirming the scent of firefox, they erupted in anger once again. On the 34th day, after yesterday's discussion, the fire demon wolf pack and the bear tyrant unanimously believed that the firefox was meddling. In the firefox's territory, the firefox, who was sleeping soundly, was hit by a fireball falling from the sky. It angrily confronted the fire demon wolf elite and the bear tyrant, questioning them. Without a word, the bear tyrant and the fire demon wolf elite joined forces to attack the firefox. The firefox, furious, fought back. After a moment, the firefox lay gasping for breath on the ground, understanding what had happened, but its explanations fell on deaf ears. The fire demon wolf elite and the bear tyrant exchanged a glance and left. You emerged from the shadows and approached the firefox. Before the firefox could speak, you unleashed your water whip and fireball skills. The firefox understood that you were behind everything. Its eyes filled with hatred locked onto you. With all its might, 3 flames appeared on its tail. The gaze of hatred froze. You killed the firefox. You were hit by the flames. You died. Fox Fire Skill Fragment +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. Experience of 34 days. 2. Physical fitness of 34 days. The simulation ended, and Suchen was somewhat dumbfounded. Damn, I was careless. This old fox actually had a hidden skill. Choosing option 1, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind, from designing the conflict between the 3 first-tier level 5 magical beasts to the plan to kill the firefox. The entire process unfolded in his mind. After receiving all the memories, Su Chen realized there were some flaws in the plan. The gaze shifted to the skill fragments. What is this? Ding! Skill fragments have a small chance of appearing after a Warcraft's death, and the appearance rate depends on the Warcraft's bloodline. The stronger the bloodline of the Warcraft, the greater the chance of skill fragment appearance, and collecting all the fragments allows you to learn that skill. Does this mean exploding skills? It's just a fragment. You need to collect all the fragments to be able to learn it. If that's the case, does it mean that in the future, whenever you see a Warcraft displaying a powerful skill, you could potentially learn it? If that's possible, it's simply invincible, isn't it? Just thinking about it gets me excited. Let's try brushing up on the skills first, and perfect the plan with a few more simulations. After making up his mind, Su Chen couldn't wait to start the simulation. Consuming 50 simulation points, remaining simulation points 76. 38, simulation starting. On the first day, you start preparing the plan. You spend a day observing the daily routines of 3 first-order level 5 Warcraft. Combining this with your previous observations, you gain new insights into them. On the second day, you gather a lot of paralysis grass. You spend a day marinating meat, and also train the 2 fire dogs, Big Dog and Second Dog. There is still plenty of paralysis grass left. An idea pops into your mind, and you decide to implement it. On the third day, you decide to start executing the plan. You arrive at the Fire Demon Wolf Pack, and after squatting for an hour, you finally spot a lone Fire Demon Wolf. You use marinated paralysis meat to lure it away. The unfortunate Fire Demon Wolf, at the mercy of your poisoned hand, turns into paralysis fire demon wolf meat. Carrying the freshly marinated paralysis fire demon wolf meat, you head to the territory of the firefox. As soon as you appear, the firefox locks onto you. Seeing the paralysis fire demon wolf in your hand, it asks what you are doing. You tell it that this is your food. The firefox looks at you incredulously, questioning how a slime like you could possibly defeat a fire demon wolf. You ask the firefox to take a bite of the meat to understand. The firefox, half believing, takes a bite and immediately stiffens, falling to the ground. Ask you. Suppressing the urge to attack, you touch it to ease its stiffness. The firefox's eyes flicker, asking how you did it. You explain and show it the paralysis grass, demonstrating how to marinate Warcraft meat. The firefox lets you go, leaving behind the paralysis grass. You follow suit, hiding in the shadows. You see that after you leave, the firefox immediately kills several first-order level 3 Warcraft and marinates them with paralysis grass. On the 4th day, with the marinated paralysis Warcraft meat, the firefox quietly arrives at the fire demon wolf pack. Compared to you, its speed is faster, more agile, and silent. The allure of paralysis Warcraft meat to the fire demon wolves is immense. Under the firefox's clever distance control, in less than half an hour, most of the fire demon wolf pack disappears. The fire demon wolf elite notices something amiss, rushes out of the pack, and upon seeing the scattered paralysis Warcraft meat on the ground, it can't resist taking a bite, instantly stiffening. The firefox rushes out, 3 flames appearing behind it, directly hitting the fire demon wolf elite. Injured, the fire demon wolf elite eases from its stiffness, glaring angrily at the firefox. The battle begins. With most of the fire demon wolf pack already diminished due to the firefox's previous actions, the injured fire demon wolf elite is no match for the firefox. After several assaults from the firefox, the begrudging fire demon wolf elite falls. The remaining fire demon wolves are successively killed by the firefox. The fire demon wolf pack, annihilated. Hiss. Is this firefox so fierce? Su Chen widened his eyes. In the simulation, he deliberately revealed the special effect of paralysis grass to the firefox, and it actually utilized it to this extent. It single-handedly wiped out the fire demon wolf pack. How terrifying. On the 5th day, at night, with the fire demon wolf pack annihilated, the obstacle to the northward movement of the Warcraft group disappears. You blend in with the Warcraft group and smoothly head north. When you reach a distance of 2 kilometers, a lion Warcraft rushes out, exuding a terrifying aura, and starts a massacre as soon as it appears. Several demons were killed by its attack, dying tragically on the spot. The remaining demons hurriedly fled. You are running at the front of the team. On the 6th day, you were in the dense forest, looking up at the sky, contemplating life. That night, the demon horde headed north again. To the surprise of all demons, the fire magic wolf pack that disappeared yesterday returned. You keenly noticed that this wolf pack was not the one killed by the firefox. This was a new fire magic wolf pack, with more members than the previous one, led by a one-eyed elite fire magic wolf. The new fire magic wolf pack spotted you, and the one-eyed elite fire magic wolf rushed out, instantly killing the flame baboon at the front of the team. The rest of the demons panicked and retreated. At this moment, you were already at the front of the fleeing team. A new fire magic wolf pack? Su Chen stared at the simulated text, stunned. Is this still a game? One batch dies, and another respawns. This was the most likely speculation about this group of fire magic wolves. These obstructing fire magic wolves belong to a larger group ahead. On the 7th day, the firefox also noticed this new group of fire magic wolves and planned to repeat the old trick. However, the one-eyed elite fire magic wolf was exceptionally vigilant and silently followed behind after the first fire magic wolf was lured out. The firefox did not notice. When the lured fire magic wolf took the first bite of paralyzing demon meat and stiffened, the firefox appeared ready to strike, but a fireball suddenly fell, directly hitting the firefox. Its red fur was completely burnt, and it looked angrily at the attacker. The one-eyed elite fire magic wolf emerged from the shadows, looking disdainfully at the firefox. Clearly, a hint of fear appeared in the firefox's eyes. The battle began. The firefox was no match and quickly retreated. It was only when it was chased to its territory that the one-eyed elite fire magic wolf was willing to stop. That night, the firefox licked its wounds. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by, and the firefox looked warily at the newcomer. In response to the firefox's inquiry, the one-eyed elite fire magic wolf did not respond, leading the fire magic wolf pack to quickly surround the firefox. The firefox fought desperately, but with severe injuries, it did not struggle for long before the one-eyed elite fire magic wolf's claws pierced its body. Howl! The one-eyed elite fire magic wolf left with the wolf pack in a victorious manner. Emerging from the shadows, you witnessed everything and felt a chill run down your spine. This one-eyed elite fire magic wolf was more terrifying than the previous one, both in terms of combat power and intelligence. Glancing at the fire fox's body, you returned to the water pool. On the 8th day, you opened your eyes and saw a pair of emerald green pupils staring into the cave. You locked eyes with those pupils. Howl! The cave began to collapse. You instantly understood that the one-eyed elite fire magic wolf had found you. Knowing that there was no benefit in its hands, you swallowed a crystal and dashed out of the cave. Damn it, old! The cold light of claws instantly cut you apart. Boom! You exploded. You died. Fox fire skill fragment +2, explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 8 days of experience. 2. 8 days of physical fitness. Choosing 2. Avoid force infused into your body, and Suchen felt himself grow stronger. Open the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 4th level, 53. 69%. Attribute, water lifespan, 401 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball skill fragments, foxfire, 3/5, skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, flame resistance, 18, explosion resistance, 9, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse, do not ask what you should not ask. Evaluation, a slime with a bit of self-preservation ability, learned fire skills, and the ability to move on land, although still a weak fighter. Experience points are over half, not far from leveling up. Hey! Suchen left the water pool and came outside the cave. Before long, 2 fire dogs returned together. The big dog carried 2 magic crystals in its mouth, all first tier 2nd grade. Upon seeing Suchen, they wagged their tails and ran over. Eager to please, they lay in front of Suchen. Suchen looked at the fire dog, the same height as himself, and reached out to pat its head. The big dog enjoyed Suchen's touch, feeling the coolness of Suchen's hand due to being a water slime, bringing it joy. You did well, keep it up. Pleased with Suchen's praise, the big dog nodded eagerly, yes, boss. Boss? Hearing this title, Suchen was speechless. These 2 silly dogs knew quite a few words. Suchen looked at the second dog. What about you? The second dog hesitated, looking at the big dog. The big dog promised to give all the magic crystals it found to the second dog, allowing it to have fun while enduring hardships. The big dog quickly explained, defending the second dog. The second dog played a significant role in this search for magic crystals, although it didn't find any in the end. But I saw its efforts. The second dog stared blankly at the big dog, feeling something was off. Suchen chuckled, alright then. Big dog, take care of the second dog from now on. After saying that, he looked at the second dog, learn from the big dog in the future. The second dog nodded blankly, not understanding why it found 2 magic crystals but was still inferior to the big dog. The big dog winked at it, then said to Suchen, boss, let's continue looking for magic crystals. Suchen let them stay and took out 2 energy fruits from the cave, handing them to the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs stared at the energy fruits, their eyes widening. As former members of the Flame Baboon territory, they knew how precious these energy fruits were to the Flame Baboons. These were the most valuable treasures in the jungle, only eligible for powerful first-tier 4th grade monsters. The 2 fire dogs were deeply moved. In their eyes, Suchen's act of giving them treasures even though he didn't eat them himself was truly noble. In their hearts, Suchen was now as majestic as a towering mountain. Go ahead and eat. The 2 fire dogs swallowed the fruits directly, bursting with energy fluctuations, and then performed a leveling up in front of Suchen. First tier 3rd grade. Upon leveling up to first tier 3rd grade, the 2 fire dogs grew a size larger. Previously about the same size as Suchen, they now surpassed him. Are monsters supposed to get bigger as they level up? Suchen sneered, this isn't leveling up, it's the path to becoming a living target. The 2 fire dogs were immersed in joy. In this jungle, being first tier 2nd grade meant being at the bottom, with hardly any monsters lower than that. They were at the bottom of the food chain in this jungle, or almost any monster could pose a threat to them. Now, having leveled up to first tier 3rd grade, their strength had skyrocketed, making them unbeatable except for a few first tier 4th grade overlords. Ah, comfortable. Indeed, what the ancestors said is true, with the right slime, even dogs can fly. The 2 fire dogs praised themselves, looking gratefully at Suchen. Loyalty shone in their eyes. Monsters, they revere the strong. Powerful strength is the foundation of survival. In the law of survival for monsters, strength comes first. The treasure that Suchen gave them to become stronger was a great favor to them. Dogs, loyalty is their nature. At this moment, they were completely loyal to Su Chen. After being upgraded, the two fire dogs stared at him with fiery eyes, making Su Chen feel uneasy. Get to work. He didn't specify what work, but the two fire dogs knew very well: collect magic crystals. Although they didn't know what Su Chen needed the magic crystals for, they didn't care. The more they collected, the better. After leaving, the big dog looked at the second dog with seriousness and earnestness. We are now at Tier 1 Level 3. We can go to places we didn't dare to go before and explore. The second dog straightened up. Big brother, wherever you go, I'll go. Good. Then let's go to the territory of the flame rabbit. But big brother, isn't the flame rabbit Tier 1 Level 2? Second dog, you're still young, there are things you don't understand. Don't think I don't know. You secretly gave our food to the flame rabbit several times, and said it was me sleepwalking and eating at night. Second dog, what else do you know? I saw you on top of the flame rabbit. Second dog. What's up, big dog? Tell me, is roasted dog meat delicious? Su Chen roamed through the dense forest. His target this time was a Tier 1 Level 4 magic beast, the flame magic rabbit, a very plump rabbit. There were 38 simulation points left, just enough for one more simulation, needing a top-up. Killing this fat rabbit will not only increase simulation points but also satisfy my appetite. It's killing two birds with one stone, hitting two targets with one arrow. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Just thinking about the delicious roasted rabbit made Su Chen's mouth water. After the previous simulations, he was well aware of the strength of the flame magic rabbit and was already craving it. Among the Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts in the dense forest, the flame magic rabbit was at the bottom, far less threatening than the flame fire snake he had killed before. Therefore, the flame magic rabbit's territory was not large. When Su Chen arrived, he circled around but didn't see the shadow of the plump rabbit. What's going on? Does it also have a simulation system and knew I was coming, so it ran away early? Su Chen scratched his head in confusion, then saw large patches of urine on the ground, emitting a strong smell. There were also scattered rabbit footprints everywhere. Su Chen immediately made a deduction. Is it in heat? Looking for female rabbits to reproduce? Damn, wasted trip. Su Chen returned to the water pool. Besides the flame magic rabbit, the remaining Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts were not easy to deal with. Although he was confident he could kill them, he might also get injured. If he was ambushed by some old shadow, it would be game over. Stay steady, simulate again before taking action. Consuming simulation points x50, remaining simulation points 26. 38, simulation begins. On the first day, you are ready to assess the strength of the Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts in the dense forest. On the territory of the flame magic rabbit, you see the bodies of Big Dog and Second Dog. The flame magic rabbit is vigorously reproducing with a Tier 1 Level 2 rabbit. Your anger engulfs them. You walk away with the bodies of the two fire dogs, leaving behind two rabbit-shaped charcoals. Seeing this, Su Chen was stunned. How did those two silly dogs provoke the flame magic rabbit? Although it was at the bottom among the Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts in the dense forest, the flame magic rabbit was not something a Tier 1 Level 3 could handle. On the second day, you continue to assess the Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts in the dense forest. Apart from the flame baboon, the other Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts are no match for you in a one-on-one fight. On the third day, you consecutively kill all Tier 1 Level 4 magic beasts except the flame baboon, causing a stir in the forest. The flame baboon searches the dense forest for the culprit, while you leisurely sleep hugging a crystal in the water pool. On the fourth day, at night, the group of magic beasts heads north again, with only one Tier 1 Level 4 magic beast leading the group, even more incapable of facing the fire demon wolf pack. Moreover, it seems that the weakness of the Warcraft group has been noticed. The elite fire demon wolves were somewhat moved. You felt a sense of unease. Sure enough, the elite fire demon wolves led the wolf pack into the midst of the Warcraft group. The flame baboon couldn't hold on for a few moments and was killed by the elite fire demon wolves. Sensing the danger, you had already fled. On the fifth day, half of the Warcraft in the jungle were missing. Nowadays, in the jungle, you are the highest level being. You feel there's no need to struggle. The moment you appeared, all the Warcraft were astonished. There was still a first-level 4th-rank Warcraft present. You became the undisputed ruler of the jungle. You made the Warcraft hand over magic crystals, and in just one day, you obtained hundreds of magic crystals. You were immersed in joy. That night, as many Warcraft awaited you to lead them to break through the blockade of the fire demon wolf pack, you disappeared. A puddle. Looking at the waterless puddle, a hint of sadness appeared in your eyes. Only a few strings of paralyzed rat skewers next to the puddle proved that you had survived here. The black cat appeared, glanced at you, and asked if the rat skewers were yours? You told it to eat, and if it wasn't enough, it could make more at any time. After the black cat finished eating, it looked at you with lingering interest. You were prepared for this. You immediately pickled the Warcraft meat brought back from the jungle. The black cat watched quietly. When deep night fell, and the stars and moon were faint, the black cat suddenly spoke. It's not easy to be the king of the jungle. Hearing this nonsensical statement, your heart trembled. Obviously, the black cat knew what had happened in the jungle. You asked, but the black cat remained silent. After eating the pickled paralyzed Warcraft meat, the black cat limped away. You didn't tell it where you were, because you knew. It knew. On the 6th day, you returned to the jungle. That night, the Warcraft group filled the jungle searching for your figure, and the secluded caves where you were located were visited by no less than 20 waves of Warcraft. You felt that at this rate, the crystal stone would be discovered sooner or later, although there was no stronger presence in the jungle than you now. After much hesitation, you left the cave and informed the Warcraft in the jungle. From now on, they should stop heading north and focus on cultivating in their own territory. On the 7th day, a first-level 3rd-rank Warcraft, the flame-burrowing mouse, discovered the cave where the puddle was located. A large number of Warcraft gathered in front of the cave. You were stunned. You never thought things would turn out like this. The Warcraft told you that heading north was a tradition of the jungle. Even if there were fire demon wolves ahead, they had to go. You wanted to curse. Are they crazy? Going one after another to their deaths? But you held back, knowing it was useless to say these things to the seemingly bewitched group of Warcraft. You agreed. That night, the Warcraft group came to the cave looking for you, but you had already disappeared. The flame-burrowing mouse discovered the existence of the puddle, and the Warcraft destroyed the cave, draining the water. When you returned from hiding and saw the scene, you were extremely angry yet helpless, unable to kill all the Warcraft in the jungle. At that moment, you remembered what the black cat had said. This was the consequence of drifting away? On the 8th day, the puddle was destroyed, and you had to head north. The Warcraft were very happy and followed you. When the fire demon wolf pack saw you at the front, disdain appeared in the eyes of the elite fire demon wolves. Weak little slime. The Warcraft group charged at the fire demon wolf pack, and you took the opportunity to escape in the chaos. However, the elite fire demon wolves kept chasing you. There was still a considerable gap between you and the first-level 5th-rank Warcraft, but the distance between the two sides continued to shorten. Soon, you entered the jungle. Relying on your liquefied body and the advantage of being familiar with the jungle, you barely escaped the pursuit of the elite fire demon wolves. Terrified, you hid in your temporary base, the former residence of the flame baboon, on the largest fire tree in the jungle. You think the most dangerous place is the safest place. Holding the magic crystal in your arms gives you a sense of security. With it, you have the confidence to face anything. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierces the air. You see, under the tree, the elite fire wolf raises its head and looks in your direction. You realize that the fire wolf elite doesn't seem to climb trees. After a few roars, and seeing no reaction from you, it spits out a fireball. Landing on the fire tree, you are surprised to find that the tree remains unharmed. The fire wolf elite seems to feel embarrassed and spits out several more fireballs, but the fire tree remains unchanged. This fire tree has extremely high fire resistance. You breathe a sigh of relief, provocatively staring at the fire wolf elite under the tree, raising a middle finger. Come on up. On the 9th day, the fire wolf elite guards under the tree, accompanied by a pack of wolves. You don't see any magical beasts returning, but from the wolves' communication under the tree, you learn that some magical beasts broke through their encirclement last night and continued north. Your king has also made some contribution. On the 10th day, still surrounded by the wolf pack. On the 11th day, you start feeling dehydrated, knowing that you're running out of water. Under the tree, the wolves feast on meat, enjoying themselves. You realize that this situation is unsustainable. You take out the crystal, no longer concealing its energy. The wolf pack instantly becomes agitated, and the fire wolf elite stares fixedly at the crystal. You tell the wolves that you have a grudge against the firefox, and if they bring the injured firefox to you, you will give them the crystal. The wolves hesitate, and the fire wolf elite questions you, what if I leave and you run away? You assure it that slimes keep their word and you won't run. The fire wolf elite gives you a deep look and, taking some of the fire wolves, leaves. Watching the 4 highly focused and snarling fire wolves under the tree, your mind starts racing. On the 12th day, the fire wolf elite and the taken wolf pack have not returned. You look at the 4 fire wolves under the tree and climb down directly. The fire wolves immediately fix their gaze on you, intending to subdue you the moment you land. You spit out a fireball, hitting one of the fire wolves directly, then activate a water skill, causing the hit firewolf to fall to the ground, howling in pain. The remaining 3 firewolves angrily prepare to use their skills. You wave the crystal in your hand at them, pretending to swallow it. The firewolves freeze, not daring to move. You land on the ground, claiming you're hungry and instruct them to find food for you. The 4 firewolves look at each other, and you hold the crystal near your mouth, pretending to swallow it. 2 firewolves immediately go in search of food. Leaning against a big tree, you leisurely gaze at the sky. The remaining 2 firewolves hesitate, torn between attacking and holding back. On the 13th day, the firewolf elite returns and is shocked to see you leisurely gnawing on roasted magical beast meat under the tree. It rushes over to subdue you. You wave your hand, holding the crystal near your mouth. The firewolf elite pauses, halting its advance. Behind it, you see the firefox barely alive, surrounded by the firewolf pack. Holding the crystal, you walk towards the firefox. The wolves make way for you, and you reach the firefox. A fireball is released, and the firefox dies. The firewolf elite comes up behind you, demanding, "Hand over the crystal." You turn around and swallow the crystal. A violent power rages within you. The firewolf elite is terrified and tries to retreat. Boom! You explode. You died. Fox Fire Skill Fragment +2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 13 days of experience. 2. 13 days of physical fitness. Ding. Fox Fire Skill Fragment 5/5. Collected. Do you want to learn? Upon seeing this system prompt, Suchen felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to start learning, he suddenly remembered the numerous times his simulated self had paid with his life while learning the fireball skill. Could this also require several attempts to match compatibility? Suchen muttered as he stared at the system prompt, feeling as hesitant as if he were facing poison, wanting to click but not daring to. Ding! Skill fragments collected can be learned directly without causing any harm to the host. Please feel free to learn. The belated system explanation brought a smile to Suchen's face. Learn! With his choice, a piece of information was directly infused into Suchen's body. After a while, 3 flames appeared behind Suchen. As soon as the 3 flames emerged, they attacked 3 sturdy fire trees in front of them. Boom! 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 After 3 resounding blasts, there were 3 loud bangs. The 3 fire trees directly exploded and collapsed to the ground where they were attacked by the flames. Such power? Suchen's eyes widened in shock. A single one of the 3 flames displayed power not inferior to a fireball. If all 3 hit the same target, with just this one skill, Suchen could probably instantly kill a monster of the same level. Moreover, the 3 flames could also be dispersed to attack 3 different targets. However, dispersing the flames to attack consumed a great deal of mental energy. For stationary targets like the fire trees, Suchen could make them disperse to attack, but it would be difficult to hit moving targets. Just need more practice. There was still a simulated reward to choose. The second one. With his choice, a void force was infused into his body. Suchen felt a slight improvement in himself. Open the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, 1st tier 4th level, 78. 90%. Attribute, water lifespan, 411 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 18, explosion resistance, 9, defense, sharp weapon defense, 2, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask evaluation, a bit of self-defense ability, mysteriously learned multiple fire skills, a water slime with the ability to move on land, still a cannon fodder. About to level up. Still have 26 simulation points left. Suchen looked at the sky, his figure hidden in the shadows, moving swiftly. In the simulation, the fire dog was killed by the flame magic rabbit. He had just invested energy in 2 stupid dogs and hadn't contributed anything to himself yet. If this went wrong, he would be at a loss. Suchen first went to the territory of the flame magic rabbit but still didn't see its figure. Where could it have gone? After some thought, Suchen immediately went to all the rabbit holes in the dense forest. 2 hours later, after visiting dozens of rabbit holes, Suchen still hadn't found the flame magic rabbit. The sky grew darker. The group of monsters started moving north. Could the flame magic rabbit be among the northern group? Suchen went to the group of monsters, circled around, but didn't find the flame magic rabbit. Turning back, he continued searching in the forest. As the night grew darker, Suchen's heart sank a little. Can't afford to lose the free labor I've finally gathered. Suchen increased his speed, systematically inspecting the outskirts that he hadn't explored yet. Under a sturdy tree, Suchen stopped. This was where the 2 stupid dogs had been attacked by the flame viper snake a few days ago, and there were still traces of the skill he had released on the ground. Woof! 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 A series of urgent barks rang out, then abruptly stopped. Su Chen recognized this as the sound of the big dog. His figure disappeared in an instant, leaving a trench on the ground where his round body had been. A groundhog popped its head out from the ground nearby, astonished as it watched the fading black shadow. Ergo's fur bristled all over as he snarled at the flame rabbit, with Dogda lying in a pool of blood, bones exposed from multiple wounds. The flame rabbit, facing Ergo's audacity, spat out a fireball. Fear flashed in Ergo's eyes. Even though the flame rabbit had already fought dozens of battles with female rabbits today, its body weakened to the point of skill decline. Still, it was not something he could withstand. Ergo glanced back at Dogda, his expression resolute as he stood tall. Dogda shed tears, watching Ergo shield him. Ergo, run quickly. Go seek revenge from the boss for me. The flame rabbit sneered at the two fire dogs, feeble creatures, daring to challenge my mating rights. Behind it, a first-tier second-level rabbit admired it, crouching down as if to let it pick. The fireball was less than a meter away from Ergo, its fur on the verge of charring. A blue figure stood between it and the fireball. Ergo froze. Slime. Boss. In a moment of urgency, Su Chen could only use his face to block the flame rabbit's fireball skill. Bang! The fireball exploded on Su Chen's round face. A charred mass appeared. Su Chen was furious, knowing the fireball wouldn't harm him much. But it was his face taking the hit. What if he got disfigured? The world would lose an object of adoration for countless young men and women. 3 flames emerged from behind Su Chen, heading straight for the flame rabbit. Fear filled the flame rabbit's eyes. It recognized the skill as that of the terrifying first-tier 5th-level firefox, having witnessed a first-tier 4th-level monster unable to withstand a single flame. It grabbed the first-tier 2nd-level rabbit behind it, using it as a shield. Bang! The second-tier rabbit couldn't withstand such a powerful attack, instantly turning into charcoal, only blocking 1 flame. The remaining 2 flames hit the flame rabbit directly. Bang! Bang! 2 large holes appeared on the flame rabbit's body as it collapsed on the ground, struggling for breath, twitching. Su Chen had no intention of letting it live. Water whip skill. Boom! A water column pierced through the flame rabbit's head in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The flame rabbit was as dead could be. Su Chen wiped his blackened face, extracted 2 rabbit magic crystals, and began the conversion. Converted 1 first-tier 2nd-level magic crystal, obtained simulation point x1. Converted 1 first-tier 4th-level magic crystal, obtained simulation point x30. Slime boss, look at Dogda. Su Chen quickly turned around. The blood under Dogda had congealed, his pupils dilated, body cooling and stiffening. Ergo lay beside him, licking his wounds, but to no avail. Su Chen roughly assessed that Dogda had lost too much blood, with the wounds still oozing blood outward. Step aside. Ergo quickly moved aside. Su Chen spat out a fireball. Ergo panicked, hastily saying, "Slime boss, Dogda isn't dead yet, you can't eat his flesh." Su Chen shook his head, controlling the fireball not to ignite but to burn the wound on Dogda. Using flames, he cauterized Dogda's wound. This was the only solution Su Chen could think of at the moment. With the smell of burnt flesh wafting, Dogda's wound no longer bled outward. It was unclear if the bleeding had stopped or the blood had run dry. Su Chen slumped on the ground. The fireball was an attack skill, requiring continuous energy supply without ignition, and power control to prevent accidentally turning Dogda into a roasted dog. This is far more mentally taxing than battling with monsters of the same level. Ergo, you stay here and keep watch. Ergo nodded quickly. Su Chen swiftly returned to the water pool, took the remaining 2 energy fruits, hesitated for a moment, then also held the crystal in his arms. He returned to Ergo's side. Ergo was stunned as he looked at the 2 energy fruits. When it felt the power of the crystal, its pupils were filled with shock. Su Chen pried open Ergo's large mouth and stuffed both energy fruits inside. As the energy circulated within Ergo's body, its body temperature began to recover slightly. Ergo showed joy. Slime boss, is Ergo alive? Su Chen shook his head. Although Ergo's vitality had increased slightly, it was still declining. Placing the crystal at the most severe wound on Ergo's abdomen, Su Chen watched quietly. The crystal continuously emitted energy, penetrating into Ergo's body. Ergo's vitality gradually recovered. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ergo happily circled around Ergo and Su Chen. The night quickly passed. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 67. 38. Su Chen opened his eyes from a nap. Ergo shakily climbed up from the ground, slowly kicking the crystal with its front paw. Slowly crawling to Su Chen's front, it placed the crystal at Su Chen's feet. Su Chen nodded silently. Truly a monster. If it were an ordinary animal, let alone recovery, it would have died long ago. Raising his hand to pat Ergo's head, Su Chen picked up the crystal. Let's go back. After speaking, he walked ahead. Looking at the round, blue figure in front, Ergo's eyes were filled with unwavering admiration and loyalty. After waking up, it learned everything from Ergo. In the world of monsters, it was always survival of the fittest. The strong would never help the weak, let alone save them. Su Chen's actions were simply unimaginable in the world of monsters. Ergo. What's wrong, Ergo? We will follow the boss forever. Upon returning to the cave, Su Chen found a resting place for the two fire dogs nearby. Then he took out some water from the pool for Ergo and Ergo to drink. The two dogs were dumbfounded. The monsters in the jungle head north every night to find water. Su Chen actually had water here. In their eyes, Su Chen suddenly became even more mysterious and powerful. Regardless of what the two silly dogs thought, after returning to the water pool, Su Chen secretly planned. Based on Ergo's recovery speed, in another 2 days, it should be almost time to go out and find magic crystals. Battles often occur among monsters, and monsters generally do not eat magic crystals. Because magic crystals are not tasty or cannot be eaten, although they contain energy, once foreign energy enters the body, it will only lead to unfavorable consequences, ranging from a surge to possibly losing one's life. Therefore, most monsters do not eat magic crystals, except for those with exceptional digestive and absorptive functions and strong stomachs. As a result, many magic crystals from slain monsters are casually discarded. Over time, they may shatter, be buried in the soil, or end up in a monster's den. The two fire dogs had keen noses, making them perfect for this task. There's enough for one more simulation point. Let's continue simulating and see my current strength. Consuming simulation points x50, remaining simulation points 17. 38, simulation begins. On the first day, you taught the two fire dogs how to conceal the power of the crystal. With their help, you can leave the cave during the day. You prepared paralyzing meat from a magic beast and went to the territory of the fire magic wolf pack. The fire magic wolves were scattered resting under the shade of several large trees. You quickly found a target, threw a small stone, and the fire magic wolf alertly raised its head, then caught the scent and stepped forward. You killed it. Then came to the firefox territory, found a handful of soil with firefox feces, rolled the fire demon wolf's body on it a few times, picked up the scent, and placed the body back on the edge of the fire demon wolf territory. The next day, the fire demon wolf pack found a companion's body. The scent of the firefox on it made the elite fire demon wolves very angry, leading the wolf pack to question the firefox. While the wolf pack was away, you found a tuft of fur that had fallen from a fire demon wolf and went to the bear territory. The bear was sleeping. You carefully approached, casually threw the wolf fur on the bear's nose. The bear woke up, smelled the scent on the fur, and angrily charged towards the fire demon wolf territory. You picked up a handful of bear fur and went back to the firefox territory. At that moment, the firefox was fighting with the fire demon wolf pack, bravely killing several first-order level 4 fire demon wolves, injuring itself in the process, and hurriedly fleeing. The fire demon wolf pack chased after. You threw the bear fur in a conspicuous place, then leisurely returned to the fire demon wolf pack, watching the angry bear wreak havoc in the fire demon wolf territory. Soon, the enraged fire demon wolf pack, unable to catch the firefox, returned to their territory. Subsequently, the confused and vengeful firefox followed closely behind. Seeing the three parties gathered in the fire demon wolf territory, a lovely, scheming successful smile appeared on your face. On the third day, the bear held the wolf fur. A fire demon wolf with the scent of firefox was placed next to the fire demon wolf pack, and bear fur was placed in front of the firefox. The three parties glared at each other, but none made the first move. This situation had been going on for most of the day. You stood on the treetops not far away, boredly watching the scene. You pondered whether to add fuel to the fire. After some thought, you called for Second Dog and gave some instructions. Second Dog acted, staggering to the confrontation site of the three parties, carrying in its mouth the paralyzing monster meat emitting an enticing scent. Upon the sudden appearance of the fire dog and the irresistible scent, the attention of the three parties focused on the fire dog. You silently approached behind the firefox, activated the fox fire skill in an instant, and directly attacked the bear. The sudden appearance of three flames startled all the monsters present. The bear took the fox fire skill, its fur scorched. Roar! The bear charged towards the firefox instantly. The firefox looked bewildered. When did it use the skill? It tried to explain, but the bear clearly wasn't interested in its excuses. Your gaze shifted to the fire demon wolf elite and the wolf pack watching from the sidelines, quietly moving to the rear of the wolf pack, spitting out a fireball directly hitting the bear. The bear roared in anger, abandoning the fight with the firefox and charging towards the fire demon wolf pack. The fire demon wolf elite looked puzzled. Who let off that skill? The fire demon wolf pack looked at each other. None of them had used a skill. The bear rushed into the pack, instantly killing 2 fire demon wolves. The fire demon wolf elite got fired up, growling lowly, leading the pack to battle the bear. Seeing this, the firefox prepared to retreat. How could you let it escape? You released the fox fire skill, hitting the bear and the fire demon wolf elite. The bear and the wolf pack were furious, all attacking the firefox together. A 3-way melee erupted. On the 4th day, at night, the forest monsters headed north, astonished to find the 3 factions in battle. The firefox and the bear were exhausted, and only 1 fire demon wolf elite remained after the wolf pack had been decimated. The appearance of the monster group eased the tension of the 3 parties. They stopped, panting heavily. The monster group watched the scene, looking at each other. For a moment, the situation was deadlocked. You watched the scene, shaking your head inwardly. How could this stop? You charged from the rear of the monster group to the front, shouting loudly, "Take the opportunity to kill them." With your charge, the flame baboon was the first to respond, following you directly and, after a few breaths, surpassing you. The flame baboon was full of momentum, already irritated by these few monsters. Having the chance to strike back, it cherished the opportunity. The flame baboon felt a strong liking towards your bold charge, ready to praise you, only to find you missing. After a brief moment of confusion, it roared, and the monsters responded, charging forward. Even though exhausted, a Tier 5 monster still had overwhelming power against those below Tier 5. However, lacking the energy to use skills, they quickly disappeared in the midst of the monsters. The monster group paid with the deaths of many but succeeded in killing 3 Tier 5 monsters. The remaining monsters cheered excitedly and continued north. You did not follow but chose to return. On the 5th day, half of the monsters in the jungle were gone. Only a small portion of the monsters that went north last night returned, and from them, you learned that there was a more dangerous presence ahead. On the 6th day, at night, among the remaining monsters, there were only 2 or 3 Tier 4 monsters left, too scared to continue north. Curious, you wondered what kind of presence could make this group of monsters, who considered going north as their belief, give up on the idea. You set out with the crystal stone. Passing through the blockade of the 3-way monsters, you continued north. At the 2-kilometer mark, you felt like you were being watched. You knew danger was approaching. Without hesitation, you swallowed the crystal stone. A tremendous force crushed you the moment you swallowed the crystal stone. You died, achieving the title Archfire Carrier. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 6 days of experience. 2. 6 days of physical fitness. Crushed? Su Chen was stunned when he saw this word. Even facing Tier 5 monsters like the Firefox Bear in simulations, he had never experienced being crushed. What level of existence is this? Su Chen couldn't fathom it. Damn, this is on a whole other level compared to fetching water like Tang Sanzang. No wonder the monsters in the jungle gave up on going north directly. Good thing it's just a simulation. If it were real, I'd be in pieces by now. With no hesitation, he chose option 2. The power of nothingness infused into his body, further enhancing his strength. A new achievement? Archfire Carrier increases fire attribute skill damage by 5%. Note 1, as a water slime, you cannot normally use fire attribute skills. Note 2, this achievement can be upgraded. Note 3, be cautious with fire, do not risk your real body. Hey, this achievement is pretty good, Su Chen said, squinting in satisfaction. The percentage increase in damage will grow as I get stronger. Pretty nice. Note 3 is overthinking. Do they think I'd risk my real body? They're overestimating me. The panel opened. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, tier 4, 94. 95%. Attribute, water lifespan, 420 days enhancements, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute skill damage, 5%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced sludge, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 18, explosion resistance, 9, defense, blade defense, 2, impact defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, flame mouse's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Archfire Carrier evaluation, a somewhat self-protective slime, mysteriously learned multiple fire skills, possessing the ability to move on land, still a weak fighter. Experience points are almost full. Directly level up and push through. What's the point of these conspiracies and tricks? Su Chen spoke harshly. Arriving outside the cave, Ergo saw Su Chen and ran over wagging its tail. The Dog King, trembling, tried to get up but was stopped by Suchin. In the simulation, he had the two fire dogs help him conceal the aura of the crystal stone, and the crystal stone did not leak out. This shows that these two silly dogs are reliable. Moreover, he is now at the top of the food chain in the dense forest. Even if the crystal stone is discovered, he has enough strength to protect it. Teaching Ergo to release its own power to conceal the fluctuation of the crystal stone, Suchin left with peace of mind. With only 17 simulation points left, he needed 30 points to exchange for a first-order 4th-level magic beast, still lacking 3 points. Let's go! Randomly select 2 lucky ones. Suchin walked in the dense forest for half an hour without seeing any magic beasts. The magic beasts in the dense forest are lazy, rarely seen during the day. These lazy creatures still want to break through the blockade of the fire wolf pack? Suchin shook his head. However, this is also the daily life of magic beasts. Most magic beasts have a long lifespan and a slow pace of life. Stronger magic beasts can sleep for several days at a time. As his level increased, Suchin felt that he could sleep more and more. Apart from nothing else, the quality of sleep is getting better day by day. Suchin cautiously looked around with his cute big eyes. Although there are not many opponents left in this dense forest, there are still a few. Being steady and cautious can lead to a longer life. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a gust of wind rushed towards Suchin. Suchin elegantly and gracefully dodged the attack in place. At the same time, he saw the attacker's face. A hideous giant toad, retracting its tongue with a big mouth. A first-order 4th level, flame toad. Indeed, there are flame toads in the dense forest, and there are 2 of them. They always appear together. Thinking of this, Suchin's heart rang alarm bells. Without hesitation, he spat out a water column towards the ground. Leveraging the recoil force of the water column, his body that was unable to move in the air instantly soared several meters. A swift black shadow pierced through where Suchin was originally. Another flame toad walked out from behind a big tree, looking surprised. Their coordination was seamless, and they had even used this tactic to directly kill a same-level magic beast in the past. How could they fail against a small slime? Suchin landed on the ground, looking at the 2 flame toads attacking from both sides. He roared, "Dare to ambush me, you're dead." He quickly rushed towards flame toad No. 1, which appeared first. No. 1 flame toad, seeing Suchin charging towards it, looked disdainful. It spat out a fireball, seemingly about to hit Suchin, but he lightly moved aside, dodging it directly. At the same time, his speed increased, passing by flame toad No. 1 and running towards the forest behind. Flame toad No. 1 looked surprised. This slime was so loud, yet so cowardly. Its size was twice as big as Suchin's, and at this moment, it jumped up, preparing to crush Suchin. Seeing the white belly of flame toad No. 1, Suchin was shocked. Was this toad stupid or just plain stupid to expose its weakness like that? Without hesitation, he instantly released the fox fire skill. Seeing 3 flames appear, fear filled the eyes of flame toad No. 1. Seeing this, flame toad No. 2 instantly rushed out, spitting out a fireball that collided with one of the flames, exploding in the air. The other 2 flames hit flame toad No. 1's belly directly. Bang! Bang! 2 bloody holes appeared. Flame toad No. 1 fell to the ground, blood flowing from its body. Angry! Flame toad No. 1 was now surrounded by anger, its originally reddish skin now even redder. The cheeks bulged as if brewing some big move. Suchin felt a hint of danger. Run! Before the thought could fully form, flame toad No. 2 rushed over, directly blocking in front of Suchin and spitting out a fireball. Unable to escape, Suchin released the water veil skill, shattering the fireball, but the water column also dispersed. After the fireball, flame toad No. 2 spat out its tongue, which seemed to have a spring attached to it, and with a swoosh accompanied by a breaking sound, it struck towards Suchin. The speed was so fast that even with precautions, Suchin couldn't dodge in time. Bang! Suchin's round body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. Getting up, Suchin's eyes blazed. Damn it, luckily I'm made of water, otherwise this could have knocked the wind out of me. Fireball. Water veil. Fox fire. 3 skills were unleashed in succession. Flame toad No. 2's eyes narrowed, spitting out a fireball that countered the water veil skill. Then, leaping to evade the fox fire skill and fireball. At this moment, flame toad No. 1 also completed its preparation, opening its mouth wide, forming a fireball the size of a bathtub, and even from a dozen meters away, Suchin could feel the scorching heat. Oh my, is it trying to roast me alive? Without a second thought, Suchin raised a middle finger at the 2 flame toads. The mountains may change, the waters. Before finishing his sentence, seeing the fireball expanding before his eyes, he turned and ran. When it comes to survival, who has time for tough talk? Seeing Su Chen, who had been defiant moments ago, escape so decisively, the two flame toads hesitated for a moment, then leaped forward, swiftly chasing after Su Chen. Seeing the two flame toads once again forming an encirclement, Su Chen knew that avoiding this battle was inevitable. A surge of momentum seemed to erupt from him. His gaze deep, locked onto flame toad No. 1, the one already injured and the easiest target. Seeing Su Chen's change, the two flame toads also grew tense. After all, they were of the same level, and relentlessly focusing on one of them was proving difficult to defend against. Suddenly, Su Chen pointed to the sky with a look of horror, as if he had seen some terrifying presence. Gray chicken. Gray chicken? The two flame toads were taken aback, instinctively looking up. Then, they saw under the blue sky, apart from a few leisurely white clouds, there was nothing else. Slime! How dare you deceive? Flame toad No. 1's words were cut short as a blue figure appeared in its pupils. Deceive you? What are you gonna do about it? Hit me! A heavy punch landed on the toad's eye, creating a bloody hole. Su Chen opened his mouth and spat out a fireball at the toad. Bang! Flame toad No. 1's ugly face instantly turned into a bloody mess, emitting painful cries. It's not over yet. Fox fire skill. 3 flames burst instantly, still targeting the head. Final blow. Water veil skill. Boom! A water column pierced through flame toad No. 1's head. Su Chen saw the cleaned magic crystal, reaching out and pulling it out forcefully. The flame toad fell, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Drenched in blood, Su Chen felt the breaking sound behind him and his body liquefied instantly. Flame toad No. 2's tongue missed its target and was about to retract. Su Chen reformed his body, grabbed the tongue, and spat out a fireball. The tongue was instantly burnt in half by the scorching fireball. Retrieving the severed tongue, flame toad No. 2 writhed in pain on the ground. Striking while the iron is hot. 3 flames appeared behind Su Chen, landing directly on flame toad No. 2. Then, the water veil skill was unleashed, piercing through flame toad No. 2's head. Flame toad No. 2's vitality gradually weakened. To prevent playing possum, Su Chen spat out another fireball, directly shattering flame toad No. 2's entire head. Looking at the two flame toads' bodies, dead beyond death, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. In the blink of an eye, looking at the two sparkling first-grade 4th-level magic crystals, Su Chen squinted his eyes. Convert 1 first-level 4th-grade magic crystal, receive 30 simulation points. Convert 1 first-level 4th-grade magic crystal, receive 30 simulation points. Hee. Getting up to leave, after taking a few steps, Su Chen turned back, eyeing the two plump bodies of flame toads. So ugly, definitely not good to eat. Forget it, bring them back to feed the two silly dogs, not a waste. Ergo diligently lay in front of the cave, guarding the crystal. Dago lay under the shade of a flame tree, licking its wounds. When Su Chen appeared carrying 2 flame toads, Ergo excitedly wagged its tail and rushed over. Su Chen dropped the flame toads, reaching out to pat its head. Ergo, experiencing head pats for the first time, lay contentedly on the ground. Dago, enviously watching, unsteadily got up. Su Chen assessed Dago. Its injuries had healed well, internal injuries were cured, only external wounds remained, nothing serious. However, due to the scars left by the injuries, Dago's appearance seemed somewhat fierce. It wagged its tail, looking at Su Chen pleasingly. Woof, woof. Su Chen picked up a flame toad, placed it in front of Dago, and patted its head a few times. Dago lay down, fully satisfied. While it's fresh, go ahead and eat. Dago and Ergo heard Su Chen's words, then turned their gaze to the two bloody bodies. Recognizing them as flame toads, they were all shocked. The fierce reputation of flame toads was well known among the magical beasts in the dense forest. These two toads were not only powerful but also voracious eaters. Many weaker magical beasts fell victim to their poisonous hands. Moreover, they always appeared together, making even first-level 4th-grade magical beasts in the forest wary of them. Once, a first-level 4th-grade magical beast provoked them, only to be hunted down and devoured by them one dark night. Since then, no magical beast dared to provoke these two toads. Compared to the flame snakes and flame rabbits Su Chen had previously killed, each of these toads was more formidable. Not to mention, both were killed together. Ergo dumbfoundedly said, "Big brother, am I dreaming? Did the slime boss really kill both flame toads?" Dago tore off a piece of toad meat, mumbling incoherently in response. Seeing Dago directly devouring, Ergo didn't stay foolishly still. This was a great feast. Su Chen, watching the two dogs enjoy their meal, smacking their lips, briefly entertained the idea of joining in. Forget it. Forget it. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Su Chen liquefied his body and entered a puddle of water. After replenishing his body's moisture in the puddle, the water and flesh in the puddle visibly decreased. A sense of urgency arose. I must quickly find a new water source to continue the simulation. Consuming 50 simulation points, remaining 27. 38 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, the scent of the flame toad carcasses attracted the strongest magical beast in the forest, the flame baboon. The two flame dogs confronted the flame baboon. You emerged from the water cave. The flame baboon looked at you with a serious expression. Your level had nearly reached the peak of the first level 4th grade, with a strong energy fluctuation. In your perception, the energy fluctuation of the flame baboon opposite you was on par with yours. The flame baboon glanced deeply at you, then turned and left, inviting you to join the northern journey as a parting remark. On the second day, the flame baboon found you and demanded why you didn't participate in the northern journey the previous night. You remained silent. Enraged, the flame baboon tore to go in half. You became furious. You fought with the flame baboon. The battle lasted for over 10 minutes. The flame baboon fell. Your body was only half left, the remaining half like a lump of mud lying on the ground. Ergo lay beside you, tears in its eyes, licking your wounds, trying to heal you. You sighed, consciousness dissipating. On the third day, you opened your eyes, gazing at the blue sky. You were stunned. Lowering your head, you saw the power emanating from the crystal at the sight of your broken body. The cave had been destroyed, and beside you lay Ergo, with his paws torn open, revealing deep white bones. You knew Ergo had destroyed the cave, dug out the crystal, and saved you. On the fourth day, your body partially recovered, allowing you to move slightly. You and Ergo buried to go together. On the fifth day, you recovered in the water puddle. On the sixth day, you continued to recover. On the 35th day, the water puddle dried up, and your injuries were finally fully healed. On the 36th day, after the flame baboon died, a new king emerged in the jungle. You went straight to it and killed it. You became the new king. With Ergo, you used tactics to incite a conflict between the Firefox and two other factions. On the 37th day, at dusk, the battle between the Firefox, the Rampant Bear, and the Fire Wolf pack was coming to an end. Leading a group of monsters as the new king of the jungle, you headed north. 3 first-tier level 5 monsters halted their fighting upon seeing your group. It was all part of your plan. You led a charge, and the monsters followed suit. Just as you were about to make contact with the Firefox at the front, you liquefied your body and vanished. The monsters were momentarily confused, then engaged in battle with the 3 first-tier level 5 monsters who were severely injured and unable to use their skills. A fierce battle ensued for half a quarter of an hour, resulting in the monsters successfully killing the 3 first-tier level 5 monsters but also suffering heavy casualties. You reappeared. Condemned by the monster group, you glanced at them and declared that you were no longer the king of the jungle. With Ergo, you left and returned to the jungle. On the 38th day, the monsters that had headed north the previous night gradually returned to the jungle. You knew they had encountered greater difficulties. After instructing Ergo, you set off alone with the crystal. Ergo watched your disappearing figure, realizing you might never return. It let out a few low calls, then with a drooping tail, walked towards the depths of the jungle. On the 39th day, you reached a position 2,000 meters away. Upon arrival, you felt a sense of being watched. Suddenly, a large lizard appeared in your field of vision. You sensed energy fluctuations on this lizard comparable to those of the Firefoxes. Fire Lizard, a first-tier level 5 existence. You quickly ran in the opposite direction. Just a few meters away, you stopped. In front of you, a dozen fire lizards were slowly crawling towards you. Behind you, a large number of fireballs were spewing from the mouths of the fire lizard group. Knowing you were doomed, you swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. Experience of 39 days. 2. Physical fitness of 39 days. Su Chun chose the second option without hesitation. A vast sense of nothingness poured into his body. With the infusion of power, the energy fluctuations on Su Chan's body grew stronger. The water in the puddle seemed to boil, steaming, and emitting vapor. The Go and Ergo outside the cave felt the energy fluctuations emanating from the cramped cave, exchanged a glance, and both saw fear in each other's eyes. First tier level 5. Su Chen felt his own strength and excitement surged in his eyes. Compared to the first tier level 4, it was several times stronger. This power. First tier level 4, no longer a random slaughter. No change in body size. Excellent. Stepping out of the cave, both fire dogs' eyes widened. Although they were mentally prepared, seeing Su Chen in person made both fire dogs tremble. De Go excitedly exclaimed, "Boss!" Ergo barked, "Slime boss!" Su Chen nodded mysteriously and entered the water puddle. After pretending, it's time to sleep. In the center of the dense forest, upon receiving news from his subordinate demon beasts that the flame toad had been killed, the flame baboon stirred. It made its way through the dense forest to the edge. When it saw two fire dogs gnawing on the flame toad's corpse, it growled softly. It remembered clearly that these two fire dogs had always lived in its territory, using its power to ward off other demon beasts. But now, they were here. Obviously, they had betrayed it. Dogda and Dog Air froze when they saw the flame baboon. As the overlord of the dense forest, no demon beast in the entire forest dared to defy it. Even the two flame toads did not dare to confront it head-on. Having lived in the flame baboon's territory, the two fire dogs were well aware of its strength. The flame baboon was a tier 4 powerhouse. Where did you get it from? The flame baboon pointed at the flame toad's corpse. The two fire dogs glanced at each other and stuttered, picked it up. Despite knowing that Su Chen had already advanced to tier 5, the long-standing dominance of the flame baboon had instilled fear in their hearts, making them instinctively see it as an unbeatable existence. Hearing these obvious lies, the flame baboon roared in anger. It was not known for its good temper, which was why it could make all the demon beasts in the forest submit. Its gaze fell on the injured Dogda, and it moved towards him, causing Dogda to tremble uncontrollably and wet himself in fear. Dog Air barked and stood by Dogda, glaring at the flame baboon. The flame baboon smirked, raised its hand with flames gathering on it, and struck down. Dogda watched in horror as the flaming hand enlarged in his eyes, closing them in despair. Suddenly, a voice cursed loudly, "Damn it, just fell asleep, who the hell is making noise?" Along with the curse, a powerful water column shot like an arrow, hitting instantly. Blood gushed from the flame baboon's severed arm. Dogda stared blankly at the severed arm that fell lightly on him. The flame baboon covered the stump of its arm, looking at the blue figure in fear. Slime! How is this possible? The flame baboon was deeply shocked. How could a low-level demon like a slime reach tier 5? It had just touched the threshold of tier 5 itself and knew how difficult it was to advance. The energy it had prepared for leveling up had been stolen by some damn thief. The upgrade, from having some hope to now being a distant dream. Su Chen looked at the flame baboon from head to toe. This was his first close encounter with the flame baboon. After a while, Su Chen sighed deeply. "You are really ugly. You hit my ugly nerve, damn you. Flame baboon? Stronger than me and still insulting me. Can I bear this? Roar. Still dare to call out? Water whip." The flame baboon's healthy arm fell instantly. Roar. It howled in pain. Still dare to call out, clearly showing defiance. Water whip. Water whip. Two skills instantly removed the flame baboon's remaining limbs. The flame baboon dared not make a sound, fearing that Su Chen would kill it on the spot. Between intense pain and enduring it, its body trembled violently. Its eyes filled with hatred locked onto Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the flame baboon's eyes, and 3 flames appeared behind him. Despair filled the flame baboon's eyes. Su Chen spoke softly, "Actually, we don't have much of a grudge. However, you killed my dog in the simulation and almost killed me. Also, you have the chance to advance to tier 5, there is still potential. If you don't kill me, I won't be at ease." Listening to Su Chen's inexplicable words, Flame Baboon understood that this slime wouldn't let him off. It opened its mouth, a fireball appeared, heading straight towards Su Chen. The foxfire behind Su Chen instantly split into a ball, colliding and exploding with the fireball. The remaining 2 balls of foxfire were about to fall on top of Flame Baboon when Su Chen added, "Thank you for your energy fruit." Boom! Flame Baboon understood instantly that Su Chen had stolen its energy fruit. It regretted deeply. If it had known the energy fruit had such a great effect, it should have eaten it first. In an instant, Flame Baboon's head exploded in flames, and the magic crystal dropped to the ground. Ergo eagerly brought the magic crystal of Flame Baboon to Su Chen, full of admiration. Su Chen patted the dog's head, picked up the magic crystal, and cast magic crystal disappearance spell. Transform 1 tier 4 magic crystal, gain x10 simulation points. 10 points. Not bad. Pointing at the Flame Baboon's corpse, indicating the 2 fire dogs to eat, Su Chen returned to the water pool. Killing Flame Baboon was nothing to Su Chen now. It just confirmed his ability to instantly kill a tier 4 magic beast. Let's see how many simulation points one simulation requires. Costs 80 simulation points, remaining 37. 38 simulation points, simulation failed. 80 points. Not bad, the increase is not significant. Rest for a day first, tomorrow we'll deal with the firefoxes. Su Chen calculated, revealing a cute, sinister smile. 1 day passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 47. 38. Su Chen opened his eyes, stretched lazily. a beautiful day begins. He walked out of the water pool. The two fire dogs lay on the ground, their bellies round. On the ground, there were bones everywhere. The bodies of Flame Toad and Flame Baboon were nowhere to be seen. Su-Chen was shocked. He couldn't imagine how the two silly dogs managed to eat food several times larger than themselves. Ergo struggled to roll over, stood up, and from its appearance, even wagging its tail seemed difficult. Its drooping belly seemed like a pregnant dog about to give birth in 2 months. The big dog was even more exaggerated. Standing up, its belly touched the ground, making a friction sound as it moved. Su-Chen was afraid. Would walking a few meters wear its belly out? You guys can really eat. Big Dog and Ergo glanced at each other, their eyes full of contentment. In this dense forest, originally only tier 2, they had hardly eaten their fill. Originally omnivorous magic beasts, they were forced by life to become herbivores, surviving on wild fruits and plants every day. Who could understand this hardship? The two fire dogs thought of this and shed tears. Su-Chen shook his head, giving up on the idea of taking the two silly dogs to challenge the firefoxes and other tier 5 magic beasts. In their current state, even walking was difficult, let alone fighting tier 5 magic beasts. Guard the crystal well. Yes, boss. Slime boss, complete the mission. Su-Chen nodded, disappeared from the eyes of the two fire dogs. Watching Su-Chen leave, Big Dog extended a claw to pick its teeth. Indeed, what they said is right, with the right boss, even dogs can eat their fill. Ergo agreed, patting its round belly, Slime Boss is the best boss. In the territory of the fire demon wolves, a blue figure quietly approached. Between recklessness and using strategy, Su-Chen chose the latter without hesitation. Why take risks when you can reduce the chances of accidents? Besides, recklessness didn't align with the principles he always followed. Carrying the marinated paralyzing demon beast meat, Su-Chen calculated the distance and successfully lured out a fire demon wolf. Faced with a first-order 5th-level Su-Chen, the fire demon wolf was surrounded by 3 flames and directly killed after just 1 bite. Taking out the magic crystal, he transformed it, transforming a first-order 4th-level magic crystal, obtaining simulation points x10. Carrying the fire demon wolf's corpse, Su-Chen found a vacant spot and marinated it with paralyzing grass. After marinating, he went directly to the firefox's territory. With the firefox absent, it conveniently favored Su-Chen. Finding the firefox's excrement, Su-Chen rolled the marinated fire demon wolf's corpse on it, picking up the firefox's scent. Then, he carried it to the bear's territory, found a spot, and placed it down. Before long, the bear was attracted by the paralyzing fire demon wolf's scent, cooperatively eating it in just a few bites. Subsequently, it fell into a momentary paralysis. Su-Chen resisted the urge to use skill attacks, patiently waiting. It wasn't that Su-Chen didn't dare to attack. Battles between strong opponents often occurred in an instant. Su-Chen was confident in using the moment of paralysis to severely wound the bear, thereby completing the kill. However, it was a kill, not an instant kill. It would inevitably create a considerable commotion, likely alerting the firefox and the fire demon wolf pack, making it harder to kill them later. 1 first-order 5th-level magic crystal and 3 first-order 5th-level magic crystals. Which was more important, Su-Chen was clear. After the bear fell asleep, Su-Chen picked up the fire demon wolf bones and a tuft of bear fur left behind, leaving the wolf skin that the bear refused to eat, returning to the fire demon wolf territory and placing it conspicuously. After completing all this, Su-Chen found a sturdy fire tree, climbed to the highest point, and watched quietly. A fire demon wolf's stomach rumbled, swaying out from the shade, heading outside. The fire demon wolf elite glanced up, unconcerned. A smile appeared on Su-Chen's round face. The show begins. Moments later. Howl. A mournful wolf howl sounded. The wolf pack was instantly stirred. They ran towards the source of the sound. The fire demon wolf elite swiftly rushed to the front of the wolf pack. The fire demon wolf that had been preparing to hunt stood in front of a pile of bones, the one who had just howled. The fire demon wolf elite approached, seeing the bones on the ground, anger flashing in its eyes. Howl. The wolf pack trembled. They sensed the anger of the fire demon wolf elite. As they arrived at the bones, feeling the breath of their companions on them and the bear fur nearby. Howl. The wolf pack emitted continuous howls. The fire demon wolf elite growled lowly, leading the charge towards the bear's territory. Su-Chen arrived under the tree, quietly following the wolf pack. Bear's territory. Watching the fire demon wolf pack surrounding it, the bear was somewhat confused and very angry. These damn wolves dared to trespass into its territory. Due to the number of wolves, the bear endured, roaring repeatedly, making the wolf pack retreat. The fire demon wolf elite sniffed the air, walking to the side where the wolf skin was. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The The bear also noticed the wolf skin on the ground, then looked at the surrounding wolf pack. This fur seems identical. In an instant, it realized the danger. The fire demon wolf elite growled lowly, and the wolf pack instantly launched an attack. The bear roared in anger, slapping a fire demon wolf to death. The remaining fire demon wolves, fearless, bit and tore at the bear, causing it to roar in pain, becoming increasingly aggressive. Seizing the opportunity, the fire demon wolf elite launched a fireball at the bear's chest, instantly leaving a charred mark. The bear roared in anger, shaking off the fire demon wolves on its body, charging towards the fire demon wolf elite. Two first-tier level 5 magical beasts were entangled in a fierce battle. In terms of individual strength, the fire demon wolf elite was not as powerful as the rampaging bear, but the wolf pack was not to be underestimated. They seized the opportunity to strike with a bite or a fireball. The rampaging bear, being overwhelmed, tried to explain repeatedly. The fire demon wolf elite paid no heed to the bear's explanations and, seeing its weakness, launched stronger attacks. Su Chen, hidden in the shadows, watched the scene and muttered to himself, "This script seems a bit off. Shouldn't the fire demon wolf elite discover traces of the fox fire skill on the deceased wolf skin, then join forces with the rampaging bear to find the firefox, leading to a three-way battle?" After observing for a while, the rampaging bear was nearly in tears. This won't do. Su Chen moved closer to the battlefield, and when the distance was right, he unleashed the fox fire skill, aiming directly at the fire demon wolf elite. Sensing the impending danger, the fire demon wolf elite abandoned the fight with the bear and dodged the fox fire skill. Boom! The fox fire skill missed its target, hitting the ground and creating 3 deep craters. The rampaging bear seized a moment to catch its breath and approached the wolf skin, examining it. The fire demon wolf elite, seeing the 3 craters, glanced towards the nearby bushes. "Firefox, come out!" The firefox naturally did not appear, it was not even there. The rampaging bear seemed to have discovered something and pointed at the wolf skin. These marks were caused by the foxfire. Hearing the bear's call, the fire demon wolf elite approached the wolf skin and indeed found charred marks left by the foxfire skill. The foxfire skill was known to be used by only one magical beast. Anger flashed in the rampaging bear's eyes. Firefox. It stomped its sturdy legs, causing the ground to tremble, and charged towards the firefox's territory. The fire demon wolf elite, puzzled by the surroundings, ordered the wolf pack to search. However, they found nothing. Seeing both the wolf pack and the bear leaving, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Magical beasts are easy to deceive. Firefox's territory. As soon as the firefox returned from outside, it was immediately attacked by the rampaging bear and the wolf pack. Before it could even react, it suffered internal injuries. Faced with the rampaging bear and the fire demon wolf elite's interrogation, it was at a loss. Who killed the fire demon wolf? Who set the fox fire in the bushes? Who deliberately provoked their battle? I really wish I had a chance too. Unable to comprehend, it resorted to the most primitive way to solve the problem. A 3-way battle erupted, escalating with each blow. The most tragic were the ordinary fire demon wolves. Being only first tier level 4, they were the quickest to be consumed in the 3-way battle. As evening fell, the battle reached its conclusion. The firefox, rampaging bear, and fire demon wolf elite lay on the ground, covered in wounds, blood seeping out continuously. The ordinary fire demon wolves had all perished, their blood staining the ground red. Seeing the opportune moment, Su Chen leisurely emerged from the shadows, approaching the 3 with a brilliant smile. "Nice to meet you for the first time." With these words, behind him, 3 flames appeared in the astonished gazes of the 3. Convert 1 first tier level 5 magic crystal, receive 40 simulation points. Convert 1 first tier level 5 magic crystal, receive 40 simulation points. Convert 1 first tier level 5 magic crystal, receive 40 simulation points. Convert 1 first tier level 4 magic crystal, receive 10 simulation points. With a series of system prompts, Su Chen stood excitedly amidst the pile of corpses. Behind him lay the lifeless bodies of the 3 first tier level 5 magical beasts. Remaining simulation points, 367. 38 carrying the bodies of the 3 first tier level 5 magical beasts, Su Chen headed towards the water pool. This would be their food for the next few days. They had never tasted first tier level 5 magical beasts before. Upon returning to the water pool, the 2 fire dogs were stunned to see the 3 bodies. The elder dog smacked the younger one hard. "Younger one, am I seeing things?" 2 dogs winced in pain, let out a bark, and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. They were well aware that Su Chen had only recently leveled up, belonging to the newly promoted Tier 1 Level 5. Yet, in a short amount of time, he had managed to kill 3 Tier 1 Level 5 monsters that were blocking the path to the northern part of the dense forest. This strength. Two fire dogs couldn't even imagine it. The way they looked at Su Chen was filled with admiration, respect, and adoration, as if they were looking at a deity. If Su Chen wished, they would even be willing to lower themselves and wag their tails. Silly dogs, stop standing there, go gather all the monsters in the forest, I have something to say. Upon hearing Su Chen's command, the two fire dogs nodded quickly and ran out in a hurry. On the way, two dogs looked at Dog Boss in confusion. Dog Boss, why did Slime Boss summon the monster group? Dog Boss spoke with a mysterious tone, you don't understand this. The boss is now a terrifying Tier 1 Level 5 existence, and he just killed the 3 Tier 1 Level 5 monsters blocking the way. His strength is unquestionable. Two dogs suddenly realized, I understand now. The boss wants to declare himself the new king of the forest. Dog Boss, feeling frustrated, reached out and patted two dogs on the head. You understand nothing. Two dogs looked puzzled, seeking an explanation. Dog Boss raised his head and looked into the distance. Think about it, if you were so strong that no monster dared to provoke you, you could eat and drink without worry, living carefree, what would you do? Two dogs pondered for a moment, eat when full, sleep when awake. Dog Boss was taken aback, showing a helpless expression. Of course, it's about continuing the bloodline. Think about it, you're already so powerful, why not have a few more puppies? Wherever you go in the future, there will be a group of puppies following you. Just imagine that scene. Think about it. Dog Boss spoke with a longing look in his eyes. Two dogs suddenly understood, so that's it. Dog Boss nodded, look at how strong the boss is, yet he is still alone, even though we are by his side. But we are males, and we can't ease the boss's worries. Two dogs hesitated, but, did Slime Boss not say anything? Dog Boss patted two dogs on the head again, stupid. As a qualified lackey, you must learn to guess the master's thoughts. If you can't even realize this, how will you survive by the boss's side in the future? Two dogs looked at Dog Boss enviously. Dog Boss, you are really smart. Dog Boss proudly raised his head. That's why we need to gather all the mother monsters in the forest, not missing a single one, and bring them all to the boss. Two dogs nodded repeatedly, feeling that Dog Boss was indeed very clever, and envy filled its eyes, wondering when it could be as smart as Dog Boss. In a pool of water, Su Chen opened the panel and selected simulation. What's the point of having simulation points if you don't use them? Transforming them into strength is the way to go. Consuming 80 simulation points, remaining 287. 38 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, you carried the crystal and arrived at a position 2,000 meters away. You hid in a patch of grass. After a moment, you saw a lone fire lizard. You looked around and saw no other fire lizards around, so you threw a small stone to attract the fire lizard's attention. The fire lizard walked towards the stone, and you calculated the distance for skill activation. 30 meters. 25 meters. 20 meters. Aqua burst. A water column appeared instantly. The fire lizard heard the sound of breaking air and quickly retreated. But it was too late, the water column hit the fire lizard. The fire lizard was knocked over, and without stopping, you immediately used the fox fire skill. A fireball appeared as well. Aqua burst skill appeared again. 3 skills were released in a row. Fear appeared in the fire lizard's eyes. Thinking it was being surrounded by a group of monsters, it quickly turned around and crawled away in panic. In your eyes, the fire lizard's 4 short legs waved rapidly, moving at an extremely fast speed. Your skills have all fallen short. You stood there in a daze for a moment, suddenly sensing a slight vibration on the ground, and quickly stepped back. Sure enough, in your original position, a dozen fire lizards quickly gathered. The next day, you observed the fire lizard group all day. These fire lizards hid in various shady spots, able to stay still for 1 or 2 hours, and could easily be targeted without realizing it if you weren't careful. On the third day, you witnessed 2 first-order 4th-level magical beasts mistakenly entering the fire lizard group only to be devoured by the swarm of lizards. On the 4th day, you roughly estimated the number of fire lizards to be around 40, a terrifying number. Moreover, you discovered that there seemed to be something in the rear of the fire lizard group that could command them. On the 5th day, you attempted to reach the rear of the fire lizard group to investigate the situation. However, you were blocked by the fire lizards. It took a great effort, but you managed to escape from them. On the 6th day, feeling thirsty, you returned to the water pool. You were stunned by the scene before you. A large number of magical beasts gathered near the cave. 2 fire dogs ran towards you in a congratulatory manner. Suddenly, you saw fear in the faces of the fire dogs. Sensing imminent danger, your body suddenly liquefied. A thick tail swept over you from above, creating a sonic boom. You saw a large group of fire lizards surrounding a fire lizard twice the size of the others. The Fire Lizard King. You felt a sense of fear emanating from the Fire Lizard King. The fire lizard group charged into the magical beast group, slaughtering. You were surrounded by a dozen fire lizards, fighting desperately to kill one, and you were severely injured. The fire lizard king looked at you with interest. You dropped the disguise of your crystal power, and greed appeared in the fire lizard king's pupils as its body suddenly rushed towards you. You sneered, and as the fire lizard king reached your side, you swallowed the crystal. Fear appeared in the fire lizard king's eyes. Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining +1 explosion resistance, +1 fire resistance. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 6 days of experience. 2. 6 days of physical fitness. The simulation ended, and Suchen fell into contemplation. These fire lizards actually followed me back. Clearly I've been discovered. Wow, the intelligent ones are almost catching up to me. Choosing 2. A sense of void entered his body, and Suchen felt himself growing stronger once again. Open the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first order 5th level, 18. 46%. Attribute, water lifespan, 509 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute skill damage, 5%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 19, explosion resistance, 11, defense, blade defense, 2, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Archfire trainer evaluation, a somewhat self-protective slime, mysteriously learning multiple fire skills, possessing the ability to move on land as a water slime, still a weak fighter. Looking at his panel, Suchen pondered. Every increase in experience points brings about a growth in strength. However, compared to leveling up, the difference wasn't so obvious. But it couldn't be ignored either. The self who had just leveled up and the current self were definitely a bit stronger now. The first order 4th level flame baboon about to level up could become the king of the jungle because it had slightly more experience points than other first order 4th level magical beasts in the jungle. Experience points and leveling up were more like a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Increasing experience points was the accumulation of quantity. Upgrading is a qualitative change. Looking at it this way, the system is just showing me the process of becoming stronger in a visible way through data. Lost in thought. Outside the cave, there were loud noises and the barks of 2 fire dogs. Suchen was surprised. Why are these dumb dogs so efficient? Stepping out of the cave, Suchen saw various monsters gathered in front of his cave. A quick glance revealed that apart from a first order 4th level monster, the rest were all first order 3rd level ones. Seeing this, Suchen's expression turned grim. Big dog, second dog. List the names of the monsters that didn't come. Big dog sensed something amiss in Suchen's tone. Second dog hesitated and said, Boss Slime, none of the male monsters came. Suchen, what's going on? Are they jealous of my handsome looks? That's why none of the males showed up. Suchen was puzzled. What was going on? He had always been low-key and hadn't done anything to anger the male monsters in the forest. How did he provoke them? Second dog asked in confusion, Boss Slime, aren't you supposed to choose a mate? All the females in the forest are here. Big dog took over, Boss, are you not interested? Should I find some from elsewhere? After hearing this, Suchen was dumbfounded. Looking at the numerous female monsters, each with a flirtatious look directed at him, he thought, that snake, stop spitting venom, you're almost spitting it on my face. That female toad, can you please control your drool? Suchen glared at the 2 dumb dogs and roared, who did this? Second dog innocently looked at Big Dog. Suchen slapped him, Big Dog, you're a pain in the neck. Big Dog was slapped and fell to the ground, whimpering. After hearing Suchen's words clearly, he felt a pang of guilt. I misunderstood. So boss likes males, and they have to be old. Hearing Big Dog's words, Suchen's eyes darkened, almost fainting. Tonight, I've decided to eat dog meat. Looking at all the monsters gathered from the entire forest in front of him, Suchen nodded in satisfaction, then slapped the already beaten Big Dog on the head. Big Dog yelped in pain. Suchen glanced at him, feeling the pain now? Big Dog nodded repeatedly, then shook his head under Suchen's gaze. Not feeling it? You think I'm weak, huh? Suchen slapped him again. Big Dog howled and ran to the side, feeling sorry for himself. Second Dog was still clueless, not understanding what had happened. Suchen, who knew the whole story, was completely speechless towards these 2 dumb dogs. Glancing at Second Dog, he thought, this dumb dog believes everything. If Big Dog says something ridiculous, you believe it. Suchen raised his hand, looked at Second Dog's innocent expression, and let it go. Forget it. Big Dog widened his eyes. Unfair. Why doesn't Second Dog get slapped? Su Chen's gaze shifted to him, the disdain in his eyes unmistakable. Big Dog quickly avoided eye contact, lowering his head to draw circles on the ground with his paw. Can't see me. Can't see me. Looking at the group of monsters, Su Chen scanned them all. 6 first-order 4th-level monsters, along with numerous first-order 3rd-level and 2nd-level monsters, were all present. They looked at Su Chen, who exuded a powerful aura without concealing his energy fluctuations, with shock and fear in their eyes. On the ground nearby lay the body of a flame baboon. Although the baboon's head had been blown apart, the monsters still recognized the corpse. The flame baboon was dead, killed by a powerful first-order 5th-level slime. Both pieces of information were highly impactful. But clearly, the birth of a first-order 5th-level monster in the forest was more beneficial to the interests of the monster group. Night had fallen, and they looked at Su Chen with a mixture of fear and anticipation. They believed that with Su Chen leading them, they could break through the blockade of the fire demon wolf pack. It was Su Chen's first time facing such a situation, despite having experience speaking in front of crowds. But speaking in front of a group of beasts was a whole new challenge for him. Hiss. My experience running for kindergarten class monitor should come in handy, right? Su Chen adjusted his breathing and began slowly. Dear demon beasts, male and female. Good evening. The group of beasts was taken aback. Truly a strong individual, even his way of speaking was unique. I called you all here to propose a trade. The group of beasts exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding what the leader meant by trade. Su Chen chuckled. I can guarantee you a safe passage through the territory of the fire demon wolves. I want magic crystals, 5 crystals for 1 chance to pass through, deadline tomorrow afternoon. 5 magic crystals? The group of beasts was stunned. What kind of request was this? Magic crystals were no different from stones to them, containing energy but impossible to absorb or utilize. Alright, you may go back now. Tomorrow, same place, we will make the trade. After hearing this, the group of beasts dispersed quickly. Soon, there was not a single beast left at the scene. Moments later, the entire dense forest echoed with restless sounds. The beasts searched everywhere for magic crystals. If they couldn't find any on the ground, they dug into the earth. Occasionally, the sound of trees falling could be heard. There were also sounds of beasts fighting among themselves. Unable to find magic crystals, they resorted to violence. A bloody feast of beasts fighting erupted, and Su Chen listened to the sounds with a cute smile on his round face. In the world of beasts, the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. If he were just an ordinary slime, he would have died long ago. 2 fire dogs looked at Su Chen's smile and felt a chill creeping up their spines. Big Dog, why do I feel a bit cold? Big Dog shivered but didn't dare to speak. His pig-like face still hurt, so he kept quiet. Their gaze shifted backward, where a huge mound of earth lay. The bodies of 3 first-tier level 5 beasts were buried inside. Su Chen glanced at the mound and returned to the puddle, hugging the crystal to sleep. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 297. 38. Su Chen opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and began his day. Let's simulate a bit first. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, opened the simulation. Consuming 80 simulation points, remaining 217. 38 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you stayed in. In the evening, the group of beasts arrived, significantly fewer than yesterday. They presented a large number of magic crystals, which you happily accepted. Then, under their expectant gaze, you had the 2 fire dogs open the mound behind. When the 3 first-tier level 5 beasts were exposed, the group of beasts was shocked. On the second day, it was the day for the black cat to go to the waterhole. You marinated the beast meat, returned to the waterhole, and patiently waited. Night fell, and the black cat appeared. You greeted it as usual. The black cat glanced at you, then at the paralyzed mouse skewer on the ground and the various paralyzed beast meats you brought. You gestured for the black cat to eat as it pleased. After a moment of hesitation, the black cat elegantly began to eat. You watched quietly. After the black cat finished eating, it suddenly stiffened. You knew it was the paralysis effect. Moments later, the black cat recovered from the paralysis and looked at you with a hint of curiosity and anger in its eyes. After explaining, the black cat nodded slightly. Later, it tells you that the Fire Lizard King is not to be trifled with, and the Fire Lizard group excels in group fights and dirty tricks, so you should be careful. Just as you were about to speak, the black cat takes a step forward and limps away from your sight. You are curious about the black cat's strength. At your current level of Tier 1 Level 5, you still can't see through its level. On the third day, you return to the dense forest, passing by the rabbit hole and casually picking some paralyzing grass. You notice that the number of monsters in the dense forest has sharply decreased, with very few monsters remaining. There is not even a tier 1 level 4 monster. You return to the water pool, where 2 fire dogs inform you. Last night, the monster group had a smooth journey, but encountered a terrifying presence ahead. A group of tier 1 level 5 fire lizards. A thorough slaughter left most of the monsters behind. Those who could come back were all at the rear of the monster group, not qualified to be at the front. Because of their weakness, they managed to save their lives. On the 4th day, the dense forest is quiet. After bidding farewell to the 2 fire dogs, you set off on the northern road with crystal stones and a few paralyzing grass. On the 5th day, you reach the 2-kilometer mark. You know that you are already in the territory of the fire lizards. However, you can't see a single fire lizard in your sight. You feel a sense of being watched. You are aware that you are under the fire lizard's scrutiny. For the fire lizards, a tier 1 level 5 monster is a big catch. They do not act rashly but wait for you to venture deeper into their territory. As you move forward a few tens of meters, the fire lizards start to get restless. A smile plays on your lips as you turn back. Just as you are about to leave the fire lizard's territory, they can't hold back and appear directly. You glance back and see no fire lizards. Without hesitation, you flee. The fire lizards chase you for a distance before stopping and returning. On the 6th day, you prepare paralyzing monster meat and place it at the border of the fire lizard's territory that you scouted yesterday. Half an hour passes with no movement. You start to feel doubtful and patiently wait for another half an hour. Losing patience, you prepare to adjust the bait's placement. Suddenly, there is a slight movement in the grass 30 meters to your left. Alarmed, you immediately liquefy your body and escape to the side. Boom! The grass where you were hiding turns into ashes. As you regain your form, you see a fire lizard staring at you where you noticed the movement. 2 fire lizards appear behind you. Your heart sinks as you realize your misjudgment of the fire lizard's range of activity has put you in danger. Without hesitation, you point to the sky and shout, "Great chicken!" The 3 fire lizards look up, and in that moment, you quickly flee. However, you underestimated the fire lizard's speed. Their sturdy short legs move as fast as you. They catch up to you. The 3 fire lizards surround you, leaving you with no way out. Battle ensues. 3 flames appear from behind you, attacking the weaker of the 2 fire lizards on the left with energy waves. Without pause, fireballs and water jets are released, all directed at the fire lizard on the left. Faced with 3 skills at once, the fire lizard on the left struggles to defend and steps back. This is your chance, and you prepare to escape through the gap. The other 2 fire lizards simultaneously shoot fireballs, intercepting the skills you released in the air, causing explosions. Pointing behind the 3 fire lizards, you shout, "Black cat!" Clearly, the 3 fire lizards won't fall for your trick again. A flash of cold light appears, and the 3 fire lizards are decapitated. The black cat's yellow eyes stare at you intently. "I warned you of the danger. Why did you still come?" You sigh helplessly, "I need water." The black cat glances at you and walks away. You ask where it's going, but there is no response. You didn't have any more forward thoughts, dragging the bodies of 3 fire lizards back. On the 7th day, you emerged from the puddle and saw a bamboo tube outside the cave. Inside the bamboo tube was clear spring water. Looking around, there was no sign of the black cat. Your gaze fell on 2 fire dogs, sleeping soundly with drool all over, and you gave up on asking questions. On the 8th day, you practiced in the puddle all day. On the 9th day, you practiced. On the 10th day, practice. On the 20th day, you ventured back to the fire lizard territory with crystal stones. This time, you placed paralyzed monster meat bait at a further distance than last time. After a moment, you saw a dark shadow covering the ground. You hesitated for a moment, then swallowed the crystal stone. The violent energy clashed within you. You turned around and saw the body of the fire lizard king and its fallen claws. "Damn, knew it was you, you old 6th. Die with me." Boom! You exploded. You died. Fire resistance +2, sharp weapon defense +1, explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 20 days of experience. 2. 20 days of physical fitness. Choose 2. A surge of void power flowed into Su Chen's body. Got a little stronger again. Open panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 5, 29. 99%. Attribute, water lifespan, 520 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute skill damage, 5%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced mud, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 21, explosion resistance, 12, defense, sharp weapon defense, 3, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of fire mice. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Archfire Trainer Evaluation, a bit of self-defense ability, mysteriously learned multiple fire skills, a water slime with the ability to move on land, still a weak fighter. Lifespan 520? Hey, quite auspicious. Close the panel. Su Chen exited the cave. Two silly dogs lazily lay under the shade of a tree, chatting casually. Seeing Su Chen come out, they quickly got up from the ground, wagging their tails and running over. Woof, woof. Su Chen reached out with both hands, petting the dogs' heads. The two silly dogs showed comfortable expressions, with one even rolling over to expose its belly. Su Chen reached out and petted them a few times. Nice touch. Hearing Su Chen praise the dog, the bigger one quickly rolled over, showing its belly, indicating Su Chen to pet it too. Making a dog skin cushion should be very comfortable. The big dog got scared and rolled over in a continuous motion, as if doing a somersault on the ground. You silly dog. Su Chen laughed. The big dog sheepishly lay down to the side. Although the big dog was strong, its thoughts were a bit scary for the dog. After playing with the two silly dogs for a while, Su Chen sent them to lie down on the side. Finding a good shade under a fiery tree, Su Chen sat down to contemplate. The Fire Lizard King is too cunning, actually following me back to the dense forest in the simulation. The main body definitely can't go, in case it's discovered. Who knows, it might suddenly lead the Fire Lizard group to come and kill me. However, apart from the Fire Lizard King, the other ordinary fire lizards in the group were only at the first tier 5 level, the same as me. In a one-on-one fight, I can definitely solo them. So many fire lizards, all just simulation points. Enough for me to level up again. The Fire Lizard King can kill me in seconds, at least at the first level of the 6th rank. Without leveling up, I really can't beat it. If I don't go, I can't kill the fire lizard, can't get the magic crystal, and can't accumulate simulation points for leveling up. If I go, there's a possibility of death, and it's not small. Only an idiot would hesitate. I'm not going, no way. What's more important than leveling up? But if I don't take down the fire lizard, I can't go find water. Damn it, even Tang Sanzang's journey to the west wasn't as hard as mine. Su Chen stood up, too lazy to dwell on it. Hey. Anyway, there are still plenty of simulation points left. Let the me in the simulation deal with it. Continue simulating. Consuming 80 simulation points, remaining 137. 38 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, you pondered all day but couldn't come up with a strategy against the fire lizard group. In the evening, a group of monsters appeared with a large number of magic crystals. After you accepted them, you had 2 fire dogs dig up a mound of soil, revealing 3 first-level 5th-rank monsters inside. The group of monsters was shocked. You told them that there was a more powerful existence ahead than the fire demon wolves. The group of monsters didn't listen to you and continued north that night. On the second day, the black cat will go to the water hole today. You brought back the marinated monster meat to the water hole. That night, the black cat appeared, limping towards you and the marinated monster meat. You gestured that it could eat as it pleased. After filling its belly, the black cat looked at you for a moment. Are you a water attribute monster? You nodded. A hint of surprise appeared in the black cat's yellow eyes. It told you that the fire lizard is very good at hiding its form, so be vigilant and observe any abnormal trees. You wanted to ask more, but the black cat had already left. On the third day, you returned to the water pool. The number of monsters in the dense forest had sharply decreased. You knew they had been hunted by the fire lizard. On the fourth day, the remaining monsters were just weak ones, no longer thinking of heading north. The dense forest fell into silence. On the 5th day, you practiced in the water pool, contemplating how to deal with the fire lizard group. On the 6th day, you continued practicing and contemplating how to deal with the fire lizard group. On the 7th day, practice, contemplation. On the 30th day, the water in the water pool was about to dry up. After instructing the 2 fire dogs, you brought the crystal stone to the fire lizard's territory. Along the way, you used various obstacles like trees, flowers, rocks, etc. to conceal your form as much as possible. Suddenly, you felt a sense of being watched. You knew you had been exposed to the fire lizard's sight. With the enemy aware and you in the dark, you became extremely vigilant. After a few minutes, the feeling of being watched grew stronger, indicating that the fire lizard group was gathering. Without hesitation, you turned and fled. Suddenly, a fireball erupted directly from your left. Unable to dodge, the fireball exploded on you, leaving half of your body charred. You saw a fire lizard staring at you intently to your left. Looking around, you didn't see any other fire lizards. Foxfire, Fireball, Water Whip. 3 skills were unleashed in succession. The fire lizard's eyes widened in disbelief at your array of skills. After the initial shock, the fire lizard quickly dodged, but only avoided the fireball. 3 flames and water whips hit their mark. A large gash appeared on the fire lizard's head, blood flowing out. Knowing that a wounded beast is most dangerous, you unleashed water whip again and again. 3 water columns emerged from your mouth, creating 3 more wounds on the fire lizard's body. The fire lizard let out a short cry, preparing to retreat. Foxfire. The fire lizard was hit and fell to the ground, motionless. To prevent it from feigning death, you released water whip. The fire lizard's head was pierced, and the magic crystal fell to the ground. In the distance, a group of fire lizards appeared, about a dozen of them. Seeing you kill their companion, they sped up towards you. You raised a middle finger at them. If you can't beat me, then come at me. You turned around, ready to escape. Suddenly, you feel the sky darkening, the ground covered in shadows, a sense of oppression creeping in. Sensing trouble, you look up and see the hideous head of the fire lizard king. Damn! The fire lizard king stares fixedly at the crystal stone tightly held in your hand. Feeble slime, give it to me. Swallowing the crystal, you raise your middle finger, disdainfully retorting, old lizard. If you dare, come and get me. The fire lizard king opens its mouth wide, ready to indulge you. A violent power erupts within you. Fear flashes in the fire lizard king's eyes. Boom! You explode. You died. Fire resistance +5, explosion resistance +3. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 30 days of experience. 2. 30 days of physical fitness watching the simulation end. Suchen curses under his breath. Shameless fire lizard king. How dare you ambush me? A perfectly good boss, not staying in the rear, but showing up outside like that. Under another tree shade, 2 fire dogs lying down hear Suchen's words, exchange a glance, and the second dog curiously asks, what is the slime boss muttering to himself? The first dog, with a look of superiority, replies, the boss is casting spells, practicing something extremely profound. Once he's done, he'll become stronger. The second dog's eyes widen. Big dog, how do you know everything? The first dog raises his head proudly. You're still young, learn more from your big brother. Suchen listens to the silly conversation between the 2 dogs and shakes his head. He chooses the second option. A surge of power enters his body, and Suchen feels himself slightly growing in size, his energy stronger than before. The second dog stares blankly at Suchen. Big dog, it seems like the slime boss really got stronger? The first dog is also stunned. Absent-mindedly, he wonders, could he really be casting spells? Meeting the admiring gaze of the second dog, the first dog confidently states, I told you the boss is casting spells, how could he not get stronger? The second dog nods repeatedly. The first dog is truly clever, knowing everything. Why is there such a big difference between 2 dogs who grew up together? The second dog is puzzled. Suchen opens his panel to check his current attributes. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 5, 43. 1%. Attribute, water lifespan, 540 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire skill damage, 5%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 26, explosion resistance, 15, defense, blade defense, 3, impact defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Archfire Trainer Evaluation, a bit of self-defense ability, mysteriously learned multiple fire skills, a water slime capable of land activities, still a weak fighter. This time, the simulation added quite a bit of fire resistance. Although 26 points are already quite a lot, in the current levels, it still seems insufficient. To withstand attacks from fire skills of the same level, he needs to increase it further. It's just wishful thinking. Suchen has only grasped one thing about resistance increase until now. It increases according to the type of damage received, but there's no specific pattern to how much it increases. Looking at the sky, Suchen decides not to continue the simulation, returns to the water pool, absorbs some water, and falls into a deep sleep holding the crystal. In the evening, Suchen is awakened by loud noises. Groggily waking up, he steps outside the cave. A group of monsters gathers in front of the cave, all first-tier level 3 and level 4 monsters. Not a single second-tier monster is present. Every demon beast exuded a bloody smell, some with blatant wounds, and some even missing limbs. In front of them lay magic crystals. Suchen scanned the area and found magic crystals ranging from 1st level to 4th level. Looking at the demon beast group, yesterday there were 6 4th level first-tier demon beasts, now only 4 remained. Brutal, Suchen muttered to himself. He didn't specify the level of magic crystals he needed, but they didn't spare even those of the same level. It was evident how fierce the battles had been. For the sake of profit, any species could fight to the death. But in the end, none of the individuals involved benefited. Suchen collected all the magic crystals and, under the expectant gaze of the demon beast group, commanded 2 foolish dogs to dig up the soil behind them. Under the watchful eyes of the demon beasts, the soil was dug up, revealing the bodies of 3 first-tier 5th-level demon beasts inside. For a moment, all the demon beasts were stunned. They only wanted Suchen to lead them through the blockade of the fire demon wolf pack. They had never thought of killing 3 first-tier 5th-level demon beasts blocking their path. For them, first-tier 5th-level beings were invincible. That was why, after Suchen proposed the deal, they didn't hesitate to act. First-tier 5th-level demon beasts were like mountains to them. Suchen looked at the shocked demon beast group. As you can see, I have already killed them all. The demon beast group regained their senses, looking at Suchen with fear and awe in their eyes. However, I advise you not to continue north. The demon beast group was puzzled. Ahead lies a more terrifying existence than the demon beast group. If you go there, it's a dead end. After speaking, Suchen ignored the demon beast group and excitedly counted the magic crystals. After some hesitation, a demon beast suggested that Suchen lead them north. Under Suchen's stern gaze, the demon beast knelt down in submission, trembling uncontrollably. Suchen spoke coldly, "Our deal is only to let you pass through the fire demon wolf territory. Now, the deal is done." However, Suchen's face lit up with a smile. "If you want me to help you go north, it's possible, but there are conditions." The demon beast group felt a chill in their hearts. A 4th-level first-tier demon beast, suppressing fear, asked about the conditions. Suchen smiled brightly, "Let's make a new deal. For first-tier 4th-level magic crystals for 1 chance." The demon beast group was shocked. Currently, there were only 4 first-tier 4th-level demon beasts left in the entire forest. For first-tier 4th-level magic crystals would mean the end of their lives. The remaining first-tier 3rd-level demon beasts showed a hint of eagerness in their eyes. If they killed all 4 first-tier 4th-level demon beasts, sensing the gaze of the surrounding lower-level demon beasts, the 4 first-tier 4th-level demon beasts growled softly and left. After some commotion, the demon beast group followed suit and left. Watching them depart, Suchen muttered to himself, "I could have just killed them and taken the magic crystals directly. I'm too kind." The 2 fire dogs beside him shivered upon hearing this and pretended not to hear. Standing in front of the pile of magic crystals, Suchen picked them up and began to convert them. Converting 1 first-tier 3rd-level magic crystal gains 1 simulation point. Converting 1 first-tier 2nd-level magic crystal gains 0.1 simulation point. Converting 1 first-tier 4th-level magic crystal gains 10 simulation points. Hundreds of system prompts appeared in succession. The simulation points soared. Converting 1 first-tier 2nd-level magic crystal gains 0.1 simulation point. As the last magic crystal was converted into simulation points, the remaining simulation points reached 463.38. Seems like a lot, but the level is too low. It takes hundreds to get this much. Suchen felt a bit greedy. The 2 fire dogs beside him were already dumbfounded. Although they had seen Suchen perform the magic crystal disappearance technique before, the disappearance of such a large number of magic crystals left them in awe. "Big dog, where did the magic crystals go?" The dog's brain turned for a while, but couldn't figure out how to pull it off, so he shook his head, "I don't know either." Ergo widened his eyes, surprised that there was something even a big dog like him didn't know. The slime boss was so mysterious. With enough simulation points, Suchen returned to the puddle, rubbed his hands, and directly opened the simulation, consuming 80 simulation points, remaining 383. 28 simulation points, simulation starting. On the first day, you harvested some paralysis grass and cured paralysis beast meat. On the second day, you returned to the puddle, sat at the edge, patiently waiting for the black cat to arrive. That night, the black cat arrived, seeing you sitting at the edge of the puddle with the paralysis beast meat beside you, its yellow pupils flickering slightly. "You came. You knew I would come? You told it that you were here waiting for it, and the meat was prepared for it." The black cat was momentarily surprised, lowered its head to eat the beast meat. After being full, it raised its head and asked again. You raised your head at a high 45-degree angle, looking at the night sky. Some secrets cannot be told. The black cat stared at you with its yellow eyes, sending a chill down your spine. "Thank you." Before you could respond, the black cat had already walked away. On the third day, you returned to the puddle. On the fourth day, you decided to cultivate for a while. On the fifth day, you were cultivating. On the sixth day, cultivating. On the 32nd day, the puddle dried up. With a determined spirit, you headed to the fire lizard territory. Along with you, there were crystals wrapped in thick vines on your back. Fire lizard territory. Feeling a sense of being watched, you hesitated and decided to leave directly. When the feeling of being watched disappeared, you retreated 100 meters and stopped. You found a hidden spot to hide, and a few minutes later, a huge figure passed by your original position. The Fire Lizard King. Behind it were a few Fire Lizard followers. After a fruitless search, the Fire Lizard King and its followers returned. After a moment of hesitation, you followed suit. You saw that after the Fire Lizards entered the territory, they dispersed, and the Fire Lizard King walked into the forest. After some hesitation, you contemplated whether to follow. Just then, everything went black before you. The massive figure of the Fire Lizard King appeared in front of you, with a fiery ball brewing in its mouth. The scorching heat of the fireball rushed towards you, evaporating the moisture from your body even before it was expelled. Without hesitation, you tore off a crystal stone to put in your mouth. The Fire Lizard King spat out the fireball. Boom! You turned into ashes. You died. Fire resistance plus 10. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. The experience of 32 days. 2. Physical fitness of 32 days. Damn it. This damage is too high. I got killed in an instant? I didn't even have a chance to swallow the crystal stone, and I was burned to death directly. At least let me resist a bit, eat a crystal stone, even just one bite would do. With 2 options, Su Chen chose 1. Without swallowing the crystal stone, choosing 2 would be meaningless. With a large amount of memories flooding in, Su Chen gained a clear understanding of the Fire Lizard territory. Apart from the Fire Lizard King, with his current strength, he could easily handle the other Fire Lizards in a one-on-one fight, effortlessly defeating them. Even facing 2 Fire Lizards, he could manage. 3 would require some consideration, and 4. Running away would be the only option. There are still 383 simulation points left, enough for 4 simulations. It's a bit risky to try to level up in 4 simulations, as the experience given by the crystal stone is not stable. The breakthrough lies in the Fire Lizard group. I need to first figure out the Fire Lizard King's routine, then grind the Fire Lizards for simulation points. With the next simulation target confirmed, Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly started the simulation, consuming 80 simulation points, remaining 303 simulation points. 38. Simulation begins. On the first day, carrying the magic crystal, you ventured alone into the Fire Lizard territory. Instead of reaching the 2,000-meter mark, you stopped at 1,800 meters. Surveying the surroundings, everything seemed normal. You climbed a sturdy fire tree, cautious not to make any sudden movements. Carefully observing the environment, you suddenly spotted a fire lizard poking its head out, smaller in size and with a weaker energy fluctuation, only at level 4. As you saw it, it saw you too. In a moment of panic, it swiftly climbed down the tree and ran into the territory. A suspicion arose in your mind, prompting you to switch to another fire tree 20 meters away. Minutes later, a group of fire lizards cautiously crawled through the forest, led by the small fire lizard that had fled earlier. They quickly reached the tree where you had been perched. Finally, you understood why you were always discovered in advance. There were indeed sentry fire lizards within the group. On the second day, you climbed a tree, searching for the sentry fire lizard's presence. Throughout the day, you discovered no less than 10 sentry fire lizards, a number that shocked you. The entire fire lizard territory was under the watchful eyes of these sentries, and you knew that there were even deeper hidden sentry fire lizards that you had not found. After much thought, you decided to eliminate these sentry fire lizards. On the third day, you observed the positions of the sentry fire lizards. On the fourth day, you continued to observe cautiously. On the fifth day, you kept observing. On the sixth day, feeling a bit dehydrated, you hesitated for a few seconds before returning to a water pool to replenish. Back in the fire lizard territory, you continued to observe the positions of the sentry fire lizards. On the seventh day, you observed. On the 14th day, you felt you had mapped out all the sentry fire lizards' positions. It was time to take action. Facing a level 4 sentry fire lizard as a level 5, it had no chance to resist. Using liquefaction to conceal your form, you silently killed the sentry fire lizards. Soon, you had slain 6 of them. However, a sense of danger crept in. Looking towards the fire lizard territory, over a dozen fire lizards charged out, followed by a petite sentry fire lizard. You knew it was the deeply hidden sentry fire lizard you had missed, heading to report to the territory. Without hesitation, you turned and fled. After 100 meters, there were no more fire lizards behind you. Just as you relaxed, a searing sensation approached. Swiftly turning around, you saw a massive fireball expanding before you. Behind it stood the cold-eyed fire lizard king. Without hesitation, you swallowed the crystal. The fireball erupted along with the raging power within you. Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining fire resistance +1, explosion resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 14 days of experience. 2. 14 days of physical fitness. Without hesitation, you chose option 2. As the void energy infused him, Suchen clenched his fists. The sense of power is very fulfilling. The plan is feasible. As long as all the sentry lizards are killed, the fire lizard group won't be alarmed. The issue was that some sentry fire lizards were deeply hidden. Even after observing for so long in the simulation, some slipped through the cracks. Exiting the cave, Suchen looked at 2 silly dogs feasting on monster meat under a tree, their bellies round from eating. A plan formed in his mind, and a cute smile appeared on his chubby face. Big dog, second dog, come here. The 2 fire dogs looked at Suchen's smile, exchanged a glance, a sense of unease creeping in. What are your special skills? Faced with Suchen's question, Big Dog thought for a moment and proudly declared, I have a special skill in peeing. Suchen glanced at it and slapped it across the face. The big dog whimpered on the ground, not understanding why it was being beaten again. It was clearly its own specialty. Ergo, what about you? Suchen looked at Ergo. Under Suchen's gaze, Ergo felt pressured and whispered, I can smell many different scents. I can distinguish the scents of all the monsters in the dense forest clearly. Not too far away, I can detect them directly. Suchen's eyes lit up, nodding in satisfaction, and patted Ergo's head. Good job, good job. Ergo lay down contentedly, wagging its tail, enjoying Suchen's touch. The big dog widened its eyes, thinking, what kind of specialty is this? Isn't this something any fire dog's nose can do? Unacceptable. Suchen looked at it. The big dog immediately shifted its gaze, drawing circles with its paws on the ground. Can't see me. Can't see me. Upon closer inspection, Suchen noticed that the energy fluctuations of the 2 fire dogs were not weak. Far stronger than the typical first-order third-level monsters. Following this trend, reaching the first-order fourth level didn't seem too far off. These 2 silly dogs have such strong talents? Suchen was puzzled. Then, he saw bones scattered on the ground. The meat of 3 first-order fifth-level monsters had been devoured by the 2 dogs, leaving the bones gleaming clean. Suchen was dumbfounded, then furious. Damn it, how much effort did it take me? I worked hard to kill those monsters. And you didn't leave me anything? The 2 silly dogs looked at Suchen innocently. For monsters, the meat of higher-level monsters is a great supplement. After digestion and absorption, it can be converted into their own strength. It seemed that their digestion function was particularly good. It was because of this that their energy fluctuations were increasing so rapidly. Get lost, get lost. Suchen sent the 2 silly dogs away. Suchen looked up at the sky. It was already dark. Suchen's gaze turned towards the direction of the waterhole. Tomorrow, he would be able to see the real black cat. Without further ado, Suchen dove into the waterhole, clutching the crystal and fell into a deep sleep. 1 day has passed, simulation points +10, remaining simulation points, 313. 38. With the sound of the system prompt, Suchen opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and walked out of the cave to see the 2 silly dogs sleeping together. Sensing movement, they immediately got up, ran happily to Suchen's side, and lay down. Suchen patted their heads for a while, showing a smile. It's time for you 2 to work. The big dog and Ergo looked at each other, puzzled. Alright, just lie down over there. The 2 fire dogs were stunned for a moment. Weren't they supposed to work? Suchen gave the 2 fire dogs a mischievous smile and activated the simulation. Consuming simulation points x80, remaining simulation points 233. 38. Simulation starting. On the first day, you brought the 2 fire dogs to the territory of the fire lizards. To avoid being discovered, you had the big dog and Ergo wait 300 meters away from the fire lizard territory. After careful observation, you found a sentinel fire lizard. To avoid being discovered, you patiently observed for 2 hours. Feeling confident, you made your move and captured the sentinel fire lizard. Returning to where the fire dogs were waiting, you looked at the first-order fourth-level sentinel fire lizard you had captured. The 2 silly dogs were on high alert. The sentinel fire lizard tried to resist, but you knocked it out with a punch. You made the 2 fire dogs sniff the sentinel fire lizard intensely to remember its scent. Then, you beat the sentinel fire lizard to death with your fists, allowing the 2 fire dogs to eat it, deepening their scent impression. You led the 2 fire dogs towards the fire lizard territory. The 2 fire dogs were very scared, sensing the strong scent of numerous terrifying first-order fifth-level monsters here, hesitating and not daring to move forward. With your urging, the 2 fire dogs walked for a while. The scent became stronger. The big dog was so scared it peed 3 meters away. You gave it a disdainful slap. After calming the 2 fire dogs, the plan continued. The fire dogs did not disappoint you. In just half an hour, they found over 20 sentinel fire lizards. The found sentinel fire lizards were naturally all eliminated by you. You waited for half an hour, but no fire lizards appeared. Obviously, all the sentinel fire lizards were eliminated. You did not directly enter the fire lizard territory. Being cautious, you decided to wait. Suchen smacked his lips and looked at the 2 fire dogs that hadn't left yet, patting their heads vigorously. I didn't expect you to be so professional. Your role is quite significant. The 2 fire dogs looked puzzled. Being praised for lying down without moving? Is this a good thing? The 2 fire dogs immediately sat up straight, like students reacting when a teacher appears at the back window about to enter through the front door. The next day, you found that the fire lizard group had not shown any unusual activity. After some hesitation, you decided to wait a little longer. On the 3rd day, a few fire lizards came out of the fire lizard territory, wandered around where the sentinel fire lizards used to be, and then leisurely returned. You thought there would be a big commotion in the fire lizard group, but there was still no activity. The death of the sentinel fire lizards seemed to be of little importance to the fire lizard group. On the 4th day, the fire lizard group still showed no activity. Your gaze shifted to the 2 fire dogs beside you. Their bellies were round from eating, and there were sentinel fire lizard bones scattered around. You asked them to sniff around again to see if any sentinel fire lizards were missed. The fire dogs returned, and there were no missed sentinel fire lizards. You instructed them to return to the dense forest. The 2 fire dogs dragged the remaining 10 or so sentinel fire lizard corpses back heavily. On the 5th day, you patiently waited again. On the 6th day, you entered the fire lizard territory. After walking 100 meters, you did not sense any surveillance. There was a hint of excitement in your heart. To prevent your figure from being exposed with nowhere to hide, you found 5 suitable hiding spots with good visibility. They were named Hideout 1 to 5. You are currently at Hideout 1, a fire tree. From here, you can observe the fire lizard group's activities. You quietly observed. On the 7th day, you understood the pattern of the fire lizard activities. Most fire lizards were paired up, 1 male and 1 female. Occasionally, 3 were seen together, and 4 were extremely rare. There were also a few fire lizards that moved alone, but their numbers were small. At the same time, you observed that the fire lizard king would leave the territory and patrol the edge during the day, only returning at night. Its dwelling was at the rear of the lizard group, out of your sight. On the 8th day, you spent the day confirming the fire lizard's patterns. On the 9th day, still not at ease, you spent another day confirming. On the 10th day, you took action. Your target was a male fire lizard moving alone. It slowly walked to the fire tree where you were, looking around as if waiting for something. As you prepared to strike, you hesitated and decided to observe a little longer. A few minutes later, a female fire lizard crawled over. Under your gaze, the male fire lizard pressed down on the female, bit her neck, and positioned his tail beneath her, beginning to mate. Damn! You no longer hesitated and unleashed your full firepower. Foxfire, Fireball, Water Whip. 3 skills instantly struck the male fire lizard lying on top of the female. The female fire lizard tried to escape, but the male, immobilized by death, made it difficult for her to move. Anticipating that the male fire lizard was not dead, you released a fireball, blowing up its head. You descended and landed heavily on the female fire lizard's head, raining down punches. Moments later, with the help of the fireball skill, the female fire lizard's head exploded. You carefully controlled the movements, and the battle took place in just a few breaths, without attracting the attention of the fire lizard group. You looked at the distant fire lizard group, a smile of control on your face. On the 11th day, you killed several more waves of fire lizards, totaling 10. The sharp decrease in the number of fire lizards caught the attention of some fire lizards. When the fire lizards discovered the dead body of one of their own, they began searching for the culprit within their territory. You moved to hiding spot number 2 and quietly watched the restless fire lizard group. That night, as the fire lizard group calmed down, the returning fire lizard king learned that half of the fire lizard group had been killed and started patrolling the territory. You watched as the fire lizard king passed by less than 10 meters away from you. Throughout the night, the fire lizard group had no success. On the 12th day, you killed several waves of fire lizards, totaling 20. Hiding spot number 2 was discovered, so you moved to hiding spot number 3. Unable to find the culprit, the fire lizard king grew angry and patrolled the territory during the day as well. Without results. In its eyes, you saw a hint of fear and impatience. On the 13th day, the fire lizard king went out. You killed more waves of fire lizards and voluntarily moved from hiding spot 3 to hiding spot 4. At this point, there were only about 10 fire lizards left. The remaining fire lizards were all together, making it impossible for you to strike. You decided to return to the water pool. Suddenly, you saw the returning Fire Lizard King. Lately, you had been seeing the Fire Lizard King frequently, and you were starting to understand it. You noticed that some parts of its skin were peeling, and its energy fluctuations were weaker than before. As it was about to leave your field of vision, you hesitated, left the hiding spot, and carefully followed. You followed the Fire Lizard King to the rear of the Fire Lizard territory. The ground was covered with the bones of many magical beasts. The Fire Lizard King passed through the bone pile to an open space at the back. You liquefied your body and hid among the bones. As you watched, the Fire Lizard King's skin peeled off bit by bit, and it grew weaker. Half an hour later, the Fire Lizard King shed half of its skin and seemed to collapse on the ground, gasping for air. Over time, its breath gradually recovered. As you prepared to leave, you turned around and locked eyes with a fire lizard. The fire lizard instantly spat out a fireball. Foxfire, water mist, fireball. The fire lizard's head exploded, instant kill. The Fire Lizard King was startled, trying to get up but failing. A bold idea came to your mind as you looked at the Fire Lizard King. Water mist. The Fire Lizard King did not dodge and was hit by your skill, emitting a low growl. You were excited. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to kill it. You continued to release your skills. Fireball. Foxfire. After being hit by several skills, the Fire Lizard King's breath weakened. You became even more excited. With each skill released, the Fire Lizard King's breath grew weaker. Its eyes full of hatred stared at you. Suddenly, it reached back, revealing a bright red stone in its claw, and fiercely grabbed it. Feeling uneasy, you didn't hesitate and ran. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted from the stone in the Fire Lizard King's hand. The Fire Lizard King was instantly engulfed by the explosion, its eyes of hatred fixed on you until the end. You were enveloped by the explosion. You died, gaining +1 fire resistance, +10 explosion resistance, and achieving the Fire Lizard King's hatred achievement. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 13 days of experience. 2. 13 days of physical fitness. Watching the simulation results, Suchen's eyes lit up. So many resistance increases. A new achievement. Fire Lizard King's hatred increases fire attribute skill damage by 1%. Note, when fighting the Fire Lizard King, it increases fire resistance by 50% and fire attribute skill damage by 50%. Seeing the effect of this achievement, Suchen felt like crying. Have I died so many times at the hands of the Fire Lizard King that even the system can't bear to watch anymore? Couldn't you have stopped earlier? Truly, deserving of praise. In the simulation reward, Suchen chose the first option. Memories flooded in, and after absorbing them all, Suchen pondered deeply. The stone that the Fire Lizard King finally took out, I have to find a way to get it. It's something that can instantly kill such a powerful monster like the Fire Lizard King. Getting it would be like having an extra ace up my sleeve. Open panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 5th level, 58. 31%. Attribute, water lifespan, 570 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced version, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 38, explosion resistance, 26, defense, sharp weapon defense, 3, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Arch Fire Trainer, hatred of the Fire Lizard King evaluation, a bit self-protective, mysteriously learned multiple fire skills, a water slime with the ability to move on land, still a weak fighter. After 2 simulations, the panel has improved significantly compared to before. The feeling of getting stronger is amazing. Suchen looked at the 2 silly dogs sitting straight in front of him and smiled. This simulation went so smoothly, thanks to Big Dog and Second Dog. Without them, he would still be getting beaten up by the Fire Lizard group, dying repeatedly. He couldn't even enter the belly of the Fire Lizard territory, nor gather so much information. Patting the heads of the 2 silly dogs vigorously, Suchen praised, "Well done." With Suchen's praise, the 2 fire dogs became even more excited, secretly deciding to practice sitting posture more often to earn more praise from the leader. After instructing the 2 fire dogs, Suchen headed towards the water pit. On the way back to the water pit, Suchen casually killed 2 monsters, and plucked a handful of paralysis grass from in front of the rabbit hole. Looking at the cracked water pit wall devoid of any moisture, a hint of sadness appeared in Suchen's eyes. This was his starting point. On the edge of the water pit, there were a few skewers of paralyzed rat meat. Due to the passage of time, they emitted a faint sour smell. Holding a piece of fresh monster meat in his hand, Su-chen muttered, "I need to pickle this quickly." Without further ado, Su-chen got to work and finished pickling the two monsters before nightfall. Sitting on the edge of the water pit, Su-chen gazed at the moonlight. In the distance, a pair of yellow eyes shimmered in the darkness. The owner of the eyes emerged from the darkness and approached Su-chen from afar. With a deep black body and eerie yellow eyes like gemstones, the figure was captivating. Su-chen reached out his hand, flashing a brilliant smile. "You're here." The black cat looked at Su-chen strangely, its voice cold. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Su-chen was taken aback. According to the script from the previous simulation, the black cat shouldn't have said, "You knew I would come?" Watching the elegant black cat eat the monster meat, Su-chen realized he couldn't discern its level at all. After finishing the meal, the black cat gazed silently at Su-chen. This slime was different from other monsters, very special. "Are you a pet abandoned by humans?" Su-chen was puzzled. "Abandoned by humans? I haven't even seen any humans in this world. The humans in this world have multiple heads and legs, for all I know." But the black cat's words proved the existence of humans in this world. Seeing Su-chen shake his head, the black cat looked surprised. Su-chen waved his hand. "I don't know how I ended up here either." The disbelief was evident in the black cat's eyes. Su-chen was helpless, unable to explain. He woke up in the water pit, and until now, he had no idea where he was. Seeing that Su-chen truly didn't know, the black cat's eyes flickered for a moment. "Being able to survive until now, you are lucky," Su-chen chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, aren't I?" Without the simulator, he would have long dried up and turned into a slime due to lack of water. The black cat averted its gaze, looking towards the north. "The Fire Lizard King is a first-order 6th-level magical beast. You are not its match." Su-chen smiled faintly. "Then help me kill it." The black cat hesitated for a moment, then its eyes fell back on Su-chen. "There are even more powerful beings after the Fire Lizard King. I can help you once, but not every time." "Then stay by my side and help me," Su-chen insisted. The black cat was taken aback. It was the first time it encountered such a presumptuous magical beast. Unwilling to say more to Su-chen, it turned and left. Watching the limping figure of the black cat gradually disappearing from view, Su-chen smiled faintly. The black cat was mysterious and powerful. Moreover, through various simulations and this personal experience, Su-chen felt that its character was quite good. It was wise to maintain a good relationship with such a powerful ally. Under the moonlight, Su-chen headed straight towards the dense forest. Draped in the night, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. On a sturdy fire tree, the black cat's figure appeared, its eyes fixed on the silhouette of the slime until it vanished from sight. A water attribute magical beast appearing in the flame forest, how interesting. Su-chen returned to the dense forest, where two fire dogs were sleeping back to back. Upon hearing the noise, one of them quickly got up, wagging its tail as it ran to Su-chen. "Boss. Slime boss." After patting the heads of the two silly dogs for a while, he sent them back to sleep. Su-chen returned to the water pool and opened the system. Beyond the Fire Lizard King, there were even more powerful beings. The black cat's words had put some pressure on Su-chen. Looking at the water pool beneath him, a hint of worry flashed in Su-chen's eyes. With the increase in strength, he needed to absorb more water each time to meet his body's needs. This was still under the premise of lightly using the water absorption skill. If he used it frequently, this amount of water would not be enough. "I need to hurry, use this water sparingly. It should last for about 10 days of consumption." Simulation. Consuming simulation points x80, remaining simulation points 153. 38. Simulation begins. On the first day, carrying the crystal stone and accompanied by two fire dogs, you arrived at the Fire Lizard territory. With the memories of the entire Fire Lizard territory, this time, commanding the two fire dogs, you killed all the sentry fire lizards in less than half an hour. You sent the two fire dogs back to the dense forest. On the second day, you were at hiding spot number 1. Cautious as you were, despite having memories, you still waited a day to verify if there were any changes between memory and reality, as you had advanced the simulation progress by a few days compared to last time. On the third day, after verification, the actual fire lizard territory had hardly changed from memory. You managed to kill several waves of fire lizards. The fire lizard group stirred, searching extensively for you. Hiding spot number 1 was discovered, so you moved to hiding spot number 2. The fire lizard group searched in vain. On the fourth day, you continued hunting fire lizards. The fire lizard group mobilized again, and you moved to hiding spot number 3. The fire lizard group searched in vain. On the fifth day, the fire lizard group became cautious, gathering their forces. The Fire Lizard King was alerted and searched the territory. Deeply hidden, you remained undetected. After some thought, you moved to hiding spot number 4. On the 6th day, the fire lizard group calmed down again but remained vigilant. The fire lizard king appeared from time to time in the territory, searching for your presence. You stayed hidden, enduring the day. On the 7th day, the fire lizard group returned to its previous calm state. Suspicious, you refrained from acting and endured the day. On the 8th day, you started running out of water. Fearful of an ambush by the fire lizard group, you didn't dare to show yourself. You endured another day. On the 9th day, the fire lizard group showed no signs of movement. You moved cautiously, taking slow steps and observing for any signs of movement. You safely returned to the water puddle. On the 10th day, replenished with water, you brought along 2 fire dogs. After a map-style search by the 2 fire dogs' noses, it was confirmed that there were no new sentinel fire lizards. You relaxed and sent the 2 fire dogs back. You arrived at hiding spot number 4. On the 11th day, after observing for another day, you confirmed that there were no unusual movements among the fire lizard group. On the 12th day, you made your move. Instead of attacking the fire lizards, you bypassed them and headed towards the stronghold of the fire lizard king. You reached the fire lizard king's stronghold. The ground was littered with bones, no different from last time. Carefully, you made your way through the bone pile to the rear. You saw many things scattered on the ground. Among them, you recognized the energy fruit you had eaten before and the bright red stone that could kill the fire lizard king when detonated. These energy fruits were larger than the ones you had in the dense forest. You consumed one in a gulp. Energy surged within you, making you stronger. Your gaze shifted to the remaining energy fruits. Without hesitation, you devoured them all. As you ate the last one, the boost from the energy fruit weakened. You had become much stronger. Suddenly, a roar echoed. You turned around to see the fierce face of the fire lizard king glaring at you angrily. A fireball formed in its mouth. Boom! You were engulfed by the fireball. Your body charred, moisture evaporated, and your size reduced by half. But you did not die. The significant boost from the achievements hardened your resolve when facing the fire lizard king's skills. Shock appeared in the fire lizard king's eyes as it spat out another fireball. You knew you could withstand one, but not multiple. Unable to dodge in time, facing death, you gritted your teeth, raised a middle finger at the fire lizard king. I'll be back. You swallowed a crystal, picked up the red stone from the ground, mimicked the fire lizard king's actions from memory, and crushed it fiercely. Fear appeared in the fire lizard king's eyes as it frantically turned to flee. Boom! The explosion engulfed you and the fire lizard king. Your consciousness instantly faded, unable to distinguish whether you died from the crystal or the red stone. You died, fire resistance +4, explosion resistance +2, please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 12 days of experience. 2. 12 days of physical fitness. Without hesitation, he chose option 2. A powerful void force surged. Su Chen watched helplessly as his body grew larger. The boost came quickly and left just as fast. Su Chen tearfully examined his enlarged body. It had grown slightly larger than before. Although not a significant increase, it was not a good sign. Damn it! This is not what I wanted. I don't want to be a sitting duck. It looks like I'll need a skill to change my body size in the future. Determined, Su Chen opened the panel to check his attributes. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 5, 84. 14%. Attribute, water lifespan, 600 days boost, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire skill damage, 6%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced sludge, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 42, explosion resistance, 28, defense, blade defense, 3, impact defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Do not ask what you shouldn't ask, the archfire instructor, the hatred of the fire lizard king. Review, a water slime with some self-defense ability, adept at multiple fire skills, and capable of land movement, is still a weak fighter. Experience points have skyrocketed to 84%. Su Chen widened his eyes. The energy fruits stored by the fire lizard king are so effective? Unfortunately, in the simulation, there were no apparent effects after consuming them. Otherwise, if he had fought it a few more times, his level would have increased significantly. Continue. The fire lizard king is a first-tier level 6 monster. As long as he reaches first-tier level 6 himself, coupled with the boost from achievements, defeating it would be a piece of cake. Consuming 80 simulation points, remaining 73. 38 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you arrived at the fire lizard territory with 2 fire dogs. Commanding the 2 fire dogs, you spent over 10 minutes killing all the sentry fire lizards. You sent the fire dogs back to the dense forest. On the second day, within hiding spot number 1, you struck out and killed 3 waves of fire lizards, alerting the fire lizard group. On the third day, you killed several more waves of fire lizards. The fire lizard group was agitated, searching extensively for the culprit. Hiding spot number 1 was exposed, so you moved to hiding spot number 2. After a thorough search, the fire lizard group found no results. On the fourth day, you continued to kill fire lizards. Today, you had a fruitful harvest, killing a total of 10 fire lizards. The number of fire lizards decreased sharply, leaving only a dozen or so. The remaining fire lizards were very fearful, huddling together. You had no chance to strike. On the fifth day, you waited for the fire lizard group to calm down. You idled the whole day without making a move. On the sixth day, you idled again. On the seventh day, the fire lizard group slightly eased up. You bypassed the group and reached the fire lizard king's territory. You consumed all the energy fruits, but they only provided a slight boost. You took the red stone and left. On the 8th day, the fire lizard king discovered its precious treasure missing and went into a rampage. A fire lizard accidentally caught in the chaos lost its life. On the 9th day, you carried a few fire lizard corpses back to the water pool as food. The 2 fire dogs were excited and happily devoured the fire lizard meat. On the 10th day, you woke up in the water pool, stretching lazily. You sensed 2 unfamiliar yet familiar energy fluctuations at first tier level 4. You went outside the cave and found the 2 fire dogs sleeping against a tree had leveled up. The energy fluctuations you sensed were emanating from them. On the ground, all the fire lizard corpses you brought back had turned into a pile of bones. On the 11th day, you practiced with the crystal in the water pool. On the 12th day, more practice. On the 13th day, you brought the crystal and the dogs back to the fire lizard territory. You knew it was the time for the fire lizard king to shed its skin today. You lured the fire lizard and killed it in batches. The 2 fire dogs followed behind, gleefully watching the ground covered in fire lizard meat, their eyes shining with excitement. After exterminating all the fire lizards, you had the 2 fire dogs wait in place. You ventured alone to the fire lizard king's stronghold. Indeed, the fire lizard king was shedding its skin. Your arrival made it furious. Although it was not in the final stage of shedding, its strength had weakened, but it still had some power, just unable to move. The fire lizard king spat out a fireball. You couldn't dodge it, nor did you intend to. Boom! The fireball hit you. The front half of your body turned charred, creating a stark contrast with the blue of your back half. You brushed off the charred ashes and walked towards the fire lizard king. With the achievement bonus, your fire resistance allowed you to withstand most of the fire lizard king's attacks. Surprise flashed in the fire lizard king's eyes. Weak slime, get lost. Oh, quite the temper. You took out a red stone. The fire lizard king's pupils contracted, then he became extremely angry. Slime, how dare you steal the explosive stone? You smirked. Steal? I was just passing by and saw this stone lying on the ground, uncivilized, so I picked it up. Quick, praise me. Boom! The fire lizard king spat out a fireball. You raised your hand and stylishly extended it forward. Your hand pierced through the fireball, causing it to explode. The fire lizard king glared at you angrily. Slime, leave this place, and I might spare your life. You didn't waste time talking and unleashed your skills one after another. At first, the fire lizard king didn't pay much attention to your skills. However, after being hit by a water burst skill, the fire lizard king let out a painful scream. It stared at you in horror. How can you unleash such powerful attacks? You silently acknowledged the 50% boost in achievements and continued releasing your skills. In its fury, the fire lizard king's head exploded. Just as you sighed in relief, the fire lizard king's tail suddenly moved and struck you fiercely. The explosive stone in your hand fell and hit the ground. You muttered, "This is not good." A terrifying wave of energy emerged from the fallen explosive stone. You died. Flame resistance +1, explosion resistance +3. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 13 days of experience. 2. 13 days of physical fitness. Watching the simulation end, Suchen was stunned. Damn! The fire lizard king's moves are ruthless. Its head got blown up, yet its tail can still move? I underestimated it, this old cunning lizard. Su Chen shuddered. Thankfully, it was just a simulation. If it were real, he wouldn't have stood a chance, and he might have turned to ashes by now. My vigilance has dropped recently. If this continues, I'll end up in big trouble. Hold on. I must hold on. Su Chen reaffirmed his belief in the way of endurance. Faced with 2 options, he chose 2 without hesitation. As a surge of ethereal energy flowed into his body, Su Chen felt himself grow stronger. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 5, 93. 86%. About to level up. Suchen felt excited as his experience points neared full. Consumed 80 simulation points, remaining 73. 38 points, simulation failed. Reading the system prompt, Suchen scratched his head, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That's it. With night falling and no more simulation chances, Suchen decided not to bother anymore. He hugged the crystal and fell into a deep sleep in a puddle of water. 1 day passed, gained 10 simulation points, remaining 83. 38 points. Suchen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. A beautiful day began. Let's try another simulation and see if I can level up. Suchen rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. Consumed 80 simulation points, remaining 3. 38 points, simulation initiated. On the first day, with the help of 2 fire dogs, you arrived at the fire lizard territory. With the fire dog's assistance, you quickly eliminated all the sentry fire lizards. On the second day, you killed several waves of fire lizards, causing a commotion among the fire lizard group. You hid at hiding spot number 2, waiting silently. On the third day, the fire lizard group calmed down, and you struck again, killing several waves of fire lizards. The number of fire lizards decreased by half. The fire lizard king was alarmed and patrolled the territory. You moved to hiding spot number 3. On the fourth day, you passed through the fire lizard group to reach the fire lizard king's stronghold at the rear. You consumed an energy fruit, which had no effect on you. You took the explosive stone and left. On the fifth day, the enraged fire lizard king, whose home was stolen, patrolled the territory back and forth. On the sixth day, the fire lizard king continued patrolling the territory. On the seventh day, the fire lizard king patrolled again for a day. On the eighth day, the fire lizard king gave up. Seizing the opportunity, you returned to the forest to replenish your water supply. When you came back, you brought 2 fire dogs with you. Cautiously, you let the fire dogs investigate if there were new sentinel fire lizards present. On the 9th day, while the fire lizard king roamed the outskirts of its territory, you entered the inner territory, luring and killing batches of fire lizards. On the 10th day, the fire lizard king, seeing only a dozen fire lizards left, fell into contemplation. It no longer patrolled the outskirts of its territory but changed its surveillance range to the inner territory. On the 11th day, you noticed impatience in the fire lizard king's eyes, its skin starting to curl at the edges. You knew this was a sign of its molting. On the 12th day, the fire lizard king did not appear. You knew it was molting inside its lair. You appeared, lured the remaining fire lizard group, and killed them in batches. The 2 fire dogs were unusually excited, following behind you, eating many monster corpses, leveling up to tier 4. You entered the fire lizard king's stronghold. The fire lizard king, in the midst of molting, felt extremely angry at your intrusion and spewed a fireball at you. The fireball exploded on you but caused no harm. You stepped back out of the fire lizard king's skill range, patiently waiting. Half an hour later, the fire lizard king's molting neared its end, leaving it extremely weakened. You grinned, took out a fireburst stone, and, under the fire lizard king's terrified and hateful gaze, threw it at him. Without looking back, you ran off into the distance. Boom! A wave of heat lifted you off the ground. You fell heavily back to the ground. As you got up, you saw a large deep pit behind you, with no trace of the fire lizard king, obliterated along with the magic crystals and the explosion. On the 13th day, you returned to the dense forest. On the 14th day, the water in the pond dried up under your draw. You felt a sense of crisis. On the 15th day, after instructing the 2 fire dogs, you headed north. The 2 fire dogs watched your disappearing figure, whimpering in place. On the 16th day, at night, you saw many monsters converging from different directions, heading north together. Among these monsters were tier 5 and even tier 6 monsters like the fire lizards. You mingled among them, hanging back without attracting their attention. After traveling a kilometer, there was a commotion ahead. You saw a lion entirely red in color appear. Its eyes were fiery, fixed on you and the other monsters. The monsters halted as they saw the fire lion. A tier 6 bear-shaped monster charged out. Disdain filled the fire lion's eyes as flames appeared on its claws. A flash of fire, and the bear monster's head rolled to the ground. The fire lion began to devour it. The other monsters panicked, and sensing danger, you turned to flee. Boom! A fireball erupted among the monsters, killing several. Your heart skipped a beat, and you hastened your pace. Suddenly, you felt intense heat. Turning back, you saw a massive fireball descending above you. In a critical moment, you swallowed a crystal. Boom! You exploded. You died. Flame resistance +1, explosion resistance +2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 15 days of experience. 2. 15 days of physical fitness. Level up! Level up! Level up! Su Chen shouted, choosing the second option. A void force poured into his body. A powerful force erupted within Su Chen. His body began to change. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Su Chen's body visibly grew at a rapid pace, emitting a powerful aura. Outside the cave, the two fire dogs sleeping under the tree suddenly woke up. Dog 2 looked shocked towards the cramped cave. This scene seemed familiar. Big Dog, it seems like the slime boss has leveled up? Big Dog shook its head in confusion. In its memory, it hadn't been that long since the boss last leveled up. Two fire dogs stared fixedly at the narrow and cramped opening, waiting for that hint of blue to appear. The amplification of energy gradually dissipated, and Su Chen's enlarged body slowly shrank back. Clenching his fists, a surge of power filled him. First tier, level 6. Su Chen grinned. Hee, this feeling is amazing. My body has also shrunk a bit, not too much. Satisfied. This upgrade deserves a perfect score. Stepping out of the cave. When a hint of blue appeared, the powerful aura excited the two fire dogs. The second dog's tail almost spun like a helicopter rotor, as it dashed to Su Chen with a sudden step, full of admiration. Slime boss. The big dog was so excited it couldn't contain itself. A need to urinate surged, but it couldn't care less, wagging its tail as it rushed to Su Chen, fawning, "Congratulations boss, hail boss." Su Chen enjoyed the admiration of the two fire dogs, his lips curling upwards. Surprisingly, being adored by dogs felt quite special. Su Chen reached out and patted the heads of the two fire dogs. The second dog comfortably lay down. The big dog let out a contented bark, subconsciously relaxing control over something. Splat! A stream of yellow liquid sprayed out, narrowly missing Su Chen's face by a centimeter and hitting the cave wall behind. The big dog was dumbfounded. The second dog was dumbfounded. Su Chen was dumbfounded. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. After a while, a roar echoed through the dense forest. Big dog, I'll be damned. Get the hell away from me. Woof. The excitement of the upgrade subsided, and Su Chen calmed down, opening the panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 6, 0. 1%. Attribute, water lifespan, 666 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%. Skills, splat water, mud enhancement, fireball, fox fire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, flame resistance, 44, explosion resistance, 33, defense, sharp weapon defense, 3, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of flame mice. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, arch fire trainer, hatred of fire lizards evaluation, a somewhat self-sufficient slime with multiple fire skills, capable of land activities, possessing some combat power. Tisk TSK, this evaluation is finally not a total noob. Let me put my hands on my hips for a moment. Su Chen's proud smile curved up. The crooked-mouthed slime is born. Let's see how many simulation points are needed for a simulation now. Su Chen clicked on simulation, consuming 120 simulation points, remaining 0. 38 points, simulation failed. 120. It's over 100, quite tricky. His gaze shifted to Big Dog drawing circles on the ground nearby. Stop drawing circles, I'll take you guys out for a good meal. At the mention of a good meal, Big Dog instantly straightened up, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Any lingering resentment from being slapped by Su Chen vanished in an instant. The second dog's tail wagged even more joyfully. Eating, this was a big deal in a dog's life. Watching the excitement of the two fire dogs, Su Chen smiled slightly, his eyes assessing Big Dog. Compared to the second dog, Big Dog was slightly larger in size. Under Su Chen's malicious gaze, Big Dog's straightened body immediately slumped, turning his back to Su Chen. Can't see me. Can't see me. This silly dog. Su Chen patted Big Dog's head, stand up straight. Big Dog quickly stood up straight. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, looking at Big Dog, who was a whole circle larger than himself. Lower your head a bit. Big Dog promptly lowered his head. Su Chen reached out and placed his hand on the dog's head. Just when the dog thought Su Chen was about to give it a loving pat, a sudden force struck its head. Su Chen exerted force with his palm and flipped onto the dog's back. Giddy up. The dog froze, wearing a look of despair. Am I being ridden? Ergo looked enviously at the dog. I wish I could be ridden by the boss too. Envy, envy. What are you rubbing against? Su Chen slapped the dog's butt. The dog winced in pain, barking twice and sprinting forward. Suchin quickly stabilized himself, watching the trees on both sides fly past rapidly, feeling a surge of pride. I must look like a general now, riding on a majestic dog, exuding power and authority. Giddy up! Giddy up! Urged by Su Chen, the dog immediately picked up speed. Gotta run, can't slow down, or a slap will land on my butt. Ouch! Ergo frolicked behind, following in its shaking field of vision. Ahead, a dog carrying a blue ball on its back, a comical sight. 300 meters from the territory of the fire lizards. Phew! During the journey, the dog had already understood the meaning of this word. In an instant, it abruptly braked, its front paws sparking on the ground. It slid for several meters before coming to a stop. Ha! When did the boss learn to fly? Ergo looked puzzled at the sky. A blue ball streaked through the air, tracing a parabolic path before landing heavily. Bang! It rolled on the ground a few times, covered in dust. The look in the dog's eyes couldn't hide its shock. Su Chen got up. Oh my! The dog looked at Su Chen with innocent eyes. Su Chen gazed up at the sky. Can't get angry at my own dog. Lowering his head, Su Chen looked at the dog with a twisted smile. Well done. The dog wagged its tail happily. Just now, the aura emanating from Su Chen was terrifying, leaving it breathless. Ergo looked enviously at the dog. Opportunities for praise like this are rare, must remember and emulate in the future. Dog, Ergo, wait for me here. Su Chen looked at the territory of the fire lizards ahead, liquefying his body and swiftly moving into the shadows, advancing quickly. After reaching the first level 6, his strength had greatly increased. He could easily spot the hidden sentry fire lizards. However, he could only detect those not deeply concealed, while some deeply hidden sentry fire lizards remained undetected. Easily capturing a sentry fire lizard, Su Chen returned without alerting any other sentries. Looking at the sentry fire lizard in his hand, powerless and submissive, ready for slaughter. The dog and Ergo looked at Su Chen with admiration. A first-level 4th-grade beast, capable of easily killing them. In Su Chen's hands, they couldn't even move. Get to work, get to work. Remember its scent. Punching the sentry fire lizard unconscious and tossing it to the ground, the two fire dogs approached, sniffing. After a moment, both fire dogs indicated they had remembered. A fireball appeared in Su Chen's hand, roasting the sentry fire lizard. Eat up, fill your bellies for work. The two fire dogs eagerly pounced and gnawed away. Su Chen was stunned. The sentry fire lizard wasn't large, but it was about half the size of a fire dog. In just 10 minutes, the dog and Ergo had devoured it completely. If Su Chen hadn't stopped them, they would have polished the bones clean. Following Su Chen's orders, the two fire dogs cautiously moved forward. The sentry fire lizard was a first-level 4th-grade creature, while they were only 3rd grade. If Su Chen wasn't there to back them up, they would have fled long ago. As they advanced towards the fire lizard's territory, the oppressive feeling grew stronger, causing the dog's 4 legs to tremble, and the urge to urinate emerged. Noticing the dog's unusual behavior, Su Chen spoke up, "You coward, once I kill them all, I'll let you feast for days and nights." At the mention of feast, the dog straightened up. Half an hour later, a total of 22 sentinel fire lizards were completely wiped out by Su Chen. Indeed, leave the professional work to the professionals. Sighing, Su Chen turned around to see Big Dog and Second Dog feasting on the roasted sentinel fire lizards. Su Chen's eyes held a sense of contentment. Being able to eat is a blessing. Eat, eat, eat more, level up quickly, so you can do more for me. After scanning the surroundings, Su Chen found no trace of the fire lizard king. Safe. Turning back, he ordered the two fire dogs to stay put while he retrieved the magic crystals from the sentinel fire lizards. Then, Su Chen ventured alone into the depths of the fire lizard territory. Arriving at the number 1 hiding spot in his memory, the fire tree, Su Chen surveyed the fire lizard group. These first-tier level 5 fire lizards were easy prey in his eyes now. Ah, the invincible loneliness. Descending from the fire tree, Su Chen did not alert the fire lizard group. Instead, he liquefied through them and headed straight for the fire lizard king's stronghold at the rear. The only thing in the fire lizard territory that made Su Chen wary was the explosive firestone. Currently at first tier level 6, on par with the fire lizard king, he was not afraid of it. But the explosive firestone's power was well known from simulations. Even a first tier level 6 could be blown to ashes. Mutual destruction was not the outcome Su Chen desired. To safely eliminate the fire lizard group, the explosive firestone could not be left with the fire lizard king. He couldn't alert the fire lizard group yet, to prevent the fire lizard king from fighting back with the explosive firestone. Take a breather. Soon, the fire lizard king's stronghold appeared in Su Chen's sight. At a glance, he saw the energy fruit and the explosive firestone. With no sign of the fire lizard king, A lovely smile spread across Su Chen's face. Explosive firestone, here I come. The fiery stone in his hand transmitted intense heat through his palm to his body. The powerful fluctuations made Su Chen feel the force of fear. Su Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder it can instantly kill a first-tier level 6 monster. It's a good thing I was cautious and came for the explosive firestone in advance. Otherwise, following the simulation's method to first wipe out the fire lizards could have provoked the Fire Lizard King to use the explosive firestone against me. Carrying the explosive firestone and energy fruit in prepared vines, Su Chen was ready to go back and stir up trouble with the Fire Lizard group. Now, safety is no longer a concern. Caution is the ship that sails for 1,000 years, indeed. Just as he turned around, a scorching breath rushed towards him. Without hesitation, Su Chen shifted his body several meters. A fireball landed where he had been standing. Boom! A crater appeared. The Fire Lizard King glared angrily at Su Chen. A first-tier level 6 slime? How is that possible? Su Chen looked at the Fire Lizard King and chuckled. Hey, little lizard. Finally, we meet. I'm quite satisfied with your astonishment. I suggest you widen your eyes a bit more. Little lizard? The Fire Lizard King roared, drop the explosive firestone and energy fruit, and get lost. Oh, quite temperamental, Su Chen said as he pulled out the explosive firestone. Fine, here you go. Su Chen pretended to throw the explosive firestone towards the Fire Lizard King. Startled, the Fire Lizard King's eyes showed fear, and it turned and ran. What the hell? Why so scared? Ha ha! Hearing laughter behind him, the Fire Lizard King turned back to see the slime holding the explosive firestone safely in its hand. The slime was looking at him mischievously. In an instant, the Fire Lizard King's eyes seemed to shoot out flames. Did this slime know the purpose of the explosive firestone? Was it playing with him? Those fire lizards were truly useless. Not one of them noticed a single slime entering. The Fire Lizard King regretted not bringing the explosive firestone with him. Damn slime! The Fire Lizard King was extremely angry, but it dared not release its skills. In case the explosive stone was detonated, even with the power of the explosive stone, it would be done for. Thinking of this, the Fire Lizard King's expression changed, and it forced out a smile. Dear slime, how about we make a deal? Su Chen looked at the Fire Lizard King with interest. Oh, what kind of deal? The Fire Lizard King racked its brains and quickly spoke. I know the location of a treasure. As long as you return everything to me, I will tell you. What treasure? The Fire Lizard King spoke. A treasure that grants eternal life when consumed. Su Chen was taken aback. Did this Fire Lizard King think it had low intelligence and was insulting itself? With such a treasure, why bother arguing with me? Why not go get it yourself? Moreover, in a low-level monster area, you tell me there's a treasure of eternal life? You can't even live to a ripe old age of a few hundred days. Eternal life holds no temptation for you. Seeing Su Chen's changing expression, the Fire Lizard King knew its lame excuse did not make Su Chen believe. Damn it! Trash monsters like slimes, when did they become so intelligent? TSK TSK TSK. I say little lizard, if you want the explosive stone, you have to show sincerity. 100 first-tier level 5 or above magic crystals, and I'll return it to you. 100? First-tier level 5 or above? The Fire Lizard King looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Even wiping out the entire Fire Lizard group wouldn't yield that many. Not to mention 100, not even one. Magic crystals like these are not meant to be hoarded. The Fire Lizard King realized that Su Chen had no intention of returning it. Damn it! I am the great Fire Lizard King. How can I be threatened by a lowly slime? Fearing the cat when the mouse is mentioned. The dignity of the Fire Lizard King cannot be desecrated by a lowly slime. The Fire Lizard King's eyes flared with fire, and energy fluctuations instantly gathered in its mouth. Boom! A fireball struck Su Chen's face in an instant. Explode! Explode! The Fire Lizard King's eyes were filled with madness. Even if it meant mutual destruction, it wanted this lowly slime, who dared to desecrate its dignity, dead. The next moment, it froze. How is this possible? Su Chen stood in place, without a trace of being hit by the fireball. Before leveling up, he could withstand the Fire Lizard King's fireball with just his achievements. Now that he had leveled up, being immune was a piece of cake. You think you can still trade with me? Without confidence, I wouldn't dare to reveal my true form. Su Chen's face revealed a smug smile as he spoke. Little lizard, tell me where you got the explosive stone, and I can let you have a good meal before you go. Finally, Su Chen added, this is much more tempting than eternal life. The Fire Lizard King looked at Su Chen with extreme anger in its eyes. Lowly slime. How dare you threaten me? The Fire Lizard King opened its mouth, and 3 fireballs appeared in succession, instantly reaching Su Chen. I don't believe you can. The Fire Lizard King stopped, looking in astonishment at the scene before it. Just then, the lowly slime extended a finger and pierced through all 3 of its consecutive fireballs. How is this possible? A hint of panic arose in the Fire Lizard King's heart. How could the slime be so strong? There was no way they could both perish together. This is impossible. Suchin put away his smile, speaking coldly, if you won't accept the toast, then I'll have to send you on your way. Foxfire. Fireball. Muddy water. 3 skills in a row appeared, and the Fire Lizard King was filled with fear. 3 skills? This can't be possible? A lowly slime, how could it? Boom. 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 The 3 skills all hit the Fire Lizard King. Its body instantly had several large bloody holes, with blood trickling out. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly, increasing the power of fire attribute skills by 50%. Even so, the Fire Lizard King was still not dead. This skin is really thick. Fireball. The Fire Lizard King regained its senses and watched as a fireball flew towards it. Fear appeared in its eyes. Run! Without hesitation, the Fire Lizard King swiftly ran outside. Su Chen smirked, shouting, keep running, or I'll throw explosive stones. The Fire Lizard King trembled. Not run? Face death? Setting aside the honor of being a king for now, it decided to escape first and then return to seek the life of this despicable slime. Its sturdy limbs scraped against the ground, increasing its speed. Su Chen followed behind, not slow, but was surprised to see the Fire Lizard King getting farther away. So fast? Is it maxed out on agility? The Fire Lizard King disappeared from Su Chen's sight. Su Chen looked at the trail of blood left by the fleeing Fire Lizard King. Surely it won't run itself to death? With a huge boost in achievements, the power of skills increased significantly, almost making the Fire Lizard King choke. Yet, it still ran so fast. Su Chen marveled at its strong vitality. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a tremor in the ground. An earthquake? The next moment, Su Chen understood the reason for the ground shaking. Led by the Fire Lizard King, the entire Fire Lizard group charged madly towards him. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air filled the sky as dozens of fireballs rained down towards Su Chen. Damn, can't win so resort to mass attacks? Bullying me when I'm alone? Bah! Su Chen raised a middle finger fiercely and turned to run. The achievement hatred of the Fire Lizard King only worked against the Fire Lizard King. All these fireballs in the sky were released by first tier level 5 fire lizards. Su Chen didn't dare to rely on his 44 points of fire resistance. After all, gambling always leads to losing. Fire Lizard King, are you suddenly enlightened? Using long-range carpet-style attacks now. Bang! Bang! Su Chen weaved through the fireballs, his round body agilely dodging and maneuvering. The fireballs fell one after another beside him, creating small craters. Just as Su Chen evaded one round of fireballs and breathed a sigh of relief, the sound of breaking air reappeared. Keep running! With the Fire Lizard King leading, the Fire Lizard group pressed closer step by step. Su Chen devised a plan, a sly smile playing on his lips. Familiar with the Fire Lizard's territory, Su Chen led the group on a detour. The Fire Lizard group didn't notice, and the distance between them shortened. The Fire Lizard group soon surrounded Su Chen, and the Fire Lizard King's eyes gleamed with anger and hatred, ready to end it all. Despicable slime, you dare to blaspheme my dignity, you deserve to die. Su Chen looked at the encircling Fire Lizard group, chuckled, and stared at the Fire Lizard King with a mocking gaze. I wonder how a fool like you managed to survive until now. The Fire Lizard King, furious, sneered, you talk too much, slime. Look at your situation. You are about to die, and your filthy mouth will be shut forever. With madness in its eyes, the Fire Lizard King unleashed a triple fireball attack, as if it had already seen Su Chen's death. This is the fate of those who blaspheme my dignity. Su Chen casually swatted away the triple fireball attack. With a playful tone, he said, I'll show some mercy and help you cool off. As he spoke, 3 flames appeared behind him, rushing towards the Fire Lizard King. The Fire Lizard King hesitated for a moment, fear deeply etched in its eyes. Chasing after this despicable slime, from being beaten to turning the tables, it had forgotten one thing. This slime was extremely powerful, and it was not its match. Using long-range attacks with fireballs from the Fire Lizard group could pose a threat and eventually kill it. But as the distance closed in, it was only pushing itself closer to death. A water arrow, piercing through the Fire Lizard King's head in an instant. Foxfire descended, burning the Fire Lizard King's body into 4 pieces. The surrounding fire lizards were stunned. Everything happened too quickly, they hadn't even reacted yet, and their leader was already dead. Su Chen cautiously took a few steps back. Foxfire, Fireball, Water Whip, skills bombarded the body of the Fire Lizard King one after another. Several minutes later, the Fire Lizard King's body turned completely into ashes, and the magic crystal lay quietly on the ground. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In the simulation, when the Fire Lizard King died, it would still swing its tail, but it was extremely old-fashioned. The surrounding fire lizards all crouched on the ground. Their bodies trembled, filled with immense fear. How could such a terrifying presence suddenly descend on the fire lizard territory? The ashes of the Fire Lizard King were still there. The wind had not yet come, but these fire lizards were trembling as if they were having a seizure. Su Chen picked up the magic crystal on the ground. Transform. Transform a first-order level 6 magic crystal, get 60 simulation points. With 60 points, I can simulate twice by killing 2. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the fire lizard group nearby, watching them trembling in fear. Do you want to resist? The fire lizard group was confused. We just want to live a little longer. I'll give you a chance to live. The fire lizard group immediately became agitated. To live, without wanting to die. Only one of you can survive. Fight, and whoever wins in the end, I will spare its life. After speaking, Su Chen slightly distanced himself. The fire lizard group trembled, facing each other. Only one can survive. Then why not kill the slime, so everyone can live? Watching the slime in the distance, a fire lizard's eyes flashed with fierceness, and a fireball appeared instantly. The next moment, its head was pierced by a water column, revealing the magic crystal. The remaining fire lizards looked in fear at their companion's body, while the ones in the rear ran away in another direction. Su Chen sighed, it's impossible to take them all down. In the terrified gaze of the fire lizard group, Foxfire, Water Whip, Fireball. Each skill could instantly kill one or more fire lizards. The fire lizard group frantically fled. Although Su Chen was strong enough to kill a fire lizard with one blow, there were more than 30 gathered here, running in all directions, making it somewhat difficult for Su Chen to take them all down. Several minutes later, there were dozens of fire lizard bodies lying beside Su Chen. A few ran away. Those were all simulation points. Su Chen felt a bit sorry. Approaching the fire lizard that had started the fireball, he struck with both hands, beating the corpse. Ruining my plan. Bah! Until the fire lizard was beaten into pieces, Su Chen picked up the magic crystal for transformation. Transform a first-order level 5 magic crystal, get 12 simulation points. So few. Looking at the ground littered with fire lizard bodies, Su Chen gave up the idea of picking out the magic crystals one by one. Leaving the fire lizard territory, Su Chen went to find 2 fire dogs. Seeing Big Dog and Second Dog, Su Chen clicked his tongue. The 2 silly dogs had eaten their fill, lying in a pile of bones, basking in the sun with their eyes closed. The intense sunlight shone on their bellies, making Su Chen feel like oil would come out. On the ground, there were bones everywhere, with hardly any intact sentinel fire lizards in sight. These 2 guys sure could eat. However, they had done a good job completing the task Su Chen had assigned, neatly stacking the magic crystals of the sentinel fire lizards on the side. Su Chen picked up the magic crystal for transformation. Transform a first-order level 4 magic crystal, get 2 simulation points. This is a bit too little, but, even if it's less, it's still simulation points. Continuing the transformation. Transform a first-order level 4 magic crystal, get 2 simulation points. After transforming all the sentinel fire lizard magic crystals, a total of 44 simulation points were obtained. The remaining simulation points reached 119. 38. The 2 fire dogs were still sleeping with their eyes closed. Is this their level of alertness? Get out of here, pig! Hearing the commotion, the 2 fire dogs opened their eyes, and upon seeing Su Chen, they quickly rolled over. Due to overeating, the big dog's balance was off, and as it tried to stand up, it toppled over. Su Chen looked up at the sky. Such stupid dogs, should I just kill them and eat their meat? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the big dog quickly got up again, wagging its tail as it rushed towards Su Chen. Boss, boss. The second dog approached Su Chen, Slime Boss. Come on, I'll take you to eat something better. At the mention of something better, the big dog's eyes lit up. Can you still eat? The big dog didn't reply. Instead, it tilted its head to look at its back. Boss, come up. Hesitating as it looked at the big dog's belly almost touching the ground, Su Chen asked, are you sure about this? Turning his head, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the second dog, whose belly was also round but not as exaggerated as the big dog's. Let's try the second dog. The second dog, upon hearing that Slime Boss wanted to ride on it, wagged its tail excitedly, almost spinning like a propeller. Pushing the second dog aside, the big dog stood tall. Boss, trust me. Its determined gaze made Su Chen nod in approval. The big dog looked at the second dog and said, Second dog, let the big brother handle this task, you rest. How could the second dog allow the big dog to have such an intimate experience with the boss? The big dog felt proud. The second dog looked at the big dog with gratitude, thinking, the big dog really takes care of me. But I really want to carry Slime Boss and gallop. Suchen placed a hand on the big dog's head. I'm coming up. With a forceful push, he leaped and landed directly on the big dog's back. No. Mistake. Suchen's face hit the ground, creating a small dent. The big dog looked bewildered at its own body where Suchen landed, wondering why its legs suddenly went weak. It timidly looked at Suchen lying on the ground. Boss? I'm not dead. Suchen got up from the ground and walked ahead with a heavy heart. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Worst case scenario, I'll just eat dog meat. Fire lizard territory. Before eating, do some work. Come, smell the scent of the fire lizards. With the help of the two silly dogs' keen noses, Suchen managed to hunt down several fire lizards. The total number of kills now exceeded the number of fire lizards that had surrounded him earlier. Suchen felt relieved. Well done, you did a great job. For the final task, find all the magic crystals, then we'll eat. Suchen lay down in the shade of a tree, watching the two fire dogs swiftly collecting the magic crystals. The efficiency of the fire dogs was impressive. Especially the big dog, fearing becoming dog meat, it worked particularly hard. In no time, there was a neat row of fire lizard magic crystals in front of Suchen. Well done. Picking up a crystal, he transformed it, transforming a first-level 5th grade magic crystal, gaining 12 simulation points. With the continuous appearance of system prompts, the simulation points kept rising. Remaining simulation points, 539. 38. Suchen looked at his two silly dogs eagerly watching him. Eat, go ahead and eat, my treat. With Suchen's permission, the big dog and the second dog happily ran into the group of fire lizard corpses and started gnawing away. In no time, under Suchen's watchful eyes, the energy fluctuations on the two fire dogs grew stronger. They're about to level up. He called the two fire dogs over. Suchen took out energy fruits, a total of 5. As the two fire dogs stared at the energy fruits, their eyes widened. These were different from the ones they had eaten before, containing a much richer energy. These are for you. Upon hearing Suchen's words, the big dog and the second dog were stunned, then shook their heads repeatedly. Boss. Slime boss. It's a waste for us to eat these. Suchen cut them off directly. Stop the nonsense. If I say eat, then eat quickly. Damn, if eating them doesn't work for me, why should you two get a turn? Dogda and Dogair looked at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude and loyalty. Big brother is so good to us. Forever following Big brother. Being the most loyal henchman to Big brother. 5 energy fruits. Split them in pairs, one left. To Suchen's surprise, Dogda directly pushed the extra one in front of Dogair. Dogda. Quick, eat it, I feel like I'm about to level up. With excitement, Dogda swallowed 2 energy fruits in one go, and energy surged inside it. Suchen watched Dogda's transformation, reminiscent of his own upgrade. Moved, Dogair swallowed 3 energy fruits. Energy burst out from within it as well. Their auras grew stronger under Suchen's gaze. Their bodies were also changing, becoming more robust and powerful. The two fire dogs grew a size larger than before. First level, 4th stage. Suchen's eyes sparkled as he touched their fur. Much softer than before. Riding them would definitely be more comfortable now. With increased strength, they would be more useful in the future. After the two fire dogs leveled up, their appetites improved, diving into the pile of fire lizards. Lying down in the shade of a tree, Suchen opened the panel. It's time to continue the simulation. Consuming 120 simulation points, remaining 419. 38 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you rested in the fire lizard territory. You and the two fire dogs ate a lot of roasted fire lizards. On the second day, after replenishing water at the jungle pond, you returned to the fire lizard territory. The two fire dogs had already made this place their new base. The fleeing fire lizards dared not return. After instructing the two fire dogs, you continued north. On the third day, under the scorching sun, you arrived at an open area. As you were about to survey the surroundings, a sense of danger struck. You swiftly pounced to the side. A flaming claw tore through your body. You died. Sharp defense +3, flame resistance +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 3 days of experience. 2. 3 days of physical fitness. What the heck is this? Suchen was stunned. A flaming claw? Choosing 1. Memories flooded in. After a moment, the image froze on a flaming claw tearing through his body. He never saw who the enemy was before dying. Be careful, even more careful. Suchen muttered. Continue the simulation. Consuming 120 simulation points, remaining 299. 38 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you rested in the fire lizard territory. You patrolled the territory and found a fire lizard lingering nearby, killed it. The fire lizard territory was secure. You established it as a new base, letting the 2 fire dogs live here. On the second day, after replenishing water at the jungle pond, which was now dry, you instructed the 2 fire dogs and continued north. On the third day, under the scorching sun, ahead was an open area where you sensed danger. You chose not to proceed. You found a fire tree and climbed up. On the fourth day, at night, you noticed a large number of monsters converging from all directions. Among the monster group were first level 5 and first level 6 monsters. You saw a lion with flames on its claws appear, blocking the group of monsters. Its appearance caused chaos among the monsters. The fire lion charged into the monster group, slaughtering wildly. The monsters fought back, battling the fire lion. The fire lion was extremely fierce, its flaming claws easily tearing a first level 6 monster in half. With its fireball skill, it could blast a bloody hole in a first level 6 monster. The monster group suffered a crushing defeat, and the remaining monsters retreated. Watching this scene, you marveled at the fire lion's strength. On the fifth day, the ground covered with corpses and blood attracted some scavenger monsters. They were low-level, sharp-toothed, foul-smelling creatures. They quickly devoured the remains of the monsters left by the fire lions on the ground, not even sparing the bones. Like janitors, they cleaned up the fire lion's territory. You saw these scavenger monsters carrying away the remaining bodies along with magic crystals. You followed them. You saw the scavenger monsters living in a small forest 500 meters away from the fire lion's territory. The forest was littered with monster limbs, emitting a foul stench. You observed for several hours. You gathered some information. These scavenger monsters were called fire scavengers and relied on the fire lions for survival. The fire lion, a first-order 7th-level monster, passing through the fire lion's territory would lead to the water source. On the 6th day, you observed again. You obtained information. In the fire scavenger group, the highest level was a first-order 6th level, the fire scavenger king. The rest of the fire scavengers ranged from first-order 3rd level to first-order 5th level. In the fire scavenger king's lair, you saw a large number of magic crystals. On the 7th day, you waited a day. The fire scavenger king showed no intention of leaving the lair. On the 8th day, you waited another day. The fire scavenger king still showed no signs of leaving. On the 9th day, the fire scavenger king remained in the lair. You felt helpless. Damn, is this fire scavenger king a shut-in? On the 10th day, before returning to the fire lion's territory, you waited patiently. That night, only scattered monsters gathered. The fire lion appeared, killed them all, and feasted. You had witnessed this scene many times over these days. On the 11th day, you felt dehydrated. The water obtained from the monsters was not enough to sustain your survival needs. On the 12th day, during the day, the fire lion's territory was eerily quiet, with a hot and dry wind blowing. You were suffering from a lack of water. On the 13th day, during the day, you returned to the dense forest's water hollow. The water in the hollow had dried up. You lay helplessly in the hollow, pressing against the ground, savoring the last traces of dampness. On the 14th day, severely dehydrated, your condition worsened. You sent 2 fire dogs to search for water. The 2 fire dogs hurried off to find water. On the 15th day, the larger dog brought back a grass root. The root contained a few drops of water, and its movements were gentle and cautious, fearing the water would spill. You absorbed the droplets. This tiny amount of water was insufficient to sustain your life. The second dog returned, with only a few grass stems carrying water. A little water, a challenge for a monster. You cursed loudly, exclaiming how difficult it was to find water in this damn place. On the 16th day, your body began to shrivel. The 2 fire dogs continued their search for water. On the 17th day, you shriveled to the size of a fist. You knew you were beyond saving. Your gaze shifted to the nearby crystal. On the 18th day, you ordered the 2 fire dogs to stay far away, not to approach. You opened your mouth and swallowed the crystal. Damn it, I'm about to die again. Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining +1 explosion resistance, +1 fire resistance. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 18 days of experience. 2. 18 days of physical fitness. Choosing 2. A wave of void energy flowed into your body. With each level up, the enhancement of each point of strength was deeply felt. The panel unfolded. Race, slime, blue, level, first order 6th level, 10. 10%. Suchen looked at the simulated text, pondering deeply. The experience points gained are quite substantial. However, died again due to lack of water. The fire lion blocking the way, crossing it will be difficult. With that said, the only breakthrough points are leveling up and the explosive stone. However, the power of the explosive stone is too great, and one would also be affected by it. It's a case of hurting the enemy by 1,000 but ending up defeated oneself. Moreover, the fluctuations of the explosive stone are too obvious. The monsters are not fools. It's difficult to escape unscathed without resorting to some underhanded tricks. Only by leveling up can one possess the strength to compete with the fire lion. This kind of raw power is something that can provide a sense of security and persist over time. Leveling up is a must. To enhance one's level, one must simulate. Simulation requires some simulation points. Clearly written in the simulation is the presence of a large number of magic crystals in the fire-rotten Beast King's lair. I need to figure out a way to get my hands on the magic crystals in the fire-rotten Beast King's lair first. The upcoming simulations will focus primarily on leveling up, with exploration as a secondary objective. With the simulation direction set, Su Chen prepared to think about the details. After thinking for a long time, he was still clueless. So, he decided to stop thinking about it and let his simulated self deal with the headache. He opened the simulation, consuming 120 simulation points, remaining simulation points 179. 38, simulation begins. On the first day, carrying crystal stones, you arrived at the Fire Lion's territory and found a good vantage point on a fiery tree to perch. That night, the monster group appeared, followed by the Fire Lion. The two sides met, excitement gleaming in the Fire Lion's eyes. The battle commenced instantly. Among the monster group, the highest-ranking monster was only a level 6 First Order, no match for the Fire Lion. Any monster attempting to escape was incinerated by the Fire Lion's fireballs. You could see that the Fire Lion was determined not to let a single monster pass. Soon, only half of the monster group remained. The remaining monsters scattered and fled. You were amazed by the Fire Lion's strength. The Fire Lion began to feast. After it was full, it left a pile of carcasses. The fire-rotten beast group appeared and carried away the remaining monster corpses. You followed. On the second day, the fire-rotten beast group had a great harvest the day before. The entire group was filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. You observed carefully. There were over 50 fire-rotten beasts in the group. The quantity was significant. The daily food consumption was substantial. You noticed that the food obtained by the fire-rotten beasts would be prioritized for the fire-rotten beast king. Only after the fire-rotten beast king was full would the lower-ranking fire-rotten beasts be allowed to eat. On the third day, you hid in the shadows, observing the fire-rotten beast group. You noticed that there were no large numbers of monsters attacking the Fire Lion's territory. The harvest for the fire-rotten beast group decreased. Fortunately, there were leftovers from the previous day's harvest. On the fourth day, there were still no monster groups attacking the Fire Lion's territory. The fire-rotten beast group had a very small harvest and began to consume their reserves. The decaying meat in these stocks emitted a foul stench that could be smelled from tens of meters away. On the fifth day, fights broke out within the fire-rotten beast group over food distribution. Dead fire-rotten beasts were eaten by other fire-rotten beasts. A plan began to form in your mind. On the sixth day, more internal conflicts arose within the fire-rotten beast group, all due to food. You noticed that in times of food scarcity, higher-level fire-rotten beasts preyed on lower-level ones. On the seventh day, that night, the Fire Lion's territory was once again invaded by a group of monsters. 200 meters away, the restless fire-rotten beast group caught the scent. They waited for the battle to end before moving in to claim the spoils. The battle began. The Fire Lion was fierce as ever, slaughtering these level 6 First Order and level 5 First Order monsters. After half an hour of fighting, the monster group scattered, leaving behind casualties. The hungry fire-rotten beast group rushed forward. They were starving. The Fire Lion let out a low growl, causing the fire-rotten beast group to halt, standing tens of meters away, watching. They waited for the Fire Lion to finish eating and leave. The Fire Lion felt uneasy as the group of foul-smelling fire-rotten beasts greedily stared at it. It spat out a fireball, turning several fire-rotten beasts into ashes. The remaining fire-rotten beasts scattered in fear. The Fire Lion contentedly enjoyed its spoils. After a while, the Fire Lion finished its meal, leaving a pile of carcasses behind as it leisurely walked back to its territory. You looked at the remaining monster bodies and noticed the silhouette of a returning fire decay beast in the distance. You rushed to the monster carcasses. Firefox, Fireball. Under a series of skills, all the monster bodies turned into charred remains. You quickly hid. The fire decay beast group returned, looking at the charred remains on the ground, feeling disappointed as they returned. On the 8th day, you quietly watched from a tree. There was a greater commotion within the fire decay beast group. The lowest level tier 3 fire decay beasts were all devoured by higher level ones. You sighed at the cruelty of the fire decay beasts. Feeling inspired, you shifted position, choosing a better vantage point on a branch to lie down. On the 9th day, the internal consumption within the fire decay beast group continued to increase. Your plan was taking shape in your mind. You left, hunted down several monsters, and arrived at the fire decay beast group. A large number of fire decay beasts caught the scent and rushed over. Sensing your powerful aura, they stopped in their tracks, eager to try. You casually threw the monster carcasses into the fire decay beast group. The monster bodies were instantly devoured. The fire decay beast group greedily eyed you. You told them that there were many monster bodies behind the fire lion's territory, and the monsters you brought came from there. The fire decay beast group was excited and asked you to lead them there. The fire decay beast king appeared, its small eyes scrutinizing you, showing caution. The fire lion is a terrifying presence. You smiled and said, I know a path that can bypass it and lead us directly there, very safely. The fire decay beast king looked at you suspiciously. Why are you helping us? Suchen, with a serious expression, pointed to the sky with one hand. Because I am the messenger sent by the fire decay beast god to guide you. The fire decay beast king looked puzzled. Where did this idiot come from? Under your continuous persuasion, the fire decay beast king finally agreed. You made plans to set out the next day. On the 10th day, during the day, you set out with the fire decay beast king and a group of fire decay beasts. The vigilant fire decay beast king placed you at the front, exposed in its line of sight. After advancing 100 meters into the fire lion's territory, no fire lions appeared. You thought to yourself, even the heavens are helping you. The fire decay beast group had full trust in you, and after you pointed a direction, their speed suddenly increased, quickly surpassing you. Roar! The fire lion appeared. Seeing the fire lion, the fire decay beast king was stunned, looking back at your position. But you had already escaped to a faraway spot. Goodbye. Good luck. I'll be watching you. You gave a thumbs up to the fire decay beast king, chuckled, and disappeared from its sight. The fire decay beast king realized it had been tricked. The fire lion was extremely angry. These intruders who dared to steal its prey appeared in its territory. Roar! Hearing the roars behind you, your heart trembled, and you increased your speed once again. You reached the edge of the fire lion's territory. Now, you only needed to head 500 meters east to obtain all the belongings of the fire decay beast group, including a large number of magic crystals. Excited, your speed increased slightly. Suddenly, a wave of heat came from behind you, and you had nowhere to hide. You thought to yourself, this is bad. I'm done for. Without hesitation, you swallowed the crystal, turned around, and charged towards the fire lion. A red stone flew out of your hand. Let's be companions on the road to the underworld. Boom! You exploded. You died, fire resistance +5. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 10 days of experience. 2. 10 days of physical fitness. Just as Suchen was about to make a choice, another system prompt sounded. Ding! Fire resistance reached 50 points, achieving the achievement Fire Resistance. I'm serious. A new achievement? Suchen laughed happily. Fire resistance, I'm serious. During battles, increase fire resistance by 6, level X1, points. Note 1, permanently increase fire attribute defense by 0.5%. Note 2, this achievement is not affected by any negative status. Note 3, this achievement is upgradable. This is good, this is good. Suchen applauded. With resistance increasing as levels rise, this is sustainable development. Simulating rewards, without hesitation, still chose 2. A surge of void energy infused his body. Suchen clenched his fist, feeling significantly stronger. Check the current attributes. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 6, 28. 30%. Attribute, water lifespan, 699 days enhancements, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced mud, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 50, explosion resistance, 33, defense, blade defense, 6, blunt defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of fire mice. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, arch fire trainer, hatred of fire lizards, fire resistance, I'm serious. Evaluation, a somewhat self-sufficient slime with multiple fire skills, capable of land activities, possessing some combat power. Tisk TSK, one word, strong. Suchen boasted for a while. The two fire dogs, tired from eating, wagged their tails and ran to Suchen. In a good mood, Suchen patted their heads vigorously. The comfortable dogs lay down, exposing their bellies. Looking at their swollen bellies like they were pregnant for months, Suchin clicked his tongue. You too, with such appetites, it's a shame you're not in a hot dog eating contest. Curious, second dog asked, what's a hot dog eating contest? Is it a powerful monster? Dog Big chimed in, why would you join a hot dog eating contest? Is it attractive? Suchen looked at Dog Big in confusion. You guys are just out of line. Suchen stood up, taking the two silly dogs for a walk around the entire fire lizard territory, clearing out a fire lizard lurking around the perimeter, gaining 12 simulation points. From now on, this will be your new home. The two fire dogs exchanged glances, wagging their tails happily. Sending the two fire dogs off to play, Suchen opened the system. The plan is feasible, but I went too deep this time, next time I'll keep it shallow. Continuing the simulation. Consuming 120 simulation points, remaining 71. 38 points, simulation begins. Day 1, night falls. A gathering of monsters appears, attacking the Fire Lion territory. The Fire Lion emerges, battling the monsters. The fight is fierce, nearly half of the monsters are killed or injured, retreating. The Fire Lion enjoys its meal. In the distance, the Fire Decay Beast group stares intently. After the Fire Lion finishes eating, the Fire Decay Beasts rush out, carrying all the monster corpses. You follow along. Day 2, no monster attacks on the Fire Lion territory. The Fire Decay Beasts' harvest is reduced, starting to eat from their reserves. You hide in the shadows, perfecting your plan. Day 3, internal disputes arise within the Fire Decay Beast group over food. Pondering, you decide to add fuel to the fire. Day 4, after observing for the past few days, you have figured out where the Fire Decay Beasts store the monster corpses. The smelliest place. Upon arrival, you easily kill a first-tier, level 5 Fire Decay Beast responsible for guarding. Looking at the pile of monster corpses emitting a foul stench, you unleash your skills. Foxfire. Fireball. The bodies are completely covered in flames. The commotion attracts the Fire Decay Beast group, and you quickly flee. The Fire Decay Beast King appears, roaring in anger. The Fire Decay Beast group mobilizes, searching for you. As a skilled hider, how could you possibly be discovered, Old 6? On the 5th day, the Fire Rot Beast group ran out of food, leading to even greater internal conflicts. Lower-level Fire Rot Beasts became food for the higher-level ones. You watched silently, waiting for the right moment to come. On the 6th day, the first-tier 3rd-level monsters in the Fire Rot Beast group were all eaten, and the first-tier 4th-level Fire Rot Beasts began to suffer. The difference between being eaten and eating was just a day. You marveled at the madness of the Fire Rot Beast group. On the 7th day, you knew that tonight a group of monsters would attack the Fire Lion territory. You couldn't let the Fire Rot Beasts get food, so you went to lurk in the Fire Lion territory. The battle between the Fire Lion and the monster group quickly ended. The ground littered with monster corpses tempted the Fire Rot Beast group. The starving Fire Rot Beast group rushed forward. The Fire Lion was furious, killing a part of the Fire Rot Beast group, and the rest scattered in fear. You patiently waited. After the Fire Lion had its fill, you quickly appeared and used your skills to burn all the remaining monster corpses into charcoal. The Fire Rot Beast group returned empty-handed, with more instances of cannibalism within. On the 8th day, you appeared with several Fire Lizard corpses. The Fire Rot Beast group excitedly feasted. You told them that you knew a place with plenty of food, just beyond the Fire Lion territory. The Fire Rot Beast King appeared and negotiated with you. With your superb persuasion skills, the Fire Rot Beast King chose to trust you. On the 9th day, at night, you led the Fire Rot Beast group to attack the Fire Lion territory. The Fire Lion appeared immediately. Being at the forefront, you saw the Fire Lion and liquefied on the spot, blending into the Fire Rot Beast group. The Fire Rot Beast King realized it had been deceived, its eyes filled with hatred fixed on you. In an instant, it was torn to shreds by the flaming claws of the Fire Lion. Witnessing this scene, fear gripped your heart, and you hastened your pace. You successfully escaped the Fire Lion territory. Seeing no trace of the Fire Lion behind you, you breathed a sigh of relief. 2 barks sounded, Dog De and Ergo came to meet you. With the 2 fire dogs, you arrived at the Fire Rot Beast King's lair and took away a large number of magic crystals. On the 10th day, you felt the lack of water. On the 11th day, you lay in a puddle, enjoying the dampness at the bottom of the puddle. On the 12th day, the water shortage became severe, and your condition deteriorated. On the 13th day, you realized that waiting for death was also a form of death, so you decided to do something. Carrying crystal stones and fireburst stones, you arrived at the Fire Lion territory. The Fire Lion appeared. Seeing you, a tiny slime, the Fire Lion's eyes were full of disdain. Little slime, do you also want to challenge the Great Fire Lion? You looked at the fire lion, showing a flattering smile. Big brother fire lion, I have something good here, something really good, to offer you. The fire lion, puzzled, was quite satisfied with your humility, raised its head proudly, exuding a regal air, and let out a snort from its nose. You handed over the fire-burst stone. Feeling the power within, the fire lion's eyes showed surprise, then shock, looking at you with approval. Not bad, you are a slime who knows how to handle things. You chuckled, and in the fire lion's puzzled gaze, you swallowed the crystal stone in one gulp. Giving the fire lion the middle finger, you said, right, I think so too, I'm indeed good at handling things. Splash! The fire-burst stone hit. Boom! Extreme fear appeared in the fire lion's eyes, then it was obliterated in the explosion. You laughed for a moment, then turned and ran, but the explosion's range exceeded your imagination, and you were also engulfed by the blast. You couldn't laugh anymore. You died. Fire resistance +1, explosion resistance +3. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 13 days of experience. 2. 13 days of physical fitness. Choose 2. A surge of strength flowed into your body, and Suchen clearly felt that he had become stronger. Level, first tier 6th level, 33. Source text, 33%. Plus 1069. 38. Translated text, 33%. Two fire dogs basking in the sun not far away raised their heads together and looked at Suchen. Dogde voiced his doubts. Ergo, has the boss gotten stronger again? Ergo looked puzzled at Suchen. Slime boss's energy fluctuations have increased a lot. Suddenly stronger. Admiration filled Dogda's eyes. Ergo confidently stated, the slime boss must have cast a spell just now. Casting a spell? Dogda looked at Ergo. This fool still remembered the nonsense he casually said. Dogda's gaze shifted to Suchen, filled with deep admiration. With its current dog life experience, it couldn't explain how its boss went from tier 3 when they first met to tier 6 in a very short time. It even had a feeling that the boss's current level was only temporary, and it wouldn't be long before he leveled up again. Following the boss, both itself and Ergo had leveled up twice in a short time. Such a mysteriously powerful Phi, one must hold on tight. Thinking of this, Dogde impulsively rushed to Suchen. Suchen looked at the approaching dog face, puzzled. Dogda? What are you doing? Dogde suddenly prostrated himself in front of Suchen. Boss, I, Dogde, swear to follow you to the death. Suchen? Then, he looked at Dogde with suspicion. What loyalty was this nonsense about when there was nothing going on? Or, had he done something to betray himself? On second thought, what could this silly dog possibly do? Suchen was puzzled by Dogda's mysterious behavior. He reached out, patted Dogda's head, and said casually, alright, go play by yourself. Dogda shook his head. I don't want to. I want to be with you forever and ever, for all eternity. Suchen felt increasingly uneasy, and with a punch, he exclaimed, get lost. Dogda whimpered in the air before landing on the ground. Ergo ran over to Dogda, looking puzzled. Dogda, did you ask for a beating? Suchen glanced at Dogda drawing circles on the ground, refocused his thoughts, and began to contemplate. Based on the results of these simulations, leading the fire-rotten beast group to the fire lion territory and then escaping seems feasible. The fire blast stone's effect is surprisingly good. It can even directly kill a tier 7 fire lion. It's a bit wasteful to use it against fire lions, so let's save it for now. There weren't many simulation points left, not enough to simulate. It was time to put the plan into action. Silly dog, let's go, back to the dense forest. Hearing Suchen's call, Dogda happily got up, wagging his tail, forgetting the slight resentment from Suchen's punch. Mounted on Dogda. After leveling up, Dogda's back widened, and the riding sensation improved. Let's go! Dogda excitedly sprinted towards the dense forest. Ergo followed behind, dragging the corpses of several fire lizards, running slowly. By the time they reached the dense forest, it was getting late. Nightfall was imminent. Suchen entered the cave, lay down in the almost dry puddle, greedily absorbing the moisture from the crystal stone. 1 day has passed, simulation points +10, remaining simulation points, 69. 38. Suchen opened his eyes, stretched lazily. A beautiful day began with the silly dog's voices. Boss, slime boss, what's up? Suchen came out of the cave. At a glance, he saw a bamboo tube in front of the cave. The bamboo tube was filled with clear water. Two silly dogs were happily barking around the bamboo tube. Suchen looked around. He didn't see anything. Seeing this, Suchen shouted, regardless of whether it would work, Black Cat, thank you. On a thick fire tree tens of meters away. The black cat's yellow eyes flashed slightly, with a hint of a smile in them. Afterwards, it agilely leaped among the trees and disappeared. Suchen looked at the two silly dogs whose tails were wagging like propellers. You two, suck back your drool, don't drip it into the water. With one gulp, Suchen directly absorbed most of the water in the bamboo tube. The feeling of replenishing water is so damn good. Watching the two silly dogs eagerly licking the water in the bamboo tube, Suchen looked at the remaining water. Here. The two silly dogs joyfully stuck out their tongues and licked the water in the bamboo tube. For them, water was also essential. In such a situation, Dog De and Ergo could endure not drinking the water in the bamboo tube. The two silly dogs were really obedient. Suchen looked at them, reaching out to pat their heads. The two fire dogs greatly enjoyed the feeling of being patted by Suchen, stopped drinking water, and lay on the ground to enjoy it. After playing with the two silly dogs for a while, waiting for them to finish drinking water, Suchen spoke up. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. Dog D immediately lowered its head, assuming a riding posture. Let's go. Suchen nodded in satisfaction and got on Dog D directly. Go! Like an arrow leaving the bow, Dog D dashed out. Ergo followed behind. Guided by Suchen, the three arrived in front of the fire lion territory. Sensing the lingering aura of the fire lions ahead, the two fire dogs hesitated and lingered in place. Despite several simulations, Suchen was not clear about the location of the fire-rotten beast group. However, with Dog De and the others, this was not a problem at all. Their keen noses had a great advantage in finding the way. Looking at the small forest that appeared in sight, Suchen cautiously led Dog De and the others forward. If discovered by the fire-rotten beast group, Suchen was confident in saving himself, but Dog De and Ergo would probably be in trouble. As they approached, Suchen ordered the two silly dogs, Dog D, Ergo, find the place where the fire-rotten beasts store the monster corpses. Yes, boss. Dog De led Ergo into action. Suchen followed closely behind, scanning the surroundings, ready to run immediately in case of any special circumstances. A few minutes later, they found the place where the fire-rotten beast group stored the monster corpses. The stench was overwhelming, and even without Dog D and the others, Suchen could have followed the smell. This stinks so bad. Guarding the pile of monster corpses were two first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beasts. Before they could react, they saw 4 flames flying in the air. 2 flames landed on each fire-rotten beast. Without time to react, the 2 fire-rotten beasts were instantly defeated. Boss, mighty. No time for nonsense, quickly use your skills to burn these rotten corpses. Suchen was the first to release his skills. Fireball. Foxfire. The 2 fire dogs were also not idle. Fireball. Fireball. The pile of monster corpses instantly ignited into a large fire, accompanied by the sound of explosions as the skills landed. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the fire-rotten beast group, and about a dozen first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beasts angrily charged towards them. Behind them, Suchen saw the figure of the fire-rotten beast king. Run! Suchen ordered, and seeing the large group of high-level monsters charging towards them, Dog D and Ergo, trembling in fear, disappeared like wild horses breaking free. Suchen was stunned. Damn, did those 2 silly dogs hide their strength? Suchen was also ready to run when suddenly he saw a flickering light amidst the blazing flames. Did they explode their equipment? Seeing the fire-rotten beast group still some distance away, Suchen made a decision in an instant. Water burst. Creating a hole in the fire, Suchen rushed in to pick up something. As he turned around, he saw Dog D, who had disappeared, appearing in front of him, bowing his head. Boss, no time to explain, get on quickly. Lying on Dog Da's back, Suchen watched the fire-rotten beast group getting farther and farther away, breathing a sigh of relief. If it were a one-on-one battle, Suchen wouldn't be afraid of the fire-rotten beast king at all. Same level, same attribute, even if he couldn't win, he could still manage to escape. But the large group of fire-rotten beasts was stronger than the fire lizards he had previously wiped out. Once surrounded, things could go south quickly. Suchen couldn't take that risk. A few minutes later, he returned to the fire lizard territory. Suchen stood under a fire tree, examining the things he had picked up from the fire pit. A red small sphere, no longer glowing, looked ordinary with no energy fluctuations. What is this thing? 2 fire dogs surrounded Suchen. The bigger one barked, Boss, in my opinion, this is a red ball. I'm not blind. After studying it for a while and failing to understand what the red ball was, Suchen casually set it aside. The fire-rotten beast group has run out of food supplies now. As long as we clear out the corpses of the monsters that went to the fire lion territory tonight, the fire-rotten beast group will be in chaos within 3 days. With the plan looking good, Suchen relaxed and lay down. Now, all he needed to do was make some preparations and patiently wait for nightfall. That night, the fire lion territory was bustling. A large group of monsters appeared, converging from all directions. Among them were first-tier level 5 and level 6 monsters. Su Chen stood quietly at the back of the monster group, observing. The playful second dog ran over and spoke softly. Slime boss, there are over a dozen fire-rotten beasts approaching, 8 first tier level 3, 4 first tier level 4. I can't determine the level of the remaining one, it should be first tier level 5. Is Big Dog ready over there? All set. Su Chen nodded and glanced at the front of the monster group, where the fire lion had not yet appeared. Let's go. Following second dog, they headed towards the left side of the fire lion territory. Sure enough, they saw over a dozen fire-rotten beasts, led by a first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beast, hiding behind a patch of grass. They eyed the approaching monster group with hungry and greedy looks. With their numbers not insignificant, a reckless move would definitely not take them all down. A sly smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Let Big Dog take action. Yes, slime boss. Second dog ran out quickly. Before long, within Su Chen's sight, in front of where the fire-rotten beast group was hiding in the grass, Big Dog appeared, carrying the corpse of a fire lizard on its back. The fire lizard's body emitted an extremely delicious smell. The fire-rotten beast group couldn't contain themselves, and a first-tier level 4 fire-rotten beast rushed out directly. Big Dog bravely bared its teeth, ready to fight, in a stance of defending the food to the death. Suddenly, it saw over a dozen fire-rotten beasts emerging behind the first-tier level 4 fire-rotten beast, which scared it so much that it dropped the fire lizard's body and fled in panic. Su Chen chuckled. Big Dog's acting is not bad. The fire-rotten beast group surrounded the fire lizard's body, with a first-tier level 4 fire-rotten beast ready to take a bite, only to be knocked away by a first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beast from behind. The first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beast's eyes gleamed as it bit into the fire lizard's body, the delicious taste making it unable to stop. The other fire-rotten beasts beside it looked extremely envious but dared not approach. Suddenly, the first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beast's body stiffened and collapsed directly on the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding fire-rotten beasts became restless. Su Chen's eyes flashed. Damn, the plan has changed. Attack directly. Just as he was about to rush out and use his skills, his body suddenly froze. Su Chen saw that not only did the other fire-rotten beasts not become alert upon seeing the first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beast fall, but they instead directly pounced on the fire lizard's body, one by one stiffening and falling down. Su Chen was stunned. This is too coordinated. Despite feeling shocked and unable to understand, he acted swiftly. Together with 2 fire dogs, it took a few minutes to kill all the fire decay beasts. The fire decay beasts emitted a foul smell. Even the 2 fire dogs with good appetites were not interested in eating them. Before Su Chen could give any orders, the 2 fire dogs had already collected all the magic crystals. Without wasting any time, Su Chen directly converted them. Convert 1 level 5 magic crystal, get simulation points x12. Convert 1 level 4 magic crystal, get simulation points x2. Convert 1 level 3 magic crystal, get simulation points x0. 05. Remaining simulation points, 101. 78. Su Chen patted the dumbfounded heads of the 2 dogs and said, let's go. The commotion here did not alert any magical beasts. In the territory of the fire lion, the battle had already begun. Su Chen, accompanied by the 2 fire dogs, crouched in the bushes 100 meters away, opened 3 small holes, and peeped through them to watch the battle sneakily. Second dog, move back a bit, your nose is sticking out. In the eyes of the 2 dogs and a slime, a spectacular scene was unfolding. The fire lion was extremely fierce, possessing the long-range attack skill of Fireball and the melee skill of Fire Claw, making it almost invincible. At the same time, it was very clever. It knew that if it kept its distance from the magical beast group, even though it was powerful, it could still be killed by long-range attacks. So, as soon as it appeared, it plunged into the magical beast group. Many magical beasts dared not use their skills, fearing they might accidentally harm their companions. The fire lion, however, had no such concerns. Apart from itself, all it saw were enemies. Su Chen watched with excitement, wishing he could chew on a pound of ice to cool down. Isn't this more exciting than that thing? The battle lasted for half an hour. The remaining magical beasts, realizing they couldn't defeat the fire lion, scattered and fled. The fire lion stood proudly on the head of a level 6 first-tier magical beast, roaring lowly to show off its dominance. Roar! This roar sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. Looking at the 2 fire dogs beside him, he saw that they were already kneeling. Su Chen was speechless. Look at you two, so spineless. After enjoying a meal for about 10 minutes, the fire lion walked satisfactorily towards the back and soon disappeared from Su Chen's sight. After waiting for a while, Su Chen couldn't determine if the fire lion had truly left and didn't dare to go out. He looked at Big Dog. Big Dog, I've been good to you, right? Big Dog hesitated, sensing something bad. Go check if the fire lion has gone far. Big Dog's face instantly drooped. Suchen slapped it. Hurry up. Reluctantly, Big Dog walked out of the bushes. However, it moved extremely slowly, taking 3 steps and looking back. Its big watery eyes stared at Suchen, hoping to hear the words come back from him. Suchen looked at Second Dog. Second Dog, you go too. In case something happens, it's good to have a companion on the road to the underworld. Second Dog's 4 legs trembled as it walked out of the bushes. Big Dog looked sympathetically at Second Dog walking beside it, gave up its wishful thinking, and adopted a resigned attitude. After walking a few meters, it looked back at Suchen, its affectionate eyes clearly expressing something. Suchen understood the meaning. Even though I am a dog, you are truly a dog. With the fire lion gone, the 2 fire dogs were safe. Suchen approached them, scolding, cowards. Big Dog looked up at Suchen. It didn't want to speak. Suchen gave the order, quickly gather all the magic crystals. Then pick a few that you like and take them back to eat. Upon hearing eat, the 2 silly dogs instantly forgot the terrifying experience they had just had and happily collected the magic crystals. Soon, a small pile had formed in front of Suchen. Amid the surprised looks of the 2 silly dogs, Suchen performed the magic crystal disappearance technique. Convert 1 first tier level 6 magic crystal, receive 60 simulation points. Convert 1 first tier level 4 magic crystal, receive 2 simulation points. Convert 1 first tier level 5 magic crystal, receive 12 simulation points. After dozens of magic crystals, a total of 250 simulation points were obtained. Remaining simulation points, 351. 78. Suchen looked at Dog Day and Ergo. They were carrying the only first tier level 6 magic beast corpses. Especially Dog Day, extremely greedy, still had a smaller first tier level 5 magic beast corpse in its mouth. Fine, there's no place left for me to step on. Suchen casually grabbed a plump first tier level 5 fat rabbit. Then, he gathered all the magic beast corpses together. Foxfire. Fireball. Dog Day released the magic beast corpse from its mouth and spat out a fireball. Ergo was not idle either, spitting out a fireball as well. Under the continuous bombardment, the magic beast corpses in the blazing fire all turned into charred remains. The smell of roasted meat and burnt scent spread around. Suchen clapped his hands in satisfaction, picked up the fat rabbit, and caught a glimpse of the distant appearance of fire-rotten beasts. His handsome face must not be seen by them, otherwise, with his timeless good looks, he would never hear the end of it. They had to be eliminated to avoid affecting the subsequent plans. Upon closer inspection, the number was a bit too many, so he decided against it. The wind is tight, let's go. A slime and 2 dogs disappeared. When the fire-rotten beast group arrived, they howled mournfully at the sight of the charred ground. Fire lizard territory. Under the tree. Suchen was enjoying the roasted rabbit. I have to say, it's really tender. 1 bite and it oozes oil. The 2 fire dogs had already finished eating the entire first tier level 6 magic beast corpse they brought back. For this, Suchen could only admire and be impressed. Now, the internal chaos of the fire-rotten beast group should have begun. A lovely smile appeared on Suchen's round face. The 2 fire dogs shivered at the sight of Suchen's smile and silently shifted their positions. After eating his fill, Suchen leaned back against the fire tree, rubbed his hands together, and smirked. Simulate a hand and see how chaotic the fire-rotten beast group has become. If it's not chaotic, then add more fire. Consuming 120 simulation points, remaining simulation points 231. 78. Simulation begins. On the first day, you arrived at the forest where the fire-rotten beast group resides. As soon as you arrived, you saw a first-tier level 5 fire-rotten beast gnawing on a first-tier level 4 fire-rotten beast. You hid in the shadows and observed. The fire-rotten beast group was much more chaotic than you had imagined. The first-tier level 3 fire-rotten beasts had already been eaten. On the second day, you brought the prepared fire lizard corpse to the fire-rotten beast group. You were surrounded by the famished fire-rotten beast group. You chuckled and said you would give them a surprise and have their king come out to discuss. The fire-rotten beast king appeared. You presented the fire lizard corpse. Respected fire-rotten beast king, I have always admired you slimes. The fire-rotten beast king looked at you strangely, cautiously sniffed the fire lizard corpse. After finding no abnormalities, it asked you, what surprise? You informed the fire-rotten beast king that you knew a place with many magic beast corpses, and every day there were new additions, where the fire-rotten beast group would have an endless supply of food. Upon hearing your words, before the fire-rotten beast king could react, the fire-rotten beast group became restless. The fire-rotten beast king asked you what it needed to give in return. You told it you wanted magic crystals. The fire-rotten beast king directly refused. After some thought, you pretended to be in a difficult position and told it that it didn't need to give anything in return. The fire-rotten Beast King did not agree. Despite your continuous persuasion, the fire-rotten Beast King did not agree. It seems like the fire-rotten Beast King has become more cautious. Is it because of his repeated actions? Be cautious, simulate a hand. Indeed, the simulation was correct, and new information was obtained. On the second day, you brought several monster corpses to the fire-rot beast group. The fire-rot Beast King did not show up. With the monster corpses, your relationship with the fire-rot beast group improved slightly. On the third day, you sent more monster corpses. Your relationship with the fire-rot beast group further deepened. They were no longer surprised by your arrival, and some fire-rot beasts even initiated conversations with you. On the fourth day, you continued to send gifts. On the seventh day, apart from the fire-rot Beast King, you became acquainted with many other fire-rot beasts. Upon learning that the monster corpses you brought came from that mysterious place you mentioned, some first-tier fire-rot beasts united to persuade their king to allow you to accompany them. The fire-rot Beast King appeared, and you presented the monster corpses. Pleased with your sincerity, the fire-rot Beast King agreed. However, upon hearing that you would pass through the Fire Lion territory, it hesitated. The first-tier fire-rot beasts who were friendly with you quickly intervened and reassured the fire-rot Beast King that you knew a route where you wouldn't encounter the fire lions and could easily pass through. Persuaded by its subordinates, the fire-rot Beast King agreed and made plans to depart with you the next day. On the eighth day, at night, you led the way with the fire-rot Beast King and its group following behind. You quickly reached the Fire Lion territory. Both the fire-rot Beast King and its group were somewhat afraid, as they relied on the Fire Lion territory for survival and knew of the Fire Lion's strength. You pretended to choose a direction overgrown with weeds and advanced a few dozen meters without encountering any fire lions, which slightly eased the fire-rot beast group's anxiety. After another 20 meters, a fierce fireball appeared and struck the fire-rot beast group. You had anticipated this. Instantly liquefying, you slipped into the nearby bushes and made your way through the back. Realizing it had been deceived, the fire-rot Beast King roared in anger. You despicable slime, I will kill you for sure. You chuckled, enjoy the surprise. In the background, the fire lions entered, wreaking havoc among the fire-rot beast group. The most prominent fire-rot Beast King was swiftly killed in a single blow. You hastened your pace and managed to escape. Two accompanying fire dogs spotted you, and one of them carried you on its back as you headed towards the fire-rot Beast King's lair. Inside the fire-rot Beast King's lair, besides the magic crystals, you noticed an object resembling a fractured blade. Taking the blade, you returned with the two fire dogs. On the ninth day, you arrived at the Fire Lion territory. The previous night's battle was evident on the ground. Numerous fire-rot beast corpses lay scattered across the uneven terrain. You hid in the shadows, observing the fire lions' activities. On the 10th day, you noticed that the fire lions were not present in their territory all day. They left for a short period. On the 11th day, the fire lions left again for a brief period, similar to the day before. You were particularly attentive to this discovery. On the 12th day, the fire lions left once more for a short period. You confirmed that they left during the hottest time of the day. On the 13th day, at noon, the fire lions departed. You followed them. The fire lions spotted you and launched an attack. Facing their sharp fiery claws closing in, you didn't hesitate. You swallowed a crystal and casually crushed a fire-explosive stone. Let's go together, little lion. Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining fire resistance +1 and explosion resistance +8. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 13 days of experience. 2. 13 days of physical fitness. Choosing 2. With the infusion of void power, Su Chen felt himself growing significantly stronger. Opening the panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 6th level, 49. 99%. Attribute, water lifespan, 729 days. Half of the experience points have been gained, and the plan introduction in the simulation is quite detailed. Without choosing to go through the experience, there is still a way to deceive the fire-rotten beast group. Su Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at the remaining simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 231. 78. There are enough points for one more simulation. I can try using the explosive stone to directly kill the fire lion. Design it well, try not to blow yourself up in the process. Let's start the simulation. Consuming 120 simulation points, remaining simulation points 111. 78. Simulation begins. On the first day, you arrived at the fire lion's territory and patiently waited. At noon, the fire lion left. After some hesitation, you didn't dare to enter the territory. You observed for a while. Half an hour passed. You felt the timing was right. You decided to move. Suddenly, you saw the figure of the fire lion returning. You were stunned and spoke indignantly. Being cautious was indeed the right choice. I almost fell for its trick. Suchen saw this and fell silent. Is there a possibility that it came back after finishing its business? What's going on? Is it really me being so careless? On the second day, at noon, the fire lion left again. After waiting for 10 minutes, you decided to act. Carefully, you buried explosive stones along its return path. Then, you covered the area with a sizable wooden board above the layer where the explosive stones were buried. This was to increase the chances of the fire lion stepping on them. You looked at the conspicuous wooden board and sprinkled a layer of floating ash on top. At first glance, it didn't look much different from the surrounding land. Satisfied with your masterpiece, you retreated to the previous fire tree, patiently waiting. The fire lion appeared. It followed the same path back. As it was about to step on the wooden board area, your heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the fire lion stopped in its tracks. Your heart trembled. Did it discover something? Under your nervous gaze, the fire lion stood still and a magnificent water arc soared towards its back. The fire lion showed a content expression, shook itself, and walked past the trap you had set, perfectly avoiding it. On the third day, at noon, the fire lion left on time, following yesterday's route. But with a slight deviation, it didn't step on the wooden board. The same happened when it returned. You marveled at the fire lion's luck. You started thinking about whether to try a different approach. On the fourth day, the fire lion still didn't step on the wooden board. You began pondering a new method. On the fifth day, the fire lion still didn't step on it. You were still contemplating a new method and had some ideas forming. On the ninth day, the fire lion left without stepping on it. You had given up on the chance of it stepping on the trap. Today, you decided to dig out the explosive stones and rearrange them with a different method. Leaning against a tree trunk, you contemplated. Lost in thought, you drifted into a dream. You were sleeping soundly. A loud noise erupted. Boom! You anxiously opened your eyes. A mushroom cloud rose. Dust filled the air. You looked at the huge pit in front of you, eyes filled with shock. Only the scattered fur in the distance could prove that the fire lion had indeed stepped on it. You gazed ahead, not rushing forward, but retreating and hiding once again. On the 10th day, at night, scattered magical beasts appeared, the highest being a first-order level 5. They cautiously entered the fire lion's territory, trembling with fear as they advanced a distance, only to find that the fire lion was nowhere to be seen. With doubts, they picked up their pace. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow was following behind. You closely followed the magical beasts ahead, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. As you progressed, the environment around you became unfamiliar. After walking for kilometers, you sense a large energy fluctuation of magical beasts ahead. The beasts in front also notice and accelerate. You cautiously increase the distance and hang back. You see a large circle of magical beasts. The lower level ones are on the outer edge, and as you move inward, the levels get higher, with the central positions almost occupied by beings with fluctuations similar to those of the fire lions. Among these magical beasts are familiar ones like the firefox and fire demon wolf. However, the aura of these beasts here is even more powerful. Even the outermost magical beasts are at least level 5 of the first tier. You notice a level 5 first tier one-eyed fire demon wolf trembling at the back of the wolf pack, looking nervously at the higher level magical beasts in front. The magical beasts in front, upon seeing this scene, are so scared that their legs give out. Apart from the beasts on the outer edge of the magical beast group glancing at them, the inner circle of magical beasts doesn't even turn their heads. After observing for a while, you realize that these magical beasts seem to be waiting for something. You try to climb a fire tree to observe the situation. To your surprise, you find no fire trees around, only several tree stumps with obvious signs of destruction. You walk up to the one-eyed fire demon wolf and pat it on the back. Clearly startled, it looks surprised upon sensing your energy fluctuation, assuming a submissive posture. You inquire, "What's happening ahead?" The one-eyed fire demon wolf looks at you in astonishment. "It's water." Suddenly, there is a violent commotion among the high-level magical beasts ahead. Without hesitation, the one-eyed fire demon wolf swiftly turns around and runs towards the back. You pause for a moment, then follow suit. As you run a distance, you see fireballs flying in the sky behind you, with a long column of fire spewing among them. You and the other magical beasts running ahead are instantly engulfed by the fireballs. The one-eyed fire demon wolf looks at you in surprise, then rushes headlong in a direction. You follow closely behind. Suddenly, a red river appears in front of you and the fleeing one-eyed fire demon wolf. Upon closer inspection, you realize it's a group of red ants advancing towards you in large numbers. Each red ant appears to be of the 4th tier. Those damn fire ants are back. The one-eyed fire demon wolf's eyes are filled with fear as it spits out a fireball into the red ant tide, causing no significant impact. You quickly release your foxfire and fireball skills into the ant tide. Gaps appear in the fire ant tide, only to be quickly filled again. In the blink of an eye, you and the one-eyed fire demon wolf are swallowed by the ants. You witness the one-eyed fire demon wolf instantly turning into bones. Red ants have crawled onto your body, and you start feeling numb. Damn, it's poisonous. Without hesitation, you swallow a crystal stone. Boom! You explode. You died. Poison resistance +5, explosion resistance +1, fire column skill fragment +1. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 10 days of experience. 2. 10 days of physical fitness. Su Chen immediately notices the fire column skill fragment. A new skill. And poison resistance? Is it from the fire ant bites? Between the two options, he chooses 2. As a surge of ethereal power fills his body, Su Chen feels a surge of strength. Open panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, 1st tier level 6, 73. 49%. Attribute, water lifespan, 740 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. Skill, Mirewater, enhanced mud, fireball, foxfire skill fragment, fire pillar, 1/5, skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, fire resistance, 52, explosion resistance, 45, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 6, blunt force defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, flame mouse's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, archfire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Evaluation, a slime with some self-defense capabilities, proficient in multiple fire-based skills, possessing the ability to move on land as a water slime, with some combat power. This much experience points added this time? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen clenched his fist. New skills, I must acquire them. He couldn't wait to simulate again, brushing skill fragments and experience points. Consumed simulation points x 120, remaining simulation points 111. 78, simulation failed. Damn, forgot I ran out of simulation points. Big dog, second dog, get to work. 2 fire dogs wagged their tails and ran up to him. Bring more fire lizard corpses. The second dog took the order and swiftly hoisted several fire lizard corpses on its back, adding up to quite a weight. Fortunately, after leveling up, its size had also increased significantly, or it wouldn't have been able to carry them. The big dog slacked off and didn't want to work. It lowered its body, indicating for Su Chen to ride on. You silly dog. Su Chen shook his head, laughing, and got on. Target, Fire Rot Beast Group, let's go. The Fire Rot Beast King looked at the blue sphere on the dog's back in front of him, lost in thought. A water attribute slime. Biting into it should yield a lot of water, right? Seeing the malicious gaze of the Fire Rot Beast King, Su Chen's eyes flickered, skills ready. Sensing the energy fluctuations on Su Chen's body, the Fire Rot Beast King reconsidered. Being countered in attributes, fighting wouldn't give it an advantage. Slime, do you want to be my brother? Seeing the Fire Rot Beast King falter, Su Chen's mouth curved up, clapping his hands. The second dog immediately approached. The Fire Rot Beast King had long noticed the fire lizard corpses carried by the second dog, feeling puzzled. As a gesture of goodwill, here's a small gift. The expression of the Fire Rot Beast King changed. Currently, the tribe was facing a food crisis. Although not much, relieving some of the immediate pressure was not a problem. Su Chen looked earnestly at the Fire Rot Beast King, his eyes full of affection. Brother, can we be friends? The Fire Rot Beast King hesitated. Such a good opportunity delivered to its doorstep couldn't be without caution. If it didn't have some vigilance, it would have been fooled long ago. Just as it hesitated, the Fire Rot Beast Group, attracted by the scent, stared at the fire lizard corpses like hungry wolves. Fine, I'll be your friend. Su Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. A new plan emerged in his mind. Ah, that's more like it. Su Chen casually hooked the Fire Rot Beast King's neck. Good brother, take me to your lair. The Fire Rot Beast King was momentarily confused but agreed. Su Chen looked at the 2 silly dogs quickly being surrounded and called out, pups, follow along. Following the Fire Rot Beast King, Su Chen and the 2 fire dogs arrived at its lair. Upon arrival, Su Chen was slightly surprised. In sight, there were numerous magic crystals piled up like a small mountain. There were at least 1,000 of them. Glancing over, most were not of high level, but with such a large quantity, if they could all be converted, Su Chen wished he could instantly defeat the fire-rot beast king. However, looking back at the large group of fire-rot beasts following, Su Chen abandoned this idea. Brother, why hoard so many useless magic crystals? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, the proud fire-rotten beast king lifted its head arrogantly. It feels comfortable to look at. I like the feeling of lying on it to sleep. Oh, quite a unique taste. Ergo, put the meat down. Ergo immediately placed all the fire lizard corpses he was carrying on the ground. The surrounding fire-rotten beast group quickly gathered around. Su Chen chuckled, brothers, you go ahead and eat, I'll just take a look around. The fire-rotten beast king nodded, not even looking at Su Chen, burying its head to eat. There's nothing good in this tiny place, not even this slime can be appreciated. The other fire-rotten beast group also ignored Su Chen and focused their gaze on the fire-rotten beast king eating the fire lizard meat. Su Chen approached the pile of magic crystals, signaling with his eyes. Two fire dogs immediately came behind him, standing side by side to shield Su Chen's figure. They knew exactly what Su Chen was about to do next. Looking at the pile of magic crystals in front of him, Su Chen smirked. Transmute. Transmute a first grade level 5 magic crystal, obtain simulation points x12. Transmute a first grade level 3 magic crystal, obtain simulation points x0. 0.5-inch. Transmute a first grade level 4 magic crystal, obtain simulation points x2. Transmute a first grade level 2 magic crystal, obtain simulation points x0. The remaining simulation points were increasing. At the same time, Su Chen discovered that magic crystals with a difference of 3 or more levels seemed unable to be transmuted into simulation points. With this discovery, Su Chen began to selectively transmute. 10 minutes later, the pile of magic crystals was significantly reduced. Remaining simulation points, 579. 13. During this time, Su Chen kept an eye on the fire-rotten beast king. It seemed to be choking on its food and stopped eating. Su Chen smiled as he approached the fire-rotten beast king. Brother, here, let me get you some water. Water fetching skill. A small puddle appeared on the ground. The eyes of the fire-rotten beast king instantly lit up. What a great brother! Providing food and drink. After drinking the water, the fire-rotten beast king indicated that it was ready for another round, continuing to eat. Su Chen smiled faintly and returned to the pile of magic crystals, speeding up the process. A few minutes later, all magic crystals except those below first grade level 3 were transmuted into simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 690. 98. Su Chen turned around and shifted to the right front of the fire-rotten beast king. At this moment, the fire-rotten beast king was completely full and moving slowly. Beside it were the fire-rotten beast group, who had also eaten a lot, perhaps not full but not hungry either. Su Chen walked up to the fire-rotten beast king. Brother, I'm leaving first. The fire-rotten beast king looked at Su Chen's round figure with deep emotion. Brother, let me give you some of my cherished magic crystals. After speaking, it was about to turn around. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat as he firmly held the fire-rotten beast king's head. Jokingly, can this make you turn around? In the bewildered gaze of the fire-rotten beast king, Su Chen spoke affectionately, no need, you love magic crystals so much. How could I bear to make you give them up? If we're brothers, then stare at me as I leave, no turning back. The fire-rotten beast king nodded heavily, eyes wide open. Su Chen released his hand from the fire-rotten beast king's head satisfactorily and quickly mounted the dog. Brother, I'm off. Don't miss me. The dog looked at the fire-rotten beast king with widened eyes, holding back a laugh, then suddenly accelerated, leaving dust behind. A fire-rotten beast nudged the fire-rotten beast king. King. The fire-rotten beast king interrupted directly, go away, don't disturb me. With wide eyes, the fire-rotten beast king watched the blue figure getting farther and farther away, disappearing from view. Sensing the aroma in its mouth, it couldn't help but sigh, what a great brother. It was ready to lie down on its pile of magic crystals and have a good sleep to digest all the food in its belly. Looking back, the fire-rotten beast king saw the scattered low-grade magic crystals on the ground. Ha! Where's the magic crystal pile? Previously interrupted by the fire-rot beast, it quickly explained, King. After a moment, a roar echoed through the land. Damn slime! Su Chen lay contentedly under the fire tree. This wave is profitable. The big dog wagged its tail, looking obsequiously at Su Chen. Boss, high, really high. The second dog echoed, handing over a broken blade. This was what Su Chen had asked it to find in the fire-rot beast king's lair. Su Chen examined the blade, feeling it for a while, finding it sharp and bone-cutting, but nothing else remarkable. Good for cutting meat. After enjoying the rainbow farts of the two silly dogs for a while, Su Chen smirked, raising his hand. Alright, boss, I need to get things done, you guys go play on your own. The big dog and second dog ran off to the side. Su Chen opened the system. Sufficient simulation points, simulate a hand. Skill, here I come. Consuming 120 simulation points, remaining 570. 98 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, you took advantage of the fire lion's departure, setting up explosive stone traps on its return path. You found a spot in front of the trap and waited patiently. Soon, the fire lion returned. Seeing you, it was furious. Weak slime, dare to enter my territory. You wiggled your butt at the fire lion. Little lion, come and fight me. The fire lion was enraged. A fireball came towards you, but you had anticipated it and rolled to the side. Then, you ran towards the trap you had set. The fire lion instantly appeared behind you. Its flaming claws were about to tear you apart. You liquefied your body, successfully dodging it, and swiftly passed through the trap you had set. The fire lion growled lowly and pounced towards you, landing right on the trap. You regained your form, rolled backward, and instantly rolled more than 10 meters away. Boom! An explosion appeared behind you, and you were thrown by the shockwave. You fell heavily to the ground, rolling for over 10 meters before stopping. You got up, looked at the large pit behind you, and showed a cute smile. On the second day, you cautiously approached a circle of many magical beasts ahead. That night, the magical beast group was very quiet, as if resting. Your eyes looked around. You saw the one-eyed fire demon wolf and went over to greet it warmly. The one-eyed fire demon wolf looked at you in surprise, constrained by your level, and talked to you. From its words, you learned that the magical beast group surrounded the water source. Wanting to know more, 2 1-tier level 6 fire demon wolves in the wolf pack coldly stared at you. You tactfully walked away. You took a walk and found some red fruits you had eaten before. The red fruits here were larger than the ones you had eaten before and juicier. On the third day, dawn was approaching. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the magical beasts ahead, and skill fluctuations appeared. You ran far away, preparing to observe. However, the commotion came and went quickly, dissipating soon. You noticed that among the magical beast group, the fire demon wolf pack started to move outward. At the forefront of the wolf pack, you saw a fire demon wolf king several times larger than the others, with energy fluctuations several times stronger. In its mouth, it held a bamboo tube filled with water. You were stunned. This bamboo tube was very familiar to you. The bamboo tube used by the black cat to bring you water was similar to this one. Suddenly, a 1-tier level 6 magical beast rushed out, aiming for the water in the fire demon wolf king's mouth. The fire demon wolf king dropped the bamboo tube, opened its mouth, and a pillar of fire appeared. The 1-tier level 6 magical beast turned into charcoal. After reaching an empty space, the fire demon wolf king began to distribute water to its subordinates. Those of higher levels received more, while lower level ones like the one-eyed fire demon wolf only got a small amount. On the fourth day, a scene similar to yesterday's played out. The difference was that today, the Firefox group received the water. You guessed some rules for obtaining water. As dawn approached each day, there would be brief clashes between the minds or leaders of the major monster tribes to determine the ownership of the water for that day. You were curious why the water source produced so little water each day, which contradicted what the black cat had said before. You wanted to explore inside to find out, but you found that you couldn't penetrate deep inside. It was guarded by the advanced forces of various monster tribes, and no monster was allowed to enter. On the fifth day, the commotion that erupted today was much larger, and the smell of blood was heavy. The victorious group was the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. You noticed a charred mark on the Fire Demon Wolf King. On the sixth day, the water went to the Fire Snake Tribe. On the seventh day, the water went to the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. On the eighth day, the water went to the Firefox group, and it seemed to be slightly less than the previous days. On the ninth day, the battle that erupted today lasted a bit longer, lasting for over 10 minutes. The ultimate winner was the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. As they divided the water to the side, you noticed that 2 first-tier level 6 Fire Demon Wolves had died. However, you also noticed that 2 first-tier level 5 Fire Demon Wolves had leveled up. Through these days of observation, you gained some understanding of the skills released by the various monster tribes. The Fire Pillar skill was precisely what the Fire Demon Wolf King released. On the 10th day, the Fire Demon Wolf Pack once again joined the group fetching water. You knew that today the Fire Demon Wolf King would die. You anxiously watched from afar. You didn't know when the Fire Ant Tide would return, so you stayed far away. In front of you, a battle broke out. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky, then abruptly stopped. You knew the Fire Demon Wolf King had died. You noticed the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf running frantically in a certain direction. You knew that following the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf would lead to death. You ran in the opposite direction. 100 meters ahead, the Fire Ant Tide appeared in front of you. You retreated backward, attacking the Fire Ant Tide with skills. You returned to where the monster group was. The monster group, seeing the sudden appearance of the ant tide, launched an attack. Skills flew everywhere, and you quickly found a more secluded spot to hide. The ant tide, facing the numerous monster group, ultimately couldn't withstand it. Their numbers dwindled, and they began to collapse. You noticed a flaw in the monster group guarding the water source. You swiftly approached, taking advantage of the monster group attacking the ant tide, and blended in. In front of you was a square pit with a distinctly artificial feel. On the pit wall, you saw sporadic patches of rusty metal covering. You looked down into the pit. A bright red turtle shell caught your eye. Suddenly, 4 limbs and a head emerged from the turtle shell, with red eyes fixed on you. You waved and greeted, "Hey, little turtle." A burst of fire instantly appeared from the turtle's mouth. Sensing the threat of death, in a 0.1 second reaction time, you swallowed a crystal. At the same time, a burst of fire fell on you. Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining fire resistance +1, explosion resistance +1, fire pillar skill fragments +2, and achieving the self-destructive Little Prince. Achievement. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 10 days of experience. 2. 10 days of physical fitness. 3. Explosion resistance +3. This little turtle has quite the temper. He'll be stewed in soup sooner or later. What generous rewards! Resistance is now appearing in the options? And there are new achievements? A great harvest indeed. Self-destructive Little Prince. Increases explosion defense by 1%, boosts explosion damage by 1%. Note 1. This achievement is obtained by the host self-destructing multiple times. Note 2. This achievement gives the host an extremely small chance of triggering a double explosion during self-destruction. Note 3. This achievement is upgradable. Percentage increase. What does this double explosion mean? Can't I die thoroughly once? How about another time? Su-chen looked puzzled at the achievement attributes. However, all these were real enhancements. So satisfying, so satisfying. Without hesitation, he directly chose option 2 for the reward. With the infusion of a mysterious force, Su-chen felt he was on the verge of leveling up. Open the panel. Character panel, Su-chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier, level 6, 91. 91%. Attribute, water lifespan, 755 days enhancements, physical defense, 0.1%, fire attribute defense, 0.5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced version, fireball, foxfire skill fragments, fire pillar, 3/5, skill compatibility, fireball, 100%. Resistance, flame resistance, 53, explosion resistance, 46, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 6, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, arch-fire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destructive Little Prince. Evaluation, a bit self-protective, learned multiple fire skills, can move on land, a water slime that likes self-destruction. Ha! The evaluations have changed. Oh my, do I really like self-destruction? System, how about I lend you 2 for a simulation to treat your cataracts? Just 10% more experience points needed to level up. 1 simulation will do it. I hope to get 2 more skill fragments in a row. Let the skills all come together. That turtle seems quite powerful, let's test the waters. The simulation didn't mention a water source, still need to explore thoroughly. Not rushing to continue the simulation, Su-chen looked at the approaching nightfall, lost in thought. 1 day has passed, simulation points +10, remaining simulation points, 580. 98. A beautiful day began with the appearance of the system prompt. Su-chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Goal, first tier, level 7. With high hopes, Su-chen clicked on the simulation without hesitation. Consuming simulation points x120, remaining simulation points 460. 98, simulation initiated. On the first day, you arrived at the Fire Lion territory, using traps, thrillingly killed the Fire Lions. You reached the water source area. Ahead, a large number of magical beasts gathered around the water source. You couldn't enter inside. On the second day, you observed the battles and lifestyles of various magical beast groups. On the third day, you roamed the entire water source area and obtained useful information. The water source is where the Firestone turtle is located. On the fourth day, you received new information. The Firestone turtle is the dominant ruler occupying the water source. To drink water, one must have its permission. On the fifth day, you gained new information. The water source indeed emerges at night, and before dawn, the water completely disappears. The Firestone Turtle occupies the water source and enjoys priority access every night. Only when the second day is about to dawn and the water begins to recede, it will generously pour a bamboo tube of water, obtained by the victorious group after battles. On the sixth day, today's water recipient is the Fire Demon Wolf Pack, causing dissatisfaction among other magical beast groups. Through these days of observation, you discovered that the Fire Demon Wolf Pack's influence is greater than other magical beast groups, and their strength is slightly superior. The advanced combat power in the Fire Demon Wolf Pack is more numerous than in other groups, giving them an advantage in the daily water wars. Many times, the water ends up in the hands of the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. On the seventh day, today's water recipient is the Fire Fox group. You notice that the high-ranking members of the Fire Demon Wolf Pack and the Fire Demon Wolf King show no signs of injury. You speculate that it deliberately released the water to reduce the hostility of other monster tribes towards the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. Is this wolf so cunning? Su-chan was surprised. On the eighth day, the Fire Demon Wolf Pack obtained the water. 2 first-order level 6 Fire Demon Wolves died in battle, and 2 first-order level 5 Fire Demon Wolves leveled up. On the ninth day, after a pillar of fire, the Fire Demon Wolf King was besieged to death. The Fire Ant Tide appeared, and the monster tribes joined forces to resist. You seized the opportunity and arrived at the water source. Square pits with a hexagram pattern at the bottom, water rippling out towards the 4 sides as it moved with the Firestone Turtle at the center. A reservoir. This was your evaluation of the pool in front of you. The Firestone Turtle sensed you, raised its head, and in those red eyes, you saw a hint of surprise. A water attribute monster? Quite rare. Do you want some water? You hesitated for a moment and jumped into the reservoir. In an instant, you absorbed most of the remaining water in the pool. This refreshing feeling hadn't occurred in a long time. The Firestone Turtle swam towards you, and you noticed the greedy look in its eyes as it gazed at the crystal stone you carried. Slime, do you like water? In an instant, you knew what this old turtle was up to. Delicious, so delicious it's killing me. You held the crystal stone to your mouth. I happen to be hungry, time for a snack. The Firestone Turtle froze, looking at you in astonishment. Are you going to eat it? You hesitated, and the Firestone Turtle seemed to know what the crystal stone was. Just as you were about to ask, you saw the Firestone Turtle's speed suddenly increase, and in an instant, it was in front of you. Startled, before the Firestone Turtle could grab the crystal stone, you swallowed it directly. Fear appeared in the Firestone Turtle's eyes as it hastily and frantically retreated into its shell, using its shell to defend itself. Boom! Boom! Double explosion. You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +2, fire pillar skill fragment +2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 9 days of experience. 2. 9 days of physical fitness. Hiss. This is a double explosion? The first time you encounter it, and you tell me it's a very low probability? This luck, it's a waste not to buy a lottery ticket with this handsome face of mine. Ding! Fire pillar skill fragment 5/5, collected. Do you want to learn? Learn! In an instant, Su-chen's mind was filled with information about the use of the fire pillar. Opening his mouth, energy surged. A bit hot. The next moment, a 3-meter-long fire pillar erupted instantly. Boom! The dog, who had just woken up, stared blankly at the fire pillar passing by him. A smell of singed fur emerged. Ergo, quickly, look, am I burnt? Su-chen was very satisfied with the fire pillar skill. High damage, close range release, even more powerful. The only downside was that it was a bit hot. Next, it's time to level up. Su-chen instantly chose the second reward option. A surge of void energy filled him, and Su-chen's aura underwent a significant change. The energy in his body dispersed towards the outside world. The fluctuations grew stronger. The 2 fire dog legs trembled, not daring to approach. The transformation continued for several minutes before stopping. Su-chen clenched his fists, feeling the brand new power, and punched the ground. The cute little fist instantly cracked the ground. Such strong power. The big dog and Ergo looked at Su-chen in shock. A normal punch like that could send them straight to meet the god of fire dogs. Boss, did you level up? Su-chen nodded, and the big dog and Ergo were a bit overwhelmed. The boss had only leveled up a few days ago. Another level up meant First Order level 7. The 2 silly dogs had never seen a First Order level 7 monster. Su-chen looked at his unchanged body size, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Status panel. Character panel, Su-chen race, slime, blue, level, first tier 7th level, 0. 3%. Attribute, water lifespan, 800 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1%. Skills, Muddy Water, Enhanced Version, Fireball, Foxfire, Fire Pillar Skill Fragments, None Skill Compatibility, Fireball, 100%. Resistance, Flame Resistance, 53, Explosion Resistance, 48, Poison Resistance, 5, Defense, Sharp Weapon Defense, 6, Heavy Blow Defense, 1, Achievements, Slime in the Mud, True Dry Child, Flame Mouse's Favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Archfire Trainer, Hatred of the Fire Lizard King, Fire Resistance, I'm serious. Self-Destruct Little Prince. Evaluation, a bit self-sufficient, proficient in multiple fire skills, able to move on land, a water slime that enjoys self-destruction. Looking at his luxurious panel, Suchin couldn't help but feel proud. Everything is fine, except that I'm a water slime using fire skills every day. Due to the lack of water, the Muddy Water skill has been used less frequently lately. The enhanced Muddy Water, which requires swallowing mud beforehand, is somewhat redundant in battles at his current level and is rarely used. It has now evolved into the Muddy Water skill, Forgotten Mud Edition. Darn it, even though I have water skills, I dare not use them. Spitting water is like spitting out my life. Suchin couldn't help but complain, a typical case of sour grapes. Now at the first tier 7th level, he already has the strength to compete with fire lions. After simulating here for so long, it's time to step out and embrace the vast future with his true form. Dogs, let's go, the boss will show you some power. Dog Day is now a qualified mount, running to Su Chen's side and bowing. Su Chen pats the dog's head satisfactorily. Target, Fire Rotten Beast Group, move out. Woof. In front of the small forest where the Fire Rotten Beasts are located, a first-tier 5th level Fire Rotten Beast sees Su Chen's figure from afar and hurries back to report. King, that slime is here again. The Fire Rotten Beast King, still in anger, pauses for a moment. What did you say? It dares to come again? The first-tier 5th level Fire Rotten Beast nods quickly, absolutely, and those two fire dogs too. Flames ignite in the eyes of the Fire Rotten Beast King. Gather all Fire Rotten Beasts. I will kill it. Yes, King. With determined eyes, the Fire Rotten Beast King walks towards the edge of the territory. After Su Chen left, it mobilized all Fire Rotten Beasts to find him. However, there was no discovery. Leading the Fire Rotten Beast group, the Fire Rotten Beast King arrives at the edge of the forest and, upon seeing the blue figure, his expression turns fierce. Damn slime. Suddenly, as if being choked, it widens its eyes, looking at Su Chen in disbelief and fear. Su Chen walks up to the Fire Rotten Beast King with a smile. Brother, what were you saying about damn? Fear envelopes the Fire Rotten Beast King. First tier 7th level. How is this possible? Last time this slime came, its energy fluctuation was just on par with mine. How could it have leveled up in such a short time? Brother, why so quiet? Su Chen pats the Fire Rotten Beast King's head, teasingly whispering in its ear. Or were you cursing me just now? The Fire Rotten Beast King hurriedly shakes its head, showing a pleasing smile. How could it be, big brother? I was just about to say, damn underlings, you've arrived without even notifying me in advance. Or maybe I felt the mighty and invincible aura of big brother, that's why I rushed out. Su Chen looked at the Fire Rotten Beast King with a smirk. So it's the damn henchman, I thought it was the damn slime? The Fire Rotten Beast King trembled, knowing that Su Chen had heard what it said. Be brother, I have something I want to offer you. I forgot last time, I'll go get it now. Oh, you still have something for me? Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he grabbed the Fire Rotten Beast King's head. Brother, you're getting there, being smart. With that, Su Chen followed behind the Fire Rotten Beast King, his eyes fixed on it. Although he was at a high level now, being high level didn't mean invincible. Just like the explosive stone in his hand could easily kill him, being cautious could lead to a longer life. In the Fire Rotten Beast King's lair, it started digging at a piece of ground. Under Su Chen's watchful eyes, it dug 3 meters deep, and the Fire Rotten Beast King kept digging. Hey, brother, you're not thinking of digging a tunnel to escape, are you? The Fire Rotten Beast King paused. Damn, I actually was thinking about it. Hurry up, hurry up. The Fire Rotten Beast King dug another half-meter, revealing a slightly ancient-looking box. Back on the surface, Su Chen examined the box. Ancient, with a sense of age, just by looking at the patterns and material, one could feel its extraordinariness. Brother, open it. The Fire Rotten Beast King glanced at Su Chen and gave up struggling in his heart. This slime was too cautious, not showing any flaws. As the Fire Rotten Beast King opened the box, what was inside was revealed. A white block emitting energy fluctuations, a dimly glowing purple crystal ball with a base, and a book. Su Chen couldn't recognize the first 2 items. But when he saw the book, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He was familiar with the appearance of this book. A skill book. Su-chen excitedly picked up the skill book. The characters on it were like gibberish to him, but that didn't stop the system from recognizing it. Ding! Do you want to learn the water wall skill? Attributes match. Compatibility is 5%? Damn! A water attribute skill? It's like asking and receiving. Did Lady Luck finally smile upon me? 5%? Are you kidding me? Attributes match, and you tell me the compatibility is only 5%? The system didn't respond, and Su-chen gave up on the idea of learning it immediately. Attributes must match, with compatibility above 75% to learn. If the compatibility is below this value, forcefully learning it will only backfire. Fortunately, there's a simulator to adjust compatibility. But the feeling of having a skill book and not being able to learn it right away, who would understand that? Su-chen forcibly averted his gaze, looking at the remaining 2 items. What are these things? The fire-rotten Beast King shook its head. Since obtaining these items, it didn't dare to touch them, fearing other monsters might see, so it buried them here. Brother, tell me how you got this box. The fire-rotten Beast King recalled and recounted. In short, over a decade ago, it found it, feared it was dangerous, and didn't dare to touch it. Seeing that the fire-rotten Beast King didn't seem to be lying, Su-chen said, "Alright." Then looking at the block, he said, "Brother, pick up this block." The fire-rotten Beast King looked puzzled. Do you really need to be this cautious? Watching the fire-rotten Beast King pick up the block without any danger, Su-chen took it and examined it. It had energy fluctuations, but its specific use was unclear. Su-chen thought about infusing it with some energy, but then decided to let his simulated self try it out. How could the original body deal with such unknown things? Brother, take out this crystal ball. The fire-rotten Beast King felt Su-chen's vigilance, wondering what there was to worry about with something that had no energy fluctuations. The moment its claws touched the crystal ball, Su-chen's alarm bells rang loudly, and he instantly retreated several meters. Sizzle! The sound of electricity crackled, enveloping the fire decay Beast King in arcs of lightning. Su-chen picked up a nearby branch and fiercely jabbed at the fire decay Beast King. Bang! The fire decay Beast King toppled to the ground, charred all over, mouth agape as black smoke billowed out. After a moment, it recovered, stood up again, and fearfully eyed the crystal ball, refusing to come near it. This thing is interesting. Su-chen reached out to grab the crystal ball. The fire decay Beast King looked at Su-chen in astonishment. Is this slime out of its mind? Go ahead. Better off dead. The next moment, it froze. Su-chen grabbed the crystal ball without triggering any electric arcs. Watching the dumbfounded expression of the fire decay Beast King, Su-chen stared at it as if it were an idiot. You don't take good care of your base, you deserve to be shocked. After flipping through it for a while and only discovering that direct contact with the ball would result in an electric shock, Su-chen hesitated to try. I'll let my simulated self figure it out. The real body exploring? Impossible. Putting it back in the box, Su-chen had Ergo carry the box while he climbed on the Godot's back. Brother, I'm leaving, don't miss me. The fire decay Beast King was almost in tears. Finally leaving. Seeing the touched expression on the fire decay Beast King's face, Su-chen thought for a moment. It didn't seem right to just leave like this. Brother, I'll bring you some monster meat in a while. The fire decay Beast King was stunned. Coming back again? It shook its head frantically, forcing itself to burp a few times. I'm full. No need to come. Alright then, goodbye, brother. Waving his hand, Su-chen rode off on Godot, with Ergo following behind. Watching the blue figure disappear at the end of his sight, the fire decay Beast King finally let go of the tension it held. It roared, "Quick, gather the tribe, we're migrating." The other fire decay beasts looked at their king in confusion. Migrate? Is the king crazy? Seeing no response from the fire decay beast group, the fire decay Beast King roared in anger, and the group quickly complied. The fire decay Beast King looked towards the sky. It had a premonition that as long as it stayed, there was still a chance it would encounter that terrifying slime. Or rather, that the slime would come again. But where could they migrate to? Back to the fire lizard territory. Su-chen calculated his recent gains. Red ball, cube, crystal ball, blade, and skill book. All obtained from the fire decay beasts. The fire decay beast group is truly my lucky star. I must visit them more often in the future when I have time. Reaching level 7 of the first tier, even if he killed all the fire decay beasts, he wouldn't have enough simulation points. It was better to keep them, maybe they would bring a surprise in the future. Su-chen understood sustainable development. He laid out all the items in front of him, contemplating. Forcing learning from the skill book will cause it to explode. It must be used together with the crystal stone. Dying once will yield 2 items, a profitable deal. The crystal ball and cube can be infused with energy, but there's a risk of explosion, so I have to be careful. Su-chen went crazy. Damn, a bunch of explosive stuff. Can't there be something gentle? I don't even know how many times I've been blown up. Forget it, let's simulate and see how it goes. Consuming 160 simulation points, remaining 398 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you arrive directly at the Fire Lion territory. The Fire Lion, looking at you at level 7 of the first tier, visibly pauses. Then, with a smile on its face, it greets you warmly. You say you have to leave, and the Fire Lion kindly gives you some information about the path ahead and watches you leave. You take 3 steps and look back, wanting to see if the Fire Lion truly let you go or if it was just pretending. Until you can no longer see the Fire Lion's figure, it doesn't move a step, smiling as it watches you leave. Su-chen was dumbfounded. What the heck? Let the first level 7 tier magic beasts pass directly? Is this Fire Lion too timid? Appraisal complete. Another one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The next day, you deliberately slowed down to guard against the Fire Lion. You arrived late at the spring water area, and the Fire Lion did not appear again. As a first level 7 tier being, you attracted the attention of many magic beasts in the spring water area. There was a brief commotion among the beasts, then calm was restored. However, you could clearly feel that many magic beasts were still casting intentional or unintentional glances in your direction. On the third day, dawn approached. There was a commotion ahead of the magic beast group, indicating that the high-level forces of various tribes were fighting to gain access to water. You passed through the magic beast group and arrived at the front. Emitting the energy fluctuations of a first-level 7 tier being, no magic beast dared to block your path. They spontaneously made way for you. You reached the forefront and saw several first-level 6 tier firefoxes and fire snakes engaged in battle. Beside them were a group of first-level 7 tier magic beasts, whose attention was drawn to you upon your arrival. They looked at you with surprise and caution. You observed quietly without making any movements, and they averted their gaze from you. Soon, the battle ended, with the firefoxes emerging victorious. You witnessed the Firefox King stepping out of the group, holding a bamboo tube in its mouth, approaching the water reservoir and crouching down. The Firestone Turtle appeared, glanced around, lingered on you for a few seconds, and filled the bamboo tube with water. Once filled, the Firefox King led the Firefox group away from the Beast group, found an open space, and distributed the water. The Firestone Turtle cast a few glances at you before returning to the water reservoir. On the fourth day, as dawn approached, the Magic Beast group once again began to battle for water, with the Fire Snake King, Fire Demon Wolf King, Fire Fox King, and other first-level 7-tier magic beasts personally entering the fray. You watched with excitement. The Fire Fox King's Fox Fire skill could disperse attacks on multiple targets at will, possessing immense power. The Fire Demon Wolf King's Fire Pillar had continuous damage capabilities, making it extremely potent in short-range combat. The Fire Snake King had a skill that involved burning its entire body in flames and then binding enemies with its body to inflict continuous damage, proving to be quite troublesome. However, the Fire Snake King was not very long, and this skill could only be used on smaller creatures, such as yourself. In comparison, the other first-level 7-tier magic beasts were somewhat inferior and withdrew from the battle shortly after it began. Towards the end of the battle, the Fire Demon Wolf King, with its exceptional reflexes, severely injured the still-standing Fire Snake King and claimed the water. On the 5th day, the Fire Snake group obtained the water. On the 8th day, after observing various tribes' battle tactics for several days, you gained a certain understanding. Eager to try, you decided to participate in today's battle. At the same time, you chose to conceal your strength and only use the Water Mist skill. Being aware of the rules, you took the stage with other magic beasts. The sight of you with water attributes made the other magic beasts somewhat uneasy. Soon, the battle commenced. You faced your first opponent, the Fire Snake King. As soon as it appeared, it tried to approach you. You knew it intended to use the Fire Body skill to bind you. Water Mist. Your skill hit instantly. The Fire Snake King was sent flying several meters, seemingly sustaining significant damage. The other magic beasts in battle were stunned, then all converged towards you. As you looked at the first-level 7-tier magic beasts closing in on you, you decided to give up directly. The battle ended. The water went to the Fire Demon Wolf group. Instead of taking the water and finding a place to distribute it as usual, the Fire Demon Wolf King walked towards you in the gaze of many magic beasts. You watched the Fire Demon Wolf King, unsure of its intentions. It approached you, smiled, and offered to share half of the water with you, proposing a collaboration. You inquired about the nature of the collaboration. It explained that in the future, it would join forces with you to seize water, and any water obtained would be split evenly between you. You noticed that after the fire demon Wolf King finished speaking, the other first-tier level 7 magic beasts were stunned. Then, a large number of first-tier level 7 magic beasts gathered around you. They recognized your strength and understood that with your cooperation, obtaining water would become much easier. You noticed at the edge of the reservoir, the Firestone Turtle appeared, its eyes fixed on you. You declined the cooperation requests from various first-tier level 7 magic beasts, stating that you needed to consider it. The Fire Demon Wolf King had his subordinates bring a new bamboo tube, left half of the water, and departed. You looked at the water in the bamboo tube, extended your fingers, and absorbed it all. On the 9th day, you knew that the Fire Demon Wolf King would die today. You found it in advance and persuaded it to give up today's fight. The Fire Demon Wolf King still joined the battle. The other first-tier level 7 magic beasts seemed to have agreed, as they focused their attacks on the Fire Demon Wolf King as soon as the battle began. The Fire Demon Wolf King only managed to release a pillar of fire before being turned into charcoal. The Fire Demon Wolf Pack became angry and started a war with other groups. At that moment, there was a commotion on the outskirts. You knew the ant tide was coming. The Magic Beast Group immediately turned their attention outward. Half an hour later, the ant tide was eradicated. You picked up the body of a fire ant and felt it looked familiar. On the 10th day, the Fire Demon Wolf Pack was without a leader, and chaos erupted internally. A first-tier level 6 Fire Demon Wolf appeared, challenging the other first-tier level 6 Fire Demon Wolves and winning all battles, temporarily assuming the role of the Wolf King. This Fire Demon Wolf was the One-Eyed Fire Demon Wolf. It had advanced to first-tier level 6. The One-Eyed Fire Demon Wolf found you and was willing to nominate you as the new king of the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. You looked at the One-Eyed Fire Demon Wolf, with many first-tier level 7 magic beasts also watching you. You knew that regardless of your answer, things wouldn't go well for you here. You agreed. Although you were not a Fire Demon Wolf, your formidable strength could provide protection for the Fire Demon Wolf Pack, and no wolf within the pack objected. You issued your first command to search for magic crystals. The wolf pack was puzzled but still complied. You were satisfied with this. On the 11th day, you participated in the water dispute. During the battle, you were surrounded and attacked by multiple first-tier level 7 magic beasts, so you chose to withdraw. On the 12th day, you continued to participate in the dispute. More magic beasts joined in attacking you, forcing you to retreat. On the 13th day, before the dispute began, you noticed that the other first-tier level 7 magic beasts were looking at you strangely. After much thought, you decided not to participate. On the 14th day, the wolf pack found many magic crystals, including some first-tier level 7 magic crystals, which made you happy. However, the wolf pack hoped you would be able to obtain water. You joined the water dispute. Once again, you were surrounded and forced to retreat. The wolf pack was disappointed. On the 15th day, as the battle began, you noticed almost all the first-tier level 7 magic beasts were giving you hostile looks. Without hesitation, you announced your withdrawal. The battle ended with the Fire Fox pack emerging victorious. However, the Firestone Turtle informed you all that the water was gone. The Magic Beast Group fell into chaos, casting malevolent glances at the Firestone Turtle. The Firestone Turtle spat out a fireball, instantly turning a first-tier level 6 magic beast into ashes. The other magic beasts immediately dared not voice any objections. On the 16th day, night fell. Many magic beasts gathered by the reservoir, but no water appeared. The Magic Beast Group lost interest in the water. As dawn approached, a magic beast exclaimed, "There's water." You saw that at the bottom of the reservoir, a hexagram pattern faintly glowed, and water began to emerge slowly. The Firestone Turtle quickly drank the water that appeared. The other magic beasts were dissatisfied. On the 17th day, the water produced by the reservoir was scarce, and the Firestone Turtle was unwilling to release a portion to the Magic Beast Group. The magic beasts were furious. You felt the lack of water. On the 18th day, the discontent among the Magic Beast Group grew. You called for everyone to unite and kill the Firestone Turtle. Your call didn't go smoothly, only the Fire Demon Wolf Pack and a few other minor demon tribes responded. The battle began. You underestimated the strength of the Firestone Turtle. With just one glance, the Fire Snake King turned into charcoal. Without hesitation, you ran straight to where you had placed the box. In the rear, the slaughter continued. Soon, it quieted down. The Firestone Turtle arrived behind you. You took out the crystal. The Firestone Turtle's eyes lit up, demanding you hand over the crystal. Having no choice, you threw out the explosive stone. The Firestone Turtle spat out a fireball, causing the explosive stone to explode in midair. Seizing this opportunity, you learned a skill and swallowed the crystal. You felt the chaotic power raging within you. Quickly picking up the cube, you infused it with power, but there was no reaction. You prepared to pick up the crystal ball. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +1, skill water wall compatibility +15%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 18 days of experience. 2. 18 days of physical fitness. 3. Water wall compatibility +1. 5%. The third option, with too little compatibility increase, is not considered. Choosing 2. A sense of void power infused into your body. Su-chen felt himself strengthened once more. Checking the panel. Character panel, Su-chen, race, slime, blue, level, 1st tier 7th level, 13. 14%. Attribute, water lifespan, 811 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 20%. Resistance, flame resistance, 53, explosion resistance, 49, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 6, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, archfire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct little prince. Evaluation, a bit self-sufficient, learned multiple fire skills, can operate on land, a water slime that likes self-destruction. This panel looks comfortable. Su-chen admired it for a while and closed the panel. This simulation provided a lot of useful information. The appearance of a 1st tier 7th level water attribute demon attracted hostility from many demon tribes in the Fountain of Springs. This needs attention. However, apart from the water shortage, the feeling of easily defeating same level opponents here due to elemental advantages is quite enjoyable. In the simulation, one strike repelled the Fire Snake King. The kings of the other demon tribes were also wary of him, even willing to unite against him. On the other hand, his strength made them fearful. Su-chen couldn't help but feel proud. If there was enough water, this place would be his paradise. Su-chen snapped out of his fantasy and looked at the crystal ball and other items in front of him. The cube showed no reaction when infused with energy, and he hadn't tried the simulated crystal ball yet. Slowly try, you'll eventually find a way to use it. Su-chen looked at the two fire dogs with a hint of sadness in his eyes. They seemed carefree, either eating or sleeping. Dozens of fire lizard corpses had already been half-eaten by them. At this rate, the remaining bodies wouldn't last them many days. I wonder how they survived before. Seeing the leader's gaze on them, the two silly dogs wagged their tails and ran to Su-chen. Woof! Boss, are we going through the fire lion territory next? Listening to Guda's words, Su-chen pondered slightly. After passing through the fire lion territory, there will be many high-level magical beasts. I may not be able to protect you all, you. Understanding the meaning in Su-chen's words, Ergo lowered his wagging tail. Slime boss, do you not want us anymore? Guda also froze, lowering his head. Boss, have we burdened you? Looking at the two fire dogs, Su-chen felt a bit reluctant, embracing both dog heads with one hand each. How could I ever not want you guys? It's just a bit dangerous ahead. Once I clear out the enemies, I'll take you across. Just got used to the life with mounts. I don't want to walk every day. Hearing Su-chen's words, the two silly dogs became happy again. We knew Slime Boss wouldn't abandon us. Boss is the best. Alright, go play on the side. Sending the two fire dogs away, Su-chen sighed. Guda and Ergo were only at level 4 of Tier 1, in the Spring Waterland where even the lowest level magical beasts were at level 5 of Tier 1. Moreover, they roamed in groups. Unless they were constantly kept in sight, in the blink of an eye, they could become food for any magical beast. But obviously, this was something he couldn't achieve. Even with his current strength, he wasn't invincible in the Spring Waterland. Sigh. That night, Guda and Ergo slept soundly leaning on Su-chen, drooling all over. Su-chen carefully disentangled himself, packed his things into a box, then fixed his gaze on the two silly dogs. He came to this world alone. They brought him much joy and helped him a lot. When it came time to part, there was a hint of sadness. Finally, he patted the heads of the two silly dogs. Both of you better stay alive for me, don't die. If you die, I won't even know who killed you, can't avenge you. After speaking, Su-chen didn't look back, walking towards the distance. After Su-chen walked far away, tears welled up in Guda's eyes. It stood up, watching the direction Su-chen disappeared in. Boss. Ergo was awakened by Guda's movements, looking dazedly at Guda crying. Guda, what's wrong with you? Boss left. Ergo hurriedly searched for Su-chen's figure. Woof, woof, woof. Ergo's mournful barks echoed far, and it stared blankly at Gouda. Boss will come back soon to pick us up, right? Gouda didn't answer, looking into the distance. Ergo, we need to get stronger. Only by getting stronger can we forever follow boss, stay by boss's side. Ergo nodded in panic, its vision already blurred. Gouda knew very well that when boss said that sentence, it had already made up its mind to leave. With boss's rate of advancement, itself and Ergo by its side would only be a burden. Get stronger. They must get stronger. Hearing the mournful barking from behind, Suchin paused. He couldn't protect the two silly dogs at all. Not taking them with him was also for their own good. Parting was for a better reunion. Fire Lion territory. Suchin looked at the extremely friendly Fire Lion in front of him and spoke slowly. You seem to have reached a bottleneck. Hearing Suchin's words, the Fire Lion was stunned. It had indeed reached a bottleneck at level 7 of Tier 1, unable to upgrade to level 8 of Tier 1, stuck at this bottleneck for over a decade. It even doubted if it could break through the bottleneck and reach level 8 of Tier 1. It intercepted magical beasts here for one reason, to eat various magical beasts to help itself level up, but the results were minimal. How about a deal? In 1 year, I'll help you level up, and you help me protect 2 magical beasts. The Fire Lion's smile faded, his tone turning cold. Why should I trade with you? Suchan remained silent. Water Ripple, Fireball, Foxfire, Fire Pillar. For skills were unleashed in succession, creating several large holes in the ground instantly. The Fire Lion's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Suchan in disbelief. Suchan spoke calmly, can we proceed with the trade? The fear in the Fire Lion's eyes dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of hope, the hope of advancement. Suchan stopped 200 meters away from the fountain of spring water. He could already see the group of magical beasts ahead. Moving forward will expose us. Let's temporarily settle here. Suchan looked around, there were still fire trees in this area. Further ahead, the fire trees had all been destroyed by various magical beast tribes, clearing the area. Finding a sturdy fire tree, Suchan climbed up. Handling the box is an issue. Although the box was not large, it took up some space and couldn't be carried around everywhere. It was not only inconvenient but also affected his combat abilities. After searching for a while on the tree, he noticed an abandoned bird's nest covered in spider webs that caught his attention. Suchan cleared the spider webs and placed the box inside. It's the perfect size, just right. Moreover, the box had the function of isolating energy fluctuations, whether it was the crystal or the block emitting energy waves placed inside it. No energy fluctuations could be sensed from outside the box. He circled around the fire tree, surveying the area within 50 meters. After clearing out a few insignificant magical beasts, Suchan returned to the tree with peace of mind. The sky soon brightened. Suchan could sense the commotion among the magical beast group. The battle for dominance has begun. Suchan liquefied his body and cautiously moved forward. After approaching the magical beast group, Suchan found a bush to use as cover. The commotion quickly subsided. Just like in the simulation, the fire demon Wolf King emerged from the magical beast group with a bamboo tube of water, leading the wolves to a separate area. Watching the fire demon Wolf King, Suchan contemplated. In the previous simulation, after the fire demon Wolf King died, the wolves followed my orders quite well. The wolf pack could be befriended. However, the Wolf King was a problem. The water source was right in front of him. Suchan couldn't afford to give up now. His eyes flickered as he pondered a strategy. No matter how strong that Wolf King is, even if it's a Tier 8 existence at the peak of the first tier, the magical beast group wouldn't survive near it otherwise. In the previous simulation, when I rejected the Wolf King's request and later called for the magical beast group to resist the Firestone Turtle, only a few responded. If I cooperate with the fire demon Wolf King and unite with other magical beast tribes early on, we might be able to unite the magical beast group and collectively confront the Firestone Turtle. With the simulation direction set, Suchan activated the simulator. Simulation. Consuming 160 simulation points, remaining 140. 98 simulation points, simulation initiated. On the first day, you appear. Many magical beasts are shocked as they look at you emitting Tier 7 energy waves. Among the magical beast group, the Tier 7 fire elemental magical beasts all regard you with some wariness. You make no movements, calmly finding a shady spot. The magical beast group starts to pay less attention to you as they see no unusual behavior. However, the Tier 7 magical beast's gazes never leave you. On the second day, dawn breaks. You make a move, advancing from the rear of the magical beast group towards the front. The magical beast group clears a path for you. You reach the forefront. The top forces of various magical beast tribes look at you, sizing each other up. The Fire Serpent King asks if you also intend to participate in the competition. You answer, yes. You notice the gazes of the Tier 7 magical beasts change towards you. Originally, this was a battle between the Tier 6 forces of the major tribes, but due to your appearance, the leaders of each tribe personally join the battle. The fight begins. The Fire Serpent King charges towards you immediately. Looking at the Flame Serpent King spewing flames, you opened your mouth, and a column of water gushed out. The Flame Serpent King couldn't dodge in time, was directly hit, flew back more than 10 meters, and lay writhing in pain on the ground. One strike, wounded Flame Serpent King. The other tribal kings who were still fighting all froze, stopped the battle, and looked at you. Among the many first-tier level 7 magical beasts on the battlefield, the Flame Serpent King was not the weakest. Your strength was displayed, and at the same time, you gained more attention. 3 first-tier level 7 magical beasts moved towards you in unison. Facing them, you were confident in using all your skills to instantly kill one. But you didn't, you only used the water gushing skill and engaged in a struggle with them. Because you were well aware that everything on the entire battlefield was being watched by a pair of eyes. The Firestone Turtle, it had been watching the battlefield. After a dozen minutes, the expressions of many first-tier level 7 magical beasts changed. Being able to struggle with 3 first-tier level 7 magical beasts for such a long time, you were already at the top among them. Seeing the plan accomplished, you were ready to announce your withdrawal. Suddenly, the Fire Demon Wolf King broke free from its opponent, the Firefox King, rushed to your side, and fought alongside you. You were stunned for a moment, then saw the Fire Demon Wolf King single-handedly taking on 2 first-tier level 7 magical beasts, and not falling behind. The plan was beyond your expectations. You and the Fire Demon Wolf King joined forces, defeated the 3 magical beasts, and all the other magical beasts in the field watched your combination and withdrew. On the battlefield, only you and the Fire Demon Wolf King remained. I am not your opponent. The Fire Demon Wolf King smiled at you and said, then returned to the wolf pack, handing you a piece of bamboo tube. Carrying the bamboo tube, you arrived at the edge of the water reservoir, where the Firestone Turtle had been waiting for a long time. You saw that there was a lot of water in the reservoir, and you were very tempted. The Firestone Turtle filled your bamboo tube with water and meaningfully said, water element slime, rare. On the 3rd day, the Fire Demon Wolf Pack found you seeking cooperation, and you agreed. The battle for dominance began. You and the Fire Demon Wolf King cooperated well, and the other magical beasts were no match for you. You and the Fire Demon Wolf Pack shared the water equally, but you knew this was not what you wanted. You informed the Fire Demon Wolf King of the plan to unite with other magical beasts to resist. After a moment of silence, the Fire Demon Wolf King looked deeply at the water reservoir and nodded slowly. On the 4th day, you were well aware that today's battle for dominance should have been won by the Flame Serpent Pack. However, with your partnership with the Fire Demon Wolf King, they did not get the water. The opinions of the other magical beast tribes towards you were greatly changed. You noticed a hint of joy in the Firestone Turtle's eyes. You instantly understood that the Firestone Turtle had come up with this disgusting scheme to balance and sow discord among the various magical beast tribes. At the same time, you also understood that the Firestone Turtle was not unbeatable. If it had the absolute power to dominate the magical beast pack, it wouldn't need to scheme like this. Quietly carrying half of the water you obtained, you came to the Flame Serpent Pack. At the same time, the Fire Demon Wolf King took the remaining half of the water to the Firefox Pack. On the 5th day, the battle for dominance began again. The atmosphere on the field was very subtle. The Flame Serpent King and the Firefox King directly announced their withdrawal, and the victor, without surprise, was still you. With the water, you and the Fire Demon Wolf King went to the other 2 first-tier level 7 magical beast tribes. On the 8th day, the battle for dominance began. On the field, there was not a single first-tier level 7 magical beast, only first-tier level 6 magical beasts from various tribes. It was not a life-and-death struggle, more like randomly using a few skills. You and the Fire Demon Wolf King's gaze was fixed on the edge of the area. When a surge of red like a tide appeared, the Fire Demon Wolf King's eyes were full of shock. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked at you, with a look of amazement. The ant tide is really coming. You smiled slightly and gushed a column of water towards the sky. The kings of the various magical beast tribes saw the signal and instantly issued orders. In an instant, the group of monsters swiftly moved on a large scale, and the reservoir was exposed at the forefront of the ant tide. On the 9th day, the Firestone Turtle lay gasping for breath next to the reservoir, its shell already shattered. It never expected that its means of balancing and controlling various monster tribes would be exposed, devised by its own hand. Its eyes of hatred stared at you fiercely. You remained silent. Water whip pierced through the skull. You did not approach, to prevent the Firestone Turtle from feigning death. You released several water-whipped skills again, turning it into a honeycomb shape before finally relaxing. A group of first-tier level 7 monsters watched in horror at your actions. You took over the reservoir, sharing the water with the various monsters. Every monster was very happy. On the 10th day, a group of monsters gathered together, enjoying themselves. On the 11th day, under the cover of night, you brought the box to the reservoir. During the day, you placed the box inside the reservoir. At night, water began to flow out of the reservoir, and you placed the box at the edge of the reservoir. On the 12th day, you noticed that the water coming out of the reservoir seemed to be decreasing. The hexagram pattern at the bottom emitted a faint light at night. After investigating, you found no clues. Fortunately, the decrease in water was not significant, and all the monsters could still receive water. On the 13th day, at night, the water decreased even more. Some monsters began to be unable to get water. You noticed that minor conflicts were arising among the monster group. On the 14th day, at night, the hexagram pattern at the bottom of the pool no longer emitted light, and no water appeared. The monsters were all stunned, discussing animatedly. You heard some monsters say that you had absorbed all the water because you were a water attribute monster and needed a large amount of water. You fell silent. On the 15th day, the hexagram pattern at the bottom of the pool finally lit up again. Water appeared at the bottom of the pool, but very little. The dissatisfaction among the many monsters grew. On the 16th day, the water continued to flow very little. The hexagram pattern alternated between bright and dim. You noticed that the way the monster group looked at you had turned hostile. Holding the crystal, you absorbed the energy emanating from it. Suddenly, a first-tier level 5 fire snake broke into the reservoir. You were taken aback, then saw greed in the fire snake's eyes as it bounced out of the reservoir. The slime has taken possession of the treasure. You hurried to the reservoir. You saw a group of monsters closing in. At the bottom of the pool, the energy fluctuations from the crystal made their eyes greedy. The fire demon Wolf King stood by your side, staring at the group of monsters. The battle erupted instantly. The fire demon wolf pack led the wolves to fight against other monster tribes. You were surrounded by several first-tier level 7 monsters. Feeling angry, you no longer hid your strength. With all your might, you instantly killed a first-tier level 7 monster, but you also suffered injuries. Releasing a skill to repel the opponent, you opened the box in the brief moment. Learning the skill from the book, swallowing the crystal. The crystal ball, infused with energy. A slight ripple appeared on the crystal ball, and you felt the energy in your body being instantly drained. Several first-tier level 7 monsters pounced on you again. A dark shadow appeared, instantly killing the monsters in front of you. You stared in astonishment at the back of the black cat. Boom! You exploded. You died. Fire resistance +2, skill water wall compatibility +15%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 16 days of experience. 2. 16 days of physical fitness. Suchen stared at the last few lines of text in the simulation, stunned. The black cat has appeared again. Is it here to save me? Choose the second option. A sense of void power flowed into his body. Suchen clenched his fist, feeling great each time the simulation ended, with his strength increasing. He glanced at the panel. Character panel, Suchen race, slime, blue, level, first tier 7th level, 24. 48%. Attribute, water lifespan, 822 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced version, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 35%. Resistance, flame resistance, 55, explosion resistance, 49, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 6, heavy blow defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, flame mouse's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, archfire trainer, flame lizard king's hatred, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct little prince. Evaluation, a bit self-protective, proficient in multiple fire skills, can move on land, a water slime that enjoys self-destruction. Beautiful panel, Suchen couldn't help but admire. The water wall compatibility has reached 35%. According to the simulation, it needs 3 more simulations to reach 50%. Explosion resistance at 49 points, looking at triggering the achievement at 50 points for flame resistance. Adding just 1 point more in explosion resistance would trigger the achievement. However, this simulation didn't increase the explosion resistance. Could it be because the explosions weren't fierce enough? Suchin pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out. His gaze turned towards the spring water area ahead. After the simulation, he had a method to deal with the Firestone turtle, and it was quite safe. The only thing to watch out for was the group of monsters. Surprisingly, they rebelled afterwards. Suchin felt relieved that the fire demon Wolf King led the wolf pack and stood by his side until the end. This made Suchun feel somewhat embarrassed. Previously, in the dense forest, he had tricked the fire demon wolf quite badly. However, the meat of the fire demon wolf is quite delicious. With this thought, Suchin set off. Through the simulation, it was clear that until there were no issues with the reservoir or the crystal stones were exposed, everyone coexisted peacefully in harmony for over 10 days. This time frame was enough to simulate solutions or level up, possessing power surpassing them. Compared to himself, these monsters were still too inexperienced. Suchin arrived at the spring water area. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many monsters. Suchin found a tall rock and stood on it, exuding a powerful energy fluctuation of the first tier 7th level. When it's time to be tough, and when it's safe, don't act like a coward. Gotta act cool. I must look incredibly handsome right now. There are quite a few familiar faces here. Fire Demon Wolf, Fire Fox, Fire Snake. Suchin also saw several rampant bears, all at the first tier 6th level. As he observed them, they observed him as well. In the eye contact, there was a slight sound from the group of monsters. Why is this slime standing so high? Looks like a fool. You know, it really does. Shoo, keep it down, that's a big shot at the first tier 7th level. Suchin looked down at the monsters below staring at him with wide eyes, as if watching a monkey perform. He silently stepped down from the rock, silently noting the two monsters who called him a fool. Suchin found a vacant spot beside the group of monster races as his place of residence. No monsters came to disturb him. They were all watching. Soon, night fell. The group of monsters gathered around the reservoir. Suchin, based on his level, also moved to the front, standing alongside other first-tier 7th level monsters. Due to their positions, Suchin was right next to the Fire Snake King. Watching this guy who had repeatedly challenged himself in the simulation, Suchin smiled and said, "Hey, how are you?" The Fire Snake King responded with a cold After a while, the Fire Snake King noticed the slime beside him still staring at him. It seemed to be sizing him up. As food? The Fire Snake King's anger rose slightly. Slime, what do you think you're doing? Suchin chuckled, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, "You look long and well-fleshed, couldn't help but take a few more glances." The Fire Snake King was stunned for a moment, then grew even angrier. Long and well-fleshed? How dare he see me as food? Outrageous, this is too much. Other first-tier level 7 magical beasts in the vicinity noticed the commotion and glanced over. Then, they looked at Suchin with strange eyes. This slime had just arrived here and was already provoking the Fire Snake King. Not a good move. Suchin faced the gazes of the magical beasts with a cheerful expression. Why provoke the Fire Snake King? Through the simulation, Suchin knew that the Fire Snake King had always held a contemptuous attitude towards him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have challenged him as soon as the battle began in the simulation. It wanted to establish its authority. How could Suchin comply with its intentions? It was better to take the initiative, beat it honestly, establish his own authority, and facilitate the implementation of his plans. The sky gradually darkened, revealing a hint of white. The magical beasts around Suchin began to move. The Fire Snake King gave Suchin a hostile look and walked towards the open space ahead. This open space was designated for representatives of various groups to battle. Without hesitation, Suchin moved forward. Seeing Suchin also moving, all the magical beasts present were stunned for a moment, then watched Suchin vigilantly. As all the participating magical beasts took the stage, the battle began instantly. The Fire Snake King charged directly at Suchin without any hesitation. The movements of the other magical beasts present slowed for a moment, their gazes fixed on Suchin and the Fire Snake King. They all wanted to see what battle prowess a first-tier level 7 slime could possess. Suchin scanned the surroundings and understood their thoughts. The Fire Snake King rapidly approached. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters. A water column instantly sprayed out from Suchin's mouth. Feeling the power of the water column, the Fire Snake King's eyes widened in surprise, and it swiftly flipped its body. But it was too late. The water column was too fast, hitting its waist directly. Bang! The Fire Snake King flew backward at an even faster speed, crashing heavily to the ground. The other magical beasts were shocked. A skill release distance of 20 meters. Terrifying. To maintain accuracy and speed over such a long distance, the gazes of all the magical beasts towards Suchin changed. Where did this freakish ability come from? Soon, several magical beasts surrounded him. After witnessing Su Chen's strength, they were ready to temporarily unite and eliminate Su Chen first. The fire demon Wolf King stood at the edge, its eyes flickering slightly as it watched Su Chen, its muscles bulging, ready to support at any moment. Su Chen glanced at the water reservoir. A pair of red eyes were staring in this direction. Su Chen smiled, exaggeratedly shouted, "Oh no, I can't win, I quit, I quit." Other magical beasts? Are you kidding me? After speaking, Su Chen retreated into the group of magical beasts. The other magical beasts looked at each other. What needs to be done must be done. The battle continued, and soon, the fire demon Wolf King, with its overwhelming strength, stood victorious in the end, claiming the water. Su Chen returned to the bottom of the rock and waited quietly. Before long, the fire demon Wolf King approached with a bamboo tube. Seeing the slime in front of him with closed eyes, the fire demon Wolf King was about to speak. Su Chen spoke first. "Want to cooperate with me?" The fire demon Wolf King was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. "What is the purpose of cooperation?" The fire demon Wolf King hesitated again, glanced at the water in the bamboo tube, and was about to speak. Su Chen continued, "Are you willing to settle for just this little water every time?" The fire demon Wolf King fell silent, looking towards the direction of the water reservoir. "Can't win." Su Chen opened his eyes, turned his back to the fire demon Wolf King. "What if I say, I have a way?" The fire demon Wolf King was dumbfounded, the silhouette of the slime in front of it suddenly giving it a sense of awe. "Impossible. It's a tier 8. Is a tier 8 unbeatable?" The fire demon Wolf King was speechless. It wanted to say that a tier 8 is indeed unbeatable, but its position as the Wolf King was achieved through challenging opponents of higher levels. Is it really impossible to surpass them? Go back and think about it. When you've figured it out, come find me. After a deep look at the slime's back, the fire demon Wolf King turned around and left with the wolf pack. Su Chen turned around, chuckling. "I wonder if that last move was convincing. Should have checked that acting cool guide before time traveling." Su Chen watched the departing fire demon Wolf King, waited for a while, and when no magical beasts paid attention to this side, liquefied his body and left directly. Arriving at the fire tree where the chest was hidden, Su Chen cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Safe. Climbing up the tree, he opened the chest and took out a crystal ball. Holding the base with one hand, he infused energy into it. As the simulated text displayed, Su Chen felt his energy output being absorbed like a drop in the ocean, and the crystal ball was greedily absorbing his energy. With the absorption, a faint light emanated from the crystal ball, with a slight electric arc flowing on its surface. Effective! Just as this thought emerged, the crystal ball instantly dimmed. Su Chen felt a wave of exhaustion, his hand trembling lightly. All his energy had been completely depleted. Such terrifying consumption. Su Chen placed the crystal ball back, his eyes bright. The reaction to his energy indicated that the crystal ball was indeed driven by energy. However, his own energy was too little to sustain its operation. With upgrades, there would eventually come a day when he could power and control the crystal ball. Taking out the white cube again, upon closer inspection, there was still no gain. Headache, I'll stop looking. I'll leave it to my simulated self to research. After putting the chest away, Su Chen returned to the spring water area. Compared to when he left, the group of magical beasts remained unchanged, but his return did attract some attention. Ignoring them, Su Chen leaned against a rock, gazing at the fire demon wolf pack. At the back of the pack, the one-eyed fire demon wolf was about to lie down and sleep. Suddenly, it felt a sense of being watched. With its keen senses, it looked back diagonally. That powerful blue slime was smiling at it with a sly grin. No matter how you looked at it, that smile was creepy. Could it be? The one-eyed fire demon wolf suddenly felt a tightening in its rear, its expression changing drastically as it quickly burrowed forward into the midst of the wolf pack. Su Chen's mouth twitched. What's wrong? Feeling embarrassed by my handsome smile? Why is a male wolf so shy? What's going on? No female wolf would like that. This potential stock's mental resilience needs improvement. The night deepened. The magical beast pack rested, waiting for the night to pass. A shadow separated from the fire demon wolf pack and approached Su Chen. The fire demon wolf king, watching the peacefully sleeping slime without any guard up, blinked, its eyes flickering. Suddenly, the slime in front of it moved, opened its eyes, and with a calm and indifferent expression, said, "Here I am." It was like two different beings from when it was drooling earlier. The fire demon wolf king was taken aback, feeling suppressed in its presence. Su Chen stood up, grabbing the fire demon wolf king by the neck. "First of all, I want to congratulate you. You've made a wise decision." The fire demon wolf king looked puzzled. "Can't I just come to tell you that I refuse?" Su Chen chuckled lightly and released the Fire Demon Wolf King's neck. If I can't even predict this, how can we take down that little turtle? The Fire Demon Wolf King gazed at Su Chen's round figure and fell silent for a moment. After returning from Su Chen, it kept pondering his words, engaging in a complex internal struggle without a moment's rest. In the end, it came. I choose to believe you. But I may not care about my own life, but my tribe does. Su Chen stared into the eyes of the Fire Demon Wolf King. This wolf was truly impressive. Don't worry. What should I do? The Fire Demon Wolf King glanced back at the wolf pack. It's simple, we do this. And then, finally, after listening, the Fire Demon Wolf King's eyes flickered. Are you telling the truth? Su Chen laughed, leaning back against the rock. You don't have to believe me. The Fire Demon Wolf King fell silent for a few minutes, then slowly spoke, its pupils shining with a strange light in the darkness. I believe you. Hey! From now on, we're brothers. As dawn approached, the battle began. Su Chen and the Fire Demon Wolf King entered the scene together. The atmosphere froze as the other demon beast tribes saw them cooperating. They are actually working together. The battle quickly commenced, leaving them no room for further contemplation. As it became clear that Su Chen and the Fire Demon Wolf King were fighting together, several first-tier level 7 demon beasts approached. Among them was the Fire Serpent King, who had been repelled by Su Chen with a single blow. Additionally, there were the Fire Fox King, a first-tier level 7 rampaging bear, and several other first-tier level 7 demon beasts. The Fire Demon Wolf King opened its mouth, unleashing a pillar of fire that directly forced back 2 first-tier level 7 demon beasts. The Fire Serpent King swiftly approached Su Chen with its agile body, eyes filled with resentment. Injured by a single blow, it was on the verge of becoming a laughingstock among the demon beast group. It sought revenge. The Fire Fox King also closed in on Su Chen, 3 flames rising behind it. Flames appeared on the Fire Serpent King's body, ready to entangle Su Chen. Aren't you going to dodge? You're truly arrogant. The Fire Serpent King's eyes were full of determination as its body was about to touch Su Chen's. In an instant, a water column suddenly appeared, striking the Fire Serpent King and sending it flying back over 10 meters, unable to move on the ground. The Fire Fox King's pupils contracted as its foxfire instantly fell on Su Chen. Su Chen glanced up and raised his hand. Dare to catch it with your hand? Ridiculous. The Fire Fox King felt greatly insulted. Its foxfire skill was so powerful that even the Fire Demon Wolf King didn't dare to confront it head-on. The next moment, the mocking look in the Fire Fox King's eyes was replaced by deep fear. Su Chen's hand turned into a fist, striking fiercely and dispersing a ball of fire. Although the other 2 balls of fire landed on him, they seemed to have caused no significant damage. How is this possible? Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Why not? Take this. Water whip. The Fire Fox King hastily dodged, but still got hit on half of its body, retreating several meters. At this moment, many demon beasts on the field looked at Su Chen with changed eyes. How could this slime of the same level withstand the Fire Fox's skill attack? Su Chen moved swiftly, quickly approaching the rampaging bear fighting the Fire Demon Wolf King, and threw a punch. Flames appeared on the bear's paw, and the 2 fists collided. Boom! Su Chen was pushed back by a dozen meters, while the rampaging bear retreated several meters. It seemed like the bear had the upper hand in this round, but all the demon beasts were looking at Su Chen with even more shocked expressions. The violent bear excelled in physical strength, and the flames attached to its fists were also a skill. It greatly enhanced the power of its punches and added flame damage. In this situation, the slime, without any energy-enhanced normal punch, was only slightly at a disadvantage in the clash. Their surprise had not yet dissipated. Su Chen sprayed a jet of water directly from his mouth. The long-range water skill reaching 20 meters once again astonished the various monsters. The violent bear was hit, and the thick fur on its chest was stripped bare by the powerful jet of water. Thud! The violent bear staggered back and fell. The whole process was completed in just a few seconds. Even though these monsters had a hint of underestimation, Su Chen undoubtedly showed his terrifying combat power to all the monsters. After witnessing Su Chen's strength, the remaining monsters had no desire to fight anymore. Only Su Chen and the Fire Demon Wolf King remained on the field. The battle demanded that only one monster be left in the end. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked at Su Chen and said, "I am not your match." With the Fire Demon Wolf King stepping back, Su Chen became the sole participant in the field. The gazes of the many monsters looking at Su Chen changed once again. The Fire Demon Wolf King was, before this, the strongest among all the first-tier level 7 monsters present. In a one-on-one fight, no monster could gain an advantage over it. Its voluntary surrender meant that the title of strongest had changed hands. Carrying a bamboo tube, Su-chen arrived at the water reservoir. The hexagram pattern at the bottom of the pool emitted a bright light, with clear water occupying half of the reservoir. The firestone turtle swam around inside, and as it moved, the water began to cloud. Su-chen looked on, envious. Damn turtle, how can it enjoy itself like this? The firestone turtle glanced at Su-chen, took the bamboo tube, and casually poured some water into it. Su-chen wore a flattering smile. Thank you, big brother firestone turtle. The firestone turtle was very pleased with Su-chen's attitude and added a little more water to the bamboo tube. Su-chen immediately flattered, Big brother firestone turtle, you are truly unparalleled, a king among turtles. King of turtles? A king? The firestone turtle happily extended its short hand, patting the bamboo tube in Su-chen's hand. Your water skills are excellent, give me a performance. Su-chen was taken aback. Goodness! Slimes can be killed but not humiliated. Damn it! Water! The firestone turtle watched the water column soaring into the sky like a fountain, clapping its hands in delight. Well done. Perform for me every day from now on. Alright, big brother firestone turtle, you rest first. Turning around, Su-chen's expression changed instantly. Little turtle, how dare you make me perform tricks for you, trouble is coming your way. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 150. 98. Su-chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. In front of him were groups of monsters. Su-chen got up and walked towards the fire demon wolf pack. The fire demon wolf king welcomed Su-chen. Su-chen got straight to the point. Brother, can you help me with something? The fire demon wolf king looked puzzled. Find some magic crystals. Magic crystals? The fire demon wolf king was momentarily stunned. What's the use of that thing? However, without asking, it howled and summoned the wolf pack. In no time, the fire demon wolf pack scattered. Other monster groups, watching the fire demon wolf pack's unusual behavior, were curious. When they understood the purpose of the fire demon wolf pack, they were dumbfounded. What use did they have for something everyone already had? Perplexed. The efficiency of the wolf pack was high, and they quickly obtained dozens of magic crystals. Su-chen had no intention of showing off. He found a secluded spot and converted all the magic crystals. Converted one first tier level 6 magic crystal, obtained simulation points x15. Converted one first tier level 4 magic crystal, obtained simulation points x0. 5. Converted one first tier level 5 magic crystal, obtained simulation points x3. After converting dozens of magic crystals, he obtained 103. 5 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 254. 48. After converting the magic crystal, Su-chen returned. The fire demon wolf king looked at Su-chen strangely. It watched as Su-chen left with the crystal. In just a moment, Su-chen returned, but the crystal was gone. However, it didn't ask. Su-chen approached and hooked the fire demon wolf king's neck. Brother, do you have any energy fruits or similar items in your wolf pack that can enhance strength? The fire demon wolf king shook its head. Energy fruits are rare and are fought over as soon as they appear. There are many fire demon wolves in the tribe, and every time there is a treasure, it's not enough to share. Hearing this, Su-chen felt somewhat discouraged. Seeing Su-chen's expression, the fire demon wolf king thought seriously and looked towards the fire snake group. If I remember correctly, the fire snake king seems to be hiding a fire energy fruit. Fire energy fruit? Seeing that Su-chen seemed unfamiliar, the fire demon wolf king explained, the fire energy fruit is a rare fruit that can enhance strength. However, it can only be consumed by fire attribute monsters. After hearing the first part, Su-chen's face showed excitement, but after hearing the rest, he felt discouraged again. Can only enhance fire attribute monsters? The fire demon wolf king nodded seriously. The fire energy fruit can only be consumed by fire attribute monsters. If monsters of other attributes consume it, they will explode. Explode? Su-chen's eyes lit up. Just explode? So, there's still an effect of enhancing strength. The fire demon wolf king stared at Su-chen in amazement. Is this slime stupid? Even if they explode, what's the use of enhancing strength? However, considering Su-chen's strength, it still nodded. Indeed, because monsters of other attributes cannot withstand the power of the fire energy fruit, the conflicting energies will cause them to explode. Su-chen was excited. If he wanted to level up quickly, relying solely on crystals for improvement was a bit slow. I understand now, thank you, my big brother. With a puzzled look, the fire demon wolf king returned to the wolf pack. Su-chen looked at the fire snake group with excitement and joyfully ran over. In the bamboo tube, there was half of the water that was shared with the fire demon wolf pack. The fire snake group looked at Su-chen rushing towards them as if facing a great enemy. They had witnessed the strength of this slime. Even their king was no match for it, let alone them. They hesitated on whether to block and stop the slime's advance. As they contemplated, Suchen approached them. I want to see your king, brothers, can we negotiate? Saying this, Suchen shook the bamboo tube in his hand. Several fire snakes in front of Suchen looked at each other, and one of them went to report. After a moment, the fire snake king appeared, staring at Suchen, feeling a bit intimidated. Being wounded by a single blow was not a pleasant experience. What are you here for? To make a trade. A trade? The fire snake king was puzzled. Suchen put down the bamboo tube. I want to borrow the fire energy fruit for a few days, and also discuss something with you. Borrow the fire energy fruit? The fire snake king looked at Suchen, then glanced at the fire demon wolf king in the wolf pack. It sent you, didn't it? Do you think I don't know your intentions? You pretend to borrow, but once you get it, you'll immediately devour it. I won't be fooled again. Suchen was taken aback. Again? He looked at the fire demon wolf king. Suchen noticed the fire demon wolf king avoiding eye contact, seeming a bit hesitant to look this way. Suchen was surprised. Wow. You look so talented and righteous, yet you're doing this borrowing and not returning stuff. Truly my brother. Suchen turned around, looked at the angry fire snake king, and said, do you think, with my strength, I need to listen to it? The fire snake king was taken aback. Then, looking puzzled, it asked, you, a water attribute monster, what do you need the fire energy fruit for? I have a hobby. I like to admire all kinds of fruits. How about exchanging this half tube of water for a few days? The fire snake king looked anxiously at the fire demon wolf king in the distance. It wasn't it who sent you here, was it? No, it wasn't, the fire snake king replied, gazing at the clear water in the bamboo tube, feeling tempted. I promise you, but only for 3 days of observation. Agreed. You mentioned earlier that there was something else you wanted to discuss with me? Suchen smiled faintly and revealed the matter of alliance. Several minutes later, Suchen left the fire snake group with the fire energy fruit. The fire snake king stared at Suchen's departing figure with an unsettled heart. Killing the firestone turtle, no longer being constrained by it, achieving water freedom. It was very tempting. But, was it really that easy to kill the firestone turtle? Carrying the fire energy fruit, Suchen returned to the big rock. The fire demon wolf king was shocked to see Suchen easily obtain the fire energy fruit. The other monsters stared at the fire energy fruit in Suchen's hand, longing for it. However, they only had desire, not courage. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding monsters, Suchen examined the fire energy fruit. It was entirely red, with streaks on its surface as if liquid fire flowed within. The energy fluctuations were exceptionally strong, indicating it was no ordinary item. Time to gain experience. Simulation. Consuming simulation points x 160, remaining simulation points 94. 48, simulation initiated. On the first day, the battle for dominance began, with the Fire Snake King and the Fire Fox King paddling together. The other monsters were no match for you and the Fire Demon Wolf King working together. As expected, you emerged as the ultimate victor. Carrying the bamboo tube to the water reservoir, you performed a water show for the Firestone Turtle and received a full bamboo tube of water. Each with half a bamboo tube of water, you and the Fire Demon Wolf King approached different groups of monsters. On the second day, the battle for dominance resumed. 2 first-tier level 7 monsters paddled. The battle was even easier, and you quickly emerged victorious. After performing the water show for the Firestone Turtle, you received a bamboo tube of water. As you were about to leave, you noticed the Firestone Turtle staring at you with a smile in its eyes. A chill ran down your spine, feeling that its smile was not friendly. You turned back, wearing a flattering smile. Elder Firestone Turtle, have a good rest. You hurriedly left, feeling that the Firestone Turtle harbored murderous intent towards you. You thought, you couldn't just wait to be killed. Carrying a box, you arrived at the water reservoir, took out the explosive stone, threw it into the pool. Little turtle, here's a surprise for you. With a bang, you were blown away. The shattered Firestone Turtle rushed towards you, with a bewildered and murderous look in its eyes. Admiring its formidable defense, you directly swallowed the crystal stone and fire energy fruit, learned the water wall skill, and charged at the Firestone Turtle. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +2, water wall skill compatibility +15%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 2 days of experience. 2 days of physical fitness. Ding. Explosion resistance reaches 50 points, achieving the achievement explosion proof. I'm serious. Suchen's eyes lit up. Indeed, a bigger explosion is needed to increase explosion resistance. Explosion proof, I'm serious. During battles, increase explosion resistance by 7, level x1, points. Note 1, permanently increase explosion defense by 0.5%. Note 2, this achievement is not affected by any negative status. Note 3, this achievement is upgradable. Great, great. For the simulation reward, choose the second option. A sense of void power flowed into his body, and Su-Chen felt significantly strengthened. Let's check the panel. Character panel, Su-Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier level 7, 68. 48%. Attribute, water lifespan, 842 days enhancements, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1. 5%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced mud, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 50%. Resistance, flame resistance, 55, explosion resistance, 51, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 6, blunt force defense, 1, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, flame mouse's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Archfire Trainer, hatred of the Fire Lizard King, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct Little Prince. Explosion resistance, I'm serious. Evaluation, a bit of self-protection ability, learned multiple fire skills, can move on land, a water slime that likes to self-destruct. Damn, the experience points increased so much? Su-Chen was a bit dumbfounded, originally having only around 20% experience, now skyrocketing to 68%. At this rate, one more time and I can level up? Su-Chen looked at the fire energy fruit in his hand, resisting the urge to eat it in one go. Damn, a true hanging system is born. Gaga. The Warcraft group listened to this abrupt cry, puzzled, searching for the source of the sound. Where did this goose monster come from? Damn. It scared me, I'll kill it. Seems like that slime. Ah, that. Laugh is really nice. Su-Chen noticed the gazes of the surrounding Warcraft, cleared his throat, and suppressed his laughter. The simulation is still a bit off, let's go check out the wolf pack. In the simulation, the Firestone turtle has developed a killing intent towards itself, not sure if it's real or if I'm being overly sensitive. In the previous simulation, the Firestone turtle wouldn't develop a killing intent towards itself until it saw the crystal. Better to kill by mistake than to let it live. Simulate again as soon as possible, after leveling up, I'll have the capital to contend with it. However, even the explosive stone couldn't kill it. This snapping turtle has quite the defense. Arriving at the Fire Demon Wolf Pack. The Fire Demon Wolf Pack yielded some more magic crystals. After conversion, obtain 25 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 114. 98 still quite a bit to go. Need to figure out a way to get some magic crystals. Su-Chen's muttering was heard by the Fire Demon Wolf King. Then, the Fire Demon Wolf King saw Su-Chen's eyes scanning the Fire Demon Wolf Pack back and forth, and smiled. Damn! The Fire Demon Wolf King's eyelid twitched. What is this guy up to? Su-Chen withdrew his gaze, pointing at the lone-eyed Fire Demon Wolf at the back of the pack. This one is a promising material, can be cultivated. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked at the lone-eyed Fire Demon Wolf, with a hint of doubt in its eyes. Blind in one eye, inevitably narrowing its field of vision, and its reactions would slow down. And, only at the first level 5. This is promising material? Seeing the doubt in the Fire Demon Wolf King's eyes, Su-Chen didn't explain, just gave a cute smile towards the lone-eyed Fire Demon Wolf and left. The lone-eyed Fire Demon Wolf felt a chill all over, watching Su-Chen's departing figure in horror. It actually recommended me to the Wolf King? It smiled at me, that eerie smile. The lone-eyed Fire Demon Wolf felt its sphincter tighten. It wouldn't really. The lone-eyed Fire Demon Wolf quickly left the wolf pack, preparing to find a quiet place to think quietly. Su-Chen quietly left the spring water area and headed towards the outskirts. Relying solely on the Fire Demon Wolf Pack to find magic crystals was a bit slow. There was another way to quickly obtain magic crystals. Prey. Among the Warcraft, it was always a cycle of kill or be killed, with the roles of prey and predator constantly changing. In the spring water area, a large number of Warcraft consumed a huge amount of food every day. Where did it come from? All from the secret battles in the dark, devouring each other. On the surface, it was still a harmonious scene. Su-Chen arrived at the outskirts, looking for a suitable target to strike. Soon, a first-tier level 6 violent bear caught his attention. Targeting a first-tier level 6 was the best choice. The death of a first-tier level 7 magical beast would have a significant impact. If a first-tier level 6 died, there would be no consequences. Su-Chen liquefied his body and quietly approached. Seeing the full appearance of this violent bear, Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This violent bear was one of the two magical beasts that had mocked him. Well, this was killing two birds with one stone, seizing the opportunity for revenge that had eluded him before. The violent bear was completely unaware. Not far away, feeling relieved to have finally found a quiet place, the one-eyed fire demon wolf leaned against a fire tree inside. Suddenly, it sensed an energy fluctuation. With its keen senses, it instantly shifted its gaze. It saw a liquid mass moving rapidly towards a violent bear in the distance. What is this? Alarm bells rang in its mind, and it quickly hid behind a tree. The next moment, it saw the liquid transform directly into a blue slime. It was him. The violent bear was stunned by the scene before it could react. Pillars of fire? Foxfire? The fire demon Wolf King's skill and the unique foxfire skill of the firefox were released from a water attribute slime. The violent bear died instantly, its whole body charred. Su Chen took the magic crystal and converted it. Remaining simulation points, 129. 98. Looking back, Su Chen noticed the one-eyed fire demon wolf peeking at him. How did this guy end up here? Su Chen was puzzled. Thinking that gaining some favor from a potential ally wouldn't hurt, Su Chen flashed a cute smile at the one-eyed fire demon wolf. He smiled at me again. With that eerie smile, the one-eyed fire demon wolf trembled like a sieve. Witnessing the secret of this slime, it not only didn't kill him to keep it quiet but even smiled at him. Su Chen was full of doubts. Is this one-eyed wolf seriously ill? Why is it shaking like it won the lottery? Could it be that it's not the same one from the simulation? After a while, apart from the initial first-tier level 6 violent bear, only a few easy first-tier level 5 magical beasts were found. They were all killed using fire attribute skills, not because Su Chen wanted to hide deliberately. Although that was also a reason, the main one was that releasing the muddy water skill was no different from revealing his identity. Remaining simulation points 147. 98. Forget it, there's no rush for now. Returning to the spring water area, night had fallen. Various magical beast groups gathered together, waiting for the start of the battle for dominance. Su Chen mingled among the fire demon wolf pack, collecting dozens of low-level magic crystals found by the fire demon wolves. These first-tier level 5 and below magic crystals didn't even qualify for conversion into simulation points. As time passed, a day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 157. 98. Su Chen squinted his eyes, looking ahead. The battle for dominance was about to begin. Su Chen walked forward with the fire demon Wolf King. The other magical beast groups also sent out their first-tier level 7 magical beasts. After a brief exchange of glances between the Fire Fox King and the Fire Demon Wolf King, they shifted their positions towards the back. Su Chen also tried to exchange glances with the Fire Snake King, but the Fire Snake King completely ignored him, turning his head away without looking at Su Chen. Could it be that the Fire Snake King hasn't made up his mind and is still stubbornly participating in the battle for dominance? Su Chen wondered to himself. Soon, the battle for dominance began. Almost instantly, after the Fire Snake King and the Firefox King symbolically used a few skills, they slowly moved to the edge. Watching each other's movements, they exchanged a glance, both noticing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Then, a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. The Foxfire group and the Fire Serpent group are among the top demon beast groups in the Fountainland. With the Foxfire King and the Fire Serpent King idling, the remaining first-tier 7th-level demon beasts were no match for Su Chen and the Fire Demon Wolf King. Soon, only Su Chen remained on the field. Su Chen approached the water reservoir with a bamboo tube. The Firestone Turtle spoke up. Slime, your water manipulation earlier was amazing. I want to see it again. Su Chen smirked, putting on a flattering smile. Big brother Firestone Turtle, just say the word, not just once. I can do it 360 times without a second thought. The Firestone Turtle nodded in satisfaction, eagerly watching Su Chen. Su Chen oscillated between rebellion and strategic submission. He chose to yield to reality and conjured a pillar of water towards the sky. The splashing water droplets fell gracefully to the ground. The Firestone Turtle clapped joyfully, again. After a few more demonstrations, the Firestone Turtle filled Su Chen's bamboo tube with water and let him go. As Su Chen walked away, he pondered fiercely on how to deal with the Firestone Turtle. Little turtle, don't get cocky. I'll take you down sooner or later. When the time comes, should I steam you, braise you, or make soup out of you? Seems like I need more props. After distributing the water among the wolf pack, Su Chen took a few eligible magic crystals found by the wolves for transformation. Finding a secluded spot, Su Chen proceeded with the transformation. Gained 13. 5 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 171. 48 enough for one simulation. Su-chen glanced back in the direction of the water reservoir. Little turtle, after I finish this simulation, I'll have some fun with you, hee hee. Without rushing the simulation, Su-chen first took the water to the territory of the rampaging bears. The number of rampaging bears was relatively small, only a dozen or so, but their levels were high, with only 3 being first tier 5th level, and the rest being first tier 6th level. The leading rampaging bear king was first tier 7th level. When Su-chen arrived, it looked puzzled. After Su-chen explained his intentions, the rampaging bear king's eyes lit up, instantly agreeing. Su-chen was puzzled for a moment, then got his answer. The Firestone turtle hadn't always been here, it arrived several years ago. Upon arrival, it immediately took over the water reservoir that was previously shared by everyone. The other demon beast groups naturally had many complaints. But, in the law of demon beasts, strength always came first. Especially after one demon beast group was wiped out in anger at the beginning. The rest of the demon beast groups all complied. They were forced to accept the rules set by the Firestone turtle, forced to accept that the water won by the victor of the battle was reduced from 5 bamboo tubes to just 1. After leaving the rampaging bear territory, Su-chen's eyes sparkled. No wonder in the simulation, although some demon beast groups refused to join the alliance initiated by themselves, not a single demon beast reported the matter to the Firestone turtle. Little turtle, wait for me to finish the simulation, hee hee. Without hesitation, Su-chen started the simulation. Consuming simulation points x 160, remaining simulation points 11. 48, simulation initiated. On the first day, the battle for water begins, and you emerge as the victor. After showcasing your water manipulation to the Firestone turtle, you receive a full bamboo tube of water. After splitting it with the Fire Demon Wolf King, you both head towards different demon beast groups. On the second day, victory in the battle, water distribution, and alliance building. The Fire Serpent King asks you for fire energy fruits, but you refuse. It becomes angry. On the third day, another victory, water distribution, and alliance building. The Fire Serpent King comes to you again for fire energy fruits, and you still refuse. Its anger towards you grows. On the sixth day, the battle for water begins again. Just 2 minutes later, under the idling of other demon beast groups, you emerge victorious. There is a commotion at the periphery of the demon beast groups. You know the ant tide is coming. Without hesitation, you release the water manipulation skill towards the sky. With the appearance of the water column, all the kings of the monster groups received the signal and immediately retreated towards the back. The speed was so fast that the Firestone turtle didn't even react and was exposed at the forefront of the ant tide. In almost an instant, the reservoir was covered by the ant tide. Explosions rang out, each accompanied by the deaths of numerous fire ants. Gradually, the sounds quieted down. On the seventh day, you watched as the cracked shell of the Firestone turtle, barely alive, smirked and unleashed a splash of water. The Firestone turtle coldly stared at you, its gaze of hatred fixed on its pierced skull. You prevented it from feigning death, used multiple water splash skills, and only felt at ease after shattering it. You picked up its crystal, admiring it. The monster group gathered around, looking at you with fear. Your living place changed from under the big rock to the reservoir. You shared the water with the monsters, and everyone was at peace. Among the Fire Demon Wolf group, the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf leveled up to the first rank 6. The Fire Demon Wolf King thought of your words and promoted the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf. On the 8th day, everything was peaceful. On the 9th day, the brightness of the hexagram pattern dimmed, and you noticed that the water output was less, but it didn't affect the monster group's drinking. On the 10th day, the brightness of the hexagram pattern dimmed even more, the water decreased, and some monsters couldn't get water. The monster group showed a slight unrest. On the 11th day, the hexagram pattern had no light, and no water appeared. Some monsters questioned if you had drunk all the water. On the 12th day, a little water appeared, but it was not enough for the monsters to drink. On the 13th day, you brought the box over. The group's gaze towards you turned unfriendly. The Fire Demon Wolf group stood guard by the reservoir. The Fire Demon Wolf King angrily looked at the kings of other monster groups. The Fire Snake King glared at you angrily, deceitful and despicable slime, return the fire energy to me. On the 14th day, the hexagram pattern at the bottom of the reservoir still had no light. You knew that there would be no water today, and indeed, there was none. Not seeing any water, many monsters were extremely angry. They glared at you, accusing you of breaking the reservoir and preventing it from producing water. The Fire Demon Wolf King defended you, but no other monster group believed it. They began to miss the time when the Firestone turtle was around. You listened to their words, feeling angry. On the 15th day, your relationship with the monster group became tense. With a low growl from the Fire Snake King and the Rampaging Bear King, the monster group launched an attack towards you. The Fire Demon Wolf King roared in anger, leading the wolves to fight against the other monster groups. You were surrounded by several first-rank level 7 monsters. You no longer hid your strength. When your fire attribute skills were displayed, all the monsters were shocked. You instantly killed a first-rank level 7 monster, but then you were surrounded by the Fire Fox King and other first-rank level 7 monsters. You suffered serious injuries, with the Fox King's Foxfire and the Bear King's Fire Fist attacks hitting you simultaneously. Under the siege of many first-rank level 7 monsters, you had no chance. You unleashed all your skills, temporarily repelling the monsters attacking you, quickly opened the box, and threw out the explosive stone. With a loud bang, you were hit by the shockwave, leaving only half of your body, and most of the first-rank level 7 monsters attacking you were killed or injured. The remaining first-rank level 7 monsters looked at you in fear, then rushed towards you in a more frenzied manner. You looked at your body, knowing you were beyond saving. Swallowing the crystal, the fire energy fruit, and learning from the skill book, a black shadow swiftly rushed to you like lightning, and with one claw, killed all the first-rank level 7 monsters attacking you. You looked at the black cat, a smile on your lips. Boom! You exploded. Upon death, explosion resistance +2, fire resistance +1, heavy blow defense +3, skill water wall compatibility +15%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 15 days of experience. 2. 15 days of physical fitness. Choosing 2 without hesitation. With a surge of ethereal power, Su Chen felt his fists gaining strength, but there was no sense of leveling up. Ha! Not enough experience points yet? Opening the panel. Character panel, Su Chen race, slime, blue, level, first tier 7th level, 91. 8%. Attribute, water lifespan, 872 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1. 5%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 65%. Resistance, fire resistance, 56, explosion resistance, 53, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 6, heavy blow defense, 4, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, arch-fire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct little prince. Explosion resistance, I'm serious. Evaluation, a bit of self-defense ability, proficient in multiple fire skills, able to move on land, a water slime that likes self-destruction. The effect of the fire energy fruit has weakened quite a bit. Need to simulate again. Perfect, simulate again, achieve leveling up and water wall skill at the same time, double joy. Only 11. 48 simulation points left. Let's go check out the wolf pack. Arriving at the Fire Demon Wolf pack, Su Chen was about to find the Fire Demon Wolf King for a magic crystal. Suddenly, he felt a prying gaze. With his keen perception, Su Chen instantly locked onto the target. One-eyed Fire Demon Wolf? What is this guy up to? The one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf was hiding behind 2 slightly plump Fire Demon Wolves, its small eyes looking in his direction. In those eyes, there was a hint of warmth, as if there was a special emotional color in them. Damn! Su Chen was dumbfounded. No way! My charm even attracts male wolves? Su Chen felt a tightening sensation, if slimes had that sensation. Damn! I appreciate you recommending you to the Fire Demon Wolf King, but you don't have to offer yourself as a male wolf. Su Chen glanced at the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf again, seeing it still looking at him, he shuddered and dove straight into the wolf pack. This is too crazy, the wolf pack is so scary. The one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf stared at Su Chen entering the wolf pack. That last look of the slime seemed to carry a special meaning. Could it be? The one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf, frightened, tucked its tail and dared not think further, quickly running away from the wolf pack. Slimes are so scary. With hundreds of magic crystals obtained from the wolf pack, Su Chen walked away, looking for a place where no magical beasts would notice him. A pile of rubble caught Su Chen's attention, while concealed with no magical beasts around. While contemplating the major events of wolf life in the rubble, the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf heard a noise behind it, turned around, and locked eyes with Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf in front of him, stunned. Damn, a magical beast has been here in such a hidden place? The one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf saw Su Chen, shuddered all over, feeling hopeless. It's over, it must be here for me, it even tracked me down here. It's a first tier 7th level, resistance is futile. Could it be that its precious wolf virginity is about to be lost here? What are you doing here? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, the one-eyed fire demon wolf hesitated for a moment. Could it be the legendary strategy of pretending to retreat to advance? Su Chen noticed the fire demon wolf's eyes starting to act strangely again, resisting the urge to blast it with a pillar of fire. Fine, can't I just leave? These days, there are really a lot of strange characters. Back at the fire tree where the box was placed, Su Chen finished converting all the magic crystals. Remaining simulation points, 138. 25. It's getting harder to get simulation points. Opening the box and looking at the items inside, Su Chen's gaze turned southward. I wonder how Big Dog and the others are doing. With a sigh, Su Chen left the fire tree and headed towards the Spring of Waters. The battle for dominance was about to begin. Returning to the Demon Beasts group, the kings of various Demon Beast tribes were waiting for the start of the battle. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked somewhat anxious as it gazed outside the Demon Beast group. When a blue figure appeared, the Fire Demon Wolf King breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, where did you go? Just took a stroll. The battle is about to begin. Su Chen nodded, moving forward with the Fire Demon Wolf King. Upon seeing Su Chen take the stage, the kings of the other Demon Beast tribes, except those who had already established a connection with him, looked disappointed. They thought Su Chen wouldn't show up. With this slime around, they had no chance at all. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 148. 25. Su Chen opened his eyes, stretched lazily. A beautiful day, of course, starts with collecting magic crystals from the wolf pack. The Fire Demon Wolf Pack was very efficient, finding hundreds of magic crystals every day. Su Chen had no idea where they found them. Anyway, it was just magical. Arriving at the Fire Demon Wolf Pack, the Fire Demon Wolf King was already waiting, with a large number of magic crystals wrapped in vines beside it. Glancing over, 100 as a base, one emitting a strong fluctuating aura. A Tier 1 Level 7 magic crystal. Su Chen smirked, brother, this efficiency deserves a thumbs up. With one hand giving a thumbs up, he picked up the vines with the other. As the Fire Demon Wolf King watched Su Chen about to leave, it hesitated for a moment and asked, will the ant tide really come? Su Chen looked at the magic crystals, both in quantity and quality, absolutely enough for another simulation, and smiled slightly. Rest assured, the ant tide will definitely come. And I have other plans. Seeing the confidence on Su Chen's face, the Fire Demon Wolf King relaxed. Su Chen let the Wolf King continue to search for magic crystals and then happily left with them. Other plans. Of course, it's for me to advance to Tier 1 Level 8. Gagaga. Little King 8. Wait for me. Thinking back to yesterday's victory in fetching water, he lowered his head to reality and performed a few water tricks for Little King 8. Su Chen felt that uncles and aunts could endure, but slime couldn't. Arriving at a place without beasts, Su Chen converted all the magic crystals. Converted one Tier 7 magic crystal, obtained simulation points x80. Converted one Tier 5 magic crystal, obtained simulation points x3. Converted one Tier 6 magic crystal, obtained simulation points x15. The simulation points surged, and after converting all the magic crystals, the value no longer fluctuated. Remaining simulation points, 357. 95. Su Chen couldn't wait, rubbing his hands together eagerly, and directly clicked on simulation. Tier 1 Level 8. Water Wall. I'm here. Consuming simulation points x160, remaining simulation points 197. 95. Simulation begins. On the first day, after winning the battle and obtaining water, you and the Fire Demon Wolf King went to 2 Demon Beast tribes to win them over. On the second day, the Fire Snake King came to demand the Fire Energy Fruit. The 3-day deadline has passed. Slime, give me back the Fire Energy Fruit. You directly refused and told it, next time for sure. The Fire Snake King left angrily. On the third day, battle for dominance, victory, division of waters, enticing the demon beasts. On the fourth day, victory, division of waters, enticing. On the fifth day, all the demon beast groups were enticed by you and the Fire Demon Wolf King. The battle for dominance began. However, all the demon beasts did not focus on this. The fight quickly ended. As commotion stirred at the periphery of the demon beast group, you immediately spouted a column of water towards the sky. Seeing this column of water, the kings of all demon beast groups swiftly issued orders. The groups orderly retreated towards the rear. The water reservoir was exposed to the onslaught of the ant tide. On the sixth day, the firestone turtle was on its last breath, its shell already shattered. It glared at you with hatred. At this moment, how could it not understand that it was because of you that this situation occurred? You smiled at it. Let me show you the water spout again. Water spout. Instantly piercing through the head of the Firestone turtle, then you released several water spouts, shattering it into pieces, finally feeling relieved. Picking up the crystal from the Firestone turtle, you enjoyed the fear and admiration of the other demon beasts. You occupied the water reservoir, sharing water with the demon beasts, and the demon beast group was harmonious. On the 7th day, the demon beast group was harmonious. You knew that these were just superficial. Tomorrow, the water would decrease. You brought back the box. On the 8th day, the water decreased, and the hexagram pattern here emitted a faint light. You carefully studied the pattern here, but you didn't understand it at all. You only knew that the appearance of water was related to this pattern. On the 9th day, the reduced water already affected the drinking of the demon beast group. Some demon beasts couldn't get water. Commotion arose. On the 10th day, the hexagram pattern had no light, dim all around. Water did not appear. The demon beast group was restless, various sounds emerged. There were even demon beasts glaring angrily in your direction. The fire demon wolf group, led by the fire demon wolf king, stood guard beside the water reservoir. The one-eyed fire demon wolf was very close to you, its gaze eerie as it glanced at you, making you tense up momentarily. Then, its gaze firmly turned towards the opposing demon beast group. On the 11th day, a faint light emitted from the hexagram pattern at the bottom of the water. A little water appeared, but it was a drop in the bucket, hardly enough for the current situation. The demon beast group started to get agitated. You knew that a battle was inevitable. On the 12th day, the battle erupted. The fire demon wolf group fought hard, but they were no match for the numerous demon beasts. The wolf pack's defense was breached, and you were exposed to the attacks of many demon beasts. Watching the demon beasts attacking you, you no longer concealed your strength, easily killing a first-order level 7 demon beast, attracting more first-order level 7 demon beasts to besiege you. You knew you were not a match. 3 consecutive operations appeared, swallowing fire fruit, crystal, learning water wall skill. A black shadow descended instantly. As the cold light fell from the claws, the world fell silent. Several first-order level 7 demon beasts died in front of you. You looked at the black cat, deeply moved, ready to hug it. The black cat, watching your movement, stiffened, claws out, cold light appearing instantly. Boom! You exploded. You died. Sharp weapon defense plus 10, water wall skill compatibility plus 15%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 12 days of experience. 2. 12 days of physical fitness. Damn. Directly adding 10 points to defense, breaking the record. Can this black cat's claw just send me off to the afterlife? Then, Su Chen's face was full of shame. The black cat won't be blown up, right? Ashamed for a second, Su Chen excitedly chose the second option. About to level up. So excited. With the infusion of a void force, Su Chen waited for half a day, feeling no enhancement. Did I just level up falsely? Su Chen puzzledly opened the panel. Character panel, Su Chen race, slime, blue, level, first tier 7th level, 100. 0%. Attribute, water lifespan, 888 days amplifications, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 1. 5%? Su Chen was full of question marks. What's going on here? Did the system glitch out? My experience points are full, why can't I level up? Su Chen waited for a long time, fiddled around for a while, only to discover that he couldn't level up. What the heck is going on? Did they catch me cheating? After trying for a while, Su Chen couldn't find a way to level up. What the heck? I'm only at this level. I can't possibly be at max level, right? No way. Even a little turtle can reach the first tier 8th level. How could I be at max level? After trying for a while and failing to level up, Su Chen gave up. Let's learn some skills first. Ding. Do you want to learn the water wall skill, attribute match, compatibility 80%? Learn. In an instant, Su Chen mastered the water wall skill. With a single thought, energy began to gather. In the next moment, a transparent blue water curtain wall appeared in front of Su Chen. The wall was a meter long and wide enough to shield Su Chen completely. Just by looking at its thickness, it seemed to be about 10 centimeters. Let's test its strength. Su Chen moved away from the water wall. Splash! A water column appeared instantly, directly hitting the water wall. Boom! The water wall remained intact, only showing a hole where the water column hit. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Fireball! Sizzle! It hit the water wall, making a sound and accompanied by rising water vapor. The water wall visibly shrank a bit. Fire pillar! Boom! The water wall finally dispersed. The defense is pretty good. With this skill, my self-defense ability has greatly improved. But what's the deal with not being able to level up? Su Chen was getting frustrated. After trying for a while and still not finding a solution, he gave up. Giving up on the physical body doesn't mean giving up for real. Let's leave this problem to my simulated self. Leveling up is crucial, it must be figured out. Finding a place without magical beast's attention, Su Chen opened the panel and started the simulation. Consuming 160 simulation points, remaining 37. 95 points, simulation begins. On the first day, you tried various methods to level up but failed. In the battle, your focus was not concentrated. After easily winning, you took water, shared it with the Fire Demon Wolf King, and left directly. The Fire Snake King asked you for Fire Energy Fruit, but you were not in the right state and ignored it. The Fire Snake King was furious. The Fire Demon Wolf King noticed something off about you. On the second day, you still couldn't find a way to level up, feeling a hint of despair. The battle began. You easily defeated the Fire Demon Wolf King. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked at your back, eyes flickering. On the third day, with no clue on leveling up, you felt real despair. In the battle, you had no interest, released a few skills casually, and then left the field. The Fire Demon Wolf King persisted until the end, winning. You walked towards the outskirts of the spring water area, with a tangled mess of thoughts in your mind. The Fire Demon Wolf King caught up with you, carrying half a bamboo tube of water. Brother, something on your mind? Listening to the Fire Demon Wolf King's question, you pondered for a moment and spoke about the leveling issue. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked at you, also unsure why you couldn't continue leveling up. Whether you can level up or not, living is always hopeful. You paused, looking at the Fire Demon Wolf King. You smiled. Leveling up is not as important as living. If you understand, that's the only truth. On the fourth day, after another day of research with no hope of leveling up, you felt disappointed but devoid of any other emotions. Tomorrow, the ant tide will come, and you began to plan. Almost all the monster tribes have reached a consensus and will advance or retreat with you tomorrow. On the fifth day, the battle for dominance began. None of the monsters on the field had the will to fight. A few minutes later, commotion erupted on the outskirts. You conjured a pillar of water into the sky. The kings of all monster tribes swiftly issued commands. All monsters moved towards the rear of the water reservoir. The inexplicable firestone turtle was exposed at the forefront of the ant tide. The ant tide enveloped the water reservoir. Roaring sounds echoed. A large number of fire ants perished. Once again, you felt a sense of familiarity with these fire ants. On the sixth day, the firestone turtle lay gasping for breath on the ground, its shell shattered. In its eyes filled with hatred, you ended its life. The water reservoir became ownerless. The monsters divided the water among themselves, harmoniously. You chose not to live in the water reservoir but continued to reside beneath the large rock. Among the Fire Demon Wolf Pack, the one-tier level 6 one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf caught the attention in favor of the Fire Demon Wolf King. On the seventh day, the monsters were harmonious. You still hadn't found a way to level up. The Fire Snake King once again asked you for the Fire Energy Fruit, but you refused. It felt angry but restrained itself due to your strength. On the eighth day, the water in the reservoir decreased. Some monsters couldn't find the reason and cast suspicious glances at you. Since you drew the most water each time and were the only water attribute monster here, you were the one who killed the Firestone Turtle. Here, you were the anomaly. On the ninth day, the water diminished further, and some monsters couldn't even get any water. The discontent towards you from the monster group grew. You felt angry. The Fire Demon Wolf King was also furious and argued with the monsters but to no avail. The Fire Demon Wolf King stood guard beside you with the wolf pack. The one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf and the Fire Demon Wolf King stood side by side in front of you. You looked at the box beside you, which slowly opened. As the energy of the crystal spread out, the monster group became excited. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked surprised and resolutely led the wolves to stand in front of you. Confrontation began. On the 10th day, not a drop of water appeared at the bottom of the reservoir. The relationship between the monster group and the wolf pack became more tense. You clutched the crystal tightly, eager to level up, but it remained unattainable. On the 11th day, a little water appeared in the reservoir. The monster group was excited, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The water remained just a little, with no further increase. The atmosphere once again became tense. On the 12th day, there was still only a tiny bit of water. With the Fire Snake King's roar of "Return my Fire Energy Fruit," the battle erupted. The protection of the Fire Demon Wolf Pack was instantly broken through by the monster group. Many 1-tier level 7 monsters rush towards you, their fiery gazes fixed on the crystal and other items in the box. Without a word, you threw out the explosive stone. Water burst. Explosion. Boom. Several 1-tier level 7 monsters were directly obliterated and perished in the explosion. The remaining 1-tier level 7 monsters looked at you with a mix of fear and greed, swiftly charging towards you. You cast a water wall to block the attacks, with no intention of engaging in combat, swiftly evading and maneuvering. You waited, anticipating the appearance of a dark figure. Until you were exhausted and physically drained, the numerous monsters behind you continued to follow closely. It seemed they were not tired at all. Damn it, they're all 1-tier level 7. How can they run faster than me? Are they picking on me because I have no legs? You decided not to run anymore. If you kept running, you would die of dehydration and turn into a dried-up slime. Turning around, you unleashed the water wall. Facing numerous 1st-tier level 7 magic beasts, you have no chance of winning. After a few minutes of battle, you are covered in wounds. Just as you are about to swallow the crystal stone and fire energy fruit, a black shadow suddenly descends, and the cold light of claws pierces the air. All the 1st-tier level 7 magic beasts chasing you are instantly torn into pieces. Day 13. You stand beside the black cat. In front of you, all the magic beasts crawling on the ground. Their terrified eyes never waver. Except for the fire magic wolf pack, all the other magic beasts are trembling. Between them and you and the black cat are the shattered bodies of several 1st-tier level 7 magic beasts. The fragments are smooth, without a single trace of fur. With the black cat's power, all the magic beasts show submission. The reservoir has become your exclusive space. However, there is very little water at the bottom of the pool. The black cat tells you that your level cannot be raised anymore because that's how slime's aptitude is. Aptitude determines the upper limit of the level. You are stunned. This means that the 1st-tier level 7 is your maximum level, and you can never advance further. You feel despair once again. The black cat looks at you, with a hint of hesitation in its eyes. Day 14. The black cat tells you it is leaving. You are stunned. Can't you stay? The black cat doesn't answer. Its gaze looks to the north. If you want to further advance, break through the shackles of the level, go there. In 5 days, something will appear there to help you continue leveling up. If you want to live peacefully, place the crystal stone in the center of the array at the bottom of the reservoir. The array is broken, but, with its power supply, it can still run for a month. After speaking, it jumps and disappears without a trace. It's the first time you've heard the black cat say so much, and you feel cared for. You look at the crystal stone in your hand, then at the hexagram pattern at the bottom of the reservoir. Day 15, you look at the dim hexagram pattern under your feet, slowly lowering the hand holding the crystal stone. Just as you are about to touch the hexagram pattern, your hand stops. There is a suction force on the hexagram pattern, seemingly craving the energy of the crystal stone. You know that once you place the crystal stone there, it will become the energy source of this array and can no longer be used by you. You hesitate. After a while, you raise your hand. Day 16, after explaining things to the Fire Magic Wolf King, you carry the box and set off on the road north. Along the way, you slay magic beasts, eat wild fruits, and travel longer distances. As the distance you cover increases, the level of magic beasts you encounter becomes higher. 1st-tier level 7, everywhere. You hide your breath and move from the shadows. Day 17. When you feel a 1st-tier level 8 energy fluctuation ahead, no less than that of a firestone turtle, you stop. You climb a fire tree with a good view and look ahead. Your gaze is immediately drawn. In the center of a 1-meter square water pool, there is a raised area resembling a solitary island in the center of a lake. At the center of the island, a flaming grass shines brightly, emitting a strong energy fluctuation. Surrounding the water pool are a large number of magic beasts. 1st-tier level 7 and 1st-tier level 8 are mixed among them. Their eyes on the grass are divided into fiery gazes. You find a 1st-tier level 6 magic beast on the periphery, ready to gather information. Under your praise, the 1st-tier level 6 magic beast, with a determined attitude, refuses to communicate with you. Helpless, you use the fist of love. Enveloped in your love, it tearfully confesses everything. The grass in the center of the water pool is called magic fireflower grass, a top-grade treasure. When magic beasts eat it, it can improve their aptitude and raise the level cap. Your eyes light up instantly. You know, that's what the black cat was talking about. On the 18th day, the water in the pool began to disappear at a visible speed. The flames on the magic spark grass started to weaken, gradually receding as the energy fluctuations intensified. The demons by the pool became excited. On the 19th day, the water in the pool had completely vanished. The magic spark grass was nearing maturity, with less than an hour to go. The flames around it were almost extinguished. When the flames vanished completely and receded, it would be fully mature. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. All the demons stared wide-eyed. Finally, the last flicker of flame vanished. The energy fluctuations of the magic spark grass disappeared instantly. The demons erupted in excitement, rushing forward eagerly. A great battle unfolded in an instant. Various skills filled the air. Even if you hit 100 meters away, you were still affected by the battle. You quickly moved further away, only to find more demons charging in from the periphery. You were drawn into the fight. With your water wall and liquefaction abilities, you dodged and maneuvered back and forth in the melee, moving towards the magic spark grass. Soon, you reached near the pool. The demons fighting here were all first tier level 8, unleashing various skills. You were accidentally hit by a pillar of fire, interrupting your liquefaction and revealing your form. Several first tier level 8 demons instantly charged towards you. You looked at the magic spark grass without hesitation and rushed towards it. A hawk's cry sounded. You felt a terrifying force pushing you from behind, followed by a scorching heat attacking you from behind. Water wall. Bang! The water wall shattered the moment it appeared. Your hand touched the magic spark grass. Without hesitation, as the attack from behind hit you, you swallowed the magic spark grass. An angry hawk's cry sounded behind you. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions. You exploded. You died. Flame resistance +5, explosion resistance +5, heavy impact defense +5, fire attribute skill damage +0, 5%, explosion defense +0, 5%. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 19 days of experience. 2. 19 days of physical fitness. 3. Flame resistance +2. Suchen stared at the simulated reward that ended, his eyes wide. Such generous rewards? Wow, this magic spark grass is amazing. Astonished, Suchen quickly chose option 2. He was eager to know if he had improved his aptitude and could continue leveling up. As the selection ended, a void force directly infused into his body. Suchen felt a powerful force emerging from his body, closed his eyes, and calmly accepted it. This force grew stronger with time. In less than a minute, his strength increased fourfold from before. And it didn't stop there. Suchen's body also began to change. Big, big, big. Until his body doubled in size, Suchen was almost in tears. Suddenly, his body began to shrink. Small, small, small. After shrinking back to his original size, the energy of his physical fitness became more condensed and solidified. His strength doubled again. His breath began to change. A faint dangerous aura emanated from Suchen. The entire transformation lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Suchen opened his eyes and gasped. A water column instantly shot out. Compared to before, it was thicker, longer, and more robust in its trajectory, less likely to be easily interrupted, with significantly increased destructive power. 21 meters. Increasing by 1 meter also multiplies the power. So damn strong. This is just the change in the water jet skill, all other skills have also been enhanced. Opening the panel. Character panel, Suchen race, slime, blue, level, first tier 8th level, 10. 0%. Attribute, water lifespan, 921 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6. 5%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 2%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced version, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar, water wall skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 80%. Resistance, flame resistance, 61, explosion resistance, 58, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 16, heavy blow defense, 9, achievements, slime in the mud, true dry child, flame rat's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, archfire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct little prince, explosion resistance, I'm serious. Evaluation, a bit self-protective, proficient in multiple fire skills, can move on land, a water slime that loves self-destruction. In 1 word, strong. In 2 words, strong among the strong. Suchen's gaze turned towards the direction of the water reservoir. Little King 8, I'm here. The battle began. All the monsters had entered the field, their eyes frequently glancing at the position of the fire demon Wolf King. Under the gaze of many monsters, the fire demon Wolf King appeared somewhat anxious, looking towards the periphery frequently. Beside it, the blue figure that should have been standing there had not appeared yet. Fire demon Wolf King, is that slime scared? Afraid to come? A first tier 7th level monster taunted. Several other first-tier 7th-level monsters looked at the Fire Demon Wolf King with the same unfriendly eyes. Previously, although the Fire Demon Wolf King was strong, it was not strong enough to dominate over all the monsters. Other monster groups could occasionally win and have water to drink. But after that slime arrived, it monopolized all victories in the battle. What made them even more resentful was that the Fire Fox King and Fire Snake King, who were originally incompatible with the Fire Demon Wolf King, kept idling in the battle. All these changes in the monster group happened after that slime arrived. From everyone being able to touch water before, to now, water being monopolized by the Fire Demon Wolf group. The Fire Demon Wolf King coldly glanced at the speaking monster, scared? A guy who can't even beat me is trash. The monster, upon hearing this, was furious. It knew the Fire Demon Wolf King was speaking the truth. But precisely because it was the truth, it hurt the most. With a fierce look, it turned to the few first-tier 7th-level monsters behind it. Since that slime isn't here, without it, defeating the Fire Demon Wolf King will give us access to water. After victory, we'll share the water. The few first-tier 7th-level monsters behind it agreed directly. Since that slime arrived, they had not drunk water again. The other first-tier 7th-level monsters idled, with only the Fire Demon Wolf King as their opponent. The few of them could easily defeat it by teaming up. Their conversation showed no intention of hiding their plans. Upon hearing this, the Fire Demon Wolf King's heart sank. It was strong, but not strong enough to defeat 7 or 8 same-level opponents. The battle began. The Fire Demon Wolf King looked deeply towards the periphery, but the figure it wanted to see was still missing. Where are you looking? Being careless against us. Seeking death. A fireball instantly hit the Fire Demon Wolf King. It winced in pain, let out a howl, gathered its focus, and engaged in battle with its opponents. However, facing 7 same-level monsters, the Fire Demon Wolf King was forced to retreat step by step. Moreover, these monsters had a playful intent in their actions. If they wished, they could even instantly kill the Fire Demon Wolf King. The Fire Fox King, Fire Snake King, and other recruited demons watched silently. If the Fire Demon Wolf King were to be defeated, they would not hesitate to abandon the agreement they had with him and stop believing in unrealistic things. Can't even defeat the same level? Still dreaming of killing a first-order 8th-level Firestone Turtle? How could the Fire Demon Wolf King not know their thoughts? It gritted its teeth and resisted desperately. If it were to lose, the plan would become even more difficult to implement. It couldn't lose. Bang! Several fireballs smashed into the Fire Demon Wolf King, burning all its fur, severely injuring it and causing it to fall to the ground. Several first-order 7th-level demons looked at each other, and the one who spoke first growled low, showing no mercy, as fireballs appeared in its mouth. All the demons present could see that they wanted to kill the Fire Demon Wolf King to the death. The Fire Demon Wolf Pack instantly became angry, and several first-order 6th-level demons rushed out but were instantly stopped. The Fire Demon Wolf King watched as the fireballs enlarged in its pupils, despair appearing in its eyes, and slowly closed its eyelids. Suddenly, a long and thick water column appeared instantly. The fireball collided with the water column, causing a sizzling mist to rise. The fireball dissipated in an instant, while the water column, with undiminished momentum, pierced through the first-order 7th-level demon spewing fireballs. Silence. A deathly silence. The Fire Demon Wolf King opened its eyes, seeing the first-order 7th-level demon dead in front of it, then looked around. A blue figure slowly approached through the path spontaneously cleared by the demons. Su Chen's gaze was calm as he walked to the Fire Demon Wolf King's side. "Brother, what's going on? You seem a bit weak." The Fire Demon Wolf King smiled bitterly, then its eyes widened suddenly. It sensed an incredibly powerful energy fluctuation emanating from Su Chen, similar to the Firestone Turtle. First, 8th level. All the demons present noticed the energy fluctuation on Su Chen. How is this possible? A first-order 8th-level water demon, an absolute nightmare for them. Su Chen looked at the remaining first-order 7th-level demons besieging the Fire Demon Wolf King. They were trembling all over at this moment, feeling endless terror enveloping them as they met Su Chen's gaze, sensing the imminent scythe of death. Su Chen spoke lightly, "Only one of you can survive, decide for yourselves." As soon as the words fell, the remaining 6 first-order 7th-level demons almost instantly began attacking each other. They were more vigorous than when they had jointly attacked the Fire Demon Wolf King. Blood and burnt smell filled the air. "Slime, you've gone too far. It's time for you to be taught a lesson." With the appearance of this voice, an extremely hot fireball instantly attacked Su Chen from the direction of the water reservoir. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the Firestone Turtle beside the water reservoir. "Little King 8, let me show you a demonstration of water manipulation." Water manipulation. The water column collided with the fireball, and after a few seconds of stalemate in the air, the fireball dissipated, ending the confrontation. The water column still had momentum and attacked the Firestone Turtle. Bang! A muffled sound as the Firestone Turtle heavily crashed into the pit wall of the water reservoir. The demons on the scene were once again shocked, their rapid breathing audible everywhere. Incredibly powerful, the Firestone Turtle that had occupied the water reservoir for over 10 years was defeated in just one move. The Firestone Turtle emerged from the water reservoir again, looking at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen disdainfully extended a hand and raised a middle finger. Little King 8, without strength, what are you pretending for? You dare to lecture me? Mocking words, but Su Chen's actions were relentless. With a swift movement, he closed the distance with the Firestone Turtle. Close enough. Watching Su Chen approach, the Firestone Turtle once again spat out a fireball. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Let me show you what a real fireball looks like. Fireball. A fireball larger than the one spat out by the Firestone Turtle appeared. Shock filled the Firestone Turtle's eyes. A water attribute demon using a fire attribute skill? The demons present were also shocked. Not only did it unleash a power that was even stronger than that of a real fire attribute monster, but the collision of the two fireballs was deafening. The fireball from the Firestone Turtle instantly shattered. Watching the fireball still charging towards itself, the Firestone Turtle's eyes widened in fear, and it quickly retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Boom! The fireball landed on top. Cracks appeared on the turtle shell. The Firestone Turtle breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a jet of water violently fell on the turtle shell. The shell began to crumble. The Firestone Turtle peeked out, incredulously staring at its own shell. How is this possible? Do you understand thermal expansion and contraction? Su Chen was not one to spare beasts when in the right. Pillar of fire. Boom! The Firestone Turtle was instantly hit. It was charred all over. The other monsters were shocked once again. Another fire attribute skill. This was the signature skill of the Fire Demon Wolf King. Su Chen looked at the Firestone Turtle, still showing signs of life. Good. I admire you. I've decided to have grilled turtle tonight. Foxfire. As three flames appeared, the Firefox King and the Firefox group all fell into a state of stupor. This was their unique skill as the Firefox clan. Boom! The Firestone Turtle turned into charcoal, devoid of life. Su Chen maintained a safe distance, and after a moment of calm, another jet of water shot out. The head of the Firestone Turtle was pierced directly, and a magic crystal rolled out. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, certain of the Firestone Turtle's demise. Approaching, he picked up the magic crystal. Feeling the power contained within, he turned around. In his sight were a group of monsters trembling in fear, their bodies trembling like chaff. Unbeknownst to them, one might think they were toiling madly for the continuation of their race. Invincibility is so lonely. Su Chen leisurely blew bubbles in the reservoir. The feeling of drinking water to his heart's content, how long had it been since he last experienced it? Refreshing. The magic crystal of the Firestone Turtle in his hand was gleaming from being soaked in water. Tired of playing with it? Transformation. Transform a first-order level 8 magic crystal, receive simulation points x 100. Remaining simulation points, 137. 95. Let's see how many simulation points are needed for one simulation after upgrading. Consuming simulation points x 200. Remaining simulation points 137. 95. Simulation failed. 200. It's not a big increase, but simulation points are getting harder to come by. Leaving the reservoir, he arrived at the edge of the pool. All the monsters at the edge of the reservoir were prostrated. They were gathered here, anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Su Chen, some of the monsters began to tremble again. Su Chen glanced around. Although the Fire Demon Wolf King was not lightly injured, with the powerful physique of monsters, it wouldn't be so easily finished off. It would recover after a period of rest. The other first-order level 7 monsters avoided his gaze, not daring to look at Su Chen. Ignoring them, Su Chen casually singled out the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf. Under the envious gazes of the other Fire Demon Wolves, the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf trembled as it walked out of the wolf pack. At this moment, it felt as if all hope was lost. It was over. With a 3-level difference, let alone resisting, it wouldn't even dare to disobey with a single glance. Go and dig out the magic crystals of those monsters for me. Su Chen pointed to the bodies of the several first-order level 7 monsters who had fallen in the melee just now. 6 first-order level 7 monsters, none of them survived in the end. In the desperate struggle for survival, each monster attacked with all its might. Knowing they were doomed, unable to hold on until the end, they did everything they could to prevent the other monsters from surviving. Cruel, yet very real. The one-eyed fire demon wolf trembled as it approached the pile of bodies. These 7 first-order level 7 monsters were usually the ones it looked up to. Except for the first monster killed by Suchen personally, the other 6 monsters only had a few words without any guarantee, leading to mutual fighting and ending up dead. Its claws plunged into the bodies, dissecting the magic crystals. The one-eyed fire demon wolf approached Suchen with 7 magic crystals in tow. Suchen wanted to convert them into simulation points, but as he looked at the crowd of magical beasts staring at him intently, he said, "Alright, stop staring at me, disperse." The magical beasts glanced at each other but didn't move. Suchen understood their meaning: exchange magic crystals for water, first come, first served for level 5 or higher magic crystals. After hearing this, the magical beasts slowly dispersed. The fire demon wolf king, accompanied by the wolf pack, prepared to leave. Suchen called out, "Brother, come. I'll give you water to drink." The fire demon wolf king was stunned. It couldn't believe what it was seeing in Suchen. To it, the upgraded Suchen was no longer on the same level as itself. He actually called it brother. He was willing to treat it as a brother. Touched, the fire demon wolf king seemed to have tears in its eyes. Seeing the fire demon wolf king's reaction, Suchen felt a bit embarrassed. Firstly, in the simulation, he was surrounded by a group of magical beasts, and the fire demon wolf king and its pack protected him in front, which was a gesture of goodwill. Secondly, if it weren't for the large amount of magic crystals found by the fire demon wolf king, he wouldn't have gathered enough simulation points to upgrade yet. If he let the fire demon wolf pack find more magic crystals to exchange for water, Suchen would feel like he wasn't being fair. You can't fleece every sheep when you fleece, you have to let the sheep grow some wool first. In the envious and jealous eyes of the other magical beasts, each fire demon wolf received water. Their gazes towards Suchen were no less than those towards their king. After drinking the water, they spontaneously went to search for magic crystals. The fire demon wolf king also went along, searching personally. Suchen was so moved he was almost in tears. "What great wolf brothers! Please give me another round." Returning to the fire tree where he stored the boxes, Suchen brought back a box. Looking at the hexagram pattern at the bottom of the water reservoir, as the night faded, the pattern's glow grew weaker. The water in the reservoir also began to recede. According to what the black cat said during the last simulation, this hexagram pattern was a magic array, but it was damaged. The crystals in his hand could power it, maintaining it for a month. After a month, he would still face a water shortage. Moreover, once he used the crystal as its power source, he wouldn't be able to use it for himself to increase his experience points. Suchen's gaze turned north. There lay treasures and new challenges that could help him break through. To go or not to go, these two thoughts spun in Suchen's mind. The magical beasts exchanged magic crystals for water with Suchen. In a few days, the simulation points surged significantly. Remaining simulation points, 874. 38 Suchen lay beside the water reservoir, playing with the crystal ball in his hand. After reaching level 8, he infused all the energy into it, causing a slight disturbance. It seemed like a powerful force was about to burst out from it. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough follow-up energy to trigger the energy within the crystal ball. Suchen's gaze shifted to the magical beast group. In these few days, besides searching for magic crystals, some magical beasts had started leaving for other places. Among them, the fire snake group had undergone a mass migration. The fire snake king didn't even want the fire energy fruit anymore and left overnight with the tribe. Today, only a few dozen magic crystals came in, and the magical beasts are finding fewer and fewer magic crystals. Tomorrow, the ant tide will appear. Suchen looked up at the night sky, carrying the crystal into the water reservoir, immersing himself in the murky water. These good days were numbered. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 884. 38-inch Suchen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Let's start a beautiful day with a simulation. Consuming simulation points x 200, remaining simulation points 684. 38, simulation begins. On the first day, the magical beast group lived peacefully. Suddenly, a commotion arose. The ant tide appeared. The demon beasts in your words had already sensed the impending ant tide. Consequently, a large number of demon beasts swiftly formed two lines, creating a defensive line. As you gave the command, a fireball burst forth directly. The ant tide was instantly decimated by half. Following that, the second line of demon beasts exchanged positions with the first line. Another fireball erupted. Under your continuous commands and fireball attacks, the ant tide, surprisingly, only lasted for a dozen minutes before turning into a pile of corpses. You watched this scene with a faint smile. Unbeknownst to you, at the rear of the ant tide, a dark red ant with compound eyes was fixated on your figure. The next day, the one-eyed fire demon wolf leveled up and gained the favor of the fire demon wolf king. With your help, the fire demon wolf pack became the most powerful group of demon beasts here. On the third day, water became scarce. You knew it was time to leave. You bid farewell to the fire demon wolf king and transferred the rights to the water reservoir to it. After killing a snake demon beast, you made a water bottle from its skin, filled it with water, and left with a box, under the reluctant gaze of the fire demon wolf king. On the fourth day, you didn't travel fast, taking in all the scenery along the way. On the fifth day, you arrived 200 meters away from the Manhwa firegrass, finding shelter in a fire tree. You observed the situation ahead, noticing more and more demon beasts gathering towards the Manhwa firegrass. Among them were many first-tier level 7 demon beasts, with some level 8 ones mixed in. However, you didn't spot any first-tier level 9 demon beasts. You kept a low profile, quietly observing. On the sixth day, you waited quietly, probing for potential dangers, aiming to eliminate all risks. On the seventh day, you didn't detect any danger, but you felt that danger was always present. This cautious demeanor is commendable. In the previous simulation, I was ultimately killed by something inexplicable. Anyone capable of easily killing me is definitely not a simple fellow. That eagle cry. I hope this time I can survive a bit longer. On the 8th day, you tried to find suspicious traces but found nothing. On the 14th day, the water in the pond where the Manhwa firegrass was located decreased by half. You knew that when the water completely disappeared, it meant the Manhwa firegrass was ripe. You were well aware that this moment would arrive tomorrow. You prepared and waited. On the 15th day, you widened your eyes, watching the last drop of water vanish. Your body had liquefied, passing through the demon beast crowd towards the empty pond. The flames surrounding the Manhwa firegrass retracted, making it appear like an ordinary grass. Your figure had already appeared beside the empty pond. In your liquid form, you suddenly emerged and lunged towards the Manhwa firegrass. Several first-tier level 8 demon beasts nearby noticed you and simultaneously unleashed their skills towards you. You cast a water wall to block the attacks from behind. Grabbing the Manhwa firegrass, feeling its heat, before you could rejoice, you heard an eagle cry. A wave of heat surged towards you. You swiftly turned around, seeing a 3-meter wingspan red giant eagle flying rapidly towards you. It's the Flame Eagle. A first-tier level 8 demon beast recognized the incoming eagle, fearfully retreating to the side. You could tell that the Flame Eagle's target was the Manhwa firegrass in your hand. In an instant, a plan formed in your mind. Hastily, you raised the Manhwa firegrass above your head. Big brother Flame Eagle, please don't kill me. The Flame Eagle's eyes locked onto you, swiftly descending in front of you. You breathed a sigh of relief. Swiftly, you threw a fireburst stone at the Flame Eagle. The Flame Eagle hesitated for a moment, seemingly surprised that you dared to attack. It disdainfully glanced at the fireburst stone, flapping its wings. Splashing water. Hit. Water wall. Boom. The explosion occurred in an instant, shattering the water wall. You were pushed back several meters by the powerful shockwave. As you climbed up from the ground, you saw that under the power of the explosive stones, a first-order level 8 magical beast closest to the Flame Eagle died on the spot. Even a first-order level 8 magical beast without the strong defensive capabilities of the Firestone Turtle could not withstand the power of the explosive stones. You felt surprised. Then, something even more surprising happened. Before the explosion's ripples could settle, a figure rushed out from the center of the explosion. The Flame Eagle with a broken wing staggered towards you. You quickly released your skills. Splashing water. Fox fire. Fire pillar. Fireball. Several skills hit the Flame Eagle at once. It felt the pain, but its shape remained unchanged, and its speed did not slow down much as it charged towards you. Water wall. Bang! The water wall instantly shattered. The Flame Eagle's eyes were filled with hatred and rage, ready to engulf you. You launched an attack. Damn it! Die with me! You swallowed a magic fire spark grass, fire energy fruit, and crystal stone. 3 terrifying forces exploded inside you. The Flame Eagle's eyes showed extreme fear, wanting to escape, but it was too late. Boom! You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance +5, fire resistance +3, achievement unlocked Big Mix Blast. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 15 days of experience. 2. 15 days of physical fitness. New achievement. Big Mix Blast? Big Mix Blast. There is a tiny chance of triggering an explosion when using fire attribute skills. Note 1. Permanently increases explosion resistance by 5. Note 2. When multiple explosive substances explode inside the body, it can enhance the explosion's effect. Note 3, this achievement is not affected by any negative status. Note 4, this achievement can be upgraded. What does it mean to enhance the explosion effect with Note 2? Is it a brutal explosion? In general, it's a passive skill that enhances damage with a probability. I just wonder, how small is this tiny probability? Su Chen remembered the last achievement marked with a tiny probability was Self-Destruct Little Prince, with a tiny chance of a double explosion occurring during an explosion. Let's take a look at the current panel, appreciate it. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first order level 8, 48, 12%. Attribute, water lifespan, 932 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6. 5%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 2%. Skills, splashing water, mud enhanced version, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar, water wall skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 80%. Resistance, fire resistance, 64, explosion resistance, 63, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 16, heavy blow defense, 9, achievements, big mix blast. Slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't, arch-fire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct little prince. Explosion defense, I'm serious. Evaluation, a somewhat self-protective individual, proficient in multiple fire skills, able to move on land, a water slime that enjoys self-destruction. Seeing the experience points column, Su Chen's eyes widened. This big mix is so satisfying to eat. Experience points soaring. At this rate, with 2 more rounds, I might level up again. Strike while the iron is hot, maybe I can level up today. And that dark red ant, I need to figure out its strength. Consuming 200 simulation points, 484. 38 simulation points remaining, simulation initiated. On the first day, the ant tide emerged. Prepared well in advance, even rehearsed under your command, the Warcraft group successfully taught the fire ants how to act like ants. Amidst the scattered fire ant corpses, you reached the rear of the ant tide. From a distance, you saw that dark red ant. The dark red ant also noticed you. You sensed a powerful aura emanating from it. Feeling uneasy, without hesitation, you turned and ran. Despite the 100-meter gap between you, the dark red ant was suddenly behind you. Feeling the fierce wind behind you, you panicked. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't chase me. The dark red fire ant showed no mercy. Water wall. Bang! Like paper, the water wall shattered instantly, splitting your body in half. You died. Sharp defense plus 5. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. A day's experience. 2. A day's physical fitness. Su Chen fell silent. After a while, he sighed. Damn, that was a well-played death. Choosing 1. A wave of memories flooded his mind. The image of the dark red ant appeared vividly in his mind. The fear facing the dark red ant, the agony of being torn apart, all felt like first-hand experiences. This ant might be stronger than that flame eagle. No, I need to simulate a move quickly, see if it will cause trouble. Su Chen started to panic. If this dark red ant caused trouble, tomorrow would be his end. He wouldn't last around under its hands. If it caused trouble, he had to run overnight. Simulate again. Consuming 200 simulation points, 284. 38 simulation points remaining, simulation initiated. On the first day, the peaceful life of the Warcraft group was disrupted. With a commotion, the ant tide appeared. Watching the red tide like ant tide, you calmly gave orders. The Warcraft group, informed in advance by you, was already aware of the impending ant tide. Under your command, the Warcraft group quickly formed 2 lines, creating a defense line. Following your orders, a round of fireballs erupted. Half of the ant tide was instantly wiped out. Then, the second row of Warcraft exchanged positions with the first row. Another round of fireballs erupted. Under your continuous commands and fireball attacks, the ant tide lasted only about 10 minutes before turning into a pile of corpses. You watched this scene with a faint smile. Yet, your eyes still held concern, staring firmly at the rear of the ant tide. As the night deepened, the dark red ant did not appear. On the second day, the one-eyed fire demon wolf rose to tier 6 and gained the trust of the fire demon wolf king. With your help, the fire demon wolf group became the most powerful group of beasts in the area. On the third day, the water in the reservoir decreased. You knew it was time to leave. Bidding farewell to the fire demon wolf king, you transferred the rights to the reservoir to it. You killed a snake demon beast, made a water bottle out of it, and left with water and a box. On the fourth day, you didn't travel fast, and slowly reached the place where the growth magic fireflower grass grew. On the 5th day, 200 meters away from the magic fireflower grass, you found a fire tree to shelter. Ahead, more and more beasts gathered towards the magic fireflower grass. Among them, you saw many tier 7 beasts and even tier 8 beasts mixed in. However, you didn't spot any tier 9 beasts. You waited patiently. On the 6th day, you knew the last appearance of the flame eagle would be your biggest enemy. You decided what to do. On the 7th day, you used liquefaction to approach the water's edge near the growth magic fireflower grass, observing the water in the pond. You reached out and absorbed a bit of water. You found that the water was extremely hot, so you retracted your hand and stopped absorbing. On the 8th day, you continued to observe. On the 14th day, the water in the pool next to the magic spark grass dropped by half. You knew that when the water completely disappeared, it meant that the magic spark grass was fully mature. You were also well aware that this moment would be tomorrow. The surrounding monsters were also aware and began to move towards the pool. Using liquefaction, you found the best position. Suddenly, you felt a whirlwind passing through the sky. Looking up, you saw a black shadow swiftly streaking across the sky. You guessed it was the flame eagle. Coming up with a plan, you placed the explosive stone at the bottom of the pool. On the 15th day, you widened your eyes as you watched the last drop of water disappear. The flames surrounding the magic spark grass all retracted, making it look like an ordinary plant. In an instant, you appeared directly and pounced towards the magic spark grass. Several first-order level 8 monsters noticed your suspicious behavior and simultaneously shot their skills at you. You released a water wall to block the attacks from behind. Grabbing the magic spark grass, you felt the heat in your hands. Screech! A screech of an eagle sounded, accompanied by a whirlwind heading towards you. Without looking up, you directly used the water skill towards the explosive stone at the bottom of the pool. Boom! An explosion occurred instantly. The flame eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters did not anticipate such a strong attack. Its whole body was surrounded by the explosion. Protected by the water wall, you were instantly lifted by the explosion. A small part of your body was destroyed by the blast. Without looking back, you knew the flame eagle couldn't be killed by the explosion. Quickly liquefying, you moved towards the forest with the magic spark grass. After a moment, an eagle screech sounded. Your heart tightened, and you quickly hid in a bush. Behind you, the eagle screeches became more frequent. Then, you saw a large number of monsters, under the control of the flame eagle, entering the forest to search for you. A first-order level 7 monster came to the bush where you were hiding. It seemed to have discovered something and plunged in. Water skill. Its head instantly exploded. The commotion attracted other monsters. Cursing under your breath, you liquefied your body and moved again. After evading for a while, you noticed that the flame eagle did not enter the forest. You relaxed slightly. Suddenly, a first-order level 8 flame burrowing mole monster spotted you. It was gathering energy in its mouth to release a skill. You quickly raised the magic spark grass. Lead me out, and I'll split the magic spark grass with you. The flame burrowing mole hesitated for a moment, stopped the skill, and burrowed into the ground. A hole appeared instantly on the ground. Hesitating for a moment, you directly liquefied your body and followed it. The flame burrowing mole did a good job of digging the hole. You followed it for a long distance until it finally stopped and stared at you. Split it with me. You had no idea where you were. Coldly, you said, take me to the surface, and I'll split it with you immediately. A smirk appeared in the flame burrowing mole's eyes. I don't trust you. Then, it suddenly spewed flames beside it. You were stunned, then realized the hole it dug collapsed directly. You were instantly buried under the soil. The flame burrowing mole smugly pushed away the soil in front of you, greedily eyeing the magic spark grass in your hand. I changed my mind, it's mine now. You knew from the start that the flame burrowing mole never intended to split with you, it wanted to keep it all for itself. Buried under the soil and unable to propel upwards to the surface, you became furious. Damn it! Die, you old rat! Foxfire! Fireball! Water skill! Pillar of fire! At such a close distance, you would think the flame burrowing mole was doomed for sure. But it was only momentarily surprised, quickly burrowing away to another spot, narrowly avoiding the fireball. Your skill blasted a big hole in front of you, but in an instant, the earth collapsed, filling the gap. You felt the air thinning, making you uncomfortable. You paused. I not only need water, but also air? Suddenly, the flame burrowing mole returned. This time, it looked at you cautiously, its eyes darting, seemingly contemplating how to kill you. You spoke up. How about we make a deal? The flame burrowing mole stared at you, silent. Release me, and I'll teach you a new skill. The flame burrowing mole hesitated for a moment, then eagerness flickered in its eyes, quickly replaced by wariness. You think you can trick me into sending you to the surface? Impossible. Unless you teach me the skill right now, or I'll kill you. You knew you couldn't deceive it. At the same time, its threat made you uneasy. The flame-burrowing mole waited, its gaze falling on the box you carried. Give me the box. Only then did you notice that the box had been damaged from the explosions and running around. The energy from the crystal ball and crystal stones leaked out faintly. Opening the box, you said, "Come and take it yourself." The flame-burrowing mole greedily approached. You smiled faintly, swallowing the magic fireweed, fire energy fruit, and crystal stones. Threaten me. Let's die together. 3 terrifying forces exploded inside you. Fear filled the flame-burrowing mole's eyes as it tried to escape, but it was too late. Explosion effect enhanced. Boom! Boom! Double explosion. You exploded. You died. Explosion resistance plus 10, fire resistance plus 2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 15 days of experience. 2. 15 days of physical fitness. Hiss. Both achievements triggered? Another enhancement of the explosion effect and a double explosion. How afraid are they of me not dying? Su-chen was too exhausted to comment. But this increased explosion resistance is really something. A full 10 points. Choose the second option. A surge of power flowed into Su-chen's body. He felt noticeably stronger. Opening the panel. Character panel, Su-chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 8th level, 64. 59%. Attribute, water lifespan, 942 days. Resistance, fire resistance, 66. Explosion resistance, 73. Poison resistance, 5. The experience gain has decreased. As expected. However, the good news was that as long as Su-chen didn't go looking for trouble, the dark red fire ant wouldn't bother him. Knowing this, Su-chen felt much relieved. But that flame-burrowing mole dared to play with me. It will taste its flesh sooner or later. 284 simulation points remaining. It's unrealistic to level up in one go. Better keep them just in case. Su-chen stood up and approached the fire demon wolf pack. The one-eyed fire demon wolf happened to be among them. Seeing Su-chen entering the pack and heading towards it, its heart raced. Su-chen noticed the special gaze of the one-eyed fire demon wolf, hesitated for a moment, then chose to take a detour. Arriving in front of the fire demon wolf king, Su-chen looked at the dozens of magic crystals around it and nodded. The quality of these magic crystals was good, mostly first-tier 6th-grade magic crystals. With his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, Su-chen spoke with a melancholic expression, "When I'm gone, the water reservoir will be in your hands." The fire demon wolf king was stunned, its eyes widening. It couldn't believe its ears. Until he confirmed with Su-chen, the fire demon wolf king was so moved that tears almost welled up in his eyes. He made up his mind to personally supervise and make the wolf pack search for more magic crystals. Su-chen grinned. The reservoir wouldn't last much longer without water, so it was a good opportunity to do a favor for the fire demon wolf king. It was a good motivation for it to lead the wolf pack and work harder to find more magic crystals in these last few days while Su-chen was still around. Consider it. Plucking the wolf's fur one last time. Su-chen knew how to do it. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 294. 38. Su-chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. A beautiful day begins with facing the ant tide. Su-chen emerged from the reservoir and looked into the distance. All the magical beasts were ready. Under Su-chen's guidance and instructions, they had already completed a rehearsal yesterday to ensure everything went smoothly. When the fire demon wolf king saw Su-chen coming out of the reservoir, he dashed over excitedly. Su-chen asked, "How's the situation?" The fire demon wolf king shook his head. "The wolf pack we sent out didn't find any traces of the fire ants." "No traces found?" Su-chen felt somewhat surprised. Those fire ants couldn't have appeared out of thin air, could they? That was clearly impossible. Thinking of the terror of those dark red ants, he decided not to stir up trouble. Su-chen immediately ordered, "Have the wolf pack come back." The fire demon wolf king agreed and howled, and the remaining fire demon wolves rushed out to bring back the wolf pack. "Brother, how many more magic crystals have been found?" "They're all over there." Su-chen followed the fire demon wolf pack to the pile of magic crystals they had found. The quality was somewhat poor, so after a glance, Su-chen looked away and sent the fire demon wolf king to arrange the defense against the ant tide. Looking around, there were no magical beasts paying attention. Transformation. Transform 1 first level 6th grade magic crystal, receive simulation points x2. Transform 1 first level 6th grade magic crystal, receive simulation points x2. Transform 1 first level 5th grade magic crystal, receive simulation points x0. 1. Dozens of magic crystals were transformed, yielding 63. 8 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 358. 18. After transforming all the magic crystals, Su-chen seemed to sense something, raised his head, and looked towards the outskirts. A red tide was rushing towards the spring. The magical beasts immediately became restless. The ant tide. Su-chen's eyes flickered as he released the water veil skill towards the sky. A pillar of water rose, and all the magical beasts quieted down, forming two orderly lines. The ant tide approached. Su-chen watched closely. These fire ants looked very similar to the ones he had killed in the ant nest, just much higher in level. The fire ants in the ant tide were all first level 4th grade. As they drew closer, Su-chen gestured to the fire demon Wolf King. The fire demon Wolf King quickly howled. Upon hearing its voice, the first row of magical beasts unleashed fireball skills. Originally, Su-chen was the one giving orders in the simulation, but he thought better of it and decided that personally commanding the magical beasts would be too conspicuous. If the dark red ants held a grudge, it would be troublesome. As a good brother, Su-chen assigned this important task to the fire demon Wolf King. The fire demon Wolf King was thrilled, seeing it as a sign of Su-chen's appreciation. With the howl of the fire demon Wolf King, a barrage of fireballs erupted from the magical beast group, striking towards the ant tide. Many fire ants were killed instantly. However, the ant tide wasn't just blindly charging forward. A large number of fireballs surged out from the ant tide, more than the magical beast group had shot, attacking the magical beast group. Su-chen was slightly surprised. This scenario hadn't occurred in the simulation. Fortunately, the level of the fire ants in the ant tide was one tier lower than that of the magical beasts in the group. The seemingly numerous fireball attacks did not cause much harm to the demon beast group. Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to the fire demon Wolf King. The fire demon Wolf King immediately let out a howl. The second row of demon beasts took over from the first row, and another round of fireballs surged out, directly smashing towards the ant tide. Under these 2 rounds of fireball attacks, the ant tide was reduced by half. The demon beast group suffered only a small number of casualties. There was no need for Su-chen to command further. The fire demon Wolf King already knew what to do. Su-chen looked solemnly towards the rear of the ant tide. Until all the ants in the tide were dead, the dark red figure did not appear, and Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The fire ants were not small in size. With such a large number, it was enough to feed the demon beast group for a while. The demon beast group seemed very pleased. Not only did they defeat enemies far outnumbering themselves, but they also obtained a large amount of food. With the bodies of these fire ants, there was no need to worry about food for a while. The admiring eyes of the demon beasts turned towards Su-chen. Although the fire demon Wolf King gave the orders, they all knew that Su-chen was the mastermind behind everything. Su-chen looked at the water reservoir. Everyone did well. Tonight, no need for magic crystals, every demon beast can have water. The demon beast group immediately cheered. Except for the first few days when magic crystals were easy to find, they became increasingly difficult to locate. The difficulty of exchanging magic crystals for water also began to rise. However, Su-chen did not deliberately make it difficult for them. Regardless of how many magic crystals they provided, as long as they searched earnestly, Su-chen gave them just the right amount of water. Not too much, not too little. Whether it was a full meal or just enough, Su-chen would make the choice. If the water given was too little and the pressure too harsh, rebellion would follow. Su-chen understood the art of balance. Looking at the demon beast group's adoring eyes, Su-chen felt a sense of pride. I'm truly a versatile talent. That night, water began to flow in the reservoir, and Su-chen led the fire demon wolf pack to distribute water to the demon beasts. Every demon beast received water, happily nibbling on fire ants and drinking water, enjoying themselves. Late at night, the demon beast group quieted down. Apart from some nocturnal demon beasts, the others gathered in their circles to rest. Su-chen surveyed the demon beast group and returned to the water reservoir. Opening the box, he held the magic crystals and comfortably entered dreamland surrounded by water. A quarter of an hour later, the fire demon Wolf King, alert in its sleep, stood up, looked around, and then puzzledly lay back down. Behind it, a dark red ant approached the water reservoir, looking at the sleeping Su-chen at the bottom of the pool, raising its sharp blade-like foot. Suddenly, great fear appeared in the dark red ant's eyes. Several meters ahead in the shadows, a pair of yellow eyes stared straight at it. The dark red ant had no doubt that if it made another move, the owner of those eyes would turn it into pieces. The black cat emerged from the shadows, its eyes disdainfully scanning the dark red ant. Scram! The dark red ant trembled as if granted amnesty, shivering as it lowered its side-like foot and swiftly fled to the outskirts. The black cat walked to the water reservoir, gazing at the sleeping Su-chen at the bottom of the pool, its eyes flickering slightly with curiosity and exploration. Breaking through the bottleneck. First order 8th level. At that moment, the Su-chen at the bottom of the pool seemed to sense the gaze and was about to open his eyes. Seeing this, the black cat retreated, walking elegantly towards the distance and quickly disappearing into the shadows. Su-chen opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Why do I feel like there are troublemakers plotting against me? One day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 368. 18-inch Su-chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. A beautiful day began. He went to the Fire Demon Wolf Pack to collect magic crystals as usual. After conversion, he only obtained 34. 2 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 402. 38 Su-chen glanced at the wolf pack and happened to see the one-eyed fire demon wolf. Calculating the time, it was just today. Su-chen squinted his eyes and looked at the fire demon wolf king. Brother, your subordinate will be promoted later. The fire demon wolf king followed Su-chen's gaze towards the one-eyed fire demon wolf. It remembered clearly that Su-chen had once recommended this wolf to it. A first-level 5th-grade fire demon wolf, even with one eye, was considered the bottom of the fire demon wolf pack. However, during yesterday's battle against the Ant Tide, the fire demon wolf king noticed some remarkable qualities in this one-eyed wolf. But, an upgrade was impossible. Among the wolf pack, there were many first-level 5th-grade fire demon wolves stronger than the one-eyed wolf in terms of energy fluctuations. Su-chen smiled. Don't believe me? The fire demon wolf king nodded. It trusted its own judgment and understanding of the wolf pack. Wanna bet? The fire demon wolf king earnestly assessed the one-eyed fire demon wolf. Hearing their conversation, the one-eyed fire demon wolf became nervous, unsure where to look. Su-chen raised his hand, signaling the one-eyed fire demon wolf to come over. The one-eyed fire demon wolf hurried closer. The fire demon wolf king was certain that this one-eyed wolf wouldn't upgrade today. It looked at Su-chen. Deal. Su-chen looked at the one-eyed fire demon wolf with a smile. If I win, it will succeed you as the wolf king. If I lose, the fire energy fruit will be yours. The fire demon wolf king was stunned. It was perfectly fine. Why was its position as the wolf king being targeted? The one-eyed fire demon wolf was also stunned. It was just a first-level 5th-grade fire demon wolf, and with only one eye, its combat power was inferior to other fire demon wolves of the same level. Among the wolf pack, there were many fire demon wolves stronger than it. The position of the wolf king was something it didn't dare to dream of. The fire demon wolf king scrutinized the one-eyed fire demon wolf once more. Su-chen's confidence in his words even made it doubt itself. Could it be that it had underestimated the high potential talent of this one-eyed wolf? After being stared at by the wolf king for a long time, the one-eyed fire demon wolf felt uneasy. Its gaze shifted to Su-chen. Being valued by Su-chen in such a way left it feeling tangled inside. It knew very well why Su-chen treated it so well. Just thinking about that scene made it feel a bit nervous. After looking at the one-eyed fire demon wolf for a while, the fire demon wolf king couldn't discern any special traits about it. This made it even more doubtful. The fire energy fruit was no ordinary treasure. Consuming it could even push one to the first level 8th grade. Using it as a bet. For Su-chen, it was nothing. After consuming the fire energy fruit several times in the simulation, it had lost its effectiveness. The fire demon wolf king was determined to win, smiling confidently. Then the fire energy fruit will be mine. Su-chen smiled and returned to the water reservoir. I can start simulating now. Consuming 200 simulation points, remaining simulation points 202. 38, simulation begins. On the first day, the one-eyed fire demon wolf upgrades. The fire demon wolf king stares at you in disbelief, extremely shocked. On the second day, you realize it's time for you to leave. You kill a snake demon beast and make a water bottle from its skin, filling it with water. You bid farewell to the fire demon wolf king and the one-eyed fire demon wolf. On the third day, you don't move fast, taking in the scenery along the way. You notice the sky in this world is very blue, the clouds very white, like something out of a fairy tale. Feeling something in your heart, you decide to do something. So, you stop to rest for a while. On the fourth day, you arrive at the location of the magic fire spark grass. You're early, and there aren't many magic beasts here. Only a few scattered first-level 7th grade magic beasts are present, the rest being first-level 6th grade ones. As a first-level 8th grade, you become the ruler here as soon as you appear. On the 5th day, you discovered that the water in the pool where the magic spark grass was located was not hot. You tried to absorb some and felt a slight increase in your own energy. You hesitated for a moment, wanting to absorb more. However, you found that absorbing more water did not enhance your own energy. Instead, it made the flames around the magic spark grass slightly weaker. You immediately understood that absorbing the water in the pool would delay the growth of the magic spark grass. You needed the magic spark grass. You could feel that every time you consumed the magic spark grass, your aptitude would increase by a point, although its effect on you was starting to diminish. On the 6th day, you disappeared within the range of the magic spark grass. The magical beasts in the area immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You hid in a fire tree 200 meters away from the magic spark grass. You took out a crystal ball and tried to infuse it with energy. The energy in your body was quickly drained by the crystal ball. A faint light appeared on the crystal ball, then dimmed. You felt exhausted. After resting for a while, your energy was replenished. To your amazement, you found that there was a slight excess of energy in your body. You infused all the energy into the crystal ball again, then replenished your energy, only to find that your energy had increased slightly once more. Each increase in energy represented an increase in your strength. You were stunned, and you began to experiment frantically, oscillating between being drained and replenished with energy. On the 7th day, you continued with the experiments. Drained, replenished. Drained, replenished. Drained, replenished. On the 8th day, you were still conducting experiments. Drained, replenished. On the 9th day, you spent another day experimenting. You were certain that using this method could enhance your strength. You named this method exhaustion technique, meaning that after energy depletion, strength would further advance. On the 10th day, you became addicted to the exhaustion technique. This method, which allowed you to clearly feel the enhancement of your strength, fascinated you. Being able to enhance your strength without relying on crystal stones meant that you had found your own way to improve. You were so excited that you wanted to cry. You became more obsessed with using the exhaustion technique. Between exhaustion and replenishment, you tirelessly indulged in this cycle. Damn! This is amazing! Seeing the simulated text, Su-chen was stunned, then quickly took out the crystal ball and infused it with energy. All the energy was absorbed, and Su-chen felt exhausted. The process of waiting for energy to recover was originally brief, but for the current Su-chen, it felt long. After the energy was replenished, Su-chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his energy had indeed increased slightly. Su-chen was so excited that he trembled all over. Ha ha ha! In a novel, I would be the expert who can create his own cultivation techniques. Before this, other magical beasts could rely on consuming each other to absorb energy from flesh and blood, to level up, but he couldn't. Other magical beasts could rely on bloodlines to grow with age and level up, but he couldn't. It was all because he was a slime with low aptitude. With the existence of the simulator, Su-chen seemed to level up quickly. But he was always aware that without the simulator, without crystal stones, he would be nothing, wouldn't survive 3 days. He also knew that the simulator was his cheat, and crystal stones were a kind of cheat too. Adding cheats on top of cheats made his level up faster. However, all of these were external forces. Before this, he didn't have a way to improve his strength and level up solely relying on himself. Now he did. The exhaustion technique was truly his own thing. Even if it was just a slight improvement each time, it brought peace of mind. Su-chen's round face lit up with a lovely smile. This feeling is so damn awesome. This feeling of exhaustion, like being rewarded multiple times in a row, need to find something to replenish. On the 11th day, the water in the pool began to recede. You noticed the flames surrounding the magic spark grass starting to dim. More and more magical beasts gathered. First tier level 8 magical beasts were mixed in. The weaker first tier level 6 magical beasts had turned into food for the first tier level 7 and 8 magical beasts. Among the first tier level 8 magical beasts, you spotted the existence of the flame-burrowing mole. You smirked as you approached. The flame-burrowing mole keenly sensed your presence, visibly surprised by your attributes upon seeing you. You flashed a cute smile and started conversing with it. The flame-burrowing mole, sensing no malice from you, engaged in conversation. Through your interaction, you gained some information. Besides enhancing aptitude, the magic spark grass could also boost energy, aiding magical beasts in breaking through bottlenecks. You nodded inwardly, confirming what you already knew. After spraying some water at the flame-burrowing mole and showing your goodwill, you successfully bonded with it as brothers. On the 12th day, only half of the water in the pool remained, and the flames surrounding the magic spark grass had also significantly receded. All magical beasts knew that the magic spark grass was about to mature. You were well aware that tomorrow would be its time to mature. A shadow swiftly passed over the ground, accompanied by the cry of an eagle. You looked up and saw a 3-meter wingspan flame eagle flying by. Its eyes were fixed intently on the magic spark grass. The flame-burrowing mole anxiously spoke. The flame eagle has its eyes on the magic spark grass. We have almost no chance. After a moment of thought, you spoke. The power of a single magical beast may not be great, but together, they might stand a chance. The flame-burrowing mole was moved by your words, looking at you. Watching the flame eagle fly away and become a small lip, you smiled and said, I have a plan, wanna hear it? On the 13th day, when the last trace of water in the pool disappeared, the flames surrounding the magic spark grass were completely absorbed into it. At this moment, the magic spark grass appeared as inconspicuous as an ordinary plant, but no magical beast underestimated it. Their gazes were all intensely fervent. A first-tier level 8 magical beast, acting out of line, rushed forward. You locked eyes with the flame-burrowing mole and simultaneously launched an attack. The first-tier level 8 magical beast was instantly wounded, halting in its tracks. After scanning the surroundings and finding no other magical beasts moving, you breathed a sigh of relief. Since bonding with the flame-burrowing mole yesterday, you had been persuading other magical beasts. The message was simple: do not kill the flame eagle, or the magic spark grass would not fall into their hands. You knew these magical beasts were not fools. As expected, they all agreed. Just then, a cry of an eagle sounded. All first-tier level 8 magical beasts raised their heads, watching as the flame eagle descended from the sky towards the magic spark grass. Get ready! You first used the water jet skill, attacking the flame eagle. Following the water column, dozens of fire attribute skills gushed out directly. The flame eagle never expected that these lower-level magical beasts would dare to attack it. It let out an angry cry, and 2 fireballs appeared, hitting 2 first-tier level 8 magical beasts accurately. The 2 magical beasts were instantly severely injured, their bodies charred. The flame eagle's attack did not stop. 2 more fireballs appeared. 2 magical beasts died on the spot. Feeling the gap between you and the flame eagle, you looked at the flame-burrowing mole. It was already considering retreat, its small eyes searching for an escape route. You immediately spoke, brother, I have a way to kill it, and I need your help. The flame-burrowing mole hesitated for a moment, then, in a daze, you stuffed a fireburst stone into its claws. You looked at it solemnly. Brother, I have high hopes for you. Take it and throw it towards the flame eagle. Then quickly burrow underground. After saying that, you distanced yourself from it and released the water skill towards the flame eagle with all your might. The flame-burrowing mouse, originally skeptical, became firm as it saw your determination. The flame eagle was about to reach the ground. The flame-burrowing mouse suddenly threw the explosive stone in its hand. Boom! An explosion occurred instantly. The flame eagle was engulfed by the blast. The flame-burrowing mouse's pupils contracted, swiftly burrowing underground and peeking out with a small eye. Screech! A screech of an eagle sounded as the flame eagle, bloodied and blurry from the explosion, emerged with eyes full of extreme fury locked onto the flame-burrowing mouse. The magic spark grass was no longer needed as it charged directly towards the flame-burrowing mouse. The flame-burrowing mouse, in a moment of panic, looked at you. Slime, help! It froze as you had already picked the magic spark grass at that moment. You heard the voice of the flame-burrowing mouse, turned back, and showed it a cute smile. Good brother, you owe me for the last time you buried my debt, so I'll take some interest first. Then, you swiftly liquefied and fled into the distance. It was only then that the flame-burrowing mouse realized it had been deceived. It was just your bait. Behind you, the ground was continuously bombarded with booming sounds. The flame-burrowing mouse didn't last long before being blasted into pieces by the angry flame eagle. On the 14th day, you found a safe environment and stopped. You took out the fire energy fruit and put it in your mouth. It melted upon entry, and eating it made no difference. Your body showed no change. The effect of the fire energy fruit no longer had any impact on you. Your gaze turned to the magic spark grass, hesitated for a moment, and then consumed it. As a surge of energy erupted within you, you could clearly feel the enhancement of your strength and potential. You sensed that an upgrade was not far off. Screech! A screech of an eagle sounded, and as you looked up, you saw the flame eagle glaring angrily at you. It had seen you consume the magic spark grass. Now, it wanted to devour you. Foxfire, fire pillar, water skill, fireball. The flame eagle did not dodge or evade, allowing your skills to strike it. The appearance of injuries and the blood flowing out only fueled its ferocity. Water wall, shattered. Seeing this, you directly swallowed a crystal stone, raised a middle finger without hesitation, and said, "Come with me." Boom! You exploded. You died, gaining flame resistance +2. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 14 days of experience. 2. 14 days of physical fitness. 3. Flame resistance +2. Without hesitation, you chose option 2. With a surge of ethereal power infused into your body, Su Chen felt significantly stronger. As Su Chen wanted to check his status panel, he was distracted by a commotion. Among the fire demon wolf pack, the energy fluctuations on the one-eyed fire demon wolf became stronger, and its body began to change. The fire demon wolf king widened its eyes, astonished by the transformation of the one-eyed fire demon wolf. After a moment, all movement ceased. The wolves gathered around the one-eyed fire demon wolf, and howls echoed continuously. The pack was excited to have a new first-level 6th rank expert among them. Smiling, Su Chen walked into the midst of the wolf pack. The one-eyed fire demon wolf examined itself. After leveling up, its size increased significantly, not inferior to the other same-level fire demon wolves in the pack. The fire demon wolf king nodded in satisfaction. After the one-eyed wolf leveled up, it could sense that the energy fluctuations on its body were stronger than the average first-level 6th rank fire demon wolf in the pack. Su Chen, who had walked to the front of the wolf pack, observed the one-eyed fire demon wolf. The fire demon wolf king scanned the surrounding wolves, let out a low growl, and declared the one-eyed fire demon wolf as its new wolf king. The entire wolf pack was shocked. Immediately, a 6th-level fire demon wolf expressed its dissatisfaction. The fire demon wolf king helplessly looked at Su Chen. To gain respect, one needs strength. Su Chen nodded with a smile and looked at the one-eyed fire demon wolf. To be strong and stay strong, one must face challenges. The one-eyed fire demon wolf, originally somewhat intimidated facing the older generation of 6th-level fire demon wolves in the pack, hesitated, but upon hearing Su Chen's words, it straightened its posture into a fighting stance. Among magical beasts, strength is highly revered. A first-level 6th-level old wolf with a powerful energy fluctuation stepped forward, facing the one-eyed fire demon wolf. This old wolf was the most likely candidate in the pack to advance to a first-level 7th level, becoming the seed player for the new generation of wolf kings. Now, with the emergence of the one-eyed fire demon wolf, acknowledged by the wolf king himself as the next wolf king, it naturally felt challenged. Su Chen looked at the fire demon wolf king with a smile. Who do you think will win? The fire demon wolf king pondered seriously for a moment, then looked at the old wolf. I admit that the one-eyed one is strong, but how about another bet then? The fire demon wolf king fell silent. Su Chen's smile faded, realizing that the fire demon wolf king was broke and had nothing to wager against him. Suddenly, the fire demon wolf king, unwilling to admit defeat, spoke up. If I lose, I'll give you my cherished flame tiger whip. A tiger whip? Such a valuable item? Su Chen squinted, patting the fire demon wolf king's body. I've always felt you had potential. Not bad, not bad, I like it. With the bet set, both parties turned their gaze to the main fighters. After a brief standoff between the one-eyed wolf and the old wolf believed it had found a loophole in the one-eyed wolf and charged forward. In the moment before reaching the one-eyed wolf, a fireball was spat out directly. The one-eyed wolf seemed unaware and stood still. At such a close distance, being hit by this fireball would almost certainly mean defeat for the one-eyed wolf. Seeing this, the fire demon wolf king breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The flame tiger whip was hard-earned, intended to be saved for the next suitable breeding period to cultivate and contribute to the wolf pack. Moreover, the flame tiger whip had the effect of enhancing strength, a rare treasure. Brother, you're laughing a bit too soon. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the fire demon wolf king was about to retort when its eyes widened suddenly. The one-eyed wolf, who had seemed dazed moments ago, suddenly opened its mouth and bit the old wolf's neck. The fireball landed directly on it, causing pain and trembling, but it held on firmly. Blood dripped down the old wolf's neck. A fiery energy gathered in the one-eyed fire demon wolf's mouth. It was gathering the fireball. Once formed, the old wolf would be doomed. Seeing this, the fire demon wolf king quickly called a halt. The one-eyed fire demon wolf released the old wolf's neck, and the flame energy in its mouth gradually extinguished. The old wolf looked in fear at the one-eyed fire demon wolf, half of its fur burnt. The one-eyed fire demon wolf gazed at the other fire demon wolves. All the fire demon wolves bowed slightly, showing their acknowledgement. By using its own injured blood-spilling method, the one-eyed fire demon wolf defeated a highly powerful old wolf in a single strike, earning their respect. They themselves wouldn't dare to use such a method against the old wolf. The fire demon wolf king looked at the one-eyed fire demon wolf with a mix of heartache and contentment. Heartache for losing the flame tiger whip and the joy it brought. Contentment for having such a promising, daring young successor, ensuring the continued prosperity of the fire demon wolf pack. Wait, I'll go get it for you, the fire demon wolf king left in frustration. After a while, it returned with an object about 20 centimeters long. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he snatched it. What a great find! The fire demon wolf king turned his face with a pained expression, twisting away. As long as he didn't look, he wouldn't think about it. Satisfied, Su Chen patted the one-eyed fire demon wolf. Work hard, your future is bright. Su Chen never thought the one-eyed fire demon wolf would lose. In previous simulations, this creature was very clever, far from being a simple wolf. The one-eyed fire demon wolf trembled as it looked at Su Chen's smiling face and the flame tiger whip in his hand. Oh no! Oh no! How can this be endured? Su Chen noticed that the one-eyed fire demon wolf was becoming increasingly strange and shivered. What's going on? Did it go silly upon leveling up? Why is its gaze so lecherous? Leaving the wolf pack, Su Chen found a place unnoticed by any magical beasts and carefully examined the flame tiger whip, praising it endlessly. The fire demon wolf king is not being fair, hiding such a good thing and not sharing it with his brothers. Hiss. If this is repeatedly used in simulations, won't the combat power skyrocket? Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Wiping his mouth, Su Chen remembered the task at hand. Checking the panel, how much experience was needed to level up. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 8th level, 87. 39%. Attribute, water lifespan, 949 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6. 5%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 2%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced version, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar, water wall skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 80%. Resistance, fire resistance, 68, explosion resistance, 73, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 21, heavy blow defense, 9, achievements, Big Bang. Slime in the mud, true dry child, favorite of the fire mouse. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, arch fire trainer, hatred of the fire lizard king, fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destructing little prince. Explosion resistance, I'm serious. Evaluation, a bit self-sufficient, learned multiple fire skills, can operate on land, a water slime that likes to self-destruct. This experience gain feels great. At this rate, I'll level up soon. After leveling up. Little eagle, just wait. Hee hee. A day passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 212. 38-inch Su Chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. A beautiful day starts with a simulation. Opening the system, Su Chen started the simulation. Consuming 200 simulation points, remaining simulation points 12. 38, simulation begins. On the first day, you eagerly ate the flame tiger whip. A rush of heat emanated from you, feeling extremely firm. Equally firm is the progress of your strength. The flame tiger whip brought you a slight energy boost, a pleasant surprise for you. You felt happy and then ate a fire energy fruit, but it had no effect. You noticed the water in the reservoir decreasing. You felt it was time to hand over this treasure trove to the fire demon wolf king. You killed a snake magical beast, made a water bottle from its skin, and filled it with water. Amid the watchful eyes of many magical beasts, you performed a solemn handover ceremony. The fire demon wolf king excitedly received the reservoir. Carrying a box, you left under the gaze of the magical beasts. On the second day, you arrived within a 200-meter radius of the magic fire spark grass. Because you arrived early, there weren't many magical beasts gathered here, only sporadic magical beasts below the first tier 6th level. You didn't show yourself, hiding in the shadows, using the exhaustion law to enhance your strength. On the third day, there were no disturbances, and you treated the essence exhaustion technique as your regular practice method. On the fourth day, practicing. On the fifth day, practicing. On the sixth day, practicing. On the 10th day, more high-level demonic beasts gathered around. Many level 7 demonic beasts had appeared, with some level 8 ones mixed in. Weaker beasts had become food for the higher level ones. The rest of the lower level beasts left, no longer daring to mingle with the higher level ones. Through the continuous use of the essence exhaustion technique in these days, your energy had increased significantly. Using the technique brought you a sense of enjoyment, a feeling of transcendence, as if becoming a saint, which made you addicted. On the 11th day, the water in the pool was only half full. The flame eagle appeared. Some beasts were uneasy, and some directly retreated, giving up the fight. You found the flame burrowing mouse. Sprinkling some water, you and the flame burrowing mouse became close. You persuaded it, claiming to have a way to kill the flame eagle. You, along with other level 8 beasts, decided to give the flame eagle a surprise. But you knew well that these level 8 beasts couldn't seriously harm the flame eagle. To truly defeat it, the explosive stones were needed. On the 12th day, the demon energy spark grass had fully matured, and neither you nor the other beasts moved. Shortly after, with the cry of an eagle, the flame eagle appeared. It swiftly dove towards the demon energy spark grass. When they were within skill attack range, you unleashed the water burst skill directly. The flame eagle seemed surprised, its sharp wings piercing through the water column you released. As your skill was activated, many other beasts also used their skills simultaneously. A round of skills rushed towards the flame eagle. Anger flashed in the flame eagle's eyes. It thought the lack of movement from the beasts below was out of fear for it. Enraged, it spat out fireballs, directly killing a level 8 beast. You quickly signaled the flame-burrowing mouse. Hesitating for a moment as it held the explosive stone, it then saw your determined skill release. Raising its hand, it threw the stone towards the flame eagle with all its might. The flame eagle, seeing the tiny explosive stone, flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. Seeing this, you immediately released the water burst skill, detonating the explosive stone. Boom! The flame eagle was engulfed in the explosion. The group of beasts was stunned. Seizing the opportunity, you swiftly plucked the demon energy spark grass, liquefied your body, and fled into the distance. Emerging from the explosion, the flame eagle locked its gaze on the true culprit who threw the explosive stone, the flame-burrowing mouse. The flame-burrowing mouse hesitated for a moment, then fear overtook it, its eyes scanning for you. Upon realizing you had already escaped far away, it instantly understood its mistake. It hurriedly burrowed into the ground to escape, but the flame eagle's attack had already descended. Hearing the explosions of fireballs behind you, you ran even faster. On the 13th day, you consumed the demon energy spark grass. A faint energy blossomed within you and then dissipated. You sighed inwardly, the effect of the demon energy spark grass on you was already very weak. You were not far from the spring waterland at this moment. Arriving there, you were astonished to find that the demonic beast group in the spring waterland had disappeared. Some lower-level beasts were present, trembling in fear upon seeing you. Approaching the water reservoir, you discovered that the array at the bottom of the reservoir had completely collapsed, the hexagram pattern dim and unclear. On the 14th day, you returned to the range of the demon energy spark grass. As soon as you appeared, a fireball struck you. The speed was so fast that you didn't have time to release a water barrier, and your body was already sent flying several meters away. You fixed your gaze and saw it was the flame eagle. Its wings were completely broken, leaving only its body. The fury in its eyes seemed capable of devouring you. Firefox, fireball, fire pillar, muddy water. Several skills were unleashed in succession, and the flame eagle looked surprised, shifting its body to dodge two of the skills. The remaining two skills hit its body, causing it pain and making its wounds bleed. Two fireballs spewed from its mouth, and you quickly cast a water wall while dodging to the side. Evading the flame eagle's skills, you circled around it. You noticed that the wingless flame eagle was moving awkwardly and had delayed reactions due to its injuries. Realizing this, your eyes instantly sharpened. You decided to use the kite tactic to kill it. Fireball, firefox. Half an hour later, accompanied by a mournful eagle cry, the flame eagle fell. You breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the flame eagle's body, now riddled with your attacks, and burst into laughter. Suddenly, a large number of eagle cries filled the air. You saw a dark spot on the horizon. The dark spot rapidly approached. When you saw it clearly, you were stunned. It was a large group of flame eagles. The flame eagle flock noticed the dead flame eagle on the ground and unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Damn it! You cursed under your breath and swallowed a crystal directly. Under the gaze of the flame eagle flock, you performed a fireworks display. Boom! You exploded. You died. Fire resistance +3, achievement unlocked flame eagle's hatred. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 14 days of experience. 2. 14 days of physical fitness. I freaking killed a flame eagle above my level? Su Chen was excited. In the moment of excitement, seeing the simulated appearance of the final flame eagle flock, his face fell. Flame eagle flock? A bunch of tier 1 level 9? Isn't this a bit too much of a tease? Let's see what the new achievement is. Flame eagle's hatred. When fighting flame eagles, increase fire resistance by 50% and fire attribute skill damage by 50%. Note, flame eagle's hatred increased. Seeing this achievement, Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. With this skill, no matter how many flame eagles there were, they would all be a piece of cake for him. Wow! The appearance of this achievement was truly a godsend. Quickly choose an option. I want to level up. Choose the second option. With a surge of ethereal power infused into his body, Su Chen clearly felt himself becoming stronger. And then, there was nothing more. Su Chen was stunned. Is that it? Why didn't I level up? What's going on? Open the panel. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, tier 1 level 8, 99. 96%. Attribute, water lifespan, 957 days Amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6. 5%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 2%. Skills, Muddy Water, Enhanced Sludge, Fireball, Firefox, Firepillar, Water Wall skill fragments, none skill compatibility, Fireball, 100%, Water Wall, 80%. Resistance, Fire Resistance, 71, Explosion Resistance, 73, Poison Resistance, 5, Defense, Sharp Weapon Defense, 21, Heavy Blow Defense, 9, Achievements, Flame Eagle's Hatred, Big Mixed Explosion, Slime in the Mud, True Drought Child, Flame Rat's Favorite, Don't Ask What You Shouldn't, Archfire Trainer, Flame Lizard King's Hatred, Fire Resistance, I'm Serious, Self-Destructing Little Prince, Explosion Resistance, I'm Serious. Evaluation, a somewhat self-protective slime, proficient in multiple fire skills, capable of land activities, fond of self-explosions in water. Seeing 99. 96%, Suchen fell silent. Just 0.4% away. Remaining simulation points, 12. 38 clearly not enough for another simulation. Suchen set off for the Fire Demon Wolf Pack, obtained dozens of crystal stones, converted them, and only got 34. 15 points. Remaining simulation points, 46. 53 far from enough. Suchen returned to the water reservoir, placed the crystal stones beneath him, feeling the faint energy emanating from them. A hint of confidence emerged. Suchen took out a crystal ball. All the energy was directly infused into it. With a sense of exhaustion, Suchen lay down at the bottom of the pool, holding the crystal stones. The wait for energy recovery was long. Energy replenished, Suchen distinctly felt a slight increase in his energy. Opening the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 8, 99. 96%. Still 99. 96%. I'll be damned if I give up. Let's continue. Suchen spent the whole day tirelessly practicing with the essence exhaustion technique. The day passed quickly. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 56. 53-inch Suchen, exhausted but happy, opened the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 8, 99. 97%. He. I'm a monster that can grow on my own. The water in the reservoir noticeably decreased. It was time to leave. Suchen left the reservoir and soon caught a first tier 6 snake monster, easily killed it, skinned it, and made a simple water bottle. Then, he filled it with water. Glancing at the sleeping Fire Demon Wolf Pack, especially at the Fire Demon Wolf King and the one-eyed Fire Demon Wolf, Suchen quietly placed the fire energy fruit at the bottom of the reservoir. After plucking wolf fur for so long, let's use this as compensation. Hopefully, the wolf pack will thrive more and more. Carrying the box, Suchen resolutely set off northward. The magic fire spark grass was waiting there. After Suchen left, the Fire Demon Wolf King rose to patrol the territory. When it reached the reservoir, it saw the fire energy fruit at the bottom and was stunned. Then, it realized something. Howl. The wolf pack woke up and understood what had happened. Howl. Howl. Waves of wolf howls echoed. Suchen, who had already walked a long distance, heard the faint howls coming from behind and a smile crept onto his lips. My kindness wasn't in vain. Suddenly, in the forest ahead, a group of bird monsters seemed startled and flew away in flocks. Suchen's gaze sharpened, he tightened the box on his back, preparing to find a place to hide and assess the situation. The next moment, Suchen felt a slight tremor on the ground. An earthquake? Then, Suchen felt a sense of déjà vu. Ant tide. As soon as this name appeared in his mind, Suchen swiftly climbed the nearest fire tree. A few seconds later, a large group of fire ants rushed out of the forest, heading east. They appeared quickly and left just as fast. Behind the ant tide, Suchen saw the dark red fire ant. It was the one that had once killed him in the simulation. Are they moving? Suchen puzzled, waiting for a while. The bird monsters in the forest returned one after another. Suchen dared not show himself and stayed on the fire tree, using the essence exhaustion technique to enhance himself, until a system prompt appeared. 1 day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 66. Chapter 53. Suchen made sure there was no danger, took a deep look to the east, just came down from the fire tree, and continued north. After a night of exhausting skills, the experience points were still at 99. 97%. However, Suchen felt that 98% was not far away. In the process of walking and stopping, another day passed, and the territory of magic fire spark grass appeared in Suchen's sight. The experience points also reached 99. 98%. Only 0.2% left to level up. Suchen surveyed the situation ahead. Many first-order level 6 and level 7 magic beasts gathered. 2 first-order level 8 magic beasts had arrived. One of them was a burrowing mole. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the flame-burrowing mole. The other first-order level 8 magic beast was a fire pig. A bright red pig, as if roasted. Su-chan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, resisting the urge to take a bite. This fire pig was not mentioned in the previous simulations. Obviously, it was an unimportant supporting role. Therefore, its strength should not be too strong, and he should be able to defeat it. Su-chan smacked his lips, wiped his mouth again. It's been a long time since I had pork. With that thought, Su-chan moved forward. Sensing a powerful magic beast approaching, both the flame-burrowing mole and the fire pig looked at Su-chan. A water attribute magic beast? Both magic beasts looked puzzled and surprised. Su-chan went straight to the fire pig, wiped his mouth, grabbed the fire pig's front hoof, and sincerely said, "Brother, I've found you. Fire pig, why do I feel like you want to eat me?" Su-chan used a water spell to scare the fire pig and the flame-burrowing mole. Later, the two discovered the advantages of having this water slime companion. With such a mobile water source brother, who would worry about drinking water in the future? Easily, Su-chan became friends with them. "Fire pig brother, you're so fat and strong, the taste. You must exercise regularly, right?" The fire pig snorted twice, proudly raising its head. "Of course. I run 800 meters a day, and if I push myself, I can do 1,000 meters. Su-chan gave a thumbs up. "Great. Really great. He. In the following days, Su-chan hung out with the two magic beasts. With continuous use of exhausting skills, the experience points reached 99%. But the last 0.1% just wouldn't increase. 3 days left until the magic fire spark grass was fully mature. A large number of magic beasts had gathered here, including first-order level 7 and level 8 magic beasts. Su-chan, the fire pig, and the flame-burrowing mole, who had arrived here early, naturally became the leaders. Some of the other first-order level 8 magic beasts were unhappy, receiving either disdain and persuasion or beatings from the trio. Unable to fill the last 0.1% of experience points, Su-chan didn't dare to be careless and continued to collect magic crystals. Remaining simulation points, 189.78. A small number of first-order level 8 and below magic beasts in the vicinity had been silently killed by Su-chan. The rest, after finding their companions mysteriously disappearing, were too scared to stay. The first-order level 8 magic beasts present were in a tough spot. Su-chan didn't have a great need for food, but they did. Without weaker magic beasts around, they didn't dare to attack those of the same level. Su-chan tried to find magic beasts to kill, stacking up his simulation points to 200 for an upgrade. But, frustratingly, he couldn't find any. Su-chan really wanted to randomly kill one of these first-order level 8 magic beasts around him. But he never had the chance. Sitting bored under a fire tree, Su-chan used his exhausting skills. After replenishing his energy, a hint of new energy appeared. But the experience points still weren't full. Su-chan was too exhausted to comment. "This is almost as tricky as that certain someone. Seemingly 0.1%, but actually hiding a 100% behind it." Pondering, Su-chan's gaze caught Fire Pig. It was trotting over this way, moving with a body trembling with fat, full of allure. Su-chan couldn't help but wipe his mouth again. Fire Pig arrived in front of Su-chan. Seeing Su-chan's actions, it tilted its head in confusion. How come slime brothers always like to wipe their mouths when they see themselves? Shaking his head, Fire Pig excitedly spoke, "Hee. Brother, the magic fire grass is almost ripe." Su-chan's gaze turned to the magic fire grass. "The day after tomorrow, it would be ripe, right? Have you informed the other monsters?" Fire Pig nodded. Hee. The other monsters all agreed. Su-chan nodded, patting Fire Pig's large head. Thinking to himself, how delicious it would be if it could turn into braised pig head. After a while, Fire Pig saw Su-chan still absent-mindedly patting its head, droplets of water falling from its mouth onto its head. Fire Pig. This brother is good in every way, but he easily spaces out and drools. Hee. Brother, stop patting, you'll make me bald. Su-chan let go. "Brother, do you have other siblings?" Fire Pig paused, seriously thinking for a moment. "Yes, but they are all stronger than me and don't play with me." Hee. Fire Pig seemed quite angry when mentioning this. "All stronger than you?" Fire Pig nodded, proud yet with a hint of defeat. "They are all second tier." Su-chan smacked his lips. "No wonder they don't play with you." After a moment, Su-chan looked around warily. "Your siblings aren't watching around here, are they?" Fire Pig hesitated, its small pig eyes looking around, grunting twice. Hee. It's possible. Su Chen wiped his mouth, waved his hand, and sent Fire Pig off to play. Turns out it's tough when there's a background, even to eat something. With nothing to do, Su Chen focused on improving himself with all his might, observing the sky and watching out for the appearance of flame eagles. The day quickly passed. A day has passed, simulation points plus 10, remaining simulation points, 199. 78. Su Chen opened his eyes, looking at the simulation points that were just shy of reaching 200, feeling speechless. Experience points and simulation points were playing tricks on him. He was determined not to level up. Just as he was about to curse, a screech of an eagle sounded. Su Chen immediately looked up at the sky. A 3-meter wingspan red eagle flew overhead. Its gaze locked onto the magic fire grass, burning with determination. Obviously, it was set on obtaining the magic fire grass. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared in its gaze. For some reason, seeing this blue figure, it felt an extreme sense of hatred, as if it had a deep-seated grudge. In an instant, it decided to kill this slime. Its original flight path changed. Damn it! Su Chen watched as the flame eagle, with a murderous intent in its eyes, dove towards him, dumbfounded. Can someone tell me what's going on? After a moment, Su Chen remembered the achievement note Flame Eagle's hatred. The Flame Eagle's hatred increased. How much more hatred did it add? Wanting to kill him on sight? Su Chen wasn't foolish enough to think the Flame Eagle was coming down to be friends and brothers with him. Without hesitation, Su Chen ran directly towards the group of first-tier 8th-level monsters gathered. Brothers, the Flame Eagle wants to wipe us out. Quickly use your skills to fight back. The group of monsters was in a panic at this moment. The aura emanating from the Flame Eagle was very powerful, clearly a first-tier 9th-level existence. This kind of existence is simply not something they can contend with. The flame-burrowing mole is clever. It saw that the Flame Eagle was after Su Chen and instantly burrowed underground to escape. The Fire Pig is straightforward. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, it directly unleashed its skill towards the Flame Eagle. Other magical beasts were already scattering in fear. Faced with the Fire Pig's skill attack, the Flame Eagle gracefully dodged, then swiftly dove down towards Su Chen at an even faster speed. Damn it! Su Chen knew he had no way out. This is not a simulation. If there's no escape, then it's time to fight. A pleading expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Brother Flame Eagle, have mercy. The Flame Eagle's movement slowed. It was the first time it had encountered such a cowardly magical beast. Did this cowardly creature really deserve its hatred? In its confusion, the skill it was about to release was delayed before finally being unleashed. Watching the two fireballs approaching, Su Chen summoned a water wall. Bang! The water wall shattered, and the two fireballs landed directly on Su Chen. Then, Su Chen was stunned. Looking at his unscathed body, he spoke in confusion, "Little eagle, have you not eaten?" The Flame Eagle was furious, its form already charging towards Su Chen. Flames appeared on its wings as it aimed to tear the slime that dared to provoke it into pieces. Su Chen opened his mouth, and a fireball shot out. Boom! The Flame Eagle was hit, instantly turning into a charred mass, lifeless, and crashing heavily to the ground. Shocked. Silence. Su Chen looked bewildered. The huge contrast left many first-tier level 8 magical beasts and fire pigs who were hiding in disbelief, staring at Su Chen. The entire scene, except for the gently swaying leaves of the fire trees, seemed frozen. Extracting the magic crystal from the Flame Eagle's body, it was crystal clear, radiating the power of flames. It contained far more energy than a first-tier level 8 magical beast. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Convert. Convert 1 first-tier level 9 magic crystal, receive 150 simulation points. The conversion rate of magic crystal to simulation points is influenced by the host's level. As this is a first-tier level 9 magic crystal, higher than the host's level, the conversion rate is increased. Remaining simulation points, 349. 78. The fire pig was stunned by Su Chen's magic crystal disappearance technique, its small pig eyes widening. Su Chen patted its head with a smile, leaning against it, eating the roasted Flame Eagle meat together. Although it was charred by the fireball, it was still tender and juicy. Both being magical beasts, Su Chen and the fire pig didn't mind. This was the meat of a first-tier level 9 magical beast, a great supplement. The other first-tier level 8 magical beasts that had fled earlier remained more than 10 meters away from Su Chen, not daring to look up at him. Being able to kill the Flame Eagle in one strike, the strength of this slime was truly terrifying. Moreover, they saw it clearly, the skill used to kill the Flame Eagle was a fireball. A water attribute magical beast actually using a fire attribute skill, and its power was so terrifying. It was truly astonishing. Su Chen didn't even spare them a glance. When the Flame Eagle descended, the fastest to run was the flame-burrowing mole, followed by these magical beasts. Only the fire pig helped Su Chen, resisting the Flame Eagle, even though its attacks were ineffective. This put Su Chen in a dilemma. He had originally intended to eat it, but it was the only one to help him in danger. Su Chen turned to look at the fire pig. Is it delicious? The fire pig grunted twice, looking unsatisfied as it gazed at the Flame Eagle bones on the ground, seemingly considering picking them up to chew on. Grunt. Delicious. Su Chen smiled, feeling the energy changes gradually expanding within him. Let me show you a magic trick. The fire pig looked at Su Chen in confusion. Magic trick? Grunt. What's that? Then, its eyes widened suddenly. A powerful energy burst forth from Su Chen's body. Being the closest, the fire pig was pushed back by this force for over 10 meters. With the emergence of this energy, Su Chen's body began to change. Starting from small, gradually expanding. Numerous first-tier 8th-level magic beasts looked on in shock at Su Chen's transformation. They all knew what was happening. Level up! After all the erupted energy was completely contained, a pure power emerged from within. Su Chen felt the immense power in his body, his fist heavily striking the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked, extending tens of meters. The magic beasts were filled with fear, their eyes full of dread as they looked at Su Chen. Just the power of this one punch, few of the first-tier 8th-level magic beasts present could withstand it. The transformation continued. After the energy was contained, Su Chen's body began to shrink. The energy within his body continued to compress, more powerful forces gathering within him. When his body shrank to almost the same size as before, the transformation finally disappeared. Excitement shone in Su Chen's eyes. He could clearly feel that his current strength could match Yenya's without relying on achievements. Yenya 1, Su Chen 9. With achievements, Su Chen just wanted the Yenya group to hurry up and send some simulations. Finally leveled up, check the panel, appreciate it. Character panel, Su Chen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 9th level, 0%. Attribute, water lifespan, 1000 days amplification, physical defense, 0. 1%, fire attribute defense, 0. 5%, fire attribute skill damage, 6. 5%, explosion damage, 1%, explosion defense, 2%. Skills, muddy water, enhanced, fireball, foxfire, fire pillar, water wall skill fragments, none skill compatibility, fireball, 100%, water wall, 80%. Resistance, flame resistance, 71, explosion resistance, 73, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 21, heavy blow defense, 9, achievements, Yenya's hatred. Big explosive. Slime in the mud true dry child flame rat's favorite. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask Archfire Trainer Flame Lizard King's hatred fire resistance, I'm serious. Self-destruct Little Prince. Explosion proof, I'm serious. Evaluation, a bit of self-preservation ability, learned multiple fire skills, can move on land, a water slime that likes to self-destruct. Lifespan surpasses 4 digits. I can really live for a long time, simulate for more than 10 days at a time. 1,000 days is equivalent to over 100 lifetimes. What's the difference between rounding and immortality? After admiring the panel, Su Chen's gaze turned to the group of magic beasts. Apart from the fire pig, all the first-tier 8th-level magic beasts were stunned. They looked at Su Chen with eyes full of awe and fear. Seeing Su Chen's gaze shift towards them, they quickly lowered their bodies, showing a submissive posture. Su Chen looked at the fire pig. The fire pig looked puzzled at Su Chen. Oink. Teach me, how did you level up? Su Chen smiled and said, aren't you afraid of me? The fire pig looked bewildered. Oink. I'm not even afraid of the second tier. Su Chen smacked his lips, the newly upgraded sense of complacency disappearing without a trace. Almost forgot, it's a pig with a background. Just leveled up once, and already feeling high and mighty, too embarrassing for a beast. Su Chen sent the fire pig off to play and found a fire tree to lean against. His gaze fixed on the magic fireflower grass that was about to have its flames tomorrow. I wonder if killing Yenya in advance will make the Yenya group come early. Hopefully they'll come soon. With this in mind, Su Chen's eyes scanned around. Soon he found a sturdy and towering fire tree. Amid the puzzled looks of other magic beasts, he reached the very top. Standing high, seeing far. Hoping the Yenya group would discover him soon. Half a day passed. Su Chen felt like he was starting to dehydrate under the scorching sun. The fire pig looked at Su Chen from under the tree, full of doubt. Did this brother become stupid after leveling up? Sunbathing with his face to the sun? When night fell and there was still no sign of the Flame Eagle group, Su Chen reluctantly descended from the fire tree and filled his water bottle with water. The next day, all the magical beasts stared eagerly at the magic fire grass, while casting wary glances at Su Chen by the water pool. With Su Chen around, they had no chance of getting the magic fire grass, and indeed, that was the case. Half an hour later, the magic fire grass was fully matured, its energy restrained, resembling an ordinary plant. Su Chen went straight up and picked the magic fire grass. The other magical beasts watched, not daring to move. Su Chen turned around, looked at the magical beasts, and came up with a plan. With a mischievous smile, he revealed a cute expression. "I don't eat this thing, who among you wants it?" The magical beasts were all stunned. "Not eating it? Then why did you pick it?" Su Chen chuckled again. "Go back and see if there's anything good. If there's something I like, I'll trade it with you." Trade? After a moment of confusion, the magical beasts were overjoyed. The magic fire grass was a good thing that could enhance their aptitude. As long as there was a chance to get it, they wouldn't give up. Soon, the magical beasts scattered. The fire pig was about to leave when Su Chen grabbed it. "Do you have any treasures?" The fire pig thought seriously for a moment. I'm going to see what good treasures they have, and then steal them." "Su Chen, you really are a talent." "Brother, don't go. We are brothers, how could I let you go find treasures?" "Wait, after they come, you mark down all their lairs for me." The fire pig nodded repeatedly, although it didn't know what Su Chen was up to, while the magical beasts went back to their lairs to find good things. Su Chen opened the system, ready to simulate a move. Simulation. Consuming 250 simulation points, remaining 99. 78 simulation points, simulation begins. On the first day, you consumed the magic fire grass, but no energy appeared. You knew that the magic fire grass had no effect on you anymore. A first-order 8th level magical beast returned, bringing various things. You looked at what they brought. Most of it was worthless stuff, but a small part caught your eye. Among them were the energy fruits you had eaten before. However, these energy fruits contained much stronger energy than the ones you had previously consumed. Other valuable items were also things that could be consumed immediately to enhance your own energy. The fire pig snorted twice and entered the midst of the beasts. Soon, it had thoroughly explored all the lairs of the magical beasts. You realized it wasn't as stupid as it seemed on the surface. Looking at the magical beast group, you shook your head in feigned disdain and informed them that you knew of a place with good things, but a powerful magical beast was guarding it. Whoever could get the things there could exchange them for magic fire grass. The magical beast group's eyes lit up. You told them to come tomorrow, and you were willing to take them there. The next day, the magical beast group indeed all came. Then, you and the fire pig exchanged a glance, and the fire pig snorted twice. You set off with many first-order 8th level magical beasts. After walking for half a day, circling around, when the group realized something was wrong, you pretended to be surprised, pointing to a mound ahead. The magical beast group hurriedly surrounded it, dug it up, and found a magical beast skeleton inside. The magical beasts looked at each other, and you put on a surprised expression. Helplessly, the magical beast group followed you back. Upon returning, seeing the fire pig lying on the ground with its legs up and foaming at the mouth, you immediately put on a shocked expression. "My pig brother, what's wrong with you?" You then let out a roar. The demonic spark grass was stolen, angering the beasts. Soon, roars could be heard from the demons as their homes were also stolen. Subsequently, angry roars from demons continued to sound. The demon horde gathered around, casting suspicious glances at the fire pig. But your acting skills were superb, and the demon horde had no doubts. You immediately ordered to search for the thief's trail. Soon, the fire pig woke up. As soon as it woke up, it shouted the name Flame Burrowing Mouse. The demons instantly understood that it was the Flame Burrowing Mouse who had stolen everything. The Flame Burrowing Mouse was now hated by all the demons. That night, you and the fire pig huddled together, looking at the pile of goods in front of you. "Brother, well done. You gave full marks for your and the fire pig's acting skills. You devoured everything, feeling a significant increase in your strength." On the third day, a scream shattered the peace. The flame-burrowing mouse was torn apart by the angry demon horde. Even in death, it didn't know where it had offended this group of crazed demons. The water in the kettle ran out. There was no nearby water source. The fire pig sensed your distress when you shared your troubles with it. Happily, the fire pig told you about a place with a fruit tree bearing large, juicy fruits. Excited, you let it lead the way. Despite your doubts, you traveled a long distance northward. The fruit tree appeared before you, lush and fiery like flames. You noticed that the fruits on this tree resembled apples. You named it the fire apple tree. Some of the fruits on the fire apple tree were ripe. You grabbed one in each hand, took a bite, and felt the juicy tenderness. After consuming the flesh, a surge of energy coursed through you. Delighted, you replenished your water and enhanced your strength. You happily ate, leaving a pile of fruit cores on the ground. Your energy increased significantly. On the fourth day, you were awakened by a commotion. Opening your eyes, you saw the fire pig arguing with a group of demons. After listening carefully, you learned that the fire pig was declaring your sovereignty over the fire apple tree, warning other demons not to approach. This territorial dispute was common among demons, each claiming their own territory. The demons arguing with the fire pig were of low rank, only one being a first-tier 8th level. Seeing you awake, they fell silent. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was insignificant. Watching them flee, you felt that the place was not safe. Contemplating the fire apple tree, you pondered whether to strategically hide for a while. After a moment of hesitation, the idea grew stronger. Cautiously, you concealed yourself in a fiery tree dozens of meters away, while the fire pig guarded the fire apple tree. On the 5th day, you were awakened by the cry of an eagle. You quickly opened your eyes to see a dozen flame eagles circling above the fire apple tree, seemingly contemplating whether to feast on the fire apples. The fire pig trembled under the tree, frightened. Faced with so many first-tier 9th level flame eagles, it, being a first-tier 8th level fire pig, was no match. Excitedly, you rushed out towards the flame eagles. Seeing you, the flame eagles charged at you like cats after prey. Dancing with joy, the flame eagles, feeling provoked, became very angry. A volley of fireballs rained down. Unfazed, you turned and ran. Dodging the fireballs, you ran into the forest. After a moment of hesitation, the flame eagles, driven by hatred over reason, followed you into the woods. Their flight was disrupted, only to be surprised by the absence of your figure. Moments later, your silhouette appeared ahead. The flame eagles didn't suspect a thing and immediately caught up. As they delved deeper into the woods, you revealed your magical prowess. Foxfire, Fireball, Fire Pillar. Each skill unleashed took down a flame eagle. Just as you reached the edge of the woods to assist your fire pig, witnessing your actions left the pig dumbfounded. You called out to it, instructing it to collect the corpses of the flame eagles you had slain. The entire battle lasted half an hour. With a total of 16 flame eagles, you killed 15, and the last one, sensing danger, fled. However, you still managed to injure one of its wings, chasing it for 2 kilometers before finally killing it. Thus, all 16 flame eagles were vanquished. On the 6th day, more and more monsters gathered around the fire apple tree. On the 7th day, the monsters surrounding the fire apple tree continued to increase, with a first-tier level 9 monster appearing, overwhelming the fire pig. You appeared and made them leave. They looked back at the fire apple tree with unwilling eyes, making you feel that letting them go would lead to future troubles. You signaled to the fire pig. In an instant, the fire pig understood and charged towards the group of monsters. The first-tier level 9 monster was surprised by the fire pig's bold attack and retaliated. Your gaze met the first-tier level 9 monster. Foxfire, Fireball, Water Whip, Fire Pillar. The first-tier level 9 monster was stunned, facing your relentless barrage of skills, caught off guard and severely injured. You showed no mercy, launching several more attacks until it turned to ash. Seeing the first-tier level 9 monster easily defeated by you, the other monsters' morale wavered, and they began to scatter. Together with the fire pig, you hunted them down. On the 8th day, your previous encirclement had little effect, even backfired. More and more monsters gathered around the fire apple tree. Among them were 8 first-tier level 9 monsters. You knew you couldn't claim the fire apple tree on your own. You negotiated with them for a share of the fire apple tree's fruits and managed to secure 1/5. However, the other monsters disagreed. You were besieged, as expected, and with all your might, you swiftly killed a weaker first-tier level 9 monster. The other 7 monsters were stunned by your ferocity and strength, agreeing to the division of the fire apple tree. For the first time, apart from water, you had a strong desire for power. On the 9th day, another first-tier level 9 monster appeared, and you and the other 7 monsters who had already divided the fire apple tree were naturally unwilling to share. More monsters arrived to join the feast. After failed attempts to reason with them, the 8 of you exchanged a brief glance and launched an attack. The first-tier level 9 monster was instantly annihilated, not even able to make a sound before dying. On the 10th day, you conversed with the fire pig. It informed you of several fire snakes it had discovered. You paused, feeling wary that something significant would happen today, contemplating escape routes. Evening came. The ground trembled slightly. You and several other first-tier level 9 monsters were alarmed and turned to face the newcomer. A snake emitting a powerful aura appeared before you. The 7 beasts beside you cowered, uttering fearful sounds. It's the fire python, a top-tier first-tier monster. Your gaze didn't linger on the fire python but focused on what was behind it. The fire snake king led a group of fire snakes, glaring at you with hatred. Upon seeing you, the fire snake king immediately spoke, "It's the slime. It stole my fire energy fruit." The fire python's gaze towards you turned hostile. Slime, hand it over. Before it could finish speaking, you had already liquefied your body and fled into the distance. The flame snake was furious, never encountering a monster so ignorant of the rules of the road. The more you ran, the closer it got, the distance between you diminishing. Finally, you stopped. The flame snake, seeing you halt, looked at you mockingly. Why stop running now? You shook your head, staring at the flame snake as if it were a fool. The flame snake's anger rose, and you slowly spoke. Flame snake, you've been deceived by that fire snake. The flame snake paused, looking at you with suspicion, waiting for your next words. You walked up to it. Brother, what elemental attribute do you think I am? The flame snake assessed you. Water attribute? It widened its eyes, realizing it had been too focused on chasing you to notice your attribute. Exactly. Even a fool knows that only fire attribute monsters can consume flame fruits. I'm a water attribute monster. What use do I have for it? At that moment, the Fire Snake King led its followers charging towards you, enraged upon hearing your words. It's you, conspiring with the Fire Wolf King to deceive me of my flame fruits. At the mention of the Fire Wolf King, the Flame Snake's somewhat trusting gaze turned suspiciously towards you again. You shook your head, pointing towards the fire apple tree, then patted the Flame Snake's body. Brother, I own 1/5 of that tree, it's all yours. The Flame Snake disdainfully looked at you, then at the Fire Snake King, demanding, hand over the flame fruits. The Fire Snake King hesitated for a moment, then quickly denied it. The next moment, being only a tier 1 level 7, it was easily killed. The group of fire snakes looked on in terror at the Flame Snake. You knew the Flame Snake wouldn't let you go. Seizing the moment it killed the Fire Snake King, you liquefied and fled into the distance. The Flame Snake quickly caught up to you. You threw a fire blast stone. The Flame Snake disdainfully swiped its tail, causing the stone to explode, leaving only a small wound on its tail. It swiftly attacked you, its tail striking your body. You were sent flying tens of meters, landing heavily and severely injured. Cursing under your breath, you looked ahead. There, where you had placed the box, the Flame Snake drew near again, its scorching breath burning your body. It seemed unwilling to kill you directly, striking out with its tail once more. You were sent flying, landing on the ground, your body contorted. Badly injured, your speed greatly reduced, you had no chance to reach the box. The Flame Snake's cruel eyes assessed you, contemplating where to strike next. Poof! A voice sounded, a fiery pig enveloped in flames charging towards the Flame Snake. Caught off guard, the Flame Snake was pushed back several meters. The fiery pig, suffering backlash and bleeding from its 5 senses, urged you, humph, go quickly. It didn't know what you were up to, but it could tell you wanted to move forward. Without hesitation, you rushed towards the location of the box, grinning as you smashed it open with a punch, revealing its contents. The Flame Snake's eyes lit up instantly, preparing to release a skill to eliminate the annoying fiery pig in front of it. The next moment, after swallowing the crystal stone, terrifying energy erupted from you. Fear flashed in the Flame Snake's eyes. It hurriedly moved backward. Chuckling, you pushed the fiery pig back 10 meters with a water wave, then charged towards the Flame Snake. Scared? Come die with me. Boom! You exploded. You died. Flame resistance +1, heavy strike defense +6. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 10 days of experience. 2. 10 days of physical fitness. 3. Fire blast stone X1. Suchen stared at the simulation ending, dazed for a moment. A fire blast stone in the reward options? However, at his current level, it wouldn't have much effect. The fire blast stone that could wound a tier 1 level 9 flame eagle was no longer effective against a tier 1 top level, a tier 1 level 10 flame snake. If there were enough of them, it wouldn't be completely useless. A large quantity could even kill the flame serpent. But with just one, Suchen naturally wouldn't choose that. He directly selected the second option. As a surge of ethereal power flowed into his body, Suchen felt himself grow stronger once again. He opened the panel. Character panel, Suchen, race, slime, blue, level, first tier 9th level, 26. 3%. Attribute, water lifespan, 1010 days. Resistance, fire resistance, 72, explosion resistance, 73, poison resistance, 5, defense, sharp weapon defense, 21, heavy blow defense, 15. Seeing the experience points, Suchen's eyes lit up, increased by more than a quarter of the experience points. The fire apples and the treasures hoarded by the Warcraft group must have contributed significantly. It seems like I need to quickly arrange for some thieving. Suchen called for the fire pig. It was planning how to complete the task assigned by Suchen. Suchen handed the magic fire grass to it directly. Here you go. This fire pig could handle it. When there was a need, it would truly step up. Suchen always treated his brothers as they should be treated, used them when necessary, Compensate them when the opportunity arises, and if there's no chance, then so be it. The fire pig was stunned, looking at Su Chen in disbelief, hesitant to accept. Oof. What's wrong? Should I chew it for you before feeding you? The fire pig snorted, its eyes filled with emotion, tears almost welling up. Since being driven out by the fire pig group, it had never felt valued or loved. At this moment, the fire pig decided that this slime in front of it was its one and only. Oomph. The fire pig's gaze was firm as it swallowed the magic fire grass in one gulp. To become stronger, and then protect the slime. The Warcraft group returned, bringing back quite a few things. Su Chen scanned them quickly. Indeed, as in the simulation, most were just useless trinkets. Only a small portion, like energy fruits that could enhance strength, were what he needed. However, Su Chen shook his head and calmly looked at the hopeful gazes of the Warcraft creatures. What do you think? Can you exchange these for magic fire grass? The Warcraft group exchanged glances, lowering their heads in disappointment. They knew themselves that with what they had, they couldn't compare to the valuable magic fire grass. However, I know of a place to the north where there seems to be a treasure. If you need it, you can go search for it. Although not as good as magic fire grass, it's still a decent treasure. After speaking, Su Chen surveyed the Warcraft creatures. I will go there tonight as well. The Warcraft group seemed intrigued, and at Su Chen's dismissal, they left one by one. The fire pig grunted its way to Su Chen's side. Humph. I've noted everything down. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Do you have a name? Hearing this sudden question, the fire pig was taken aback, then shook its head. Then I'll call you Beiji from now on. How about that? Beiji? Such a strange name? The fire pig hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. As long as it was a name that his slime brother liked, he didn't mind. Beiji, tonight I'll take the Warcraft group for a walk around, so I'll leave this place to you. Su Chen revealed a you-know-what-to-do expression. Beiji's eyes sparkled mischievously as he nodded repeatedly. That night, Su Chen stood on the open ground, with only the hot wind blowing past and Beiji beside him, no other Warcraft creatures in sight. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Why is this so different from the simulation? After some thought, Su Chen realized that maybe he had been too hasty. In the simulation, he had let the Warcraft group set off the next day. Beiji observed his surroundings with a grunt. After waiting a while, just when Su Chen began to doubt himself, the Warcraft group finally arrived, albeit a bit late. Watching more and more demons gathering, Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile. Very good, the plan is proceeding as expected. Next, Su Chen led the group of demons directly north. Under the leadership of Su Chen, a first-order 9th-level demon, the group of demons was very quiet, following behind. As night fell, there was a commotion in the demon group. Su Chen arrived in front of a small mound, looking puzzled. I clearly remember it was here. How could it be gone? The demons gathered around, looking at the mound that was no different from any other, confusion and suspicion in their eyes. Slime, shall we go back? Suggested a first-order 8th-level demon. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. Let's go back for now. The return journey was swift. The demon group had sensed that something was amiss. When they saw the pig demon lying on its back, foaming at the mouth, all the demons were stunned. Su Chen hurried forward and splashed water on the pig demon to wake it up. The pig demon opened its eyes, tears welling up in its pig-like eyes. Flame burrowing mouse. It injured me and stole the demon energy spark grass. After speaking, the pig demon flailed its limbs in the air, convulsing uncontrollably, then passed out again. Damn! Your acting is a bit too exaggerated. Su Chen looked at the demons beside him. Faced with this situation, even the demon group was a bit confused. Why did they feel like they were being treated like fools? It seemed that relying solely on the pig demon's false acting was no longer enough to deceive these demons. Su Chen roared to the sky, flame burrowing mouse, I want you dead. A terrifying aura emanated from Su Chen. Various skills were unleashed, accompanied by rumbling and explosions, leaving the ground pockmarked. Sensing Su Chen's anger, the demons quickly retreated, fearing being caught in the crossfire. At that moment, they felt the terror of a first-order 9th-level demon. It was also at that moment that they started to believe it was indeed the flame-burrowing mouse's doing. As the demon group gradually returned, roars echoed. Without exception, all their homes had been robbed. Su Chen and the pig demon looked at the treasure trove of various demon treasures piled up in front of them, laughing heartily. Pig demon, well done. The pig demon grinned, all thanks to your guidance. Well done. Well done. You've mastered the art of flattery. Try to make it more convincing next time. Pig demon. This place is a bit conspicuous. Come on, pig demon, let's move these things. The pig demon quickly complied. After hiding everything, Su Chen and the pig demon returned. The demon group, whose homes had been robbed, had now gathered on the empty ground where the demon energy spark grass was originally located. They were ready to demand an explanation from the pig demon. After all, at that time, there was only the pig demon present. Seeing them, the pig demon, who had received Su Chen's instructions in advance, vividly described the situation. Soon, the flame-burrowing mouse was portrayed as a treacherous demon who stole treasures. The angry eyes of the demon group seemed ready to spew fire at any moment. Led by Su Chen, the demon group dug 3 feet into the ground in search of the flame-burrowing mouse. As dawn approached, a miserable cry rang out. The flame-burrowing mouse met its end under the furious siege of the demons, managing only a final scream. Su Chen smiled faintly. Revenge must be taken, any danger must be eliminated at its source, only then could one live long. In the first simulation, the flame-burrowing mouse was able to outwit Su Chen, clearly not a simple character. Later, after encountering it and the fire pig in person, Su Chen had a slight intention of sparing it. As long as it devoted itself to helping him, it would not face such annihilation. However, when faced with the flame eagle, it was the first to flee. Such a treacherous demon, Su Chen only allowed one to exist, and that was himself. This flame-burrowing mouse, keeping it would be a disaster, not killing it would make sleep uneasy. Therefore, Su Chen accompanied the group of monsters to perform this act in order to take advantage of the large number of beasts to find and exterminate the flame-burrowing mole. Upon arriving at the place where the screams were heard, Su Chen confirmed it was the corpse of the flame-burrowing mole. Fireball, will-o'-the-wisp, pillar of fire. The corpse of the flame-burrowing mole turned into ashes, and Su Chen smiled satisfactorily. The group of monsters all felt frightened and dispersed. Su Chen watched the departing group of monsters, clicking his tongue. I could have wiped them all out for extra simulation points, but instead, I chose to act with them. I am truly too kind. 1 day has passed, plus 10 simulation points, remaining simulation points, 109. 78. Su Chen did not sleep, and upon hearing this system prompt, he looked up at the sky. The flame serpent was a first-tier level 10 existence. With it around, not only would he have trouble claiming the fire apple tree, but even keeping his own life would be at risk. The water in the flask was running low. The fire apple tree was a must-have, and the flame serpent needed to be eliminated quickly. Only by leveling up could he possess enough power to dominate the fire apple tree. Flame Eagle Group, why aren't you showing up? I'm begging you, hurry up and come out. As soon as the words fell, a screech of an eagle sounded. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Seeing the small black dot in the sky, his eyes widened, revealing a cute smile. The goddess of luck is revealing herself to me again. The Flame Eagle Group approached the area where the magic firegrass was born. For days, they had been searching for their missing kin. According to the track scent, they had disappeared here. The Flame Eagle Group surveyed the group of monsters below. Most were only first-tier level 8 monsters, incapable of harming their kin. Strange. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared in their sight. Upon seeing the blue figure, all the Flame Eagles became furious. They didn't know why they were angry, but it was an inexplicable rage. They wanted to kill this seemingly cute slime that brought them endless anger. Swish! Like arrows leaving a bow, a large number of flame eagles swooped down from the sky, their target being Su Chen. With a smile on his lips, Su Chen excitedly ran into the forest behind him. As he ran, the Flame Eagle Group followed closely behind. Soon, Su Chen's figure disappeared into the forest. The Flame Eagle Group hesitated for a moment. Once inside the forest, their movements would be restricted. However, one Flame Eagle, consumed by hatred overriding reason, charged straight into the forest. Seeing their kin rush in, the others no longer hesitated and followed suit into the forest. Su Chen looked at the closest Flame Eagle chasing him, a smile playing on his lips as he continued deeper into the forest. Oh no! I'm so scared! Please stop chasing me! The Flame Eagle Group heard Su Chen's cries and accelerated. They wanted to make that grating, filthy voice disappear forever. Soon, all the Flame Eagles entered the forest. Su Chen turned around, grinning wickedly at the closest pursuing Flame Eagle. Fireball! The Flame Eagle disdainfully veered to the side upon seeing the fireball. However, it forgot it was in a forest, not the sky, and its body collided with a nearby fire tree. The fireball hit directly. A piece of black charcoal fell to the ground. Witnessing this, the rest of the Flame Eagle Group was momentarily shocked. One of their kin was killed in a single blow. Was this slime really just a first-tier level 9 creature? Startled, Su Chen didn't give them a chance to escape. In an instant, he closed in, unleashing all his fire attribute skills. Fireball, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Pillar of Fire. With each skill released, a Flame Eagle turned into black charcoal. Over a dozen Flame Eagles died instantly, and the remaining ones felt scared, wanting to flee. At that moment, Beiji charged in. Although it is only at level 8, it is still possible to release the skill to harass the flame eagles and prevent them from escaping. Su Chen gave a thumbs up to Beiji, well done. Then, he continuously released his skills, and soon, all the flame eagles were killed. Beiji took out all the magic crystals from the bodies of the flame eagles and brought them to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at a total of 16 level 9 magic crystals in front of him, a smile appearing on his face. Conversion. Convert 1 level 9 magic crystal, get simulation points x 120. Convert 1 level 9 magic crystal, get simulation points x 120. Convert 1 level 9 magic crystal, get simulation points x 120. Remaining simulation points, 2029. 78 damn. Rich. Rich. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Over 2,000 simulation points, this was a first. At 250 each time, I can simulate 8 times. This wave is simply a huge profit. Su Chen looked at Beiji. Without Beiji's cooperation, it might not have been possible to eliminate all the flame eagles. Well done. Beiji hummed twice, looking modest. With so many simulation points, it would be a waste not to simulate an upgrade immediately. Su Chen directly opened the simulation. Consuming simulation points x 250, remaining simulation points 1779. 78, simulation begins. On the first day, you arrived at a place hiding various treasures of magical beasts and swallowed them all. You feel a significant increase in your strength. The water bottle is empty. Beiji tells you that there is a place to the north with a fruit tree. You know it is the fire apple tree he's talking about. You let Beiji lead the way. After a day's journey, you arrive at the fire apple tree. At this moment, there are no magical beasts around the fire apple tree. After you and Beiji appear, even the weaker magical beasts dare not approach. On the second day, some of the fire apples on the fire apple tree have ripened, and you and Beiji enjoy eating them. You discover that eating fire apples can bring you some improvement, although not much, it can still enhance your energy. On the third day, scattered magical beasts begin to appear around the fire apple tree. Following the principle of not letting one go, as it might attract more, you kill them all, turning them into food for you and Beiji. On the fourth day, with a cry of an eagle in the sky, you are astonished to find another wave of flame eagles appearing. Using the same tactics, you and Beiji manage to keep all the flame eagles. On the fifth day, more and more magical beasts appear around the fire apple tree. As you see the increasing number of magical beasts, you start feeling uneasy. You know this unsettling feeling is brought by the fire pythons that will appear 4 days later. Following the principle of killing all that come, you eliminate them all. On the sixth day, a large number of magical beasts appear around the fire apple tree, including some level 9 magical beasts. The number of level 9 magical beasts is not small. Looking at these magical beasts, you realize it will be difficult to swallow the fire apple tree alone. Instead of confronting them head-on, you pick some fire apples and start your journey back. On the seventh day, you return to the birthplace of the magic fire spark grass. The fire apples you picked are only enough for you and Beiji for a short time. On the eighth day, you practice the exhaustion law all day, experiencing some improvement. On the ninth day, during the day, you practice the exhaustion law all day. At night, you take Beiji to the fire apple tree. According to the previous simulation, the fire pythons only attack the fire apple tree under the leadership of the fire snake king. You and Beiji arrive at the fire apple tree. Surprisingly, even without your presence, the fire apple tree was still occupied by the flame serpent. Its body coiled around the tree, surrounded by a group of monsters bowing to it in submission. You see, the fire serpent king led a group of fire serpents mingling among them. You looked at the fire serpent king and decided to kill it. On the 10th day, you got your chance. The fire serpent king moved a little away from the fire apple tree, a distance that the flame serpent couldn't detect. You approached it. The fire serpent king looked at you in terror, hastily preparing to retreat. With a swift motion, you killed it. Carrying the body of the fire serpent king, you thought snake meat would be delicious tonight. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit you, and then your body was sent flying. It was the flame serpent. With its compound eyes fixed on you, it said, "I've long sensed your lurking presence." You hesitated for a moment, then without any hesitation, you swallowed the crystal. In the fearful gaze of the flame serpent, your body radiated light. Boom! You exploded. You died. Defense +3 against heavy blows. Please choose one of the following options as a reward. 1. 10 days of experience. 2. 10 days of physical fitness. 3. Heavy blow defense +3.